The betrayal of her sister and fiancé, a torrential downpour, and the chilling touch of a blade transformed cold anew into a wandering soul adrift in the world. She witnessed firsthand the cruelty of the scoundrel and the scornful woman, saw the man she once abhorred weeping uncontrollably over her lifeless body before he too departed from this world. Reborn into this lifetime, cold anew swore to avenge herself by personally slaying those treacherous individuals and reclaiming all that was rightfully hers. Most importantly, she vowed to cherish the man who had foolishly loved her. I have returned. Are you ready? Chapter 1: The Departure of Yu. In the early summer sky, a foreboding heat accompanied by an impending deluge swept across the land. Today, Feng City appeared unusually tranquil, a silence so profound it instilled a deep sense of dread. Tap, tap, tap. The jarring sound of high heels striking the ground echoed within the dilapidated warehouse. Ugh. Every cell in her body screamed in agony as Yu slowly lifted her heavy eyelids. Before her stood her beloved sister, Lu, igniting a flicker of hope within her heart. Lulu, save me, she pleaded. Yet, the response from Lu shattered her hopes, leaving her in despair. Dear sister, I have gone to great lengths to bring you here. Why would I allow you to leave so easily? The young woman waved away a few thugs. What? What? Was it you? Yu's expression was one of disbelief, as if she had never known the woman before her, and she could scarcely believe this was her cherished sister. Why? What have I done to deserve this? Yu demanded, anger coursing through her veins. Why? How dare you ask why? I have known Yu far longer than you have. Why is it that upon your return, his gaze is fixed solely upon you? You are already engaged. Why does he still not favor me, even loathe me? I am more beautiful, more accomplished than you. Why can he not accept me? Lu seethed with resentment. Yet, Lulu, I am not competing with you, am I? I am already engaged to Shen Jiwei. My love for him is evident. Why, then, do you treat me this way? The rainwater seeping from the rooftop dripped onto Moya's face, mingling with her blood, allowing a faint glimpse of her pallid countenance. Ah. Lu suddenly exclaimed, if I cannot have him, neither shall you. Yu loves you, does he not? I shall ruin you, and then he will be mine. Lulu, why are you wasting your breath on her? Yu has already signed the share transfer agreement for MY Group. This wretched girl still has some utility. Soon MY Group will be ours, ha ha ha. A male voice interjected unexpectedly. What Ling Moi could never have anticipated was that the owner of this voice was her beloved fiancé, Shen Jiwei, you and Lulu? A sense of despair surged within Ling Moi, leaving her breathless. At that moment, Lu scoffed, oh, my dear sister, in such disarray, I must inform you before your demise that your most cherished fiancé has been with me for quite some time. Isn't that right, Away? No, it cannot be. Jiwei would never do this to me. Shen Jiwei, tell me this is not true. Ling Moi felt as if the very heavens were collapsing upon her, her frail body now feeling utterly helpless. Huh? Ling Moi, by what right do you think I should love you? Your looks? Your figure? Or your talents? It seems you possess none of these, Shen Jiwei scoffed disdainfully. If it were not for Qi Yu's affection for you, you would possess little worth. What are you, really? Cold Xinlu echoed. At this moment, Cold Mayo understood everything. So, it was you who drugged me, you who summoned the driver, and you who gathered these people, wasn't it, Lulu? Despair glimmered coldly in Mayo's eyes. No, to be precise, it was both me and Away, dear sister. Enough, Lulu, send her on her way. Cold Xinlu produced a sharp knife. Sister, how could I bear to let you die so easily? She then drew the blade across Cold Mayo's flesh, again and again, as crimson blood cascaded onto the ground. Cold Mayo felt as though her heart was being cleaved in two. These were her sister, her fiancé, the two individuals she cherished most. Yet, she endured the agony of both body and spirit, refusing to utter a single sound. Oh, by the way, dear sister, Qi Yuye is on his way. Do you think he will arrive in time to save you? Cold Xinlu discarded the knife. I hope he makes it to see you one last time, hee. Let us go, Lulu, and relish in the fruits of Cold Mayo and Qi Yu's labor for MY Group. From now on, it shall all be ours. Shen Jiwei embraced Cold Xinlu as they departed. At this moment, Cold Mayo wished for death. Shen Jiwei, Cold Xinlu, should there be a next life, I, Cold Mayo, will repay today's pain and humiliation manifold. Her eyes gradually dimmed, losing their light. You are, an anxious voice echoed from the warehouse, revealing the speaker's fear and trepidation. Kyuya. With a sense of resignation, Himoto Yu's hands descended languidly. Chapter 2, Yu Yi follows with leaden steps. Chi Yu Yi trudged towards Lung Mo, the seemingly short distance feeling like an eternity. An inexplicable dread washed over him. A fear that she might slip away from him forever. Reaching her side, he extended his hands and gently lifted her fragile form into his arms. You are. I'm here. I'm so sorry, I'm late. It's a Yi, please, open your eyes and look at me, I beg you. His voice trembled as he pleaded with her. How could you leave me? You promised to be my bride when we grew up, how could you break that promise? How could you bear to leave me to live alone? But Lung Mo remained unresponsive in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, Lung Mo's spirit was witnessing his anguish. Her resentment and unwillingness to accept her fate had kept her tethered to this world, allowing her to witness Chi Yu Ye's profound grief. Be your bride when we grew up? Lung Mo's spirit pondered, bewildered. Wasn't that promise meant for Shen Jiwei? Chi Yu Yi, why are you so heartbroken? Dearest Eulalie, I shall abscond with thee, we shall depart from this place. I shall conduct thee to thine abode, quoth Kailbur, as he cradled the lifeless form of Eulalie. And emerged from the warehouse that had been a veritable incubus for her. The heavens continued to weep copiously upon the earth. Eulalie. Witnessing the scion of the eminent Kailbur lineage, the very name of whom inspired trepidation throughout the city of Plentywood, bearing her mortal remains with lacrimal effusion. Reflected upon the inexplicable affection he had shown her over the years. Yet, she could not fathom the genesis of his benevolence. Despite the amity between their grandfathers, their interactions had been minimal due to her reclusive nature. Eulalie had harbored a profound aversion for Kailbur, solely due to her affection for Samuel. Samuel would often lament Kailbur's ruthlessness and the business he had purportedly pilfered. Consequently, Eulalie's perception of Kailbur was exceedingly negative, bordering on animosity. However, she had overlooked the gentle smile he bestowed upon her whenever their paths crossed, a countenance he rarely extended to others, even his own kin. Often appearing as though they were in arrears to him. Unbeknownst to Eulalie, she held a unique significance for Kailbur, a sentiment he had never articulated. Nor had he divulged the extent of his sacrifices on her behalf. Kailbur bore Eulalie to his abode, the manor of Gloaming Moon, in absolute silence. The retinue, observing Kailbur's demeanor, dared not approach, and merely watched as he carried Eulalie into the master chamber, their countenances laden with melancholy. He gently laid Lung Mo down on the bed and prepared a basin of water to cleanse her, yet as he held the towel, Chi Yu Yi found himself at a loss, for there was not a single unblemished part on her body. My dear Yuer, I am so sorry. It is my failure to protect you. He was overwhelmed by guilt and remorse. Lung Mo gazed at Chi Yu Yi in this state, her heart a tempest of emotions. Unsure of how to convey to him not to grieve for her, feeling a sharp pang of pain within. After tending to her, Chi Yu Yi dressed Lung Mo in a clean and beautiful gown. My Yuer will always be my princess, he whispered, leaning down to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. Chi Yu Yi, please do not be this way, it pains me. Lung Mo wished to shield him from such sorrow, sensing in his eyes an absence of a future. Only boundless solitude and despair. As she watched him lying beside her lifeless form, he reached out an arm, cradling her as if she still existed, still radiating warmth. Gently stroking her hair, now soaked with blood. In silence, he gazed at her with bloodshot eyes, tenderness etched across his features, leaving Lung Mo at a loss for words. Her heart ached more profoundly than ever. The dark sky gradually brightened, though still shrouded in gray, as the rain continued to fall in a persistent drizzle. Seemingly with no intention of ceasing, as if mourning for these two unfortunate souls. As dawn broke, Chi Yu Yi suddenly rose, cradling Lung Mo in his arms. Upon entering the living room, all the household servants were present. Uncle Wen, to the cemetery, Chi Yu Yi coldly instructed the butler. Alas, young master. Uncle Wen sighed as they proceeded to the graveyard. This was the resting place Chi Yu Yi had prepared for himself and Lung Mo for 100 years hence, the Chi family cemetery. Despite Lung Mo's engagement, he remained unwavering in his belief that she would forever be his only wife and princess. Chi Yu Yi maintained a profound silence as he held Lung Mo. An inexplicable sense of worry creeping into Uncle Wen's heart. After an hour of silence, Chi Yu Yi finally spoke. Yuer, this place will be our home from now on. You will like it, won't you? With his hands, he gently scooped earth to bury Lung Mo's lifeless body, indifferent to the blood that stained his fingers. Young master. You. Uncle Wen interjected anxiously, wishing to assist in the burial, yet he had been expressly forbidden to intervene from the outset. At last, Chi Yuya ceased his labor, tenderly caressing Lung Mayo's gravestone. If there is a next life, I shall tell you early on that I love you. Would that not allow us to be together? Will you wait for me? In the next life, I will surely find you and make amends for the regrets of this one. Wait for me. A gunshot echoed, sending the man, whom even the heavens envied for his excellence, to the arms of his most beloved girl. Young master. Uncle Wen knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. This was the child he had watched grow up. Yu Yi, no. Alongside Uncle Wen's anguished cries, Lung Mou was at a loss. Chi Yu Yi, why so foolish? Lung Mou longed to caress his face, yet her hand passed through him as if he were but a specter. In the next life, wait for me. Allow me the chance to love you. With those words, she dissipated into the ether alongside Chi Yu Ye's departure from this world. Chapter 3, Rebirth and Return Mou, Darling Mou. A gentle feminine voice roused Lung Mou from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she beheld her adoptive mother, Li Huanqin, cradling a steaming bowl of millet porridge, gazing at her with warmth and kindness, a smile gracing her lips. Mother? A flicker of confusion crossed Lung Mou's face. She had been taken back to Fengcheng by her biological father at the age of 16 and had not seen her adoptive mother in many years. Their connection maintained only through occasional phone calls. Why was her mother here now? Scanning the vicinity, a flicker of astonishment graced Lung Mu's eyes. It was the abode of her adoptive parents, the village of Mbi, where she had resided for 16 years. The certificates of merit and small red flowers adorning the walls attested to this being the home she had long yearned for. She had been reborn. Returning to her 15th year. Mother, how I've missed you. Lung Mu exclaimed, throwing herself into Hu Nqn's embrace, nearly causing her to spill the millet porridge she held. Mu, what's wrong? Mother is here, Hu Nqn responded. Nothing, mother, I just missed you, Lung Mu replied, wiping away her tears. Ah. Mu is awake. Father will prepare something delicious for you, her adoptive father, Shd Zhuing, announced, stepping into the house, perspiring and carrying farming tools. He was overjoyed to see Lung Mu awake. Dear, rest yourself. Isn't cooking my responsibility? Mu has just awakened. You watch over her as she drinks this bowl of porridge to nourish her stomach. The child hasn't eaten in so long, Hu Nqn said with concern. Lung Mu was moved to tears. Since being taken back to the Elling family in Fngching by her biological father, she had never felt paternal love, only exploitation and acrimony. Lung Mu felt a sense of irony. Never again would they have the right to manipulate her. Mu, it's time to eat. Come. Drink some porridge first, her adoptive father, Shd Zhuang's voice drew her from her reverie. Thank you, father. Lung Mu gazed at Sherdazhuang. Her eyes reddening once more as the emotions she had just managed to suppress threatened to overflow. In her previous life, Sherdazhuang had fallen ill and passed away shortly after she was taken away, and she had never been able to return in time to bid him a final farewell. This lingering regret had always weighed heavily on her heart. At that moment, witnessing Sherdazhuang tenderly feeding her porridge pierced through her emotional defenses. Mayo. You scared your mother and me terribly when you fell unconscious from drowning for several days. Please, do not let this happen again. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do, the two of us? Sherdazhuang, feeling as though he had aged several years due to the ordeal, earnestly admonished Lung Mu. Father. I promise I won't let that happen again. How could I bear to worry you and mother? I still wish to accompany you both into old age, she replied playfully, her eyes still glistening with tears. All right, enough of your mischief. I shall go assist your mother in the kitchen, you should rest a little longer, he said, picking up the empty bowl and heading towards the kitchen. As Lung Mu watched her parents' busy figures in the kitchen, her thoughts drifted to, father, mother. Our family will surely be united and well. Her mind gradually wandered further, and she found herself contemplating the man who had died for her, Chi Yuya. How are you now? A profound sadness enveloped her as she pondered, and slowly, she drifted into slumber. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shi Yujin and Shi Yushi, the fraternal twins of Lung Mu's adoptive parents, returned from school. The siblings, barely 10 years of age, were in the 4th grade at the village's elementary school. Thinking of Lung Mu, the two hurried home as soon as school was out. Mom, Dad, is sister awake? they asked anxiously. Upon entering the courtyard and seeing Zhuang and his wife shucking corn. "Hush, you two little rascals, keep your voices down. Your sister just woke up and has fallen asleep again, don't wake her," Li Huanqin cautioned. Although usually mischievous, the siblings were very fond of Ling Moyu. They quietly entered the house to put down their schoolbags before returning to the courtyard to help Zhuang and his wife shuck corn. After about half an hour, the four of them finished with the corn. Zhuang, placing the corn in the small building, instructed the children, Yujin, Yushi, go and wake your sister up for dinner. The two children skipped to Ling Moyu's bedside. Sister, wake up, Mom says dinner is ready, Yushi said softly, touching her hand gently. Ah. Ling Moyu suddenly awoke from her dream, startling the two siblings. Sister, what's wrong? Yujin, being the elder brother, quickly regained his composure and looked at Ling Moyu, concerned by her being covered in sweat. Only then did Ling Moyu turn to look at them, realizing her strange behavior. She had dreamt of being beaten by those thugs in the warehouse and of being slashed by Ling Xinlu with a knife. Yujin, I'm sorry. I just had a nightmare and scared you. I'll buy you sweets later, okay? Fearing she might frighten the two little ones, she hurriedly embraced Yujin while Yushi comforted her, saying, "It's all right, sister, don't be afraid." With gentle pats on her back, Yushi reassured her, "Sister, let us go eat." Yujin took her hand. Together, the three of them held hands and walked over to the dining table, where Li Huanqin had already prepared their meal. Upon seeing the three children approach, Mou exclaimed, "Little Jean, little Shi, go wash your hands and get ready to eat." "All right, Mama," the three responded cheerfully. The family joyfully finished their dinner, and cold Mou was drawn by her siblings to the field path to enjoy the breeze. Gazing at the familiar sky, the well-known surroundings, and the beloved faces, she vowed, "In this life, I shall love you all dearly, just wait for me. Chi Yuya. Wait for me." Recalling the two from her previous life, cold Mou's eyes filled with a thirst for vengeance. "Cold Xinlu, Shinji Wei, I have returned. Are you ready?" Chapter 4, The Return of Our King. Upon returning home in the evening, cold Mou reflected on the events of her past life. Lying in bed, she found it difficult to fall asleep. At that moment, Yujin and his sister jumped to the foot of her bed. "Sister, can we sleep with you?" Cold Mou smiled slightly, thinking, why worry so much? There will always be a way. "Sure, come up," she replied, bending down to lift Yushi beside her, while Yujin bounced over to the other side of the bed and climbed up. "Now, sleep tight, you little rascals, you have school tomorrow." Cold Mou gently ruffled Yushi's slightly coarse hair and patted Yujin's small head. "Good night, sister," the two children chimed in unison. The three little ones lay quietly, with Ling Mou gazing at her dear family, a glimmer finally appearing in her eyes. As the gentle sounds of snoring filled the air, Ling Mou slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, the sun gradually broke through the clouds, revealing its already flushed visage, akin to a bashful young maiden peering down at the earth. "My darlings, rise and shine for breakfast before school." Li Huanqin had long prepared a hearty meal for the children and was now calling out to them. Ling Mou opened her eyes to the familiar surroundings, a wave of warmth washing over her. "How wonderful, I am truly back," she murmured to herself. She quickly got up to freshen up, rousing her younger siblings. "Dad, Mom. Hurry over for breakfast." She beckoned from her small table to the Sure couple. Before long, Yujin, with sleepy eyes, approached. "Dad, Mom, sister, good morning," she said, eyes still closed, as she took a large mouthful of noodles. "Mou, your mother has requested a few days off from school for you. Would it be all right for you to rest at home today and return to school tomorrow? I would feel more at ease that way." Li Huanqin gently suggested to Ling Mou. "Yes, Mou, listen to your mother and rest at home today. You can return tomorrow," Zhuang echoed Li Huanqin's advice. As Ling Mou looked at her adoptive parents, her previously calmed heart surged with a tumult of emotions once more. Recalling Li Huanqin's words, when she found Ling Moyo as a child, the tiny figure possessed nothing but a tattered quilt and a jade tablet inscribed with her name, appearing particularly pitiful in the frigid wind. She is deeply grateful to Li Huanqin and Zhuang for rescuing her, providing her with a home and a life. "Yes. Mom and Dad, I understand, no need to worry," Ling Moyo responded with a forced smile, suppressing her tears. After the meal, Zhuang and his wife went to work in the fields as usual. entangled by the Shiryushi siblings. Lung Mayo held their hands and escorted them to Mabe Village Primary School. Alright, you little rascals, go to class quickly, be good, understand? Lung Mayo instructed. Caressing the heads of Shiryujin and Shiryushi. Hee, sister, we must be good, Shiryujin replied with a grin, and Shiryushi also chuckled along. Sister. We'll take you to play when we get home. Lung Mayo attends a boarding school in town, only returning home for 2 days each week. Now that she is in her final year of junior high, her time at home is even scarcer. So the two mischievous children must seize the opportunity to pester their sister. Okay, go on now. Lung Mayo waved goodbye to the siblings fondly. After seeing the siblings off, Lung Mayo headed towards home, spotting Sherdazhuang and his wife working in the fields along the way. Dad, I'll go to town later. I have an appointment with a classmate. After saying this, she picked up the Chinese cabbage that the couple had placed by the roadside. Alright, take care on the road. And come home early for supper. Just leave the cabbage by the sink. Sherdazhuang, wielding his hoe, instructed Lung Mayo. Okay, Dad, please tell Mom for me. Lung Mayo, observing Li Huanqin fertilizing the fields in the distance, asked Sherdazhuang to relay his message about going to town. With that, he carried the cabbage home. From a drawer near the window, Lung Mayo retrieved 30 yuan and Sherdazhuang's bank card, tucking them into his pocket. He then boarded the bus heading from the village to town. Upon arriving in town, Lung Mayo located an internet cafe. Boss, I'd like to rent a computer, he requested. Seated before the machine, he launched an ACM system he hadn't logged into for ages, entering his unique account. Gazing at the account before him, a chilling glint flickered in Lung Mayo's eyes. Necessity drove him to this point. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Mayo resolutely clicked login. Welcome back, our king. Chapter 5, Avenues to Prosperity. The system page illuminated with the words, Welcome back, our king. The topmost name on the leaderboard shimmered radiantly. At that moment, the entire ACM community was in an uproar. This name hadn't been illuminated for 3 years. Now, countless luminaries, witnessing the resurgence of this once world-renowned moniker, couldn't help but stir shared memories. 3 years prior, the ACM had organized a world-class computer hacking competition. The victor of that contest was a newcomer who had emerged from nowhere, our king. At that juncture, the sovereign, through unmatched prowess, dismantled the ACM's vaunted firewall. A bastion considered impregnable, thereby gaining access to the most jealously guarded secrets of various nations. Subsequently, the sovereign erected an even more formidable defense for the ACM, ascending to godhood in one fell swoop. Post-competition, the ACM extended an invitation, and the sovereign, owing to this monumental feat, secured the paramount position within the ACM organization. Yet, thereafter, the sovereign vanished, and the first name on the pantheon of gods faded into an infinite gray. Bah, those doddering old men, after all these years. They still haven't breached my firewall? Inept, sneered Lung Mayo, gazing at the sovereign enshrined on the god, inwardly despising the ACM elders. Lung Mayo, without further deliberation, recognized the urgency of concealing her IP address, lest her location be discovered imminently. In a moment of contemplation, Lung Mayo swiftly manipulated the keyboard, rapidly composing code to mask her whereabouts. With all preparations finalized, Lung Mayo transferred a substantial sum of 100 million from her account into the bank card belonging to Sherdazhuang, a card she had brought from home. As Lung Mayo was underage, she was unable to procure a bank card in her own name, necessitating the temporary safekeeping of funds with Sherdazhuang. Having completed these actions, Lung Mayo exited the system and casually entered a few lines of code to erase the login history. As of now, no one can decipher her code. Even if they could, they would not be able to trace it back to her. After leaving the internet cafe, Lung Mayo withdrew 50,000 yuan from the bank. Clutching the freshly acquired sum of money, Lung Mayo cast a sidelong glance at the street corner, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. Humph, a few rats. Lung Mayo feigned ignorance and continued walking down the street. The little tails behind her followed, sauntering along the street. Lung Mayo paid them no mind, carrying her school bag as she strolled through the streets, purchasing candied hawthorns and small cakes for her younger siblings, thoroughly enjoying herself. Selling fruit tree saplings. All kinds of fruit saplings available. Lung Mayo followed the sound and discovered an uncle selling fruit tree saplings at the end of the street. Young lady, would you like to buy some fruit tree saplings? Buy a few to plant at home for fun. When they grow up, you can eat the fruit. The uncle selling fruit tree saplings looked at Lung Mayo with a kind expression. At this moment, Lung Mayo's thoughts returned to her previous life. In her past life. Not long after she returned to her biological father's home, grafted fruits quickly dominated the fruit market due to their short growth cycle, high yield rate, and excellent taste. Many farmers made a fortune from this opportunity. Lung Mayo's adoptive parents were just ordinary farmers, and the money they earned was barely enough to cover their food expenses. Her primary purpose for visiting the town today was to seek a project that could thrive in the rural environment while also generating profit. Although she possessed wealth, she could not directly provide it to her parents, as she could not clearly explain its origin. Before she sought vengeance, she wished to enrich her adoptive parents through a legitimate means, ensuring that they could live comfortably. This would allow her to depart with peace of mind, knowing that her parents and younger siblings would enjoy better living conditions and that her siblings would have improved educational opportunities in the future. Engaging in grafting fruit trees appeared to be a commendable option, especially since the barren mountain behind her home could be utilized. "Sir, how many fruit tree saplings do you have available?" she inquired of the seller, her thoughts momentarily interrupted. "Oh dear child, we have plenty of saplings. All cultivated right here at home," the seller replied with a proud expression. "Uncle, here's the deal, I will take all the saplings you have. Could you deliver them tomorrow to Shida Zhuang's house under the big locust tree in Mabe village?" As she spoke, she handed the seller 20,000 yuan. The seller stared at the 20,000 yuan in his hand, his eyes wide as saucers, pinching himself hard to ensure he was not dreaming. Amused by his comical reaction, she chuckled softly. "Uncle, I appreciate your help, just call out Shida Zhuang when you arrive." "All right, my dear girl, leave this matter to me. I guarantee the delivery will be made." The middle-aged man hurriedly wrapped the 20,000 yuan in a bright red cloth. This was a substantial sum that could not be lost, lest it provoke the ire of his wife at home. He was mindful to protect the roots of the tree, for if they were damaged, the tree could not be sustained. The man chuckled cheerfully. Lung Mayo, with one hand tucked into his pocket and the other holding a candied hawthorn skewer for his younger siblings, strolled towards the vehicle bound for Mabe village, exuding both cuteness and coolness. Behind him, he heard a few sporadic footsteps. Oh, he had almost forgotten about these little mice. It seemed he would have some fun with them. Chapter 6, encountering a robbery. Lung Mayo's pace gradually slowed, his eyes flicking to the side, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Oh dear, I'm so tired. Let us sit for a moment." He settled down on the roadside with a small backpack, and bit into a piece of candied hawthorn. "Boss? Why are we being so timid?" "She is just a little girl, we can just walk right past her," a yellow-haired youth said to a burly figure standing at nearly 6 feet tall. With his sharp features and unruly hair, he resembled an agitated monkey. Lung Mayo, possessing keen hearing, caught wind of the remark, his expression tinged with a cold detachment and a hint of disdain. Accompanied by a flaxen-haired lackey, whom he addressed as his chief, the iron-headed brute swaggered toward Lung Mayo, a retinue of ruffians in tow. "Hark, damsel," he boomed, his visage contorted into a menacing scowl. "Surrender the satchel you clutch, or face the consequences." The iron-headed brute, beholding Lung Mayo's diminutive stature, presumed her to be a mere errand girl dispatched by her elders to procure funds. "Pray, who are you, and what is your desire?" Lung Mayo inquired, feigning ignorance of their designs upon the satchel's contents. The iron-headed brute, amused by her naivete, chuckled. "Fear not, little one," he said, "we shall not inflict harm upon thee. Simply relinquish the satchel, and we shall grant thee safe passage." He deemed it unnecessary to disclose their identities, for he believed such information would be inconsequential to a mere girl. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Lung Mayo's eyes as she languidly surveyed the iron-headed brute. "Methinks," she drawled, "you ought to reveal your identities, that I may know who dares harbor such intentions toward me. Otherwise, I fear I shall be plagued by sleepless nights." Before the iron-headed brute could utter a word, the flaxen-haired lackey, a simian-featured wretch, bellowed, "Hand over the coin, wench. Since you're about to meet your doom, I'll enlighten you, we are the Tiger Head Gang." Lung Mayo, with a delicate finger, dabbed at her ear, evidently discomfited by the lackey's strident tone. In a previous life, it seemed that there existed a gang in the town, notorious for plundering and bullying the common folk, and no one dared to intervene. "Why such a ruckus?" "I am not deaf," Cold Mou remarked, tilting her head at the blonde-haired youth, her demeanor appearing oddly endearing, albeit overshadowed by her smile that barely reached her eyes. Ironhead, lacking the patience to continue this exchange, gestured for the diminutive figure behind him to snatch the bag from Cold Mou's grasp. The small one understood the cue and swiftly darted forward, reaching out to seize the bag. However, if one desires my possessions, they must reckon with their own fate. Cold Mou tossed the bag into the air, lifted her long leg, and delivered a kick to the small one's abdomen, turning gracefully to catch the bag as it descended. The small one was sent sprawling a considerable distance, now groaning on the ground while clutching their stomach. Boss Ironhead paid no heed to the pitiful figure and turned his attention to Cold Mou, who, with one hand clutching her bag and the other holding a candied hawthorn, appeared starkly contrasting to the violence she had just displayed. Yet, despite her smile, Ironhead and his companions felt an overwhelming chill. "What's this? Do you still covet my belongings?" Cold Mou inquired with an unwavering smile. Just then, the blonde-haired youth raised the steel pipe in his hand and swung it towards Cold Mou's head. "Pathetic," she scoffed. As the steel pipe threatened to descend upon her head, Lung Mou unexpectedly grasped the other end with remarkable strength. The yellow-haired thug, utterly astonished by the seemingly delicate figure of Lung Mou, could hardly fathom her ability to halt his assault. In a swift motion, she rotated her grip on the pipe, causing the thug to pivot his back towards her. "My head is not something just anyone can touch," she declared, raising her knee to deliver a powerful strike to his lower back. With a resounding crack, the yellow-haired thug crumpled to the ground in agony. Observing this, the iron-headed gang could no longer contain their fury, their eyes blazing with a murderous intent directed at Lung Mou. "I'm in a hurry to return home. Are you all going to join forces against me?" she taunted, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining members of the iron-headed gang. Having long relied on the intimidation of the Tiger Head gang, they were unaccustomed to such humiliation. "Today, you will pay this debt, whether you wish to or not. Brothers, let us attack together." Ironhead growled, launching himself towards Lung Mou with clenched fists. Recognizing her as a formidable opponent, he realized that defeating her would require genuine skill. "Come on. It has been a while since I last fought, you will make for excellent practice," Lung Mou replied, securing her bag behind her and positioning herself for an imminent strike. Despite her youth, her bravado was striking. Ironhead charged forward, determined to take her down. At this moment, Lung Mou found herself encircled. Although she was ostensibly the weaker party, an aura emanating from her sent chills down the spines of those around. With her palm pressed against the ground, she executed a swift kick, dispatching the minor adversaries, leaving them to moan in agony as they clutched their wounds. Witnessing this, Lung Mou smiled, for her strength was not something everyone could withstand. "You are the only one left," she declared, not pausing for Ironhead to respond, as she launched a direct attack on his lower body. She had discerned his abysmal skills in that area the moment he had made his move against her, relying solely on his brute strength. With deft blocks against Ironhead's attacks, she combined forward kicks with side thrusts, rendering him unable to defend himself. It was time to conclude this encounter. Lung Mou swiftly drove her knee into Ironhead's chest. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, spitting blood. At that moment, he could hardly fathom being bested by a mere 15-year-old girl, his fists clenched in frustration, his face a portrait of defiance. Lung Mou brushed off non-existent dust from her attire, organized her backpack, and picked up a candied hawthorn skewer. "Remember, next time you see me, take a detour," she said, turning her back on Ironhead and his companions. With her hands in her pockets, she made her way home. Chapter 7, A Life of Contentment. Ironhead and his crew were left in utter disarray, bewildered by the emergence of such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Lung Mou leisurely returned home. Noticing that it was still early and the siblings Shiyu and Jean had yet to finish their classes, she took a hoe and headed to the fields where the Sher couple worked, intending to assist in planting corn seeds together. "Father, Mother, I have returned." From a distance, standing upon the ridge of the field, Lung Mou called out to the Sher Dazhuang couple, her voice resonating with youthful exuberance. It was only in the presence of her family that Lung Mou appeared as the 15-year-old girl she truly was. "Mou, you're back. How was it? Did you enjoy spending time with your classmates?" Sher Dazhuang greeted her with a cheerful demeanor upon seeing her return. "Indeed, I did," Lung Mou replied, approaching Sher Dazhuang and joining him in wielding the hoe to dig holes for planting corn. "Look at this child, returning home only to toil in the fields. Why don't you rest at home?" Her adoptive mother, Li Huanqin, feigned annoyance while placing seeds, playfully scolding Ling Mo. "Oh, mother. I felt as though I was becoming moldy. I needed to bask in the sun and disinfect myself," Ling Mo retorted, sticking out her tongue and playfully clinging to Li Huanqin's arm, seeking affection. "Humph, there's no reasoning with you, you rascal. You can sow the seeds, it's not as strenuous." "I shall join your father in digging the holes," Li Huanqin responded, placing the corn seeds in Ling Mo's hands. "If you grow weary, rest upon the ridge of the field, your father and I shall manage," Li Huanqin added, heading towards Sherdazhuang while reminding Ling Mo to take it easy. Ling Mo gazed at their departing figures, her heart brimming with happiness and contentment. The sun blazed intensely, yet beneath its rays, warmth and affection flourished. As time slipped away, and with the anticipation of Shuyujin and his sister's imminent dismissal from school, Ling Mo set down the corn seeds and cleansed her hands in the waterway. "Father, mother, Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi will soon be released from school. I shall fetch them." Having informed Mr. and Mrs. Shi, Ling Mo shook the moisture from her hands and proceeded outside. The bell chimed. Its sound interwoven with the exuberance of dismissal, as a throng of children eagerly poured out of the classrooms. "How is it that I was never like that?" Ling Mo mused with a gentle smile, observing the spirited elementary school students before her, her thoughts drifting back to her own childhood. As she stood there, lost in reverie, the young Shi siblings, Eugene and Yu Shi, dashed towards her, their plump figures undeniably endearing. "Sister, let's go, let's go. We're famished," exclaimed Shi Yu Shi, tugging at Ling Mo's hand. Shi Eugene, meanwhile, proudly presented a small wooden horse, a product of their handicraft class. "Wow, Xiao Jin, this is exceptional. It's beautiful," Ling Mo praised, affectionately patting Shi Eugene's head. "But sister, I helped too," Shi Yushi protested, seeking recognition alongside his brother. "You both were wonderful," Ling Mo reassured them. "Now, let's head home for dinner." She took the hands of the two children and led them out of the school grounds. "Wait, sister. This is for you." The siblings, each grasping an end of the wooden horse, jointly offered it to Ling Mo, their eyes gleaming with the innocent desire for her affection. Ling Mo accepted the small token, her eyes brimming with emotion. She knelt down and embraced the two children. Gratitude fills the air as our two little rascals. Hand in hand, the trio joyfully made their way home. The couple, Sherdazhuang and his wife, had returned from the fields, currently engaged in the task of gutting a fish. "We're having fish for dinner today, my dears," announced Sherdazhuang, his hands holding the fish with delight. "Your father is quite pleased, having received this fish from Uncle Li next door," remarked Li Huanqin, shaking her head at Sherdazhuang's exuberance while sharing a light-hearted complaint with the three children, her eyes sparkling with joy and contentment. Ling Mo sat on a small stool, engrossed in the wooden horse gifted by her siblings. Watching the playful banter among the siblings and the light-hearted quarrels between Sherdazhuang and Li Huanqin filled her heart with a profound sense of satisfaction. She gazed up at the cerulean sky, pondering, will we always be like this? "Time for dinner," called Li Huanqin from the kitchen doorway, jolting Ling Mo from her reverie. She hurried over to assist Li Huanqin in bringing out the dishes. "Come, Mayo, have a piece of fish to replenish your strength. You've lost some weight these past few days," Sherdazhuang remarked, playfully criticizing Ling Mo while serving her a generous portion of fish. He then offered some to the two little ones before finally beginning to eat himself. As Ling Mo gazed upon her family, a wave of warmth washed over her. Despite not being their biological offspring, their unwavering affection stood in stark contrast to the memory of her biological father from a past life. A realization that sparked a flicker of derision in her eyes. The family congregated for supper as the sun dipped below the horizon, their laughter and banter filling the air. Chapter 8, Deliberations and Designs. Following the evening meal, Ling Mo beckoned Sherdazhuang and his wife to the courtyard. "Mom, Dad," she began, her tone measured. "I've been giving considerable thought to our circumstances these past few days. With my impending entry into high school and the future educational needs of Xiao Jin and Xiaoxi, the financial strain on our family will only intensify." Her gaze met theirs, conveying the weight of her words. "The uncultivated land behind our home represents a missed opportunity. I propose we cultivate a fruit orchard, the yield from which could supplement our household income." Her announcement was delivered with a solemnity that belied her years. Li Huanqin and Sherdazhuang exchanged perplexed glances, a shared concern clouding their features. "Moyo, what prompted this sudden proposition?" Li Huanqing inquired, her voice laced with apprehension. Leng Mayo remained steadfast, her resolve unwavering. Allow me to elaborate. I am well aware of the implications of my actions. The grafting of fruit trees has gained considerable traction in the market. With my imminent enrollment in high school in the city, the associated expenses will only escalate. Furthermore, Xiaojin and Xiaoxi deserve access to superior educational resources in the future. Moreover, relying solely on traditional farming practices places an undue burden on you both. I aspire to alleviate your toil. Recalling his previous life, Leng Mayo felt a pang of anguish as he remembered Shi Dazhuang's illness, which had been exacerbated by overwork and led to his untimely demise shortly after Leng Mayo's departure. Mayo, you've always been a bright child, far more discerning than your peers. Your mother and I had hoped to find alternative ways to save money for your education, but we were at a loss, Shi Dazhuang lamented. Leng Mayo handed Shi Dazhuang the remaining 30,000 yuan from his bag. Dad, I sold my jade pendant. Use this to buy fertilizer and whatever else you need. Unable to explain the money's origin, he resorted to this explanation. Mayo, that jade pendant might have been a keepsake from your birth parents. How could you sell it? Li Huanqing said, her heart aching as she saw Leng Mayo produce so much money. If they were not so impoverished, Mayo would not have had to sell the jade pendant. It's all right, Mom. We can buy it back when we have money. Oh, I bought fruit tree saplings today. The seller will deliver them tomorrow, so please keep an eye out. Leng Mayo was returning to school tomorrow and did not know when he would be able to come home for a break. You silly child. Why didn't you discuss this with us first? Don't do this again, Shi Dazhuang said, feeling helpless yet unable to change what Leng Mayo had done. Feigning a playful demeanor, Leng Mayo diverted the subject with a coquettish smile. Dad, I'm destitute. You'll have to work diligently to provide for me. She embraced Shi Dazhuang's arm affectionately. And me. And me. Shi Yujin and Shi Yushi exclaimed gleefully, rushing into the courtyard, each clutching a candied hawthorn in one hand and a small cake in the other, eager to join the discussion. All right, you three rascals, Li Huanqing remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with Shi Dazhuang. As if they had tacitly agreed upon a pact to diligently earn money. The entire courtyard resonated with the joyous laughter of a close-knit family. Bathing in the warm glow of the setting sun, each person pondered their own thoughts. Shi Dazhuang and Li Huanqing exchanged a meaningful look, silently resolving to provide their children with a better life. Oblivious to their parents' concerns, Shi Yujin and Shi Yushi tilted their heads, contemplating what games they would play tomorrow. Meanwhile, Leng Mayo contemplated that all her plans needed to be expedited, and she needed to locate Qi Yuya. With the day Ling Tianao would come to demand her return drawing nearer, she needed to make thorough arrangements before she could confidently proceed with her next course of action. After a while, Shi Dazhuang and his wife began tidying up the cabbages they had harvested from the fields that day, preparing to make kimchi, which would facilitate storage and prevent spoilage. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, Leng Mayo quietly slipped out of the house. Knock, knock. Grandpa Village Chief. Are you home? It's Mayo. Leng Mayo arrived at the residence of Laoli, the village chief of Mabe Village. Ah, Mayo, is that you? Do you need something from Grandpa Village Chief? Upon opening the door, the village chief, Li, was greeted by the sight of Leng Mayo, hands casually in pockets. Standing at his doorstep, a strikingly handsome young girl, indeed. The village chief had always held a fondness for this child. Village Chief Grandpa, she began. I've come today to ask for your assistance. Leng Mayo, contemplating the matter of the fruit trees, intended to discuss it with the village chief. Recognizing that such an extensive planting endeavor would require the support of the villagers. Speak, child, I'm listening, replied village chief Li, observing Leng Mayo's earnest demeanor. Is this child always so serious? He wondered. I acquired a batch of saplings in the city today and intend to cultivate them on the mountain to the east of our village. This area has seen rapid development in recent years, and these saplings should yield a harvest before long. As my parents will undoubtedly be overwhelmed, I was hoping you could rally the villagers to assist them when needed, essentially as a form of labor investment. They would then be entitled to a share of the profits. Village Chief Li, gazing at the diminutive Leng Mayo, was astounded by her foresight. I was just pondering what kind of project I could initiate to lift the villagers out of poverty, and here you are, delivering one right to my doorstep. Indeed. This project holds considerable potential. Here is a detailed implementation plan for your perusal. Please proceed according to these arrangements. Lung Mayo placed a notebook on the table. Dillage chiefly opened the notebook, its contents compelling his admiration. Staring at Lung Mayo with widened eyes, he thought, this child is destined for greatness. Noticing Dillage chiefly's expression, Lung Mayo knew she had secured his agreement. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, Dillage chief grandpa. Please extend your support to my parents. Lung Mayo stood up and bowed to Village chiefly before turning to lead the chiefs home. The sun quietly retreated, casting a somber shadow over the sky. Lying in bed, Lung Mayo intertwined her fingers behind her head, lamenting the weight of her thoughts. As night descended, her memories stirred, eliciting emotions akin to the serenade of crickets. With her eyes gently closed, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9, returning to campus, the crowing of the village rooster echoed, urging everyone to rise. Lung Mayo stretched languidly, yawning as she groggily pulled back her covers. The absence of her phone was indeed a nuisance. She lamented the lack of connectivity while brushing her teeth, deeming it one of the 10 greatest tortures of the 21st century. Li Huanqing glanced at her daughter as she got up, and upon seeing her finished with her morning routine, served her a bowl of porridge. Mayo, have your breakfast first. It's still too early for any transport to town. Your father has gone to borrow a 3-wheeled vehicle from Uncle Li, he'll take you to school shortly. I understand, Mom, replied Lung Mayo, sipping her porridge while acknowledging her mother. Li Huanqing handed her 100 yuan. Take this, Mayo. It's your allowance for the week. If it runs out, just ask your teacher to call your father for more. As she tucked the money into Lung Mayo's bag, she gathered a change of clothes for him, all the while chattering away. Lung Mayo hesitated to reveal his financial resources to Li Huanqing, as his father typically avoided using bank cards. Therefore, he discreetly slipped the card into his belongings. Understood, mother, Lung Mayo responded with resignation to Li Huanqing's heartfelt exhortations. The sputtering engine of Uncle Li's tricycle broke the silence as Da Zhuang started it up next door. Mayo, let's go, Dad will take you to school. Da Zhuang hoisted Lung Mayo's bag and the sack of clothes onto the vehicle. All right, Dad, just a moment, Lung Mayo replied, opening the door to his siblings' room. He placed the stickers he had spotted in town the previous day, which he knew they would adore, a Disney princess for one, and an armor hero for the other, beneath their pillows. Be good, listen to Mom and Dad, your sister is off to school. Lung Mayo whispered softly, as the 2 children were still fast asleep. Mom, I'm leaving now. If you and Dad find yourselves overwhelmed with planting the saplings on the back hill, don't hesitate to hire some help, don't wear yourselves out. Lung Mayo, clutching the water bottle Li Huanqing had given her, turned to face her mother. Don't worry, Mayo. We've been farmers for years, this little bit of work won't kill us. Li Huanqing's heart swelled with joy at her daughter's thoughtfulness and concern. Well, Mom, I'm off then. Lung Mayo stepped forward and embraced Li Huanqing tightly. Go on, focus on your studies, don't worry about things here at home. Your father and I have everything under control. All right, Dad, let us be on our way. Lung Mayo settled into the back seat of the rickety 3-wheeled vehicle. Thud, 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 thud. Thud. The 2 women journeyed toward the quaint little town school nestled deep within her memories. With a gentle screech, Da Zhuang brought the vehicle to a halt at the school gate. Moi, this is where I leave you. Go on in, and remember to study diligently. Listen to your teachers. If you find yourself short of pocket money, do let me know, alright? Don't feel compelled to endure hardships. Da Zhuang hoisted Moi's backpack and clothes, escorting her to the entrance. Don't worry, Dad, I will take good care of myself. Suddenly recalling her arrangement with the vendor who sold saplings, she added, oh, the uncle selling fruit tree saplings is delivering them to our home later. Please remember to receive them. I know. Now hurry inside, don't be late, Da Zhuang replied, waving her off with a gesture to hasten. Okay. You take care and head back soon. Goodbye, Dad. Under the watchful gaze of the security guard, Lung Mayo stepped into the school. Abruptly, she paused, closed her eyes, as if to savor the essence of this new realm. Yes, it was still a familiar sensation. Opening her eyes, she continued her way forward. Tap. Tap. Lung Mayo rapped on the office door. Come in, a voice, familiar and warm, pierced through her memory. As she pushed open the door, her gaze fell upon a graceful young teacher, elegantly seated at her desk, diligently grading assignments. Ms. Li, I've returned. This was Li Shuyan. Lung Myu's homeroom teacher for her 3 years of junior high, and one of the few sources of warmth in Lung Myu's life. Myu. You're back. How are you? Are you feeling better? Upon seeing Lung Myu, Li Shuyan immediately put down her pen, held Lung Myu's shoulders, and inquired with concern. I'm fine, Ms. Li. As you can see, I'm perfectly well. Lung Myu's usually aloof face was brightened by a touch of warmth. She held Ms. Li in high regard. That's good. There are only a little over 3 months until the high school entrance examination. So you must make the most of your time and study diligently. If there's anything you don't understand, bring it to me after class. And I'll always be here to help. Li Shuyan was very concerned about her students' academic performance, especially since they were in such a small place, where studying hard was the only way to escape. In her previous life, Lung Myu's junior high school grades were never particularly outstanding. It could be said that she consistently maintained a mediocre level. Therefore, Li Shuyan always believed that Lung Myu had the potential to improve further and took extra care of her. I understand, Ms. Li, Lung Myu replied, looking at Li Shuyan's familiar face with a sense of helplessness. As she was about to return to the classroom for class, Li Shuyan suddenly stopped her. Myu. I'll give you another half-day off. Go put your luggage away and get settled in your dormitory first, then come to class in the afternoon. Lung Myu thought that it would be a good opportunity to take advantage of this half-day to go to town and take care of some things she needed to do. So, she agreed, okay, thank you, Ms. Li. Li Shuyan watched Lung Myu's departing figure with a smile. Indeed, the young lady possessed a captivating allure. Chapter 10, A Second Encounter with Tte de Fer. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lung Myu nonchalantly tossed her satchel and luggage onto the bed before promptly exiting. With a leisurely gait, she ambled along, savoring the picturesque scenery of the school grounds as she gradually made her way off campus. It was imperative to procure the necessary items without delay. Lung Myu sauntered languidly through the streets, eventually arriving at a bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan. Alas! The familiar sight of those petty rodents once again. No sooner had Lung Myu stepped out of the bank than history, with its uncanny knack for repetition, reasserted itself as she found herself under surveillance by the same cohort. Disregarding Tte de Fer and his entourage, Lung Myu pivoted and proceeded towards a secluded alleyway. After all, a tranquil setting with minimal foot traffic was conducive to negotiations. Observing Lung Myu's deliberate entry into the alley, Tte de Fer surmised that the girl was making things easier for them. With a subtle gesture, he signaled his companions to tail Lung Myu. Emerge from your concealment. How long do you intend to prolong this charade? Lung Myu's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation, as her playful warmth was supplanted by an aura of unrestrained ferocity and icy disdain. As Tte de Fer pondered the optimal strategy for extracting the money from her possession, he was startled by Lung Myu's sudden interjection, momentarily failing to realize that her words were directed at them. Or must I extend a personal invitation? Lung Myu inquired, idly juggling the dossier containing the cash, exuding an air of ruthless roguishness that, paradoxically, failed to elicit revulsion. How did she detect our presence? They wondered, inwardly alarmed. With no choice but to brace themselves, the Ironhead and his companions cautiously approached Lung Myu. Regret began to seep in as they recalled the overwhelming impression she had left on them during their last encounter. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Ironhead, what is your standing within the gang? Lung Myu inquired, her voice steady despite the palpable fear that gripped Ironhead, who held her gaze unwaveringly. Even if Ironhead had not presented himself today, she would have sought him out regardless, as her future endeavors required capable hands. Ironhead was a reliable individual, and she felt assured in entrusting him with tasks, provided he remained utterly loyal. Betrayal was something she would never tolerate. Just as Huang Mao intended to confront Lung Myu, Ironhead intervened, sensing that she was not to be trifled with and that cultivating a rapport with her could prove beneficial. The structure of the Tiger Head gang is quite straightforward. I am the leader of the Zhaifeng Hall, and the higher-ups include the gang leader and the deputy leader, Ironhead replied, meeting her gaze earnestly. Lung Myu scoffed coldly, you claim to hold a significant position, yet you spend your days engaging in despicable acts. I find such behavior utterly contemptible. Ironhead, who had long been involved in thievery, felt an unexpected wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head, despite the fact that his victims were merely affluent local figures. Enough with the morose demeanor, it is utterly unseemly, Lung Mou remarked, eager to conclude this exchange and move on to her next endeavor. The Iron Head and his companions now resembled a flock of helpless chicks, unable to struggle against their fate. Observing this, Lung Mou felt the time was ripe. I shall assist you in seizing the position of the Tiger Head gang leader, on one condition, you must aid me in my endeavors. What say you? She proposed, casting out a tantalizing bait. With an air of confidence, she tossed a folder containing 100,000 yuan towards Iron Head. Upon seeing the money, Iron Head remained silent, eager to hear what Lung Mou would say next. Well done, maintaining your composure, you are indeed a promising candidate, she thought, increasingly convinced of his potential. Follow me. And monetary concerns will be a non-issue. Now, respond, can you commit to this? Lung Mou appreciated straightforward individuals. After contemplating the young woman before him, Ironhead finally resolved to act. Brother, she is merely an insignificant girl, why would you demean yourself to assist her? Huang Mao lamented. Witnessing his longtime leader fall under Lung Mou's influence, his heart swelling with discontent. Ironhead, however, did not respond to Huang Mao's question. His intuition urged him that aligning with this woman would prove advantageous. Excellent, I plan to establish a company in town, primarily dealing in apparel. You shall expedite the registration process, Lung Mou instructed Ironhead. The money I just provided is your salary for this month, upon completion of the task. Further rewards will follow. Noticing Ironhead's incredulous expression, she recognized that her plan was taking shape. You will be the public face of the company. Do you comprehend my intentions? Lung Mou was reluctant to expose herself to the public eye, as it would hinder the execution of her plans. Tai Tu found himself at a loss for words, inexplicably recalling his 15-year-old self, achieving nothing, and now at 26, still meandering through life aimlessly. All right, I understand. Tai Tu replied to Lung Mou, recognizing that this might indeed be an opportunity for him. Come with me, Lung Mou instructed. After discussing the registration of the company, she took Tai Tu to the bank and transferred 1 million to his bank account, providing the necessary funds for the company's establishment and management during this period. As Tai Tu gazed at the multiple zeros in his bank account, he felt increasingly convinced that his choice today was not misguided. Associating with such a girl would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than fostering enmity. After parting ways with Tai Tu, Lung Mou purchased a phone and a computer from a store before returning to school. Sitting at her dormitory desk, she swiftly unpacked and upgraded the devices. For only high-performance equipment would suffice, wouldn't it? Upon powering up the computer, she discreetly infiltrated the mobile carrier system and located Tai Tu's phone number. Mou Luo? Huh. That's quite an amusing name. Lung Mou sent a message to Tai Tu, this is Lung Mou, here is my phone number. Should any issues arise concerning the company, please do not hesitate to contact me. Not long after, she received a reply. Understood. Chapter 11, The Return of the Sovereign. Having deactivated his cellular device, Lung Mou accessed the ACM system interface. With practiced ease, he composed a succinct program for both his computer and mobile phone, designed to conceal all identifying information and thus prevent the disclosure of his location. Once preparations were finalized, he entered his credentials and decisively struck the Enter key, thereby logging into the system. All hail the return of our sovereign. The familiar interface and customary greeting appeared. Immediately following this, a deluge of notifications seeking her whereabouts inundated the system, threatening to overwhelm Lung Mou's computer. Your Majesty, where have you been all these years? Why have you been offline for so long? This message came from an ardent admirer. Your Majesty, you deign to return? Do you have any idea how long a search we old codgers have conducted for you? This was from one of the senior figures within the ACM hierarchy. Individuals with one foot already in the grave. With an impassive countenance, Lung Mou purged the irrelevant messages, offering no response to any of them. Scrolling to the uppermost section of the message log, Lung Mou located the contact named Mou. Predictably, Mou had dispatched no fewer than 100 messages since her previous login. The content consisted largely of invective and expressions of concern, interspersed with sporadic updates regarding events that had transpired within ACM over the intervening years. Lung Mou had no intention of elucidating the circumstances surrounding her departure from the organization 3 years prior. Mou. Assemble the most proficient corporate management team available and dispatch them to Baimu Town, Fengqing, to rendezvous with me. having dispatched a message and her contact details to MOU. Lung MOU then posted a message in a group named Nether 7, Brethren, I have returned. In her previous life, Lung MOU had cultivated 6 exceptionally talented confidants within ACM. This group, independent of ACM, collectively excelled in computer science, with each member possessing considerable expertise in other domains. The members of the Nether 7 were Mai King, MOU, Aurora, Dai Shi, Jiu Yan, Ada, and Nguyen Tong. Even though these individuals were aware of her return since her last system login, Lung MOU still felt compelled to inform them personally. To Lung MOU, the Nether 7 were more than just subordinates, they were akin to family. Without waiting for a response, Lung MOU swiftly exited the system and deftly concealed her computer beneath the bed frame. After all, she was merely a junior high school student, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Lung MOU closed her eyes and lay quietly on her small bed, gradually drifting off to sleep. Click. The sound of the doorknob turning echoed from outside. Lung MOU, a light sleeper, awoke at the sound of the doorknob. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 12:30 p.m., indicating her roommate had likely returned from class. Xiaoyu, Teacher Li mentioned you were back at school. I figured you hadn't had lunch, so I brought you some food back from the cafeteria. Li Xiaodai held the meal in her hands and placed it gently on the table for Lung Moyo. The dormitory was shared by 4, and among her 3 roommates, only Li Xiaodai hailed from the same village, naturally fostering a closer bond between them. Xiaoyu, how is your health now? Come, eat first. Your blood sugar is low. If you don't eat, you won't be able to attend class this afternoon. Li Xiaodai, without hesitation, pulled Lung Moyo from her small bed to sit at the table, urging her to eat promptly. I'm fine, Xiaodai. I can eat now, Lung Moyo replied. Li Xiaodai, being a year older and a fellow villager, took great care of her. Lung Moyo was not particularly fond of conversing with others, yet she allowed herself to indulge in Li Xiaodia's nurturing demeanor. Under Li Xiaodia's watchful gaze, Lung Moyo slowly finished half a bowl of rice. Her appetite had always been poor, and few foods could truly entice her. Eating was merely a means to stave off hunger. Xiaoyu, you must eat more. Don't mimic those girls in class who starve themselves, it's simply unappealing. Li Xiaodai scooped a generous spoonful of rice, preparing to feed her. Xiaodai, it's unnecessary. I'm already full, truly. Seeing Li Xiaodai poised to pour the remaining half bowl of rice into her mouth, Lung Moyo couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, as ever, was so intent on looking after me. All right, I will eat, she conceded, and with that, she devoured the leftover rice with gusto. Both hailing from a small rural background, they understood the value of food and the hardships involved in its acquisition. Cold Mayo had grown accustomed to this situation, gazing at Li Xiaodai with a resigned smile in her eyes. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 roommates returned, greeted Cold Mayo with cheerful hellos, and offered assistance should she require any. Cold Mayo nodded in agreement, appearing amiable yet remaining distant. During the lunch break, Li Xiaodai insisted on sharing a bed with Cold Mayo for a nap, claiming it had been too long since they last slept together. With no choice but to acquiesce, Cold Mayo complied. The sound of heavy breathing filled her ears, while the fragrant scent of blooming cherry blossoms wafted in from the window. Gradually, Cold Mayo closed her eyes. Chapter 12, Mock High School Entrance Exam. Beep beep beep. The incessant ringing of the alarm clock set by Li Xiaodai began to fill the air. Cold Mayo blinked, silencing the alarm, while its owner, Li Xiaodai, remained sprawled with her hands over her ears, unwilling to rise. Li Xiaodai, it's time for class, Cold Mayo called out. She chose to ignore Li Xiaodia's struggle to awaken. Pondering what manner of behavior it was it a desperate struggle on the brink of death? Hearing Lin Moi's voice, Li Xiaodai reluctantly grumbled as she roused herself from the bed, lamenting the existence of classes. The quartet barely made it to class 3 of the 3rd grade. Alas, the sweltering afternoon made attending class an undesirable prospect, a sentiment not exclusive to Li Xiaodai, as Lin Moi inwardly echoed the sentiment. The school bell chimed with punctual precision. As the English teacher, Ma Jila, entered, clutching a stack of papers, their exact nature unknown. However, the papers seemed to exude an aura that was far from appealing to the students. Ma Jila cast a sidelong glance at the listless students, berating their lack of enthusiasm, reminding them that the high school entrance examination was fast approaching and questioning their aspirations for prestigious schools. Urging them to invigorate themselves, Ma Jila continued his incessant chatter. announcing that the first mock examination for the high school entrance examination would be conducted that afternoon and the following day, commencing with English. He then instructed the class representative to distribute the papers, leaving the students thunderstruck and unprepared. Murmurs of discontent arose, with most students complaining about the lack of prior notice, while a minority expressed anticipation. Lung Moi remained indifferent, dismissing the papers as mere child's play. "What shall I do, Moi? English is my weakest subject." Li Xiaodai lamented with a crestfallen expression. "Don't fret, just attempt the questions, and I'll assist you with corrections once the papers are graded," Lung Moi reassured her. Lung Mayo observed Li Xiaodai's anxious demeanor and attempted to offer comfort. "Alas, Mayo, this hardly qualifies as consolation." Li Xiaodai pouted, a charming young girl who had always believed that her academic performance was on par with Lung Mayo's. Lung Mayo shrugged. After all, who could blame her for her impeccable score management? "All right. Silence now, let us commence with the examination. Should you fail to complete it, do refrain from complaining." Ma Jila appeared stern. Yet he was fundamentally akin to other rural educators, genuinely concerned about his students' learning and academic achievements. Only through testing could he discern their weaknesses and address them accordingly. The clamor in the classroom abruptly ceased, as nearly everyone diligently worked on their papers, save for those uninterested in pursuing higher education, who continued to fold their papers or succumb to slumber. Lung Mayo languidly twirled her pen, writing sporadically on her paper. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing her long hair to dance in the wind, creating a striking tableau alongside the verdant willows outside. After a short while, Lung Mayo felt sufficient progress had been made. She set down her pen and turned to see Li Xiaodai still fervently battling with her paper, sweat beading on her forehead. Lung Mayo quietly gazed at the willow tree outside, an aura of coldness enveloping her, exuding an air of detachment from the world around her. "Alas! I must have been out of my mind to return to school and waste time once more." Lung Mayo felt utterly despondent about these final 3 months of junior high, especially since she was already 22 years old in her previous life. Nearing 40 when both lives were combined, alas. If it weren't for the meticulous execution of her revenge plan, Lung Mayo wouldn't be here now. Ding. 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 "All right. Pens down, and bring your papers to the podium." The English teacher, Ma Jila, spoke up in due course, interrupting Lung Mayo's reverie. "Ah, I haven't finished yet." Wails of lamentation once again filled the classroom. "Xiao Yu, let me help you submit yours," Li Xiaodai said, picking up Lung Mayo's paper and heading to the podium. "Look at you, you said you'd help me correct it, but you haven't even finished your own." Li Xiaodai glanced at Lung Mayo's paper and chuckled. "Let's go. Xiao Yu, let's grab some food in the cafeteria and prepare for evening self-study. I reckon we'll have another mock test later, just not sure which subject it'll be," Li Xiaodai said, pulling Lung Mayo along as she walked. Lung Mayo didn't respond, merely watching her incessant chatter. After getting their food, the two were pulled to sit with 2 other girls from their class. Inevitably, the post-exam ritual of comparing answers began. Lung Mayo expressed her disinterest in participating. And sure enough, it commenced. "Xiaodai, which word did you choose for question 5? Girl 1 asked, chewing on her food and looking at Li Xiaodai. "Yes, yes." Girl 2 chimed in, echoing her query. Uninterested in the ongoing events, Lung Mayo hastily consumed a few mouthfuls of rice. "Xiaodai, I'm finished eating. I'll head back to the classroom." Lung Mayo intended to slip away. "Huh? You're done already, Xiao Yu?" Li Xiaodai glanced at the substantial amount of food remaining in her bowl, marveling at Xiao Yu's rapid eating pace. Lung Mayo nodded in acknowledgement and exited the cafeteria under the gaze of the trio. "Hey, Mayo." Lung Mayo's phone vibrated in her pocket just now. "I'll have to call back." Mayo, on the other end of the line, was audibly taken aback. "My king? You're a girl?" Lung Mayo was unfazed by Moyu's surprise. In her previous life, she had employed a voice changer when communicating with them to prevent the discovery of her personal information and avoid potential complications. You've finally returned. The world is vast, and there are countless formidable individuals. Why couldn't my king be a girl? Am I not one myself? Moyu suppressed her astonishment. You requested that I bring the company's management team to Fengqing Baimu Town. Do you intend to establish a company there? Baimu Town, after all, is relatively underdeveloped compared to major cities, and Moyu harbored some reservations about Lin Moyo's decision. Yes. I'm currently at school, and some matters are not convenient to discuss. First, assemble the personnel. I will notify you once the company registration is complete here. Lin Moyo, unwilling to waste time, swiftly made the arrangements. You're still a student? Moyu was even more astounded. Lin Moyo did not intend to conceal her identity in this life. Do not waste words. If there is information to convey, refrain from making calls. How come I never realized before that Moyu's intellect was so lacking? Startled, Moyu suddenly came to her senses. I apologize, my king, I understand now. I was merely taken aback. At last, Moyu returned to her usual self, resuming her playful demeanor. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably. After all, when my king returns, I shall be the first to seek him out. It's time for a bit of bragging. Ling Moyu, overhearing her voice, perceived her as somewhat foolish and chose not to engage further, promptly ending the call. Moyu, undeterred, swiftly sent a message in the Yuming Chiju group, I am going to meet with my king. Aurora, wow, Moyu. You better take me along. Daishi, sister Moyu, I wish to join as well. Warm eyes, oh, Moyu. Please be kind and inform me before you leave. Jiao Yan, regardless, I can trace Moyu's location, I'll make my way there myself. Ada, Moyu. Aren't you being a bit unfair to those of us far away? Woe is me. Moyu slyly observed the peculiar responses from the others in the chat. Her strange vanity suddenly satisfied. No, I shall go alone, I won't be bringing any of you. Moyu was quite proud, calculating in her mind that she could not allow these individuals to steal her thunder in front of the leader. Dear classmates, you have all heard of the mock high school entrance examination, haven't you? During evening study hours, let us focus on our Chinese language papers, which will be collected at the end of the session. Our Chinese class is conducted by our homeroom teacher, Li Shuyan, who also hopes to utilize every fleeting moment to enhance the students' academic performance. Time is of the essence, seizing even a little is worthwhile. Following the afternoon's English assessment, the lamentations in the classroom have significantly diminished, as most are diligently engaged with their Chinese test papers. Lin Moyo remains in the same state as during the English test, one hand propping up her chin, while the other languidly doodles on her exam sheet. Li Shuyan's sparkling eyes dart around the room like a vigilant radar, as she will not tolerate any possibility of cheating. When she passes by Lin Moyo, she inspects her paper and finds it to be entirely correct, impressive. However, is her pace not rather slow? Lin Moyo meticulously measures her time while working through the questions. Once her score reaches 60 points, she sets down her pen and embarks on her daydreaming journey. Alright, everyone, please hand in your papers, Li Shuyan reminds, glancing at her watch. Lin Moyo does not return to the dormitory with Li Xiaodai. Instead, she evades the security guard and finds a secluded wall, effortlessly leaping over it. What has transpired with the company matters? Lin Moyo inquires, standing in the alley with her hands in her pockets, addressing a tall man. This individual is Tai Tu Mou Luo, the one whom Lin Moyo entrusted with the registration and approval of her company, having offered a gratuity to the relevant authorities. The matter is now largely resolved. You are now the chairman of the company, and your signature is required on this document. With these words, Mou Luo presented the papers to Ling Myu. I have secured a building in the town center for the company's address. It comes with a storefront, which will facilitate the subsequent shelving of merchandise. Mou Luo received the signed documents from Ling Myu and continued. Well done. Expedite the clearing and preparation of the premises with the seller. In a few days, I will bring a group of people to manage the company, which will alleviate some of your burden. Ling Myu was pleased with Mou Luo's efficiency, recognizing his potential. Remember, you are the general manager of the company, and you are entitled to due compensation from the company's operations. My promises will be fulfilled. Do not reveal any information about me without my consent. As Ling Myu spoke, he transferred 20 million to Mou Luo's account via his phone. Understood. Mou Luo watched Ling Myu nimbly scale the wall and felt increasingly vindicated in his earlier decision. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ling Myu found his roommates asleep. After freshening up in the washroom, he lay down on his cot. He took out his phone and sent a message to Mou. MOU, bring the people to Northwood Town in 3 days. Chapter 14, no such person. The next morning, Lung Myu arose early. His current physical condition is far inferior to what it was in his previous life. At 6 in the morning, Lung Mayo appeared punctually on the playground beneath the dormitory, her legs bound with 10-pound sandbags that MOU had provided for her. She commenced her exercise routine, circling the grounds. Reflecting on the tragic end of her previous life, she mused that had she not been so gullible towards Lung Xinlu and Shin Jiwei, those individuals would have posed no threat to her given her skills. Yet, it was precisely this naivety that cost her life, leading to Qi Yuye's loss of the commercial empire he had painstakingly built, departing alongside her. Lung Xinlu and Shin Jiwei, prepare yourselves, for Lung Mayo quickened her pace. After running for an hour on the playground, she unfastened the sandbags and returned to her dormitory to freshen up before heading to class. Although she harbored a profound aversion to the rudimentary knowledge of middle school, she resolved to attend class to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiaoyu, here's your breakfast. Li Xiaodai called out as she descended the stairs and spotted Lung Mayo running. Concerned that she might miss her meal, she brought her a portion. Thank you, Xiaodai. Lung Mayo replied, ruffling Li Xiaodai's hair affectionately. She retrieved 50 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Li Xiaodai, saying, "This is for your meals over the next few days, take it." Aware that Li Xiaodai's family wasn't particularly affluent, Lung Mayo appreciated her concern and felt compelled to reciprocate. Li Xiaodai, understanding her well, accepted the money but was displeased by the head pat. "I'm the older sister, please don't keep patting my head." Lung Mayo, undeterred, playfully poked her head again, smiling without a word. Although Li Xiaodai was older, she was far more adorable, and Lung Mayo found herself utterly defenseless against anything charming. As the first mock examination for the high school entrance exam was still incomplete with several subjects yet to be tested, Lung Mayo spent the entire day immersed in answering papers. In the evening, Li Shuyan, radiating enthusiasm, stood at the podium and mysteriously proclaimed, "Students, I have both good and bad news, which would you prefer to hear first?" His eyes sparkled as he gazed down at the exhausted group of students. "Ah, teacher. Let us hear the bad news first, we're not in a great position ourselves," the students clamored. "All right then, I shall share the bad news first. Tonight, your subject teachers will work diligently to grade the papers from the past 2 days of testing, and the results will be revealed tomorrow. The bottom 10 will have to tackle a multitude of questions," Li Shuyan teased. "Ah. Teacher, please spare us," the students pleaded, unable to withstand the playful torment of their mischievous homeroom teacher, who, despite acting in their best interest, was pushing them to their limits. Only Lung Mayo remained apathetic, seemingly unconcerned. Observing the dismayed expressions on their faces, Li Shuyan chuckled, "Of course, I have good news for you as well, there will be rewards for the top 10. Though the details remain a secret." Before he could finish, the classroom erupted in cheers. "Yay! Thank you, teacher. You truly are a delightful gardener." The youth, it seems, are easily satisfied. "Halt, I haven't finished," came the announcement, "evening self-study is cancelled." A resounding cheer erupted, "Huzzah, long live the teacher, we adore you." The jubilation intensified, one wave building upon another. Li Xiaodai intended to invite Lung Mou to join them for a relaxing dinner, but Lung Mou declined, choosing to return to the dormitory. "Qi Yuye's records are sealed?" she mused, "who exactly is he? This is tantamount to being a non-entity." Lung Mou was perplexed. Could there truly be information she couldn't access? After a moment's contemplation, Lung Mou located the internal system of the company Qi Yuye had founded. "The individual who established these defenses is an expert," she noted, "judging by this caliber, they are undoubtedly superior to those 6 youngsters. Heh. But you are no match for me." A smile played upon Lung Mou's lips as her fingers danced across the keyboard. Meanwhile, on the 32nd floor of MY Group in the capital, a tall and imposing man listened to the report from his assistant. His long, black hair was loosely gathered. His icy blue eyes were both ardent and aloof, his nose was aquiline, and his thin lips parted as he spoke. "President, our internal system has been breached." "The computer, if you please," he responded, his slender fingers already poised to react. Were Lung Mou present, she would surely be astonished, for the man's dexterity rivaled even her own. The man swiftly manipulated the computer. "Jolin, trace their location." The man's spirited eyes gleamed as he issued the command to his assistant. Yes, sir, came the reply, as actions commenced. Abruptly, a sheen of perspiration beaded on Lin Moyo's brow. A grim realization dawned upon her: she had been counter-tracked. Capture would inevitably lead to incarceration. It was evident that her adversary had laid an elaborate snare, a gambit of considerable sophistication, one that she had narrowly avoided. Her pupils, reminiscent of distant, frigid stars on a winter's eve, radiated an icy lucidity tempered with a profound, almost corrosive tenderness. Yu Yi, she mused, your subordinates are indeed formidable. However, she lamented that she could not allow him to discover her whereabouts, at least for the time being. Lin Moyo was genuinely gladdened that Qi Yuya had such capable individuals under his command, oblivious to the fact that he himself was the architect of this digital pursuit. With nimble fingers, she executed a swift hack of the opposing computer, preserving the data pertaining to Qi Yuya, before disconnecting and powering down her own system. Qi Yuya's brow furrowed in consternation as he beheld the blank screen before him. Who was this enigmatic figure? President, we were unable to ascertain the individual's location, when Jolin, his assistant, reported with palpable frustration. It's inconsequential, Qi Yuya responded, even as he initiated the rebooting sequence for his computer. Prioritize the reinforcement of the firewall. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Qi Yuya's eyes. There's no need, he declared. It has already been rectified. He observed that the company's system was now not only free from its previous vulnerabilities but also bolstered by a more robust defensive framework. The records indicated that only his personal data had been accessed, a file he had personally encrypted. This served as an attestation to the intruder's prowess. And he was relieved that they were not an adversary. Qi Yuya gazed out the window, pondering, who could you possibly be? Chapter 15, Receiving the award. Is Qi Yuya even human? Lin Moyo gazed at the documents in her hand. He was accepted into MIT at the tender age of 12. Graduated early at 14, and received admission to graduate studies the same year, completing both his master's and doctoral degrees in just 3 years. By 17, he returned to his homeland and established MY, transforming it into a globally renowned business empire within 3 short years. In her previous life, the Qi family was already a prominent family, yet Qi Yuya managed to forge his own path, creating an independent legacy separate from his family's influence. The Qi family in the capital, leveraging Qi Yuya's name, ascended to the pinnacle among the 6 great families of the city. Alas, the road to winning his heart seems interminable. Observing the remarkable Qi Yuya, Lin Moyo could only silently strive to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, in the capital, Qi Yuya unexpectedly sneezed. In her past life, he had done countless things for her, all unbeknownst to her. In this life, Lin Moyo yearned to stand beside him, wishing to protect him with her own strength. Qi Yuya, wait for me for 3 years. Buzzing, her phone screen illuminated. It was Mo Yulua. Hello, speak. Lin Moyo answered the call. Sister Yu, the company will be ready for occupancy the day after tomorrow. We are currently preparing for the renovations, Mo Yulua reported, comforted by Lin Moyo's cool tone as she detailed the day's work in progress. Alright, thank you for your hard work, she replied before ending the call. She then turned to dial MOU. MOU. The day after tomorrow, you may come over. After settling the people in, contact me. I have other matters that require your attention. Understood, my king. MOU received a call from Ling MOU, and her excitement was palpable. She would soon meet the leader. Despite their long acquaintance, she had never encountered him in person. After hanging up, Lung Mo put away his computer and gazed at the modest dormitory, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Alas, when would these 3 months come to an end? It was truly unbearable. In truth, he was preoccupied with thoughts of someone. Sitting by the window, Lung Mo fell into a reverie. Before long, Li Xiaodai and the others returned, bringing him a few pieces of chocolate to replenish his energy, as he had stubbornly refused to eat. The night stretched on interminably. The following morning, Lung Mo rose early as usual, tying sandbags around himself to run on the playground. Before leaving, he placed 5 yuan beside Li Xiaodai's pillow, confident that she would bring him breakfast. It was best to give her the money in advance. Another day of classes commenced, and once again, it was time for Lung Mo to drift into daydreams. Classmates, the results of the mock exam are out. Are you looking forward to it? Li Shuyan exclaimed, clutching her paper like a spirited young maiden, her optimism seemingly boundless each day. Lung Mo thought. Not really. The little rascals remained as mischievous as ever. Mr. Li Shuyan remained composed and announced, "Now, let's proceed with the distribution of awards." This examination was quite challenging, and our performance wasn't stellar. However, this signifies that our potential for improvement is substantial. As educators, it's our duty to encourage our students. Those whose names are called, please come forward. Your teacher has prepared some delightful gifts for you. Shi Xiaoyu, Ini Lua. Li Shuyan paused, set down the list, and extended his hand to present the awards. Xiaoyu, you've achieved 10th place. Quickly, go up. Li Xiaodai grasped Ling Mao's shoulder, shaking her gently, oblivious to the possibility of startling her. Li Xiaodai assumed that Xiaoyu was simply overjoyed, unaware that Ling Mao was contemplating. I meticulously controlled my score to this extent. Yet I still made the list. How tedious. On the podium, Li Shuyan gazed at Ling Mao with a cheerful countenance. She had always believed that this child was intelligent and needed to enhance her problem-solving speed. Li Shuyan noticed the blank spaces on Ling Mao's paper and attributed it to her slow pace. As the 10th place recipient, Ling Mao's prize was an adorable little rabbit. Ling Mao tugged at the rabbit's ears, inwardly protesting, "I simply didn't want to do it. Please, Mr. Li, don't torment me." Now that the awards have been distributed, Li Shuyan continued with a slightly sinister smile, let's see which fortunate students will receive a set of exam questions. Zhang Xianxian, Wang Taizhu. Li Xiaodai. Please come up and collect your set of questions. With a crestfallen countenance and drooping demeanor, Li Xiaodai reluctantly approached, her pitiable appearance eliciting a smile from Ling Mou. Mou, have mercy, Li Xiaodai implored, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ling Mou, captivating her with her charm. I can't resist you. Ling Mou relented, taking Li Xiaodai's collection of test questions and marking those that closely resembled the format of the upcoming high school entrance examination. She then handed them to Li Xiaodai, instructing, start with these, and pay close attention to the marked questions. Once you're finished, I'll go over them with you. Li Xiaodai looked at Ling Mou as if she were her savior. Although Ling Mou's grades in every subject were just barely passing, Li Xiaodai inexplicably trusted her. It seemed that it was time to give Xiaodai some test preparation. Ling Mou thought to herself. Li Xiaodai was the daughter of Uncle Li next door, and the family usually helped them. Ling Mou hoped that she could have a bright future. Alas, what a headache. Chapter 16, The darkness of the night time flies like an arrow. Ling Mou's pleasant first year of junior high school had passed by another day. Ling Mou ushered in her first weekend after rebirth. Yu Luo, wait for me at the company. Ling Mou said as she walked to the center of town and called Mou Luo. Okay, Sister Yu, Mou Luo said. Mou Luo was not surprised to receive Ling Mou's call. Today was the weekend, Ling Mou's school was on holiday, and she should come to the company to have a look. The company was not far from Ling Mou's school, so she strolled there slowly. Mou Luo had just arrived at the entrance of the company when Ling Mou also arrived. Looking at the company's facade, she felt that it was not bad. Madam Yu, allow me to escort you upstairs to ascertain if any further enhancements are required, Mr. Mo said, as he directed Madam Ling towards the office building. During their passage, Madam Ling was greatly pleased by Mr. Mo's professional capabilities. Virtually every aspect had been addressed commendably. Well done, Mr. Mo, she remarked. I wouldn't have surmised that a gang leader could conduct business with such acumen. Madam Ling did not withhold her commendation. Madam Yu, you flatter me excessively, Mr. Mo replied modestly. By the way, Madam Yu, the company is lacking a name. What are your thoughts on the matter? Mr. Mo was hesitant, as the company belonged to Madam Ling, and the name should be determined by her. A name? Madam Ling was inexplicably reminded of Mr. Qi. Let it be known as the Phantom of the Night. Have the manufacturing plant and commercial establishments been properly addressed? Ling Mou aspires to establish her own clothing brand, which naturally necessitates the presence of a dedicated processing factory, as a storefront is an essential condition for selling products. Rest assured, Sister Yu. A processing factory is currently being set up in the eastern town, and as production scales up, additional factories will be constructed. As for the storefronts, I have secured locations in various advantageous areas throughout the town, ensuring a rational distribution of premises. When Mou fell into Ling Mou's plans, he had already taken care of these arrangements. Indeed, before noon, the emblem of the Dark Knight should be displayed at the company and each of the processing factories. Ling Mou took out her phone and sent Mou a design draft for the logo representing Dark Knight. After being reborn, Lung Mo envisioned Qiyu Yi and sketched his likeness, gradually accumulating various small icons. The one chosen for Dark Night Yu is the most aesthetically pleasing composition, symbolizing Qiyu Yi, a black rose of the night, intertwined with the water flower pattern she cherishes. A testament to her longing for him. Understood, I will attend to it immediately. Mo encouraged Lung Mo to explore while he sought out individuals to arrange the trademark advertisements. Standing at the entrance of the company, Lung Mo found herself lost in thought once more. Qiyu Yi, what are you doing right now? In the office of the president of MY Group. Qiyu Yi couldn't help but sneeze, furrowing his beautifully shaped brows. It has been increasingly frequent these past few days. Has he caught a cold? President, please take some medicine. When Jalan placed a cup of Isadis root granules on Qiyu Yi's desk, seizing the moment before Mo's arrival in Baimu town, Lung Mo hurriedly returned home to check on her parents and the condition of the fruit trees they had planted. As Lung Mo stepped down from the vehicle, she spotted Village Chief Li standing at the village entrance. Grandpa Chief, why are you standing here? Mo, I've been waiting for my old companion. She is out in the fields picking vegetables. The elderly couple, married for decades, still exuded an aura of sweetness. Lung Mo assisted Village Chief Li to a seat beneath a large tree, as midday approached and the sun grew scorching. Given his age, he was prone to heatstroke. Grandpa Chief, I shall return home now. All right, you may go, Village Chief Li waved her off. Upon returning home, she found the Sherdazhuang couple and their siblings, Shiryujin and Shiryushi, gathered together. Lung Mo distributed the treats she had bought for Shiryujin and Shiryushi, bringing joy to the children as they scampered away. Determined to inspect the planting status of the fruit trees, she dragged Sherdazhuang and Li Huanqin along with her up the mountain, and Sherdazhuang, unable to refuse her, led the way. After surveying the mountain, Lung Mo found the conditions satisfactory, save for a deficiency in fertilizer. Shortly thereafter, Lung Mo and his party headed home. Mom and Dad, I just took a look. And the soil on our mountain plot is quite good. However, considering the sheer quantity we're planting, we'll need some fertilizer to sustain it. Or else the saplings might not survive, Lung Mo discussed with Mr. and Mrs. Sherdazhuang. Mo, we've been applying farm manure these past few days, but the fertilizer is genuinely insufficient. Rest assured, your mother and I plan to go to town tomorrow to buy some chemical fertilizer. We won't let your little saplings starve. Sherdazhuang replied with his usual cheerful demeanor. Lung Mo remained silent, pondering that the 20,000 yuan he had given Sherdazhuang a few days ago must be running out. He took out Sherdazhuang's bank card, which he had brought from home, containing a balance of 200,000 yuan. Having previously requested Mou to procure a bank card through unofficial channels, she transferred the funds, rendering Sherdazhuang's card superfluous. Lung Mo presented the bank card to Sherdazhuang, stating, Dad, I've secured a loan of 200,000 yuan from the bank under your name. Please accept this. We can repay it once the fruit trees mature and generate revenue. Sherdazhuang received the bank card, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If he possessed greater capabilities, his Mo wouldn't have to bear such worries. Chapter 17, Initial Encounter. Lung Mo fabricated an excuse and bid farewell to Sherdazhuang and his wife. She mused. Mo, you should be arriving soon, quickening her pace. You are a radiant beacon in the boundless darkness, illuminating my path forward. Her cell phone chimed from her pocket. My king, I have arrived. Mou's long hair billowed, her high ponytail accentuating her uninhibited nature. Escort them to the company, Mou Lua will manage the subsequent arrangements. Await me by the eastern riverbank in Baimu town, Lung Mo instructed over the phone, her crisp voice tinged with authority. She promptly dispatched the company address to Mou. Understood. Brothers, let's move out and inspect your new workstations. Mou rallied the group of subordinates she had brought, and they exuberantly proceeded towards the company. Sister Mou. The boss instructed me to welcome you here. Mou Lua was already awaiting them at the company entrance. Jesting aside, his fate hinges upon the ascendance of the company. Diligence is paramount. Gratitude for your efforts, I have delivered the individual. As your superior has designated you as the public steward of the enterprise, I trust you shall not fail her expectations. With an air of nonchalant coolness, Mou donned her sunglasses, departing towards the eastern confines of Northwood town. Without awaiting Mou Luo's response, her deportment mirrored that of Lung Mou, a testament to her tutelage under the latter. MOU Luo. Having been abandoned by MOU, expressed her dismay. Welcome to the nascent enterprise. Each of you possesses unique capabilities, were it otherwise. Our proprietor would not have entrusted you to this establishment. Now that you have arrived at Dark Knight's Whisper, I implore you to collaborate, exert your utmost, and collectively forge a resplendent future. Dark Knight's Whisper shall undoubtedly recompense your contributions. MOU Luo, having served as a general manager for a brief period, displayed increasing competence and assumed a commanding presence. MOU, venturing alone to the rivulet east of Northwood Town, awaited Lung MOU's arrival, idly tossing pebbles into the water. The rustling of foliage behind her signaled an approaching presence. Instantly, MOU's senses heightened. Unaware of the interloper's identity, she swiftly seized the outstretched hand, poised to execute a judo throw. However, the individual countered, preventing the maneuver. MOU, it is I, Lung MOU declared, her voice cutting through the tension. Relaxing. MOU turned her head, and what came into view was a maiden with hair cascading down her back, her dark tresses like silken threads, her face a radiant silver platter, and eyes resembling limpid apricots. Truly, as the adage goes, in the north, there exists a fair lady, peerless and standing alone. MOU was astounded. Everyone had always believed that their lord was a wizened old man, and had it not been for a phone call a few days prior, she would not have known that their lord was a girl. Now, upon seeing her, MOU could scarcely believe her eyes. Lung MOU appeared far too young. My lord? MOU felt compelled to ask. Yes, it is I, Lung MOU replied with rare patience. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask, boss, how old are you this year? MOU was starting to act rashly. Almost 16. Good heavens, boss. You're not human, are you? 3 years ago, you were barely over 12. MOU's jaw nearly dropped. Alright, MOU, enough with the jesting. I've summoned you here today because I have a task that requires your attention. Lung MOU could no longer bear MOU's foolish demeanor, desiring to quickly assign the task and send her on her way. Boss, speak your mind. If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly accomplish it for you. MOU said, becoming serious when faced with important matters. I need you to go to the capital and manage a company for me, starting from scratch. It will specialize in artificial intelligence. I will provide all the necessary funds and the AI system. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the company's successful operation. Lung Moya resolved to leverage the strengths of MOU, which were also her own, to establish a second commercial empire alongside Chi Yuya. Beyond her expertise in computing, MOU possessed remarkable acumen in business management, granting Lung Moya peace of mind in entrusting this endeavor to her. Observing Lung Moya's serious demeanor, MOU set aside her usual levity. The task entrusted to her was not merely a personal proposition, it represented an opportunity for MOU to realize her own aspirations. This is our first collaboration, I hope you will not disappoint me, Lung Moya stated gravely, assigning this significant responsibility to MOU. If the shadows of the night served as a catalyst for Lung Moya's quest for vengeance, then the establishment of an artificial intelligence commercial empire would be her trump card. However, Lung Moya's greatest asset lay in herself. Very well, MOU replied, bowing respectfully to Lung Moya in a gesture of utmost deference. Let us name the company Night Phoenix. Indeed, boss, she affirmed. Lung Moya logged back into the ACM system, transferring 1 billion RMB to MOU, funds that she had meticulously saved over the past 3 years while undertaking various tasks. Return to me with results within a year. Should you require additional funding, do not hesitate to inform me, Lung Moya instructed. Yes, boss. Within a year, I shall present you with a formidable Night Phoenix, MOU declared. While Lung Moya chose not to respond to this statement, she held unwavering faith in MOU, as she was the one she had personally cultivated. Boss? May we take a photograph together? MOU inquired, her demeanor shifting back to her playful self as she eagerly requested a picture to boast about upon her return. Cold MOU, feeling exasperated, raised her hand to take a selfie, dismissing MOU entirely, and sent it to MOU's WeChat. Leave. The limit of her patience reached, alright, boss. Chapter 18, On the right track you are the brilliant light in the boundless darkness, illuminating the path ahead of me. As she watched MOU depart, Cold MOU's phone rang once more. Sister Yu, I have arranged everything for the company, and we can commence the preparation of ready-to-wear. Please send me the design sketches for Dark Knight's Whisper, and I will notify the design department. Mou Luo had just concluded a meeting with the company team. If Cold Mou aspired to create her own fashion brand, she must possess her unique designs. Send it to my email, and I will forward it to you once I return to school. The design sketches for Dark Knight's Whisper had already been prepared when Cold Mou decided to establish the clothing company. After hanging up, Cold Mou glanced at the time. It was nearly time for evening study, prompting her to leave the riverside and head towards the school. Seated tranquilly within the classroom, Lung Moi contemplated the resolution of her parents' orchard endeavors and the commencement of Dark Knight Nether's atelier, poised to unveil its inaugural collection. Serenity pervaded as matters coalesced. Presently, her thoughts gravitated towards Lung Tianao. Spring, with its delicate countenance, receded into the shadows as time ebbed away, marked only by Lung Moi's quotidian ennui. The family orchard burgeoned over 3 months, while Dark Knight Nether's sartorial creations garnered fervent acclaim throughout Northwood Town. Lung Moi frequently overheard townspeople exclaiming, "Dark Knight Nether has unveiled new designs. Hurry, or they'll be gone." After 3 long months, Lung Moi was about to face the crucible of the end-of-term examinations. "My cherished pupils," intoned Li Shuyan, his visage radiant with pride, "the examinations are merely 3 days hence. Upon the dismissal of class, you shall commence your recess. Return home and luxuriate in these interceding days, yet remain diligent in your studies. I eagerly anticipate your triumphant return." The prospect of imminent separation stirred emotions within the student body. "Fear not, my dears," Li Shuyan declared, "I hereby decree the commencement of your respite." Even before the dismissal bell tolled, he released his charges. This act, reminiscent of Lung Moi's previous academic sojourn, was met with jubilation. Thus, Lung Mou was pulled along by Li Xiaodai to join her classmates for a farewell dinner. With exams over and opportunities scarce, it seemed fitting to gather now. Indulging Li Xiaodai's whims, Lung Mou conceded, resigning herself to the inevitable tears. "Hee, don't worry, Xiaoyu, we won tea cry," Li Xiaodai cheerfully promised. Predictably, however, the air was soon filled with sobs and lamentations as the girls huddled together, exchanging their heartfelt farewells. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Lung Mou, who despised such occasions, stood up and walked towards the door. Bang! Bang! Fireworks erupted in the sky, seemingly celebrating Lung Mou's impending graduation. The following day, upon rising, Lung Mou packed her belongings into a large backpack and, after bidding farewell to Li Xiaodai, prepared to return home. Having been exercising daily, she decided to run home today. Exiting the school gates, she began to sprint with her heavy load. "Miss, are you headed to Bay Village?" "Hurry aboard, we are about to depart." The driver, spotting Lung Mou sprinting with her large backpack, assumed she was in a rush to catch the bus. "Thank you. But there's no need," she replied, weaving past the vehicle and continuing her run. Alas, that poor girl, the driver thought, shaking his head. In his mind, Lung Mou resembled a destitute individual, forced to walk home due to financial constraints. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." After 2 hours, Lung Mou arrived in Bay Village. "Mou, you're back. Come here quickly, Mom has prepared something delicious for you." Anticipating Lung Mou's return, Li Huanqin was aware that her son only had 2 days remaining before his examinations. She intended to provide him with ample nourishment during this period, hoping to bolster his energy and enable him to achieve excellent results. "Thank you, dear mother," Lung Mou expressed gratefully. Upon Shi Dazhuang catching Lung Mou's large backpack, Lung Mou rushed towards Li Huanqin, embracing her affectionately. "Oh, you too, be careful, don't fall," Shi Dazhuang cautioned, observing Lung Mou's exaggerated movements with concern. Lung Mou raised an eyebrow at him, indicating that there was no need to worry. After lunch, with nothing else to occupy her time, Lung Mou carried a small stool and sat in the courtyard. "Brother Shi, I've brought the saplings you requested," the uncle from before announced, arriving at her doorstep on his 3-wheeled motorcycle, panting slightly. "Oh, the girl is here too." "Yes, uncle," Lung Mou replied, glancing up at him before turning to call into the house, "Dad, come out and receive the saplings." It was apparent to Lung Mou that these saplings were intended for grafting onto the previous batch. The arrival of Shi Dazhuang and his team marked the commencement of their industrious labor. As Lung Mou's examinations drew near, she was spared from participation and instructed to remain at home. Lung Mou acquiesced with contentment. It was indeed gratifying that the cultivation of fruit trees and the affairs of Dark Knight Nether required no intervention from her. Gazing at the azure expanse above, A smile graced Lung Mao's countenance. Chi Yuya, I find myself incrementally closer to you. Chapter 19, The Advent of the Junior High School Entrance Examination Life. In the realm of existence is akin to a fleeting white horse glimpsed through a crack, ephemeral and transient. The passage of 2 days transpired swiftly. And the junior high school entrance examination arrived punctually. Mayo, hasten, arise and partake in breakfast. Your father shall escort you to the school for the examination, exhorted Li Huanqin. Her concern for Lung Mao's examination paramount, having risen early to prepare breakfast. Understood, mother, Lung Mao responded, entering the dwelling with perspiration glistening on her brow. Mao? Whence do you return? Li Huanqin inquired, under the presumption that Lung Mao was yet abed. I engaged in a morning run along the village entrance road to invigorate my physique, lest I falter in keeping pace with the rigors of high school coursework. Lung Mao replied casually, as she consumed a steamed bun. Indeed, your culinary creations, mother, are most delectable. Li Huanqin regarded Lung Mao with affection, you impish girl. You presume your admission to high school before the examination has even commenced? Refrain from complacency, and endeavor to perform diligently on the examination. Li Huanqin then initiated her familiar litany of maternal admonitions. Lung Mao did not find it irksome, on the contrary, she perceived it as a manifestation of warmth. Indicative of those who cared for and cherished her. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sense of injustice for her past self. Such wonderful parents, yet in her previous life. Due to Ling Tianao's possessiveness and fear of tarnishing the Ling family's image, she had severed contact with them. This estrangement led to her belated discovery of her father's passing. Her mother, along with her younger siblings, endured a hardscrabble existence in the remote Mo Bay village, toiling relentlessly from dawn till dusk. This culminated in her own tragic demise. The consequence of her infatuation and disregard for her true self. Lung Mao felt nothing but irony towards her past self. Realizing she should never have yearned for a paternal affection that was already 16 years overdue. In this life, she would cherish those who loved her. Dad, let's go. After dropping me off, you need to return to tend to the crops and saplings at home. These next few days are crucial for farming. Sure Dazhuang had already brought Uncle Li's 3-wheeled motorcycle over. Xiao Yu, we're off. I'm a bit nervous, Xiao Dai from Uncle Li's family said, her voice laced with anxiety. As they sat on the 3-wheeled vehicle, the ride was bumpy and uneven due to the poor road conditions. Lung Mao, upon hearing Li Xiaodia's words, maintained a serene expression. Betraying no hint of worry. You practiced most of the questions I gave you. Don't fret, just perform as usual. Alright, I'll try, Li Xiaodai replied, still looking apprehensive. Lung Mao offered no further reassurance, knowing that Xiao Dai would realize her capabilities once the test papers were distributed. And so, accompanied by the rhythmic puttering of the 3-wheeled motorcycle, the two girls arrived at the school. Mou, Xiao Dai, do not be anxious, take your time with the questions, perform well, and strive for commendable results. Sure Dazhuang gently clasped the hands of the two young girls, offering his encouragement. Dad, why are you even more nervous than us? Lung Mou remarked with a chuckle. Observing Sure Dazhuang's anxious demeanor. Uncle Dazhuang, we will do our best, Li Xiaodai stammered, her unease evident. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Let us head back now, Dad, we're going in, Lung Mou waved her hand. Signaling it was time for them to enter. Go on, and good luck. Sure Dazhuang watched the two girls' retreating figures, filled with anticipation. Lung Mou and Li Xiaodai exchanged a glance before entering their respective examination rooms. To prevent students from copying one another, the school had implemented a mixed-class examination format. Soon, the invigilating teachers ascended the podium. There were 2 invigilators in each examination room. One of whom for Lung Mou's room was her homeroom teacher, Li Shuyan. Students, pay attention to the examination rules, do not tread upon the landmines of misconduct. You have persevered for 3 years, endure these final 2 days, and you will be liberated, Li Shuyan set aside her usual gentle demeanor, adopting a solemn and serious tone. The classroom was hushed, everyone silently awaiting the distribution of the exam papers. As the bell chimed, signaling the commencement of the examination, Li Shuyan issued the instructions. Lung Mao gazed at the test before her, recalling how, in her previous life, her illness-induced absence from 2 courses had led to unsatisfactory grades. Lung Tianao, a man exceedingly concerned with his public image, could not bear anyone connected to him doing anything that might tarnish his reputation. After bringing Leng Mayo back to the Leng family, he naturally refused to allow her to attend any obscure, little-known schools. Leveraging the Leng family's status and capital in Fengqing, Leng Tianao spared no effort in bribing Fengqing No. 1 high school to secure her admission. Consequently, Leng Mayo was regarded by the school's denizens as an illiterate from the countryside, enduring ridicule and bullying. Yet, Leng Tianao, her own father, never once intervened to defend her, allowing Leng Mayo to be bullied by teachers and classmates. Leng Xinlu, her most beloved sister, would always express great concern for her after she had been bullied. In retrospect, it was merely a facade erected by Leng Xinlu to cultivate a persona, for why else would she only appear after the bullying had already concluded? On one occasion, Leng Mayo achieved first place in an exam and returned home, hoping to receive praise from Leng Tianao, only to be met with a severe scolding for overshadowing Leng Xinlu. Since then, Leng Myu has consistently submitted blank exam papers, deeming any effort futile. In this lifetime, I shall solely be myself. Dispelling such reveries, Leng Myu earnestly commenced the exam, albeit without genuine necessity, as the paper mirrored its predecessor, and even if altered, it would pose no challenge. LSHYN, traversing the corridor, passed by Leng Myu. How has this child accelerated so remarkably? Can she ensure accuracy? She was unable to prompt Leng Myu, left only to fret silently. Leng Myu, observing LSHYN's reaction, smiled faintly and shook her head. Before long, Leng Myu ceased writing, reluctant to compose the essay. Such protracted duration was excessively agonizing. LSHYN, noticing her drifting into contemplation again, subtly approached, observing that Leng Myu had completed all sections except the essay, which remained untouched. It seemed this child had never attempted an essay. LSHYN cleared her throat softly, intending it as a gentle reminder. Naturally, Leng Myu understood LSHYN's prompting to write the essay. Yet she chose to disregard it. Presently, Leng Myu, unable to endure LSHYN's ardent gaze, gradually lifted her hand and began to compose the essay. From the podium, LSHYN, witnessing Leng Myu's action, felt gratified and finally retracted her gaze. Eastward flows the water, leaves flutter and fall. Leng Myu finally concluded the morning's examination, standing on the sports field, once more immersed in contemplation. Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable. I've encountered numerous questions before. Li Xiaodia's earlier listlessness dissipated, gradually replaced by burgeoning self-assurance. Strive for excellence in the forthcoming examinations. Leng Mayo gently caressed her head, finding her utterly endearing. The pair consumed bread, awaiting the advent of the afternoon's examination. Chapter 20, Initial Encounter with Yu Yi. The two-day junior high school entrance examination swiftly concluded. Leng Mayo had at long last completed the tedious and uninteresting existence of the third year of junior high school. Subsequent to the examination's conclusion ensued the tiresome spectacle of teachers and students embracing, professing their mutual affection, and vowing never to forget one another. In the evening, Leng Mayo and Li Xiaodai returned home, where Shi Dazhuang and Uncle Li's family were seated in the courtyard. The two families were jointly preparing to celebrate for Leng Mayo and Li Xiaodai, wishing them exceptional achievements in the junior high school entrance examination. Sister Xiaodai is back. Upon sighting Leng Mayo and Li Xiaodai entering the courtyard, Shiryushi promptly darted towards them like an ungainly moth. Observing this, Leng Mayo seized Shiryushi by the scruff of her attire, suspending her in midair. Shiryushi, how many times must I reiterate, refrain from acting impetuously? Hee. Sister, I acknowledge my transgression, it's merely that I was overjoyed to see you return home. Shiryushi was finally liberated, embracing Leng Mayo's leg and cajoling her. Li Xiaodai, observing Shiryushi, the veritable treasure, was immensely amused. Having just returned from frolicking with her companions, Shiryujin beheld Shiryushi clinging to Leng Mayo's leg, swaying back and forth. Without hesitation, she hastened to seize Leng Mayo's other leg. With swiftness, Leng Mayo elevated her unoccupied leg into the air, causing Shiryujin to miss her mark. Undeterred by her failure to embrace her sister's leg, Shiryujin exclaimed, "Oh, sister, do you possess martial prowess?" "No, I do not." "Now, both of you, go and amuse yourselves elsewhere and allow me a moment of tranquility." Leng Mayo, with her hand pressed against her forehead, conveyed her exhaustion. Bearing a basin of bok choy, Li Huanqin and the neighboring Mrs. Li ambled into the courtyard, their gaze falling upon the two siblings pestering Leng Mayo. "Little Jean, why don't you take Xiaoxi and frolic with Xiao Hua and the others?" Your sister has just concluded her examinations and requires some respite. Go along now. And we shall summon you for supper anon. Lung Mayo, estimating that the evening repast was yet some time away, arose and sauntered towards the village's rivulet, intending to promenade and inhale the refreshing air. At the periphery of Mabe village, two men, their visages concealed behind sunglasses, disembarked from a vehicle. Jolin. Deliver the items to Grandpa Lee's abode, I shall proceed on foot. Chi Yuya, having alighted, instructed his assistant, Wen Jolin, to convey the gifts to the village elder's residence. Ever since the company's firewall was breached, resulting in the dissemination of his personal data, Chi Yuya had been plagued by inexplicable palpitations. Yet, strangely, the sensation was not entirely unpleasant. Coincidentally, he found himself on a business sojourn in Fengcheng, and almost unconsciously, he had returned to Mabe village, the locale that had fostered cherished memories of his youth. Chi Yuya meandered about, his eyes eventually settling upon a cluster of saplings adorning the mountainside. Why did Grandpa Lee not mention that the village had commenced a project? He mused. Perhaps some officials have arrived in the village to assist in poverty alleviation. Reminisced about the small river of his childhood, thinking of the little girl by the riverbank. He ceased observing the saplings on the mountain and ambled towards the river. His immaculate suit, incongruous with the rustic charm of the countryside, yet possessed an uncanny suitability. In the distance, espied a girl of about 15 or 16 years perched on the riverbank, her playful feet dangling and swaying in the frigid water, her long raven tresses fluttering in the breeze. This silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his past. Unable to resist, advanced towards the girl. Flicked the water droplets from her feet, surmising that her parents would soon be calling her for supper. She donned her shoes and abruptly stood up, only to collide with the chest of a tall man. Such an exquisite scent, and yet, strangely familiar? Was taken aback not only by the man's fragrance but also by his agility, for she had been utterly unaware of his presence. Still reeling from the surprise, slowly raised her gaze, her eyes welling up with tears at an astonishing pace. Could not utter a complete sentence. Not even his name. At that moment, she simply yearned to weep. Gazing into his icy blue eyes, his face devastatingly handsome, had never felt so intensely, so profoundly, that she missed him. At that moment, Chi Yuya, when the young girl stumbled into his embrace, caught sight of the jade pendant hanging from her neck, Lin Mayo. A wave of gratitude washed over him for the enigmatic figure who had successfully breached his defenses. And it was then that the idea of visiting Fengcheng took root in Chi Yuya's mind. As he gazed at the girl in his arms, clad in a blue robe, her phoenix eyes shimmering with vitality, long brows arching gracefully, delicate jade-like cheeks, and cherry blossom lips, he noticed her eyes were red and dazed, resembling a startled little rabbit. A smile, genuine and heartfelt, broke across Chi Yuya's face for the first time in many years. Indeed, it was she, the one who had once declared that she would become his bride when she grew up, Lin Mayo. Lung Mayo, noticing Chi Yuya's inexplicable smile directed at her, felt a surge of irritation. Why are you so bothersome, Chi Yuya? Can't you see I'm about to cry? She thought, her emotions bubbling to the surface. Perhaps it was only in the presence of someone she trusted that her most authentic self would emerge. What are you laughing at? Lung Mayo inquired, lifting her gaze to Chi Yuya, surprised that she had encountered him so early in this lifetime. Chi Yuya yearned to caress her hair, but suddenly realized he was uncertain whether his viewer still remembered him, and the desire to touch her was swiftly quelled. It's nothing, I merely think you look exceptionally lovely, he remarked, uttering a rather superficial compliment. As expected, this drew Lin Mayo's playful retort, you are truly shallow. At that moment, she became aware that she was still nestled in Chi Yuya's arms, prompting her to leap back in alarm. Observing the emptiness where she had been, a fleeting sense of loss washed over Chi Yuya. Who are you? What brings you here? What is your purpose? These were the probing inquiries posed by Lung Mou to Chi Yuyi, a deliberate attempt to conceal her recognition of him. Keen on making a favorable impression on the young woman he had sought for a decade, Chi Yuyi responded earnestly, my name is Chi Yuyi. I am in Fengcheng on business and decided to visit your village elder in Mabe village, as he cared for me in my youth. You resided in Mabe village as a child? Lung Mou inquired, seizing upon his words. A wave of disappointment washed over Chi Yuyi as he realized the young woman had not recognized him. Indeed, I did, he affirmed. Lung Mou, content with the unexpected encounter, had no desire to linger in Chi Yuya's presence. Fearful of betraying her emotions before avenging her grievances, she sought to avoid premature exposure. In that case, I urge you to return promptly. The weather has been inclement, and the nights grow cold. I must return home for supper. Lung Mou hastily bid farewell to Qiyu Yi, preparing to depart. However, Qiyu Yi, having discerned her intentions, swiftly reached out and clasped Lung Mou's hand. I find myself rather peckish as well. Qiyu Yi gazed at Lung Mou with luminous eyes, akin to a devoted canine seeking affection from its master. Lung Mou was astounded, her jaw nearly dropping. This was not the Qiyu Yi she knew. Dearest you, quoth Kiyo, his hunger gnawing, as he extended a digit to ensnare the petite finger of Reina. A cunning scheme was afoot within his shadowed heart. Though Reina possessed an astute mind in her daily affairs, the presence of Kiyo invariably rendered her intellect wanting. As now, a protracted moment elapsed ere she perceived the subtlety. Kiyo, she voiced, a glimmer of suspicion in her tone, methinks I have not imparted unto thee my appellation. Pray, how comest thou to know it? Could it be that Kiyo had prior acquaintance with her? Behold, you, Kiyo responded, producing the jade amulet that graced Reina's neck. As he feigned explanation, his gaze meticulously scrutinized the artifact, seeking affirmation that it was indeed the same bauble that had adorned the maiden a decade past. 'Twas she, his Yu. After their parting in childhood, Kiyo had journeyed abroad for his studies, returning to the village of Mogok in search of Reina, yet, alas, she was nowhere to be found. Wherefore dost thou detain me thus? If hunger plagues thee, why not seek sustenance? Reina queried, disbelieving that Kiyo had arrived unaccompanied. Alas, you, my conveyance hath suffered a malady. And the artificer is yet to arrive, Kiyo lamented, his countenance a mask of sorrow. Reina, never having witnessed such endearing vulnerability in Kiyo, found her defenses crumbling. And what? Pray tell, is thy desire? Doth thou arrive unprepared, with nightfall nigh? Cold Mou gently rested her forehead against her palm. Qiyu Yi pretended not to comprehend, continuing to act spoiled and pitiful, seemingly aware that Cold Mou was particularly susceptible to such antics. As night fell, a chill enveloped the air. Yuer. Each affectionate utterance of Yuer sent shivers down Cold Mou's spine. I must have owed you in my past life. So come with me. It could be said that Mou had indeed owed someone in her previous life. Unbeknownst to her, her little hand remained clasped in the palm of Qiyu Yi, the big bad wolf, as she led him home. Mom and Dad. Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee, I'm back. Can we eat now? Before Cold Mou even reached the courtyard, she began to call out in a loud voice. Qiyu Yi thought to himself, Yuer is truly adorable, I wish I could take her home. The couple, Shi Zhuang and his wife, could hear Cold Mou's boisterous voice from the kitchen, carrying the marinated dishes to the courtyard. They stepped outside only to be taken aback upon seeing their daughter entering the yard, hand in hand with a boy. Cold Mou. What on earth are you doing? You're still so young, and you're holding hands with a boy? Shi Zhuang looked as if his prized cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Hearing her father's irate inquiry, Cold Mou glanced down. Realizing Qiyu Yi was still holding her hand, which startled her into hastily releasing his grip and wiping her palms on her trousers. Qiyu Yi paid little attention as he observed the polite greetings exchanged by the couple. Uncle, Aunt, I am Qiyu Yi, a friend of Yuer. I am here on business and thought to visit the village chief. Since Yuer resides in this village, I decided to come and see her. By chance, I happened to meet Yuer on the way and accompanied her to greet you. To his astonishment, Lung Mou Yuer had never spoken so much in her life. She usually acted as if the world owed her millions, reluctant to utter more than a word. Humph. Shi Zhuang disregarded him entirely, bypassing Qiyu Yi to place the vegetables on the table. Xiao Yi, don't take offense, he is like this. Come, sit down. Li Huanqin observed Qiyu Yi's attire and appearance, concluding that this young man was no ordinary individual. Ah, thank you, Aunt, Qiyu Yi replied, turning to take a seat on the stool, expressing his gratitude to Li Huanqin. Xiao Yu, come quickly and take a look. This is the fish I caught. See how splendid it is. Li Xiaodai and her parents approached with the freshly prepared mackerel. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? Li Xiaodai noticed Lung Mou sitting alone at the courtyard entrance, covering her rosy cheeks. Startled, Lung Mou exclaimed, Xiaodai, I'm fine. And hastily excused herself to assist Shi Zhuang with household chores. Tonight, the two families planned to enjoy a barbecue in the courtyard, having begun preparations since the afternoon. Dad. I'm here to help you, Lung Mou said, arranging the charcoal on the grill, readying it to ignite. Mou, is that person truly your friend? Considering his attire, it's evident that none of his belongings harmonize with our household standards. We mustn't compromise our well-being for the sake of monetary gain. Whether it pertains to forming friendships or engaging in romantic relationships, the principle remains consistent. Do you comprehend, Mou? Shi Dazhuang cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yuya, who was engrossed in composing a message on his cellular device. Rest assured, father, I am cognizant of my boundaries. Furthermore, Qi Yuya is not the type to disparage individuals of limited means. Lung Mou, with charcoal in hand, turned her gaze toward Qi Yuya, their eyes meeting. An indefinable sentiment permeated the atmosphere. It's heartening to hear that you understand. Remember my words. Shi Dazhuang entrusted the matches to Lung Mou and proceeded to assist Uncle Li with the provisions. You're better off relaxing, allow me to handle this. Qi Yuya had stealthily positioned himself behind Lung Mou, his resonant voice caressing her ears, eliciting a tingling sensation. Are you certain you possess the requisite skills? Lung Mou's perception of Qi Yuya was that of a privileged young master unaccustomed to manual labor, let alone the rudimentary task of kindling a fire. Have faith. My dear. Go and be seated. Qi Yuya contemplated raising his hand to caress Mou's head, but, upon reflection, desisted. He then took possession of Lung Mou's matches, embarking on his inaugural endeavor of igniting a fire. Lung Mou observed him from her seat. Indeed, individuals of aesthetic appeal exude grace in all their undertakings. As she witnessed the charcoal gradually turning crimson, Lung Mou emitted a sigh of admiration. Alas, he is adept at everything. Little Yu, is the charcoal sufficiently heated? We shall commence grilling presently. Uncle Li dispatched Li Xiaodai as a messenger. Standing up, Lung Mui followed Xiaodai to assist in carrying the ingredients. Uncle Li. We can commence now, everything is prepared. Shi Dazhuang and Uncle Li began grilling for everyone, and the courtyard was soon permeated with the robust aroma of sauces. Lung Mui and Qi Yuya sat together, each holding 2 skewers of grilled chicken drumsticks. Lung Mui handed 1 skewer to Qi Yuya and swiftly devoured her own. Noticing Qi Yuya's inaction, she inquired, Aren't you famished? Why aren't you eating? Qi Yuya remained silent. Lung Mui took the drumstick from his hand, retrieved a small bowl from the kitchen, and prepared to shred the chicken for him. Perhaps he had never deigned to gnaw on a drumstick himself, fearing it would tarnish his image. Here, she offered, it's delectable. Lung Mui presented the first morsel to Qi Yuya's lips. Without hesitation, Qi Yuya opened his mouth and bit down, his tongue inadvertently brushing against Lung Mui's fingertip. Indeed, this is quite delicious, Qi Yuya complimented. Oblivious, Lung Mui responded naively. Of course, anything I deem delicious is bound to be. Qi Yuya gazed at Yuer at that moment, his icy blue eyes radiating boundless tenderness. Yuer. I will make you understand. Chapter 22, that boy Lung Mui remained unaware of the infinite tenderness in Qi Yuya's gaze. Still engrossed in her battle with the chicken drumstick. Her fair face was flushed with a rosy hue, making her incredibly endearing. Here, you eat first. Lung Mui concluded her struggle with the drumstick and presented the small bowl filled with chicken meat to Qi Yuya. Qi Yuya gazed at the slowly prepared bowl of chicken drumsticks drenched in chili, a shiver coursing through his stomach. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude to Lung Mui, saying, Thank you, Yuer. After all, it was she who had torn it for him. You eat first, Lung Mui replied, rising to enter the house. Qi Yuya delicately lifted a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, the fiery spice of the chili instantly enveloping his entire palate, causing his face to flush crimson. Had Wen Jialin been present at that moment, she would undoubtedly have criticized her boss for recklessly indulging, suggesting that he was neglecting his own well-being. Yet, what could compare to the delectable aroma of the meat prepared by Lung Mui? Moments later, Lung Mui returned, holding a steaming bowl of noodles. Here, make do with this, there's nothing faster to prepare at home, she said. Observing Qi Yuya as he ate the chicken leg, she realized that he likely wouldn't indulge in such junk food on a regular basis, as it probably failed to meet his standards. Contemplating this, she ventured into the kitchen in search of something quick to prepare, ultimately deciding on noodles. Noticing the untouched chicken drumsticks in Qi Yuya's bowl, she promptly transferred them to her own, her eyes falling upon his flushed visage. Understanding his discomfort, she admonished gently, If you can't handle the spice, just tell me. There's no need to endure it unnecessarily. With that, she swiftly polished off the remaining half-bowl. Though his words carried a tone of admonishment, an underlying current of concern was palpable. Yet, it is a gift from you, and thus, I cherish it, retorted, swiftly consuming the noodles, leaving the bowl immaculate, save for the act of licking it clean. Watched, eyes wide with astonishment at the speed with which devoured the meal, his refined demeanor momentarily forsaken. The convivial repast concluded amidst the family's playful banter, and assisted in clearing the remnants of the meal. Family bid them farewell and retreated to their abode for rest. Children had long since completed their ablutions and retired for the night, anticipating the morrow's scholastic duties. Shall we embark on a stroll? Gently tugged at, who was seated at the threshold, lost in contemplation. He found her particularly endearing when immersed in such reverie. Turned, her gaze meeting cerulean orbs, and, as if by an inexplicable impulse, acquiesced to his proposition. Mother. And I shall venture to the village outskirts for a brief respite. We shall return momentarily, announced, darting into the house to inform of their plans. Go forth. But return ere long, responded, believing her daughter deserved the autonomy to cultivate friendships, unaware that her offspring was on the cusp of being spirited away. Madam. We shall take our leave. I assure you, I shall return to you unscathed, avowed, displaying utmost deference and solicitude towards kin, adhering to the principle that kindness towards those dear to would be reciprocated in kind. Li Huanqin gazed at the exceedingly polite Qi Yuya, growing increasingly fond of him. With a beaming smile, she encouraged them, go on, return early. As Lung Mou and Qi Yuya strolled along, they soon arrived at the riverside where they had met in the daylight. Throughout the journey, an awkward tension enveloped them, neither daring to break the silence. Ultimately, Lung Mou could no longer contain herself. Qi Yuya, would you care to say something? Why are we here? Isn't it rather inappropriate for us to meet for the first time like this? Lung Mou felt not just a hint of discomfort, but rather found the situation rather abrupt. What if today she had encountered someone else instead of him? She remained blissfully unaware that her lips were pouting as if they could hold a bottle. Qi Yuya reached out to smooth the high furrows on her brow. Gazing deeply into her eyes, his hair cascading in the wind, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. You know, Yuer, do you recall why I know your name? And why I call you Yuer? Qi Yuya's ice blue eyes shimmered with nostalgia. Lung Mou tilted her head in confusion. Isn't it because you saw the jade pendant around my neck? As she spoke, she produced the jade pendant inscribed with her name. Qi Yuya gently stroked Lung Mou's hair. No, Yuer. Do you remember when you were 5 years old, and you encountered an injured boy by this very river? His calm and tender voice stirred memories within Lung Mou. 5 years old? At the tender age of 5, Mou exhibited a sagacity that set her apart from her peers. While others frolicked with jump ropes, she immersed herself in books. Instead of playing with mud, she busied herself with arranging unfamiliar flora. One day, as she meandered along the riverbank, plucking blossoms and herbs as was her wont, a faint, childlike voice reached her ears. Help me. Intrigued, Mou followed the sound until she discovered a boy of about 10 years lying prostrate near the river's edge. His clothes soiled and a wound bleeding on his foot. Brother, are you all right? She inquired with concern, gently raising the boy's upper body. My foot. It hurts, he replied weakly. With a tender heart, Mou placed her small basket of flowers and herbs behind the boy's back. Brother, lie back for now. I'll bandage your foot. Her innocent voice was filled with worry. As the boy watched the little girl scurrying back and forth to fetch water and prepare herbal remedies, his gaze was drawn to the jade pendant adorning her chest. After tending to his wound, the little girl cleaned his face. Wow, brother, you're so handsome, she exclaimed, playfully pinching his cheek. Is your name Mou? The boy asked, his strength returning, as he looked at the jade pendant. Oh. Brother knows Yuer's name. The little girl responded naively. Brother, you are so handsome. When Yuer grows up, she will become your bride, okay? Little Mou was frighteningly adorable. The young boy gazed at the little girl's innocent and endearing demeanor. He glanced down at his feet, and a crescent-shaped smile graced his beautiful face. Okay. Young master, young master. A group of men dressed in black shouted as they ran towards the two children from a short distance away. The group looked at little Mou, who was beside the boy, and turned to the boy, saying, Young master, let's go back. They picked up the boy and carried him on their backs. Don't forget what you just said. After saying that, the boy signaled the man in black to leave. Leaving little Mou behind, shouting with her basket on her back, "Brother, wait for me to grow up." Lung Mou retracted her distant memories. Her pupils trembling as she looked at Qiyu before her. She couldn't reconcile him with the dirty and disheveled boy from 10 years ago. Gripping Qiyuye's sleeve, Lung Mou inquired, "Qiyu, that boy, is it you?" Chapter 23, Mistaken Identity. It is I. Qiyu gave Lung Mou a definitive answer in a deep voice. Although she had already come to a conclusion in her heart. When she heard those two words, Lung Mou felt as though the sky had fallen. Lung Mou took 2 steps back involuntarily. She suddenly recalled Qiyuye's words when she passed away in her previous life. "Didn't you say that you would become my bride when you grew up?" Cold Moya feigned calmness as she gazed at Qiyun, yet the crimson rings around her eyes betrayed her composure. It dawned on her that in her previous life, she had been utterly mistaken. No wonder Shen Jiwei had been unable to articulate the circumstances of their encounter, resorting instead to the excuse of time's passage clouding his memory. No wonder Shen Jiwei had persistently referred to her as Moya rather than Yuer. No wonder he had conspired with Lung Xinlu to take her life. No wonder Qi Yun had offered My in exchange for her existence. It all stemmed from the realization that Shen Jiwei was not him. This epiphany shattered the psychological defenses Cold Moya had painstakingly constructed, leaving her unable to sustain her composure. She sank to the ground, drawing her legs close and sobbing softly. "Yuer, what is wrong?" Qi Yun was perplexed by Cold Moya's reaction. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, excitement, exhilaration, yet he had never anticipated that the young girl would be so heartbroken. Did she truly wish for that person not to be him? Qi Yun yearned to embrace her, but recognizing that Cold Moya was merely 16. He feared it might provoke her aversion. He quietly crouched before her, patiently waiting for her to process her emotions. Woo woo woo. Cold Moya clutched herself, continuing to weep, her petite form eliciting profound sympathy from Qi Yun. Suddenly, Lung Mou gently wrapped her arms around Qiyuye's neck. Still sobbing softly. Woo-woo. Qiyuye, why did you take so long to come? The pitiful little voice seemed to chastise Qiyuye for his tardiness, while also lamenting that in their previous life, he had not appeared before her sooner than Shen Jiwei. I miss you so much. Lung Mou clung to Qiyuye, expressing the burdens of guilt and longing from 2 lifetimes. Qiyuye was taken aback by her sudden embrace, remaining in a daze for quite some time. After a while, he slowly returned her embrace, gently patting her back with his right hand. Seeing her sorrowful expression, his heart ached indescribably. I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to take so long to find you. Please don't cry, it pains me. Qiyuye spoke softly. His brows furrowed as he comforted Lung Mou. Gradually, under his tender reassurances, she calmed down, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes. Please stand up, otherwise you might feel dizzy. Qiyuye assisted Lung Mou to her feet. Lung Mou tenderly uttered the man's name, encircling his waist. The man was instantly petrified, able only to allow Lung Mou's embrace, his heart blossoming with joy. Gently holding his little girl, please don't be sad, I was wrong. Qiyuye, I'm not sad, I just missed you so much. Lung Mou's voice was soft and childlike, yet she clutched tightly at Qiyuye's ears. Meeting Lung Mou, for Qiyuye, was like a delightful surprise and unexpected turn in an otherwise mundane existence, and Lung Mou's reciprocation was an indescribable miracle. In his arms, Lung Mou, exhausted from weeping, began to breathe more heavily. Qiyuye gazed down at the sleeping his heart, dormant for a decade, suddenly overflowing. The riverbank wind grew increasingly impudent. Qiyuye chose not to rouse Lung Mou, sweeping her into his arms and carrying her homeward. That Mou. What time is it? Why hasn't she returned? What's she up to? Shi Dazhuang, gazing at the empty doorway. Worried that Lung Mou might be mistreated by Qiyuye, muttering complaints. Oh, I say, father of my child, stop pacing, you're making my head spin. What are you worrying about? That child isn't a bad person. Li Huanqin held an overwhelming fondness for the polite and handsome Qiyuye. Look. Isn't that them arriving? Li Huanqin pointed towards the entrance. Upon witnessing his daughter cradled in the arms of a man, Shi Dazhuang was filled with indignation and promptly confronted Qiyuye, demanding an explanation for his actions. Shi Dazhuang voiced his displeasure. Noticing Shi Dazhuang's concern for his beloved Qiyuye overlooked his impolite behavior. He reassured him, explaining that they had merely been resting at the village chief's home and that Yuer had simply fallen asleep. Qi Yuye exhibited remarkable patience with individuals and matters pertaining to Ling Moi, unperturbed by Shi Dazhuang's hostile demeanor. While Li Huanqin found Qi Yuye increasingly agreeable. Shi Dazhuang's aversion towards him intensified, likening him to a swine despoiling his cherished cabbage. Young Yi, please place Moi on the bed and take a moment to rest. The journey from the village chief's residence is not short, Li Huanqin suggested, gesturing towards Shi Yushi's bed. Very well, Auntie, Qi Yuye responded. Gently placing Ling Moi beside Shi Yushi, tenderly brushing aside the hair that obscured her eyes. Li Huanqin observed Qi Yuye's delicate gesture with discerning eyes, refraining from intervention. After settling Ling Moi, the two exited the room. Young Yi, it is late, please rest here tonight and depart tomorrow. Moi's room is over there, Li Huanqin stated, indicating the location of Ling Moi's room. Turning his gaze towards the direction indicated by Li Huanqin, Qi Yuye's eyes shimmered with a subtle light. Yuer's room, he mused. I yearn to behold it, to ascertain if it mirrors her own endearing and delicate essence. However, he cautioned himself against undue haste, lest he startle Yuer or create an unfavorable impression on her parents. Auntie, I extend my gratitude for your hospitality today. However, pressing matters summon me to the village chief. I shall endeavor to visit you and uncle again at a later date. May you find repose. With polite gratitude, Qi Yuye bid farewell to Li Huanqin, employing the amiable village chief as a convenient pretext for his departure. That child is truly remarkable, she mused. Upon departing from Lin Moyo's residence, Qi Yuye proceeded directly towards the village chief's abode. Fifth brother, you have returned. When Jialin awaited Qi Yuye at the entrance of the village chief's home, their camaraderie was profound, and they addressed each other as brothers outside the confines of the company. Qi Yuye responded, reverting to his characteristic aloof demeanor, exuding an aura of coldness. Yuye, you venture into the village without so much as a visit to me, instead favoring Moyo's home, lamented the village chief, his disappointment palpable. Grandpa Li, how has Yuer been all these years? He bypassed the village chief's feigned annoyance, inquiring directly about Ling Mou. Village chief Li mused inwardly. A son grown up is beyond one's control. Are you trying to exasperate this old man? Grandpa Li, please tell me, I truly want to know. Qi Yuye yearned to understand how Yuer had fared over the years, whether she had suffered hardships or injuries. He suspected that her earlier distress stemmed from more than just missing him. However, the answer would remain elusive to him. The village chief cast a sidelong glance at him, wondering when this child had become acquainted with Mou, showing such concern for her. Mou had always been exceptionally sensible and well-behaved, with a broader perspective than her peers. Though somewhat quiet and aloof, she possessed a warm heart and had always been safe, often assisting the neighbors. As he reminisced, village chief Li recounted to Qi Yuye, if I had to mention any hardship, she fell gravely ill when she was 6 or 7 years old. De Zhuang and his wife took her to the city for treatment. The girl nearly didn't make it through that time. Upon hearing village chief Li's words, Qi Yuye's heart clenched with pain, his handsome eyebrows furrowing tightly. And some time ago, she somehow fell into the water and was unconscious for several days due to drowning. Speaking of which, village chief Li couldn't help but worry about Ling Mou. Fortunately, that girl has now recovered. Drowning? Qi Yuye seemed to be able to feel the pain of his Yuer when she was ill, the helplessness when she was drowning. The eyes of this proud and aloof man gradually moistened. He stood up and walked outside. Qi Yuye looked at the crescent moon in the sky, and a trace of pain reflected the tenderness of tears, mixed with self-reproach, sliding from the corners of his eyes, leaving a trail of marks. Yuer. If I had returned earlier, I would have protected you. Would these things not have happened to you? Qi Yuye felt extremely self-reproachful. Fifth brother. When Jialin knew that Qi Yuye had been looking for a girl all these years, but he never thought that this girl would have such a great impact on him. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuye no longer indulged in self-blame. What he should do now is not to dwell on the past, he has already found Yuer. Jialin. Have someone prepare some gifts and send them over tomorrow morning. He was in a hurry to go to Yuer's house today and didn't bring anything. Qi Yuye wanted to make up for it tomorrow. Understood, fifth brother. When Jialin finished speaking and lowered his head to send a message. Fifth brother, it's all arranged. Yes, go and rest. When Jialin understood that Qi Yuye wanted to be alone for a while, agreed aloud, and then entered the room. Standing by the wayside, Chi Yuya's thoughts were consumed by Leng Moi's every smile and gesture, a tender affection emanating from his very being. Stirring the soul. He mused, scarcely have we parted, and already I yearn for you. Crimson clouds adorned the heavens, casting a golden sheen across the sea, as the sun, like molten steel in a crucible, erupted forth in a dazzling display of light. Leng Moi opened her eyes. Her heart a tempestuous sea, for Chi Yuya's arrival had disrupted her carefully laid plans. Now that they had met, he would undoubtedly seek to protect her. Yet she had no desire to exist beneath his sheltering wings. She aspired to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, to witness the setting sun together, rather than seeking refuge in his shadow, nourished by the morning dew. Leng Moi glanced at the sky outside and consulted her phone for the time, 7:30 in the morning. Throwing back the covers, she rose to prepare for her ablutions, only to realize that she had shared her bed with Xiaoxi the previous night. Without dwelling on it, she drew back the blanket covering Shiryushi's head. Xiaoxi, wake up, it's time for school. Mama, where is Chi Yuya? Upon awakening and finding Chi Yuya absent, Leng Moi felt a pang of curiosity. It was unlike him to depart without a word. Li Huanqin, engaged in preparing breakfast for the children, noticed Leng Moi's arrival and immediately inquired about Chi Yuya's whereabouts. Her face adorned with the sly grin of a seasoned gossip. What's this? Barely a moment apart, and you're already missing him? She teased, her voice laced with playful mockery. A daughter is not meant to be kept at home for long, you know. Leng Moi blushed crimson, retorting anxiously, Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Observing the flush on her daughter's face, Li Huanqin ceased teasing her. Xiao Yi is at the village chief's residence. Leng Mou mused, wondering what he was doing there and resolving to investigate later. Mother, I'm going for a run, she announced, waving towards Li Huanqin. Go on. Be back in time for breakfast, Li Huanqin replied, entering the siblings' room to rouse them. Meanwhile, Chi Yuyi had risen early, having already dispatched gifts for Shi Dazhuang and his wife. Jolin, gather the items and accompany me. The rest of you need not come, lest you overwhelm Yuer's family. Everything is prepared. Let's go, fifth brother. I am eager to meet our future sister-in-law. When Jolin expressed a keen interest in Leng Mou. Indeed. Who wouldn't be curious about the girl who had enveloped the formidable Chi Yuyi in a rosy aura? As they walked towards Leng Mou's home, Chi Yuyi and Wen Jolin conversed, with Chi Yuyi finding Wen Jolin's chatter surprisingly agreeable. Oh, Xiao Yi has arrived. Come in and sit down. It's just time for breakfast. And who is this? Li Huanqin warmly greeted Chi Yuyi, extending her welcome to the unfamiliar face as well. Auntie. I am fifth brother's assistant, you may call me Jolin. Wen Jolin presented himself as a charming and affable young man. Very well, Xiao Yi, Jolin, please, have a seat. My dear husband, now that Mr. Yi has arrived, shouldn't you extend a welcome? Hurry now. Li Huanqin greeted Chi Yuya and his companion, then called out to Shi Dazhuang inside the house. Oh, a handsome older brother has come. The two mischievous children, Shi Yujin and Shi Yushi, also arose, rushing over to Chi Yuya and each seizing a leg. Allowing the two children to embrace him, Chi Yuya turned to Wen Jolin and said, Jolin, present the children with their gifts. Very well, little ones, come and see what we have here. Wen Jolin, gazing at the two adorable children, was quite taken with them. As he spoke, he handed Shi Yujin a remote-controlled airplane, instructing him on its operation. Little Shi Yushi, observing her brother with his new toy, was exceedingly envious but hesitant to ask for one. Her sister had cautioned her against soliciting items from those outside the family. Reluctantly, she shuffled her feet on the floor, quietly remaining by Chi Yuya's side. Noticing the little girl's disappointment, Chi Yuya inwardly reproached Wen Jolin for being engrossed in play and neglecting her. Yushi, what do you make of this? Chi Yuya produced a limited edition Barbie doll set. Upon beholding the exquisite doll, Shi Yushi ecstatically embraced Chi Yuya's leg, exclaiming, Wow, thank you. Handsome brother. Yuya, look at you, coming all this way and spending so lavishly. This child, Yuya, doesn't seem like an ordinary person, Li Huanqin remarked. She didn't object to Leng Mou making friends, but she feared that Leng Mou might be looked down upon. And, it is of no concern, merely a small gift. Hey, you little rascal, do you not realize that arriving at someone's door at such an early hour is quite impolite? The lively banter of Shi Dazhuang had begun. Uncle, you have arrived. Upon spotting Shi Dazhuang, Qi Yuye promptly rose to greet him. Wen Jialan was taken aback. Is this truly his fifth brother? The very same individual who instilled fear in the hearts of many? Greetings, uncle. I am the assistant to your fifth brother. Despite his astonishment, Wen Jialan maintained his manners and offered a courteous salute. Once Shi Dazhuang took his seat, Qi Yuye produced several health supplements alongside a small red notebook. Presenting them to him. Uncle, I apologize for my hasty visit yesterday. This is but a small token of my appreciation for you and aunt. I hope you will not take offense. Though Shi Dazhuang had not encountered much of the world, he was aware that not all gifts were appropriate to accept. He cast a wary glance at Qi Yuye, particularly since this individual seemed to harbor intentions towards his daughter. Before Shi Dazhuang could decline, Qi Yuye interjected, Uncle. Please do not be too hasty in your refusal, perhaps you might wish to take a look first. Curiosity piqued by Qi Yuye's mysterious demeanor. Shi Dazhuang opened the red notebook. What is this? Chapter 25, A Mutual Agreement. At this moment, Shi Dazhuang pondered the identity of this individual. Is this an enrollment notice from Fengqing Primary School? Shi Dazhuang extracted 3 sheets of paper tucked within the notebook. A letter of employment from Fengqing Construction? Shi Dazhuang was taken aback. It was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like him to even contemplate the construction of Fengqing, let alone Fengqing Primary School. Without expressing his thoughts, he continued to peruse the final page of the red booklet. An apartment near Fengqing First High School? Upon seeing these so-called gifts, Shi Dazhuang felt not just displeasure but a surge of anger. Qi Yuye, what do you take me for? Why bestow such things upon us? Shi Dazhuang nearly erupted in a fit of rage. Yet, Qi Yuye remained unperturbed. Over the years, he had encountered far more severe situations than this. Uncle. Please allow me to explain. I am doing this at yours request. Observing Shi Dazhuang gradually regaining his composure upon hearing yours name, Qi Yuye continued, Uncle. Consider this, only at Fengqing Primary School can Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi receive a superior education. Given their academic performance, I have already applied for a full tuition waiver. And the notification has been issued. You is also about to attend school in Fengqing, and you and Auntie would surely prefer not to be separated from the children. The work at Fengqing Construction is well suited for you. Qi Yuye spoke softly, weaving his plans, using the name of Leng Mou as a shield. As for the apartment near Fengqing First High School, that was a request from you for me to arrange. You and Auntie are well aware of yours character. Are you not? Shi Dazhuang fell silent. Which parent does not wish for their children to thrive? The gifts bestowed by Qi Yuye indeed possess the potential to afford Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi a superior education. And both he and Li Huanqing could also provide for the girl Mou. Shi Dazhuang found himself ensnared in a dilemma regarding the acceptance of such gifts. Father, please accept them. This has been a matter I have long contemplated, and it is also a favor I requested from Qi Yuye. Leng Mou, unbeknownst to him, had completed her run and returned, arms crossed firmly over her chest, standing at the door with an air of vitality. As Shi Dazhuang absorbed Leng Mou's words, he instructed Li Huanqing to bring the items inside, thus tacitly accepting them. Leng Mou fixed her gaze upon Qi Yuye, whose expression danced between amusement and seriousness, her eyes wide open as she glared at him, clearly harboring intentions to address him later. Children, let us dine. Li Huanqing beckoned everyone to the table. Mr. Qi, thank you for today. Should there be anything I, Shi Dazhuang, can assist you with in the future, do not hesitate to ask. After today's events, Shi Dazhuang's perception of Qi Yuye had significantly shifted. Uncle, you flatter me, it is my duty to assist. Qi Yuye responded. Observing the harmonious scene before her, Leng Mou felt a swell of happiness. Qi Yuye was the one she cherished. And her parents were of utmost importance to her, thus, she yearned for them to hold him in high regard as well. As Leng Mou pondered this, she was abruptly interrupted by 2 piercing gazes. The source of that gaze was none other than Qi Yuye, she knew, passionate yet tender, filled with affection and love. Leng Mou turned her attention to Wen Jialan, wondering why he was staring at her so intently. Was there something amiss with her appearance? Wen Jialan scrutinized Leng Mou, and unexpectedly met her gaze. For some inexplicable reason, Wen Jialan felt a shiver run down his spine. The way Leng Mou looked at him was eerily similar to the way his 5th brother would glare at him when angered. How can my little sister-in-law be as intimidating as my 5th brother? Wen Jialan muttered under his breath. Though his voice was soft, Leng Mou and Qi Yuye possessing hearing far superior to most, naturally overheard him. Consequently, at the dining table, one face flushed crimson while the other beamed with delight. Fifth brother. Why are you acting like a peacock displaying its feathers so ostentatiously? When Jolin asked, seemingly courting disaster. Predictably, he was met with a double barrage of sharp glares. Well. There goes my year-end bonus, he lamented, I really want to slap myself. After breakfast, Lung Moi exchanged a look with Chi Yuya, signaling him to step outside with her. Chi Yuya followed Lung Moi, and the two arrived at the mountainside adorned with fruit trees. Lung Moi turned around, gazing at Chi Yuya, who was still grinning from ear to ear, truly an enchanting being. Chi Yuya, what is it that you truly desire? Bewildered. Lung Moyo pondered the motivation behind Chi Yuya's gifts to Shi Dazhuang, trusting his intentions implicitly. Chi Yuyi, suppressing his mirth, responded softly, I merely desire your frequent presence. His eyes were replete with boundless affection and longing. Lung Moyo chuckled, all right, I'm not blaming you. She caressed Chi Yuya's head in a comforting gesture. Chi Yuyi seized her playful hand, but before he could speak, Lung Moyo's gentle voice interjected. But I have my own plans. Chi Yuyi, perplexed by her words, silently awaited her elaboration, his hand trembling slightly as he held hers. Sensing his tremor, Lung Moyo felt a pang of sympathy. You needn't fear my disappearance. If you miss me, you can visit me at Fengchun High School, alright? Lung Moyo embraced Chi Yuya's waist, her soothing voice calming his turbulent emotions. He relished her calling him grant me some time, 3 years at most. I will seek you out myself. And then we can formally unite, shall we? Chi Yuyi had not anticipated such a proposition from Lung Moyo, and a slight disappointment washed over him. However, upon hearing her concluding words, he was suddenly overwhelmed with euphoria. I am cognizant that your standing in Fengchun, or elsewhere, is not insignificant. However, I am disinclined to subsist under your aegis, becoming a mere encumbrance. Grant me 3 years, and I shall burgeon into a formidable force, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with you. Lung Mou surmised that had her previous incarnation been sufficiently robust, she would not have perished. Nor would Chi Yuyi have forfeited his life on her account. This has remained a Gordian knot within her heart, impervious to resolution. You err, to me. You have never been an encumbrance. You are the bastion of my existence, do you comprehend? Chi Yuyi discerned an alteration in Lung Mou's aura. No longer characterized by gentle charm and youthful exuberance, but rather suffused with an air of ferocity and sorrow. Chi Yuyi, perplexed as to the genesis of her sorrow, could only tenderly console her. You err, I shall await you for 3 years, and at most 3 years. Should you fail to seek me out within this period, I shall find you and mete out a punishment. Lung Mou, hearing Chi Yuyi's words, laden with both menace and tenderness, finally revealed a smile. Very well. I consent. Then, you err, what shall I do when I long for you? Chi Yuyi inquired, his voice subdued. Hand over your phone. Lung Mou extricated herself from Chi Yuyi's embrace, extending her hand to request his phone. Chi Yuyi relinquished his phone to Lung Mou, observing as the young lady tapped away at the keyboard. Here, this is my number. When you long for me, give me a call. Or seek me out at Fengchun No. 1 High School. The young lady proclaimed with an air of haughty pride. Gazing upon the young maiden before him, Chi Yuya was struck by the profound beauty of life. He enfolded Lung Moyo in his arms. Chapter 26, the Tiger Head Gang leader in the morning's resplendent light, the couple nestled together, a picturesque scene of beauty and affection. Ayi, let us return. Lung Moyo said, extending her hand to Chi Yuya. Let's go. Chi Yuya tenderly placed Lung Moyo's delicate hand in his own, gently caressing it. On their journey back, Chi Yuya's countenance was filled with reluctance. I must return today. There are pressing matters at the company that require my attention. Lung Moyo perceived the unease in Chi Yuya's heart, surmising that the matters were indeed complex. She knew that Chi Yuya was loath to part from her. However, they had a lifetime ahead of them. Ayi, you have your obligations, as do I. Therefore, you need not be reluctant to leave me. Let us each strive toward our goals, and in the end, may we embrace once more. Lung Moyo offered her solace to Chi Yuya. Very well, Chi Yuya replied, caressing the corner of Lung Moyo's eye with affection. Chi Yuya and Wenjalan departed from Mabe village, and Lung Mao's life returned to its tranquil rhythm. At Lung Mao's urging, Shi Dazhuang and his wife successfully enrolled their children, Shi Yujin and Shi Yushi, in Fengqing Elementary School. Shi Dazhuang also embarked on a new career with Fengqing Construction. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. However, Lung Mou, in her anticipation of Ling Tianao, has temporarily remained in Beimu town. One afternoon, she received a call from Mou Luo. Sister Yu. The succession conference of the Tiger Head Gang will commence a month from now, and the leader is currently searching for a successor. During this period, Mou Luo has been attending to company matters on the surface while also keeping a close watch on movements within the underworld. Lung Mou has her own plans for the Tiger Head Gang, if it were to fall into the hands of another. Its local dominance would inevitably constrain the operations of the Dark Knight. Let it remain under my control then. As she twirled a Swiss Army knife, a sinister smirk played at the corners of Lung Mou's mouth. She intended to probe the depths tonight. Yu Luo. Would you accompany me to the Tiger Head Gang's main base tonight? Lung Mou dialed Mou Luo's number. Upon hearing her playful yet ominous words, Mou Luo couldn't help but shiver. Understood. In the dead of night, at the Tiger Head Gang's main base, a woman donned in a silver wolf mask reclined on the rooftop, accompanied by a tall man whose face was obscured by a black mask. They were none other than Lung Mou and Mou Luo, who had devised a plan to infiltrate the Tiger Head Gang under the cover of darkness. Sister Yu. Why are we up here on the roof swatting mosquitoes? Mou Luo incessantly swatted the mosquitoes buzzing around him, puzzled as to why they seemed to prefer him over Lung Mou. The incessant sound of slapping mosquitoes echoed in the air. If you wish to be discovered here, then by all means, continue to move. Lung Mou reclined, idly toying with her fingers, while subtly cautioning Mou Luo. Upon hearing this, Mou Luo dared not move again, allowing the wretched mosquitoes to feast upon him. Lung Mou cast a sidelong glance at Mou Luo, approvingly noting, not bad. Yu Jia, when shall we descend? After an indeterminate passage of time, Mou Luo could no longer endure the discomfort. Shu, remain silent, someone approaches. Lung Mou turned over, attentively listening to the sounds nearby. Patter, patter. It appeared there were quite a few individuals about. Lung Mou smirked. Second, when can we expect that batch of goods to arrive? A gruff male voice inquired. Boss, that shipment will be here in 2 days. However, we need to test the efficacy and quality of the goods, replied a man whose face was marred by scars. Excellent. Ensure everything is arranged accordingly. Upon completion of this task, I shall resign, and the position of boss will rightfully belong to you, the man said with a sinister tone. Yu Jia. The individual speaking now is the leader of the Tiger Head Gang, Black Cat. Mou Luo pointed out to Lung Mou. Black Cat? How utterly unsightly. I had assumed your gang members were all as handsome as you, Lung Mou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, that corpulent feline, with its bloated visage and adipose physique, is rather unsightly. It likely owes its corpulence to the copious spoils amassed by the Tiger Head Gang. Blushed crimson, prithee. Be more decorous. Remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the happenings within the abode. Second in command, ensure this consignment is closely guarded. If executed flawlessly, we shall be set for generations to come. With these words, the Black Cat departed. Shortly thereafter, the man addressed as second in command appeared to have some object concealed within. Having completed his task, he too made his exit. With a lithe movement, vaulted from the rooftop, executing a swift somersault upon landing, ensuring a secure descent. Good heavens! You dare leap from such a height? Was visibly startled by his daring feat, cease your idle chatter and descend forthwith. Expressed her disdain. You cannot even manage such a trifling height. Disregarding, promptly breached the door's lock and entered the dwelling. Having finally descended from the rooftop, now stood in contemplation before the lock, pondering, is truly but 15 years of age? Why do you tarry? Come hither at once. As patience waned. Coming. Hurriedly withdrew his thoughts and ran over. Tell me, what do you know about the goods that fat man mentioned? What are they, and what purpose do they serve? Cold Mou inquired as he searched for the items where the second in command had just hidden them. Since began managing the company, Black Cat had not regarded him highly, and he was unaware of the core matters. Fortunately, had managed to keep an eye on things within the organization. After a moment of contemplation, spoke, "If I am not mistaken, it should be drugs." Cold Amoyu ceased his search and turned to, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Are you sure?" "I am certain. Black Cat has been planning this issue for quite some time. The previous individual responsible was not the current second in command, but rather another faction leader, who, after being replaced by Black Cat, once confided in me about this matter," replied. Cold Amoyu's expression darkened. "Tell me honestly. Have you been involved in the drug dealings?" Seeing the ominous expression on Cold Amoyu's face, felt a chill. "Sister Yu. Although I am a leader within the organization and have committed my fair share of misdeeds, I assure you that I have never partaken in such heinous acts. Nor have my subordinates laid their hands on them." Quickly explained. "That is acceptable. My people must not touch such filth." Cold Amoyu's expression softened slightly. "All right. Let us continue searching for the items," she commanded. The duo commenced a meticulous search of the premises, yet the objects concealed by the group eluded their detection. Abruptly, Lung Mayo discerned indications of tampering with a floor tile. "Mayu Luo, approach," she directed. "Remove this tile and inspect its contents." Lung Mayo stood aside, her arms crossed. Acknowledging her instruction, Mayu Luo retrieved a tool from her pocket and carefully dislodged the brick. "Sister Yu, observe," Mayu Luo said, presenting the unearthed item to Lung Mayo. A frigid aura enveloped Lung Mayo's gaze as she scrutinized the objects. "Black Cat, your transgressions have reached their zenith." Chapter 27, Her Nocturne Sister Yu. "What course of action shall we undertake?" Mayu Luo inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded the objects in Lung Mayo's possession. "Return them to their hiding place for the time being," Lung Mayo commanded, her countenance icy as she tossed the package back beneath the tile. With Lung Mayo's direction, Mayu Luo replaced the brick, restoring it to its original state. Lung Mayo dusted her hands, as if repulsed by the item's defilement. "If one chooses to act, one must be prepared to bear the consequences," she declared. Nocturnal shadows. After departing the Tiger Head Gang's stronghold, the pair proceeded directly to this location. "Mayu Luo. Furnish me with a roster of Tiger Head Gang members possessing voting rights for the leadership," Lung Mayo instructed. "Furthermore, highlight those individuals implicated in the matter Black Cat alluded to this evening." Lung Mayo reclined in the executive chair, a lollipop between her lips. Yet her words were enough to instill trepidation. "Indeed, Yu Jia. Mou Luo can only obediently comply." "Yu Jia. Why do you harbor such disdain for anything associated with drugs?" Mou Luo could not help but inquire. "This evening." Upon hearing the Tiger Head Gang's dealings linked to narcotics, Lung Mou's expression remained grim. She did not directly respond to Mou Luo's question but instead gazed out the window at the resplendent full moon. "Yu Luo. Do you see the moon in the sky? Is it round?" Mou Luo, perplexed by Lung Mou's implication, followed her gaze and replied, "It is indeed round. However, what if it were marred by foreign elements?" Lung Mou held a peanut she was peeling towards the edge of the moon, tilting her head to look at Mou Luo. "Now, it is no longer round and appears quite unsightly." Mou Luo responded. "Indeed. Those who are involved with drug trafficking and their affairs should not exist." Lung Mou crushed the peanut in her empty hand into powder, her eyes glinting with cold fury, her darkened face betraying her wrath. "Mou Luo, from the day you chose to accompany me, you should have understood my temperament." Lung Mou suddenly said with a serious tone, turning to face Mou Luo. "Should you dare to engage with such substances in the future, I will personally ensure your demise." Lung Mou shot a piercing glare at Mou Luo, even if all she could see were her furious eyes. Mou Luo felt as though a flock of crows was descending upon him, their beaks poised to pierce him. "I understand, Yu Jia. I have never contemplated touching such things." Harbors a profound aversion to drugs, for it was indeed the reason behind her father's departure. Observing the serious expression on's face, comprehended the weight of her words. "Remember what you said today. Now, where is the list?" As voice fell, handed over the list she held. "Sister Yu. All the individuals involved are listed here. Do you know who this second is?" Inquired, recalling the scarred man from earlier that evening as she pointed to a name on the list. "The second is the leader of, but his real name and residence remain a mystery." Fell into deep contemplation. Swiftly ascertain where this batch of goods is being traded. It seems I must confront these individuals. Respectfully withdrew. The moonlight filtered through her fingers, illuminating Stella's delicate face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a radiant glow. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Picked it up, swiping the screen, and a smile gradually emerged on her previously somber face. "Are you asleep?" The message from felt like a warm ray of sunlight, rescuing from the shadows. "Not yet. Have you resolved the matters on your end?" 2 represented her salvation. Whether it was the disheveled yet endearing Chiyuya she first encountered, or the handsome and dashing Chiyuya who now stands before her, he remains a beacon of light in her life. "Yes, it's been taken care of, but I might not be able to visit you just yet. Be a good boy." Lung Mayo ceased texting Chiyuya and directly dialed his number. "Chiyuya, has anyone ever told you that you can be quite loquacious?" Lung Mayo's eyes crinkled with laughter. Chiyuya, ensconced in a plush sofa, listened to Lung Mayo's soft, gentle voice, feeling as though he had plunged into a jar of honey. "That's a first." He jested, for if the person on the other end wasn't Lung Mayo, Chiyuya wouldn't even bother to open his mouth. "Alright, I'm going to hang up now. I'm feeling rather sleepy." Lung Mayo yawned and bid farewell to Chiyuya with a cheerful tone. "Alright, get some rest." His humor was charming even when yawning. "Bye-bye, Lung Mayo ended the call. A text message buzzed on her phone, good night." Her heart skipped a beat. I'm grateful to have you in my life." Lung Mayo didn't go home but instead lay down in her private lounge. As the stars shone through the night, Lung Mayo drifted into a deep slumber. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, a fresh morning was ushered in. Lung Mayo slowly sat up from the bed and glanced at the time, 7 o'clock. Donning athletic attire, Lung Mayo descended the staircase, commencing her daily exercise regimen. The thoroughfare bustled with activity, Lung Mayo's pace quickening in concert with the street vendors' cries. After approximately an hour, Lung Mayo returned from her run and stood poised to enter the company premises when her cellular device emitted a buzzing notification. "Dearest, remember to partake in breakfast." The message read. Chiyuya had inquired of Li Huanqin, learning of Lung Mayo's susceptibility to hypoglycemia and aversion to morning meals, hence the reminder. Lung Mayo's countenance, previously devoid of expression, now featured a charming pout as she gazed upon the text. She pivoted and proceeded to the steamed bun vendor. "Proprietor, I'll take 2 buns." she requested. "Certainly, just a moment," the proprietor replied, busying himself with the order. "Here you are, miss, 2 ample buns for you," he added with a jovial demeanor. Lung Mayo tendered her payment and turned toward the night's seclusion. As she approached the elevator, a feminine voice intercepted her path. "Hold on, you. What's your purpose here?" A woman with a decidedly acerbic countenance demanded, pointing a finger in Lung Mayo's direction. Lung Mayo surveyed her surroundings before realizing the address was directed at her, subsequently gesturing toward herself. "Why the days? I'm speaking to you. What is your business here? Is this establishment open to every Tom, Dick, and Harry?" The woman scrutinized Lung Mayo, noting the absence of any conspicuously valuable items. Given the prohibitive cost of night's seclusion apparel, she surmised that Lung Mayo could not afford it. Hence her contemptuous demeanor. "I am bound for the president's office," Lung Mayo replied, amusedly, as she nibbled on her bun. "The president's office? Do you possess an appointment?" Upon hearing of Lung Mayo's intention to go to the president's office, the woman's heart was filled with even more disdain. Thinking she was just another vixen trying to seduce President Mo, Lung Mayo crossed her arms in front of her chest. "If you don't have it, then get out of here. At such a young age, instead of learning good things, you're learning to be a seductress." The woman rolled her eyes. "You. Pack your things and get lost. Dark Knight Serenity can't afford to keep trash like you." Lung Mayo didn't want to get entangled with her any further and lifted her foot to go upstairs, but she was stopped by the woman. "With me here today. Don't even think about going up. Who do you think you are, thinking you can fire me with just a casual word? Ridiculous," the woman said with acrimony. At this moment, Mo Yulua arrived at the company for work and witnessed the scene of Lung Mayo being blocked at the elevator entrance by a company employee. She was filled with indignation. On what basis? Just by virtue of the fact that Dark Knight Serenity belonged to her. Mo Yulua walked up to Lung Mayo and gave a respectful bow. "President." The woman's mouth was practically hanging open at this point. She's the company's president? "President Mo, you can't be joking, right?" Ha, from the day I joined the company, I told all of you to work hard and not do things you shouldn't do. Moyulua glanced at the woman's employee badge. Ini, is it? I'll give you 10 minutes to pack your things and get out of Dark Night. Moyulua, having been involved in the underworld before, now exuded an aura that scared Ini half to death. Lung Moyo remained indifferent, showing no concern for the matter. It's settled, she is merely an employee. However, it would be prudent to hire a receptionist who possesses a sense of decorum. With that, Lung Moyo nibbled on a bun as she ascended the elevator. Take care of this, I do not wish to see her when I descend, Moyulua instructed her assistant. Please, Mo, do not dismiss me. The woman is in tears, her beauty diminished, the assistant implored, her voice tinged with desperation. It is merely her own folly for provoking someone she ought not to have, Moyulua remarked dismissively, turning her back to Ini and proceeding upstairs. The assistant, who was once known as Huang Mao, had since dyed his hair black and donned spectacles, exuding an air of intellectualism. His true name was Zhang Xiaotian. Ever since Lung Mayo entrusted them with the management of the company, he held her in the highest esteem, often referring to her as his goddess. Now, witnessing a mere front desk employee audaciously berating his goddess filled him with rage. Ini, leave at once, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Zhang Xiaotian warned, glaring at her as she attempted to linger. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Ini, intimidated by Zhang Xiaotian, retorted. You'll regret this, before fleeing in disarray. Thus, the trivial episode passed. Yo Jia, why do you not inform the staff that you are the president? Moyulua inquired, perplexed, as Lung Mayo had insisted from the outset that this remain undisclosed. I have my own plans. It is sufficient for you and a select few whom I trust to be aware of my position as president, Lung Mayo replied nonchalantly. What progress has been made in the investigation? Cold Moyu lazily inquired while fiddling with her phone. Just as I was about to discuss this matter with you. Moyu Luo extracted her phone from her pocket and sent Cold Moyu a voice recording. Yesterday, while following the second-in-command, I discovered he had entered this bar. Owned by the former vice leader of the Tiger Head Gang, Lan Ning. This is the content of their conversation. Moyu Luo gestured for Cold Moyu to play the audio. Cold Moyu turned her phone and pressed play. Lan Ning. The shipment will arrive the day after tomorrow. At that time, that person will send someone over to conduct the transaction. No one dares to meddle with your establishment in Baimu Town. I propose we hold the trading at your venue. The subsequent sounds were too chaotic to decipher. But at the very least, Cold Moyu understood that the transaction location was indeed this bar. Do you know who that person is? Cold Moyu asked, crossing her legs with an air of authority that belied her mere 15 or 16 years. Moyu Luo shook her head, the other party is well concealed. I could not uncover any information. Cold Moyu nodded in understanding, all right, I comprehend. You may attend to your affairs. Yes. Moyu Luo exited, closing the door behind her. The second-in-command of the Tiger Head Gang? Lan Ning? After tomorrow night, they shall cease to exist. Cold Moyu's eyes glowed with a thirst for blood as she retrieved her computer, preparing to investigate the profiles of these individuals. In a short while, the deeds of everyone on the list were laid bare before her. Cold Moyu's expression darkened further, the crimson hue in her eyes deepening. The Tiger Head Gang, indeed, harbors intriguing prospects. Since her rebirth, Cold Moyu had never felt such rage. The forced oppression of women and children, the involvement in drugs, the brutal murder of the elderly over a mere few hundred yuan, the usurpation of farmers' lands, what other atrocities could these individuals possibly commit? They have crossed her boundaries. A resounding crash reverberated through the president's office, yet no one dared to approach. Closing her laptop, Lung Moyu felt a heavy gloom settle in her heart as she stepped out of the company, her long legs carrying her away. Wandering aimlessly on the streets, thoughts of the Tiger Head Gang plagued her mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself at the Knight's Abyss Mall. Spotting a suit hanging in the display window, she was reminded of Qiyu Yi. Perhaps I should take a look, she mused, and entered the store. Welcome. How may I assist you? The saleswoman greeted her with politeness, lifting Lung Moyu's spirits somewhat. No, I'm just browsing, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. All right. Should you need anything, please call for me, the saleswoman smiled and turned to attend to another customer. Xiao Meng, look at that girl. She hardly seems like someone who could afford our clothes. Why are you being so friendly to her? It's a waste of time, remarked Xiao Meng, the saleswoman who had just served Ling Mou, as she conversed with another sales associate. Ling, every customer deserves respect, each one is a potential client. If we treat them well, even if they don't buy today, it doesn't mean they won't return later, Xiao Meng replied with a smile. Unaware that Ling Mou had overheard their conversation, Mou selected the suit she fancied and said, "Hello, I'll take this suit." Upon hearing her, Xiao Meng promptly approached, "Madam, do you desire the suit?" "Indeed, wrap it up," Mou affirmed. "Hold on, I'll take the suit." A presumptuous woman interrupted before the saleswoman Xiao Meng could respond. The woman, arm in arm with a spirited young man, extended a bank card to Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng maintained her smile, but Mou sensed her predicament. "I apologize, madam, this suit has already been reserved by this lady," Xiao Meng explained to Mou. "Indeed, I had my eye on this garment first," Mou quietly asserted. The woman disregarded Mou, or rather, looked down upon her, and directly bellowed at Xiao Meng, "Has she paid?" "And no," Xiao Meng stammered, unnerved by such a person. "Well, since she hasn't, I'm free to purchase it." "Hurry up and swipe the card," the woman exclaimed, growing even more arrogant upon learning Mou hadn't paid. Presuming Mou couldn't afford it and was merely putting on airs. "Excuse me, this suit is mine," Mou declared calmly, producing the amethyst black card from her pocket. "Very well," Xiao Meng responded, clutching the suit and Mou's black card as she hurried to the cashier to settle the transaction. "Madam, your garment," Xiao Meng said, presenting the suit with both hands and bowing to Mou. Abruptly, the presumptuous woman reached out and yanked Xiao Meng's ponytail, causing Xiao Meng to yelp in pain. "Didn't you hear me say I wanted this suit?" The woman felt that Xiao Meng giving her clothes to Ling Mou was a slap in the face, and in that moment, she unleashed her fury upon Xiao Meng. Ling Mou grasped the woman's wrist, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from the woman due to the pain. "You, summon the security," Ling Mou instructed another sales associate. The young associate, upon seeing the black card in Ling Mou's hand, complied and called for security. "Throw her out," Ling Mou commanded coldly as the guards entered. Each security officer seized one arm of the woman, dragging her out without a hint of gentleness. Meanwhile, the woman continued to shout defiantly, "You little brat, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Black Cat is my father, just wait. I'll make you pay for this." Observing the woman's histrionics, Ling Mou merely scoffed, dismissing her as a mere clown. However, upon hearing the woman's final words, her previously elevated mood plummeted. "Ah, Black Cat, is he your father?" Chapter 29, Blue Moon Bar. The woman's curses gradually faded into the distance, while the sales associate Xiao Meng remained visibly shaken, standing frozen in place. Ling Mou, seated on the sofa with her hands tucked away, regarded her thoughtfully. The girl had potential, though she seemed rather timid. Snapped back to reality, Xiao Meng jumped at the sound of Ling Mou's voice calling her. "Ah?" she exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected summons. "Please call your manager over, I have something to discuss with him," Ling Mou said, casually playing with her phone and gesturing for another associate to notify the manager. Upon witnessing the formidable black card of Ling Mou, the young sales assistant dared not show her any disrespect, promptly nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Meng, perceiving that Ling Mou was about to summon the manager, assumed it was due to her failure to resolve the matter satisfactorily, and hurriedly offered her apologies. "Miss, today's incident was my fault, I did not handle it properly. I beg your forgiveness," she stammered, her heart racing with fear of potential dismissal. Ling Mou, observing her trepidation, couldn't he help but chuckle. "You did splendidly, you merely need to be a bit bolder." "Ah?" Xiao Meng was baffled, her expression one of confusion. Ling Mou rose, her demeanor serious as she instructed, "Remember, should you encounter such individuals again, be decisive and expel them. I, in the realm of Night's Shadow, do not lack patrons. Do you understand?" Xiao Meng, moved by Ling Mou's words, felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Throughout her tenure as a sales assistant, no one had ever stood up for her. Now, hearing Ling Mou's encouragement, her heart swelled with appreciation. "Yes, I understand. Miss, our manager is here." As Ling Mou conversed with Xiao Meng, another sales assistant led the manager of the mall to them. Upon entering, the manager immediately recognized the striking presence of Ling Mou. President? What brings you here personally? He inquired, astonished. President? The two sales assistants were taken aback. Manager Xiao. Xiaoming exhibited commendable performance today. Henceforth, she shall oversee this establishment, with the incumbent manager reassigned elsewhere, Lin Moyo stated with serene composure. Her tone as nonchalant as if bartering for a commonplace cabbage. Affirmative, Madam President. With the matter concluded, Lin Moyo exited the shopping center, carrying the suit intended for Qi Yuya. Strive for excellence, Manager Xiao remarked, patting Xiaoming's shoulder as he saw Lin Moyo off. I shall, Manager, Xiaoming responded. Her thoughts consumed by the exquisite lady, whom she deemed an ethereal being descended from the heavens. To think, she is our Madam President, so stunningly beautiful. Another saleswoman regretted her discourtesy toward Lin Moyo earlier in the day, but it was regrettably too late. Having departed the shopping center, Lin Moyo telephoned Qi Yuya. Where might you be at present? The mere thought of the man caused Lin Moyo to blush. What is it, my dear? Do you find yourself longing for my presence? Qi Yuya jested mischievously. Certainly not. Are you going to disclose your location or not? Otherwise, I shall terminate this call, Lin Moyo feigned annoyance. Yet her true emotion was shyness. Qi Yuya found her amusing. Am I to understand that my darling is being coy? I am currently in the capital, my dear. Is there a matter of concern? Qi Yuya ceased his teasing. Very well, I am now aware. Farewell, Lin Moyo said, abruptly ending the call. Though the flush on her countenance lingered. Having ascertained Qi Yuya's address, Lin Moyo dispatched the garment to him. This is of my own design. I trust I will find it pleasing. In the dim embrace of the night, all men's attire bore the essence of Qi Yuya. Lin Moyo suppressed the fleeting thoughts that lingered around Qi Yuya, sending a message to Mo Yulua. Yulua, please send me the address and layout of that bar. The buzzing notification indicated that Mo Yulua had already sent the desired information. Blue Moon Bar? Lin Moyo's cerulean eyes shimmered with an air of danger. In the depths of the night, at the Blue Moon Bar, Lin Moyo donned a more sophisticated dress, accentuating her features with a striking makeup that rendered her slightly older. A glass of whiskey, please, she beckoned the bartender with a casual wave. The delicate aroma of jasmine wafting around her. The young bartender had never encountered such a melodious voice. Curiosity compelled him to glance at Lin Moyo. What a stunning woman, he thought, wiping away non-existent drool. Madam, please indulge in this drink, specially crafted for you, as it is more suited for ladies. The bartender endeavored to make a favorable impression before Lin Moyo. Thank you, she replied coolly, accepting the glass and sauntering toward a secluded corner. In the corner of the bar, a locale most conducive to unraveling secrets. Lin Moyo surveyed her surroundings and could not help but exclaim, indeed, this establishment, run by the underworld, was utterly unsightly. Not far from the bar, a repugnant man thrust his hand into the clothing of the woman beside him, who offered no resistance. At a nearby table, a couple engaged in passionate kisses, unabashed by their surroundings. In another corner, several burly men adorned with tattoos swayed unsteadily, seemingly poised for a brawl at any moment. Meanwhile, in the center of the stage, scantily clad men and women writhed and danced with wild abandon, undoubtedly having crossed forbidden boundaries. Lin Moyo observed discreetly. Miss, may I take a seat here? A gentleman of refined demeanor approached her. Please, feel free, Lin Moyo replied, lifting her glass for a sip. May I inquire your name? He asked, raising his glass of red wine as if to toast her. With a soft clink, Lin Moyo seemingly obliged, though her indifference was palpable. Ing Lang, she stated, her voice laced with aloofness. Ing Lang? How curious that a woman bears such a name, the gentleman mused quietly. Forgive me, I must excuse myself to the restroom. Lin Moyo fabricated an excuse to vacate her seat. After you, he replied, a glint of evident malice flashing in his eyes. Lin Moyo rose and made her way toward the restroom, pausing at the corner. Humph, to dare tamper with my drink, one must truly seek their demise. Indeed. Lin Moyo had long sensed the man's intentions, using her departure as an opportunity for him to enact his scheme. As anticipated, the man had placed a white pill in her cup. Lin Moyo excused herself to the restroom to wash her hands, feigning a genuine need to relieve herself. I apologize for the wait. No worries, beautiful ladies always possess certain privileges, he replied with an irritating smirk. Ignoring him, Ling Mayo delicately sipped from the drug-laced glass, catching a glimpse of the man's triumphant smile as she drank. A cold laugh echoed in her heart. You think you can outsmart me? Suddenly, she felt a slight dizziness. Pondering this, she tapped her head with her right hand, discreetly observing the man across from her. As expected, he made his move. Feeling dizzy is natural. I added a little something extra, he remarked, his gaze fixed upon her. From the moment she entered, he had set his sights on her. Tonight, you are mine. Chapter 30, Ignorance of Mortality. With a crash, the glass fell to the ground, unnoticed in the cacophony of the bar. The man grasped Ling Mayo's waist, drawing her closer as he led her toward a private room. As he remained oblivious, she opened her eyes, memorizing the route they took. If her memory served her right, this man was one of the participants in the affair. Perhaps an encounter with him would yield benefits. Glancing at the anxious man beside her, a cruel smile graced Ling Mayo's face, chilling to behold. Approaching the private room, she closed her eyes once more, pretending to be faint. There would likely be others inside. The moment was not yet ripe. Within the confines of the private room, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the squalor outside, occupied by only a scattering of individuals. Coldly, Mou experienced a slight alleviation of his unease. By Ge, what is the purpose of bringing a woman in here? The man embracing Ling Mou was none other than Bai Sha, one of the deputy leaders of the Tiger Head gang. A scoundrel known for his unscrupulous methods in coercing women and trafficking children. What? Do my actions require your instruction? Bai Sha flung Ling Mou onto the sofa and retrieved a blade from his pocket, holding it against the throat of the man who had spoken out. Or perhaps you aspire to occupy my position? Bai Sha increased the pressure of the blade, causing blood to gradually trickle from the man's neck. Bai Sha's actions terrified the man who had dared to question him. He immediately grasped the back of the blade with his hand, attempting to control the pressure, fearful that Bai Sha might inadvertently sever his artery. No, Bai Ge, I was merely jesting with you. Do not be angered, blades are indiscriminate. He clearly valued his life, deeming it unworthy to lose it over a mere utterance. Bai Sha retracted the bloodied blade, licking it with his tongue in a display of profound enjoyment. Ling Mou, having been forcefully thrown onto the sofa by Bai Sha, would have been dizzy had she not possessed a knack for using clever force. Silently observing the dynamics within the room, Ling Mou remained mute, striving to minimize her presence. Upon witnessing Bai Sha licking the blood from the blade with an expression of enjoyment, Ling Mou could only perceive him as a pervert. Bai Ge, are we truly going to concede 70% of tomorrow's shipment to Lao Er and his cohort? The three men concluded their recent farce and finally commenced discussing matters of substance. 70%? But how can I bear to part with it? White Shark remarked. Seated beside Ling Mou, a sinister expression etched upon his face. Then, what is your intention, White Brother? Heh. To watch Lao Er and Blue Eagle tear at each other, while we reap the rewards. Who wouldn't desire that? White Shark toyed with the blade in his hand, weaving a treacherous scheme. Indeed, our White Brother is truly astute. The three exchanged glances, the room thick with insidious cunning. White Brother. Doesn't it seem that someone is missing from this room? Suddenly, one of them noticed that Ling Mou was no longer on the sofa. Only then did White Shark realize, damn, where did that woman go? I haven't had my taste yet. I went through so much trouble to get her. And now she's gone. Are you, perhaps, looking for me? Ling Mou had stealthily circled behind the sofa, a blade pressed against White Shark's carotid artery. The very knife she held aloft had been pilfered from White Shark's own grasp. How are you all right? Didn't you drink the wine? White Shark was consumed with frustration. The woman he had within his grasp had not only escaped but now held a knife to his throat. Oh, I forgot to mention. That drug has no effect on me. Ling Mou casually pressed the blade a fraction deeper, a chilling smile playing on her lips. At that moment, White Shark finally felt fear, for the aura surrounding Ling Mou was one of silent, bloodthirsty intent. Beneath her blade, one could sense the absence of life itself. What do you want? White Shark stammered. Cease your trembling. Your hand was quite steady when you were administering the drug a moment ago. The blade, poised perilously close, threatened to lacerate the man's visage. If you wish to preserve your life, you would be wise to answer my queries truthfully. Do you comprehend? Though her tone remained gentle, its impact upon the man was profound. Observing that she was momentarily preoccupied, the two individuals attempted to abscond unnoticed. With a swift motion, she hurled her blade, impaling their hands against the wall. She then divested the man of his belt, using it to secure him to the chair. Removing her stilettos, she sauntered toward the two wretches pinned against the wall. To attempt an escape once you've fallen into my clutches, wouldn't you agree that's rather imprudent? Retrieving her blade, she reattached it to her waist. Wouldn't you concur? She inquired, her visage radiating an alluring yet sinister charm. The man, immobilized, beheld the ruined hands of his compatriots, marveling at the woman's formidable strength. Who are you? What is it that you seek? He demanded. I've already informed you, she replied. I am the specter. Perched languidly upon the table, she toyed with his blade. Now, enlighten me. At what hour are your associates scheduled to convene here tomorrow? Her demeanor underwent an abrupt transformation, her gaze fixated upon the man with palpable ferocity. The two prone figures dared not even breathe. And why, he retorted. Would I ever divulge such information to you? The white shark sensed that this woman was not to be underestimated. If he were to divulge the plans of the second-in-command, he feared that the latter would not spare him. Humph, what makes you think I would? As she spoke, Lung Mo drew a handgun from her waist and pressed it against the white shark's temple. You may certainly try to withhold information, but I fear your gun may not heed your command. While the white shark had felt a twinge of unease when faced with Lung Mo at this moment. As the firearm was aimed at him, he was genuinely frightened of the prospect of her pulling the trigger. All right, I'll talk, just put the gun away. Had you said so sooner, we could have avoided this. Hurry up, I'm quite fatigued. With that, Lung Mo holstered her weapon and returned to the coffee table. Seeing her demeanor, the white shark reluctantly divulged all that he knew, disregarding any thoughts of offending the second-in-command. The Blue Eagle provided the location. The second-in-command and his associates will be making a delivery here tomorrow night at 10. I was instructed to assist in controlling that group. And I would receive 30% of the earnings. Upon hearing this, Lung Mo's gaze sharpened, akin to a blade poised to pierce flesh. Is that all? That's everything I know, truly. The white shark implored earnestly. Seizing a moment of inattention, he kicked toward her knee. Ah, it hurts. You vile woman, let me go. Lung Mo, aware of the white shark's scheme, swiftly countered, as he extended his leg, her bare foot hooked upward and forcefully struck his knee. Those who dared to scheme against her must be prepared to face the consequences. The white shark's knee shattered, with Lung Mo's foot still pressing down upon it. Amidst the anguished cries of the great white shark, Lung Mo slowly withdrew her petite feet, donning her high heels, and approached the creature step by step. With each stride, an aura of death lingered in the air. She lifted the shark's chin with a knife, compelling him to meet her gaze. I am quite displeased at the moment. Tell me, how shall I punish you? Chapter 31, an instigation. The room fell into an oppressive silence. The hearts of the three individuals, aside from Lung Mo, twisted with trepidation. As the shark's agonizing wails echoed, an unfamiliar terror gripped their souls. You wolf. I was wrong, I beg you, please spare me. The pain rendered the shark incapable of articulating a coherent thought. The vibrant lights in the room pulsated, dazzling in their brilliance, yet they inadvertently amplified the collective fear towards Lung Mo. The shark was rendered nearly useless. However, you have offended me. And I have no intention of letting you go, Lung Mo chuckled softly. The shark, confronted by the seemingly effortless demeanor of Lung Mo, felt a tumult of emotions. The events that had just transpired had left a profound visual impact on him, yet escape was no longer an option. A scream erupted as the shark hunched over in his chair, his prized possession now gushing forth crimson streams. Discarding the knife, Lung Mo regarded the shark with an air of gentleness. This is a punishment for daring to lay a hand on me. The once arrogant white shark could no longer maintain his composure. With a roll of his eyes, he fainted. His two subordinates had already retreated to the corner of the room, and as Lung Mo approached, the sound of her high heels echoed with an almost crystalline clarity. The expressions on their faces could no longer be contained as Lung Mo advanced towards them. What do you intend to do? One of them had already soiled himself in fear. I do not wish to do anything, merely that you obstruct my view. Lung Mo was no benevolent figure. Although these two had not participated in tormenting her, they were certainly no paragons of virtue. It would be better to teach them a lesson together. As she pondered this, One of them swung a fist towards her head. With effortless grace, Lung Moi seized the offending hand, forcefully lifting it upward with her left hand while her other struck the assailant's elbow. A sharp crack resounded as his arm was twisted in the opposite direction, rendering it irreparably broken. He collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, his cries devoid of humanity. Following this, Lung Moi applied the same technique to the last remaining individual, dusted off her hands, and departed from the private room, leaving the three of them in excruciating torment. Upon exiting the room, she noticed that the Blue Moon bar had become sparsely populated. It seemed that today she would glean no information. With that, Lung Moi took her leave of the Blue Moon bar. The summer night was unusually oppressive, mirroring the somber mood of Lung Moi. She sat alone in the plaza, seeking solace from the stifling atmosphere and attempting to dispel the vexation she had carried from the Blue Moon bar. Not far off, near the bar's entrance, several figures lurked furtively. Trouble brewing, she mused. Ignoring them, Lung Moi proceeded in the direction of her company. The group of ne'er-do-wells trailed closely behind. As she approached a bend in the road, Lung Moi vanished from sight. Where'd she go? The lead tattooed man questioned, scratching his head in bewilderment. She was just here. Did she sprout roots and burrow underground? Suddenly, Lung Moi materialized behind them. Looking for me? She inquired. The men yelped, startled by her sudden appearance. You harpy. Did you lay hands on Brother Bai? The tattooed man bellowed. Lung Moi strode forward, seizing the tattooed man by the scruff of his neck. I did, she said coolly. And what of it? Seeking retribution? I dare say you lack the means. Insolent wench. The tattooed man swung a fist at Lung Moi with his free hand. With a deft move, Lung Moi intercepted his fist, twisted his arm, and snapped it with a sickening crack. Then, with a graceful kick, she sent him sprawling, incapacitated, onto the ground. Turning her gaze to the remaining thugs, her beautiful face devoid of emotion, she asked, will you come at me one by one, or all at once? Regrettably, this group encountered her at a moment when her spirits were low. Brothers, let us advance together and demonstrate our prowess, avenging Bai. The dim, yellowish glow of the streetlights cast a frigid illumination upon the ground. A dozen burly men launched an assault upon Lung Moi, their murderous intent almost palpable. The mere aura and palpable menace emanating from these individuals would have been sufficient to render many others weak-kneed with terror. Alas, their adversary was none other than Lung Moi. Since you seek your demise, then I shall grant it. Lung Moi cast aside her high heels and advanced to meet them. Even before the shoes struck the ground, she erupted forward like a raging dragon. Her velocity was such that only a fleeting afterimage could be discerned. Swiftly closing the distance to a towering figure of 1.90 meters, she struck. Before the man could react, he was propelled through the air like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the large man landed, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Every rib in his chest was shattered, and his entire body was a mess of injuries. He instantly lost consciousness. At this juncture, the remaining men were utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Lung Moi, with a single kick, had rendered this robust man unconscious? The force of this woman's kick was truly astonishing. Although they were no strangers to rigorous training, this man had been effortlessly annihilated. Such a feat could only be achieved with immense power. Come, continue. Lung Moi, now consumed by a crimson rage, extended a finger and beckoned the remaining men forward. Terminate her. Terminate her. A swarthy man bellowed, charging toward Lung Moi. The others joined him, encircling her. Lung Moi's prowess had surpassed their expectations. None had anticipated such fortitude from a seemingly delicate woman. 8 or 9 figures converged upon Lung Moi, brandishing blades aimed at her vital points. Courting death. Confronted with such stark malice, Lung Moi merely shook her head. With a swift movement, she evaded their assault, her left leg sweeping out like an iron rod. A series of violent impacts reverberated through the air. The crisp sound of bones snapping echoed as the assailant's leg bones fractured under Lung Moi's assault. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. It was, in the truest sense, an instant annihilation. Lung Moi donned her shoes and strode toward the fallen figures. I told you, courting death. Without pause, Lung Moi disregarded the wails of the injured and departed. Hello, this is to report a riotous assembly on the street north of Blue Moon Bar. Lung Moi contacted the Public Security Bureau to report the incident. Soon after, The wail of sirens echoed incessantly through the streets as the dozen or so individuals who had sought to trouble Lung Mayo, only to be bested, were escorted to the police station. The night, as always, stretched on interminably. Lung Mayo, caressing the blade at her waist, felt a certain lack. She wondered if Mo Yulua might be of assistance. Chapter 32, Crafting a Bali Song. Beep beep beep. The call connected. Yulua. Do you know where one could commission the forging of blades? Tonight's blade feels somewhat inadequate. Mo Yulua, mid-yawn, questioned Lung Mayo's late-night pursuit of crafting blades but responded nonetheless. What sort of blade is it, Sister Yu? Lung Mayo dispatched a blueprint of the blade to Mo Yulua. Examine the blueprint and see if it can be crafted. Mo Yulua opened the image Lung Mayo had sent and instantly jolted upright in bed. Sister Yu, who is this blade for? Lung Mayo grew somewhat impatient. It's for my own use. Just tell me if you can find someone to make it. Mo Yulua was now fully alert, having not encountered such a blade in ages. He couldn't resist confirming with Lung Mayo, Sister Yu, is this a Bali song? Lung Mayo paused, surprised that Mo Yulua recognized it. Since you know what it is, can you have it made for me by tomorrow? I need it urgently. Sister Yu, I can make a Bali song, but... Mo Yulua hesitated, leaving the sentence unfinished. However, what is it? Hurry up and speak, why the hesitation? How can there be such troublesome individuals? We are currently unable to procure the finest materials for the butterfly knife. If you are in urgent need, I can only craft it using ordinary materials. But the sharpness of the blade will be significantly diminished. Mo informed Lung Mo candidly. Lung Mo was well aware that ordinary materials could not unleash the pinnacle potential of the butterfly knife, but time was of the essence. And he had to make do. Please craft 2 knives for me using ordinary materials tomorrow. I will expedite the search for Uzi steel. Yes, I understand. All right. You should rest now. With that, Lung Mo ended the call. In the quiet of the night, sitting at the edge of his bed, Lung Mo placed his laptop on his lap, tapping away at the keyboard. It seemed he was searching for something. Who exactly was the individual mentioned by White Shark? Why did both the second-in-command and White Shark, oblivious to this person's background, dare to engage in trade with them? Such a substantial deal? He rubbed his finger against his nose, contemplating for a moment. He began typing, directly investigating the second-in-command's bank transactions, and sure enough, that individual had recently received a transfer of 50 million. Swiss bank? Lung Mo pondered over this transaction with difficulty. Perhaps Jiao Yan could uncover the details. With this thought, he converted the second-in-command's bank statements into an electronic format and opened the ACM system. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Jiao Yan was just about to retire for the night when he noticed the icons on his computer screen shimmering brightly. That was the prompting method he had specifically designed for his liege. He dashed to the computer with the alacrity of a sprinter and opened Cold and Nether's message interface. This man, who usually manipulated firearms with adroitness, was now grinning like a gleeful child. 9 words, do me a favor and investigate this individual's background. Send it to me before noon tomorrow. Cold and Nether needed to ascertain the identity of this person. Understanding one's adversary is crucial for triumph. Gaining more insight is always advantageous, especially since intuition suggested that this individual would not be easily subdued. My liege, there's no need to investigate. I've recently had dealings with this person. 9 words. Upon seeing the codename on the screen, recognized it as Qin Chi, the Golden Triangle drug lord he had been confronting lately. Qin Chi? Inquire into the quantity of merchandise and personnel he intends to bring to Northwood Town in Feng City tomorrow. Cold and Nether was surprised that Qin Chi, such an uninhibited and arrogant individual, would set his sights on a small place like Northwood Town. My liege, as far as I'm aware, the reason Qin Chi is bringing his goods to Northwood Town is because it's coastal, and he intends to transport the drugs via sea to other locations for trafficking. 9 words truthfully conveyed what he knew to Cold and Nether. This time, Qin Chi would undoubtedly be transporting a considerable amount of goods, with over 200 people responsible for the transport. Regarding Qin Chi's drug trafficking activities, 9 words usually turned a blind eye, as he didn't care what Qin Chi did as long as it didn't harm his own interests, except this time Qin Chi's subordinates had seized a batch of his firearms. 9 words, are you saying that Qin Chi also pilfered your merchandise? Upon discovering Qin Chi's theft of Jiao Yan's arms shipment, Lung Mao's intent to eliminate him crystallized immediately. Jiao Yan was her protégé, and the organization Jiao Yan led was inextricably linked to her. Your Majesty. I am in pursuit, but Qin Chi and his cohort are swift, nearing Fengqing, Jiao Yan reported with resignation. Jiao Yan. Assemble your operatives in Fengqing and meet me in Northwood Town tomorrow. Qin Chi will disgorge what he has consumed. Lung Mao betrayed no significant emotional upheaval. Yet the frigidity in her gaze revealed her ruthlessness. Your Majesty, might I come to you? Since their encounter in Moyo, Jiao Yan had yearned to be in Lung Mao's presence, but Lung Mao had issued a stricture forbidding her appearance without explicit consent. Lung Mao considered the situation. Mo Yulu alone could not resolve the matter at hand. Very well, meet me in Northwood Town tomorrow at 11 o'clock. With that, she disconnected, leaving Jiao Yan euphoric and sleepless. As the night deepened, Lung Mao shut down her computer, leaned against the headboard, closed her eyes, and amplified the sound of her breathing. The violent vibration of her mobile phone jolted Lung Mao awake. Speak, she commanded. You had better pray that you have momentous news. Lung Mao suppressed a breath. Yet her rage was palpable. Mo Yulu was startled, suddenly recalling Lung Mao's severe aversion to being roused from sleep. I'm done for, he thought. Left with no alternative. He braced himself and initiated the conversation. Ms. Yu, there are certain intricate aspects of the blueprints that elude my comprehension. I am currently situated at the North Suburb warehouse. Would it be possible for you to come over at your convenience? Upon receiving the address, Lung Mao calculated the distance between the North Suburb warehouse and the clandestine confines of Dark Night Serenity. Resolving to traverse the distance on foot, she fastened her customary sandbags and commenced her journey. Mo Yulu clutched the printed schematics in hand, several fragments of Beck meteorite iron arrayed upon the adjacent table. Spying Lung Mao's approach from afar, he refrained from hastening to greet her. As Lung Mao drew near, the crux of the issue became apparent. The central interface of the blade and the blade's thickness proved challenging to manipulate. Mo Yulu scrutinized the blueprints. Vexation etched upon his countenance. During the forging process, the curvature of the blade should be slightly exaggerated, and the blade itself should be subjected to approximately 100 additional hammer blows compared to conventional implements. Lung Mao dismissed the concern with nonchalance, urging Mo Yulu to commence the forging process. Mo Yulu approached the incandescent furnace, activating the bellows to intensify the flames, thereby elevating the temperature and initiating the smelting of the meteorite iron. Smelting, shaping, hammering. Mo Yulu seized the first butterfly knife he had forged. Ms. Yu. It appears to be a failure. Lung Mao received the newly forged butterfly knife into her palm, scrutinizing it intently for a fleeting moment. Augment the intensity of the flames and attempt again. With a soft whoosh, the butterfly knife was launched forth, embedding itself soundlessly into the warehouse door with remarkable precision, penetrating deep into the wood. Indeed, it is a flawed creation. With considerable effort, Lung Mao managed to drive the blade into the surface just a fraction. Mo Yulua gazed at the unsuccessful butterfly knife embedded in the door panel, gasping in disbelief, rendered motionless like a lifeless statue. Mo Yulua, what are you doing? Hurry up and strike, stop dawdling. Lung Mao observed Mo Yulua's foolish expression and could only shake his head in resignation. Oh. Mo Yulua turned around and embarked once more on the journey of crafting a second butterfly knife. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of the hammer striking the iron reverberated throughout the warehouse. Before long, a cry of awe escaped Mo Yulua's lips. Lung Mao stood up and approached. On the large table lay a brand new butterfly knife, gleaming with unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through hair with ease. The blade emitted a chilling gleam, and even the handle radiated an aura of terror. After a busy morning, the butterfly knife had finally taken shape. Lung Mao wiped his hands, grasped the handle, and lifted the exquisite butterfly knife with pride. As the praise from Lung Mao caused Mo Yulua's cheeks to gradually flush, she responded, Sister Yu, you should give it a try to see if it feels comfortable. With a firm grip on the butterfly knife, Lung Mao strode towards the warehouse exit, her sights set on the two towering poplar trees in the open space outside. In a swift motion, she planted her left foot, leveraging her right to propel her entire body into the air, executing a graceful spin. Her right leg sliced through the air, generating a fierce gust. Mo Yulua felt a sudden rush of wind brush against her cheek, accompanied by a faint sting. As Lung Mao landed, the butterfly knife shot forth with remarkable force, cleaving through the two poplar trees effortlessly. The blade pierced through the trunks, embedding itself into the stone behind them, causing the rock to crack in response. Mo Yulua's eyes widened in disbelief. Could a mere girl of 15 or 16 truly accomplish such a feat? Surely. It must be the extraordinary sharpness of the butterfly knife at play. She murmured to herself, her curiosity piqued. Unable to contain her intrigue, Mo Yulua approached Lung Moi, eager to experience the long-hidden butterfly knife for herself. Can I touch it? She asked, extending her hand towards Lung Moi, who was polishing the blade. Observing Mo Yulua's eager demeanor, Lung Moi paused her task and handed over the butterfly knife. Be careful, she cautioned softly. At long last, having acquired the coveted blade, Mo Yulua was overcome with exhilaration, brandishing the butterfly knife with unrestrained enthusiasm. To Lung Mayo, these antics resembled nothing more than a crude ritual, utterly devoid of any semblance of proper technique. A sudden, piercing cry of agony shattered the air as droplets of crimson stained the earth before Mo Yulua. Mo Yulua. Did I not caution you to exercise prudence? Lung Mayo chided, tearing strips from her jacket to staunch the bleeding, her voice laced with concern over his carelessness. In that moment, due to a lapse in proper handling, the butterfly knife had inflicted a grievous wound upon Mo Yulua's palm, from which blood gushed forth with alarming profusion. I must confess, elder sister Yu, I had not anticipated such a formidable challenge in mastering this blade, he admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head with his uninjured hand, a gesture incongruous with his towering stature. Having completed the bandaging of his wound, Lung Mayo retrieved the butterfly knife. If this blade were so easily tamed, its mastery would not have remained elusive for so long, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Yulua. Devote your efforts to crafting more blades of this nature for me, consider it a form of practice. As you command, elder sister Yu, Mo Yulua responded, having attended to his injury. Once I procure wood steel, I shall forge an even more exquisite butterfly knife, Lung Mayo mused inwardly. Indeed. Only the finest materials would suffice to craft a blade worthy of elder sister Yu's unparalleled skill in wielding the butterfly knife with such breathtaking artistry. When Lung Mayo unveiled her exquisite swordsmanship, Mo Yulua revered her as a deity. Yulua, at 10 o'clock tonight. Lead your original team and seize the Tiger Head Gang stronghold for me. Lung Mayo maintained an air of composure and indifference, like an innocent maiden casually discussing dinner plans. Remember, extract everything hidden within the Tiger Head Gang's headquarters, leaving nothing behind, understood? Mo Yulua, aware that Lung Mayo had her own agenda, could only comply. Sister Yu. What about you? Are you going to Blue Moon? Mo Yulua was concerned that Lung Mayo might encounter danger, as the extent of the reserves held by the second-in-command and the enigmatic trading partner remained unknown. Lung Mayo perceived the worry in Mo Yulua's eyes, and a surge of warmth welled up within her. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Simply execute my current instructions, and that will suffice. After dealing with the individuals at the stronghold, gather those sorted items and await me there. Mo Yulua only grasped fragments of Lung Mayo's plan but trusted that she would not harm him. Understood. Seeing his compliance, Lung Mayo said nothing further. Yulua. You may return now. Understood, Sister Yu. Mo Yulua gazed at Lung Mayo's departing figure, still in awe of the moment the blade pierced the stone and Lung Mayo's strategy. Unable to regain his composure. Fortunately, I did not make an enemy of her back then. Lung Mayo wandered aimlessly through the streets, contemplating the second-in-command's trading scheme for the evening. Help! Someone's been robbed. A frantic cry echoed through the streets as a gang of motorcyclists snatched a bag from an unsuspecting pedestrian. Oh no, my life savings! The woman sat helplessly on the roadside, overwhelmed by despair. Just as Lung Mou contemplated intervening, a figure darted past her, racing towards the thieves. This shadow-like individual pursued the gang with remarkable speed, swiftly commandeering a police motorcycle. The roar of the engine pierced the air as the rider overtook the robbers, executing a flawless drift to block their path. The faces of the thieves turned ashen. Had they hesitated a moment longer before hitting the brakes, they might have met a dire fate. Officer, hand over the stolen bag and accompany me to the police station, the figure declared, producing a detective's badge from their coat and displaying it before the startled duo. We will go with you, they stammered, still reeling from the recent shock. Lung Mou observed the scene, a smile creeping across her face as she stroked her chin. So it's him. Chapter 34, Jiu Yan arrives Liao Wangxing. The newly appointed captain of the criminal investigation team at the police station in Fengcheng, Baimu Town, Renowned for his unwavering integrity and commitment to justice. He had achieved numerous accolades since graduating from the police academy 2 years ago. His rapid ascent from a fledgling officer to the esteemed position of captain within such a short span of time was a testament to his exceptional skills and methods. As Lung Mou suppressed her laughter, she snapped her fingers, realizing that the night's events were destined to be quite entertaining. From the moment she first laid eyes on Liao Wangxing, a small plan had quietly begun to take root in Lung Moyo's heart. At this moment, within the dimly lit lobby of the Dark Knight Company in Baimu Town, Fengqing, a foreign gentleman with golden hair, azure eyes, and a prominent aquiline nose sat elegantly on the sofa. This man was Zhou Yan, who had long harbored thoughts of visiting Lung Moyo. "What can I do for you, sir?" inquired the receptionist, her eyes sparkling with red hearts, her cheeks flushed. Zhou Yan, with a courteous demeanor, replied, "I understand Chinese, you may converse with me in Mandarin." As a Chinese Italian who had grown up in China, conversing in the language posed no challenge for him. The receptionist, now blushing profusely, steeled herself to continue the conversation. "Very well, sir. How may I assist you?" "No need, I am waiting for your president," Zhou Yan replied nonchalantly. "May I ask if you have an appointment?" The receptionist persisted with a smile. Following the incident involving the previous receptionist, anew, who was dismissed for her discourteous treatment of unfamiliar guests, the company staff had undergone specialized training. Zhou Yan chose not to respond to her inquiry, instead retrieving his phone. "Your Majesty, I have arrived at your company's lobby." "Please hold on, I will arrive in 2 minutes," Lung Moyo replied, hastening his steps. Perceiving Zhou Yan's disinterest in engaging further, the receptionist poured him a glass of water before returning to her post. Shortly thereafter, Lung Moyo strode into the Dark Knight Company, his long legs carrying him with purpose. The receptionist, unaware that she was addressing the CEO, greeted her with polite formality, inquiring if she could be of assistance. Lung Moyo dismissed her with a wave. Proceeding directly towards Zhou Yan's location, she settled onto the sofa opposite him without a word, her presence immediately felt. Zhou Yan, taken aback by this impolite individual, narrowed his burdened eyes, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. Yet, he couldn't deny the captivating beauty of the young woman before him. A silent standoff ensued, neither party willing to break the quietude. After a tense 30 seconds, Zhou Yan, unnerved, averted his gaze, feigning composure as he observed the bustling cityscape through the window. His rapidly blinking eyes, however, betrayed his inner turmoil. Lung Moyo's intense gaze had unsettled him, leaving him momentarily flustered, unable to withstand her fervent stare any longer. And with no means of escape, Zhou Yan resorted to calling Lung Moyo on his mobile phone. The device in the young woman's hand vibrated as she answered the call. A sudden realization dawned upon Zhou Yan, and he exclaimed in astonishment, You are Her Majesty?" This revelation propelled him from the sofa. His demeanor was unexpectedly comical, a stark contrast to the fearsome reputation he held among the underworld's most formidable figures. Indeed, Lung Moyo responded with a soft chuckle, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Rising to her feet, she simply stated, "Follow me." Under the watchful eyes of the receptionist, the two entered the elevator. As they ascended, the receptionist, in a moment of concern, began to intervene, only to be restrained by the timely arrival of Mou Luo, who cautioned her with a hushed tone, "Hush, let it be." Mou Luo placed her index finger before her lips, gesturing for silence. The receptionist acknowledged with understanding. Inside the office, Zhou Yan could no longer contain his exhilaration, stepping forward to grasp Lung Mou's hand. It is truly you, my king." Lung Mou disdainfully shook off his arm, rolling her eyes. "Are all of these individuals so mannered?" She shrugged, making it evident. Zhou Yan turned his back to Lung Mou, steadying himself. "What, am I a disappointment to behold?" Upon hearing Lung Mou's words, Zhou Yan swiftly turned around, waving his hands in haste. No, my king, it is merely that I did not anticipate you being so young, and so, exquisitely beautiful." Zhou Yan's words stumbled. "Enough. Speak plainly, do not disgrace your name, Zhou Yan." Lung Mou was unfazed by Zhou Yan's hesitations. "Be seated." Lung Mou gestured towards the lounge sofa. "Yes." Zhou Yan held Lung Mou in inexplicable reverence, not solely because she was their king, but also because she was the mentor to them all. "Zhou Yan, where are your cohorts?" The jesting had passed, now, the immediate priority was resolving the night's affair. Zhou Yan, observing Lung Mou's sudden gravity, recognized that the evening's events were undoubtedly complex. My king, the individuals you require will arrive at Northwood Town at 8 this evening. I have made the arrangements. You may rest assured. Lung Mo, beholding Jiu Yan's restrained demeanor, unexpectedly smiled. How endearing these children are. Am I truly so intimidating? Dearest Jiu Yan. Let us dispense with such formalities. There is no need for honorifics between us, especially since I am the youngest among you. Simply address me as Lung Mo. Lung Mo offered Jiu Yan a gentle smile, for in her heart, these 6 individuals were akin to family. Understood. Mo, Jiu Yan hastily corrected himself. Lung Mo visibly relaxed at this. Jiu Yan, I require your assistance with tonight's matter. Mo, speak freely. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Jiu Yan responded earnestly. The task itself is not overly complicated. As you are aware, Qingqi has been exploiting Northwood Town as a transit hub and distribution point for narcotics. Should they succeed in their endeavors, the ramifications would be dire. As Lung Mo spoke of this matter, her entire aura underwent a transformation. Jiu Yan perceived a profound sense of isolation and helplessness emanating from her, as if she were the sole inhabitant of this world. He felt a pang of anguish. For this was not the essence of their Mo. Tonight, I intend to dismantle their operation. Your role would be to assist with the aftermath, Lung Mo stated. Her eyes beseeching Jiu Yan for his cooperation. Mo, are you suggesting that you intend to undertake this endeavor alone? Jiu Yan inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. Seeking confirmation from Lung Mo. Indeed. Jiu Yan abruptly rose from the sofa, his voice filled with incredulity. Mo, have you lost your senses? Regardless of the number of individuals affiliated with the Tiger Head Gang, Qingqi alone commands over 200 men. And now you inform me that you intend to confront them single-handedly? Jiu Yan expressed his profound vexation at Lung Mo's reckless disregard for her own well-being. Incensed that she held her life in such low esteem. Jiu Yan, I have endured this for far too long, Lung Mo murmured softly. Her gaze fixed upon the scenery beyond the window. I simply desire to unleash my pent-up emotions. Having withdrawn her gaze from the window, Lung Mo once more met Jiu Yan's eyes. Jiu Yan, trust me. Chapter 35, about, perhaps? Jiu Yan, beholding the frosty depths of Lung Mo's eyes, hesitated. He remained uncertain of the true extent of Lung Mo's capabilities. Nor did he wish for Lung Mo to confront hundreds alone, which would be tantamount to delivering her own head to the enemy. Lung Mo's presence was of vital importance to them all. Seeing Jiu Yan about to speak, ready to dissuade her, Lung Mo swiftly interrupted, Jiu Yan, I would never embark on something without assurance. Jiu Yan still did not approve of Lung Mo placing herself in harm's way. Yet he was helpless against her resolve. Then, Mo, do take utmost care. My men are waiting outside, should any issue arise, activate this. Jiu Yan spoke as he pressed a flare into Lung Mo's hand. I understand, thank you, Jiu Yan. Why was it that these individuals, with whom she shared no blood, could treat her with such kindness, while those who were bound to her by blood sought her demise? Lung Mo suddenly felt a sense of release. Those people were of no consequence. Presently, Lung Mo abruptly raised her head, casting a mischievous glance at Jiu Yan. Mo, what is it? Jiu Yan was evidently startled by Lung Mo's sudden expression. Jiu Yan, shall we engage in a bout? Lung Mo proposed, as casually as one might haggle for vegetables at the market. Jiu Yan was speechless. Was he not ranked second in the world for his skills? Was Mo not inviting trouble? Are you certain? Indeed, I am certain. Will you fight or not? Lung Mo was never one to back down. All right, I shall humor you and indulge in this game. Jiu Yan felt a sense of relief, considering it a chance for Mo to hone her skills. Let's go. Given Mo Lua's past involvement with the underworld, half of the company's employees were formerly under his command. Consequently, at Lung Mo's suggestion, a sparring arena was established within the company for their recreational use during downtime. Jiu Yan followed Lung Mo to the arena. President. The employees in the arena were astonished to see their president, a rare sight indeed, visiting the place. Yes. Lung Mo nodded to acknowledge them. Subsequently, Lung Mo and Jiu Yan stepped onto the platform. Jiu Yan, let's begin. Lung Mo wrapped his hands with cloth strips. Mo, I fear I might injure you. Jiu Yan was concerned about fighting Lung Mo, given that his moves were invariably lethal. Lung Mo did not respond. but instead, with one hand on the ground, executed a swift aerial spin, delivering a stylish sweeping kick towards Jiuyan. Caught off guard, Jiuyan failed to evade in time, and his shoulder was grazed by the force of the kick, causing a sharp pain. "Mou, it seems I underestimated you." Jiuyan patted his shoulder, realizing Mou's capabilities. "Jiuyan, show me your true abilities. I don't want you to hold back. Allow me to witness what skills you possess to manage an organization." Mou was utterly serious. Jiuyan was taken aback. Mou was aware that he was managing an organization? Who was she? If she were merely the king, she would not have known this. With a resounding crash, the floor before Jiuyan reverberated as Mou's fist landed. Jiuyan, on the battlefield. Such hesitation would render you a corpse. Mou expressed profound disappointment at Jiuyan's dazed state, an uncharacteristic lapse for him. In the relentless theater of war, such vulnerability would prove fatal. "Mou, I shall endeavor to be more earnest," Jiuyan responded, his thoughts coalescing as he entertained the notion of testing Mou's mettle. "A welcome proposition," Mou retorted, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Come then, demonstrate whether your skills have burgeoned in these intervening years." With a flourish, Jiuyan unleashed a flurry of punches, a tempest of formidable blows accompanied by sharp gusts of wind, directed toward Mou. "Jiuyan, your movements are excessively languid." With these words, Mou met Jiuyan's assault with open palms, deftly enveloping the advancing fist and twisting it in the opposite direction with astonishing velocity. Startled, Jiuyan propelled himself backward with a powerful thrust of his legs, executing a somersault toward Mou, narrowly evading the brunt of the attack. However, a throbbing sensation in his forearm served as a stark reminder of the palpable force of the blow. A profound understanding passed between the two, and neither uttered a word to disrupt the tense equilibrium. Abruptly, Mou initiated an offensive. Moving with ethereal grace, Mou traversed the distance like a phantom, transforming her palm into a fist and aiming a lethal strike at the back of Jiuyan's ear. Jiuyan found himself unable to match Mou's spectral speed. And with the metaphorical blade poised at his throat, he knew that failure to parry this blow would spell certain demise. He extended his hand, bracing himself to receive the full impact of Mou's fist. A sharp crack, reminiscent of bone grinding against bone, echoed through the air. Succumbing to successive pangs of agony, Jiuyan was vanquished in this battle. Before he could even gather his wits, he was utterly and irrevocably defeated. Moments later, Jiuyan knelt on the ground, reflecting upon the recent combat, and for the second time, he began to question his own capabilities. Was Mou too formidable? Or had he regressed due to his prolonged inaction? A somber expression lingered on Jiuyan's face. His palms still throbbed with pain, trembling slightly. "Jiuyan." Mou bent down, extending a hand towards Jiuyan. With a sharp crack, Mou snapped Jiuyan's dislocated bone back into place. Jiuyan gazed up at Mou, finding himself somewhat captivated. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. He reached out his hand to Mou, who, with a surge of strength, hoisted him up from the ground. "Progress," Mou remarked, offering a rare word of praise. In today's confrontation with Jiuyan, Mou had exerted 80% of her strength, and this fellow had undoubtedly become more exceptional than before. Doubts only deepened within Jiuyan's mind. Could it be that Mou had known him previously? "Jiuyan, never question my words, you have known this since the day you began following me." At that moment, Jiuyan understood why Mou had been so heavy-handed today. Yes. Mou surreptitiously glanced at him, realizing that this fellow was quite disheartened today. However, a bit of discouragement was beneficial, lest he suffer the consequences of underestimating his adversaries in the future. Very well. Outside the arena, all the employees applauded, genuinely surprised by the president's remarkable prowess. Primarily, considering their youth. I am aware of your exceptional skills, but I did not anticipate such proficiency." At some point, Mou had entered the arena, offering a bottle of water to both Mou and Jiuyan. Mou accepted it with composure, taking a sip. "What is it? Do you wish to learn?" "I can instruct you," she said, gazing intently at Mou. She was not jesting. The Tiger Head gang would continue to flourish, and she required someone with outstanding abilities in all aspects, someone she could trust to manage it. And Mou was the most suitable candidate. Is that truly possible?" Mo Yulua had not expected Lung Mayo to offer to teach him. Lung Mayo's skills were beyond his reach. Indeed, but it will be arduous. Lung Mayo's training methods were sometimes so demanding that even she herself struggled to persevere. No. I am not afraid. Please, you, instruct me. With these words, Mo Yulua performed a grand salute to Lung Mayo. Alright, cease this charade. As Lung Mayo departed, Jiuyan closely followed her, harboring a question that he could not comprehend. Mayo, have we perhaps met before? Chapter 36, Beneath the bar. Jiuyan stood directly before Lung Mayo, desperately seeking an answer. Have we? Lung Mayo's eyes welled up as she gazed at Jiuyan, her eyes slightly reddened, a trace of emotion stirring within her. So, none of you have forgotten. Lung Mayo sniffled, turning her head to the side to evade the throbbing in her heart. Indeed. Have we not known each other for many years? Lung Mayo feigned indifference. Mou, you are aware that my reference extends beyond merely our sovereign. A hint of urgency laced Jiuyan's tone. And what else could there be? She pivoted, standing motionless before Jiuyan. Could it be that she truly isn't the one? Then how does one account for this inexplicable sense of familiarity? Jiuyan pondered, perplexed. Perhaps I've simply made a mistake. He lowered his head, a touch crestfallen. Lung Mou widened the space between them, retreating to the chaise lounge. She exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over her. She had nearly succumbed to the impulse to confide in him. A pall of silence descended, eclipsing the lightheartedness that had marked their initial encounter. For secrets weighed heavily on their hearts. Mou, when will you return to ACM? They all long for your presence. Regardless of whether Lung Mou was indeed that person, she remained their sovereign, their mentor. Hearing Jiuyan mention their companions, Lung Mou felt a loosening of the tension that had gripped her, replaced by a surge of warmth. Once I've attended to the matters at hand, I shall naturally seek you all out. By the way, Jiuyan, come and examine this diagram. Seated on the chaise lounge, Lung Mou retrieved the floor plan of the Blue Moon bar, which Mo Luo had given her, and began to scrutinize the bar's layout. Jiuyan accepted the blueprint, studying it intently. Mou, there's something peculiar about this diagram. Jiuyan gestured to a corner of the plan. A flicker of unease in his expression. You perceive it as well? Indeed. Observe, this area should logically contain a doorway, otherwise, the architectural design is quite illogical. With her index finger, Jiuyan gestured towards the lower portion of a hollow structural map, elucidating to Lung Mou. Are you implying that this location serves as a conduit? Lung Mou comprehended. Indeed, there must be something concealed within, Jiuyan asserted. Humph. What a treacherous and cunning lot, Lung Mou's eyes flashed with a frigid glint. Jiuyan, accompany me on a venture. Proceeding to his desk, he fastened the butterfly knife crafted by Mo Luo that very morning to his waist and led Jiuyan towards the exit. Mou, tarry a moment. Jiuyan uttered, retrieving a human skin mask from her satchel and affixing it upon Lung Mou's visage. There, now none shall recognize you. Lung Mou brandished his cellular device as a looking glass. Astonishing, the woman within exudes allure and grace, yet bears not a trace of Lung Mou. Even the most intimate acquaintance would struggle to discern my identity. Jiuyan, I commend you, Lung Mou offered a gesture of approval. A trifling matter. Merely a stratagem employed to preserve one's life during prior missions, Jiuyan remarked, seemingly recalling unpleasant memories. Let us proceed, Lung Mou's comforting hand promptly clasped his, extricating him from his reverie. Blue Moon Tavern. Lung Mou and Jiuyan stealthily nestled against the wall adjacent to the Blue Moon Tavern's rear entrance, furtively scrutinizing the gatekeepers. Presumably affiliated with the Blue Hawk, Lung Mou observed, noting a throat-slitting gesture directed at Jiuyan by one of the sentries. Indeed. Jiuyan concurred with a nod. With a thud, Lung Mou propelled a pebble towards the vicinity of their position, generating a conspicuous sound. With a rhythmic cadence, the gatekeeper advanced towards the source of the sound. As he drew near, Lung Moi and Jiuyan exchanged a subtle glance. Jiuyan, comprehending the unspoken signal, swiftly incapacitated the gatekeeper with a precise chop to the neck. Without delay, the duo ventured directly into the Blue Moon bar. Moi, is there no one here? Jiuyan inquired. Puzzled. Can it be that such a sizable establishment employs only a solitary doorkeeper? Nay, we must exercise caution. In this unfamiliar and perilous locale, Lung Moi found it imperative to maintain an unwavering vigilance. Jiuyan, come hither. Lung Moi, positioned before a refrigeration unit, brandished the butterfly knife from her waist and beckoned Jiuyan to her side. After gesturing to Jiuyan, Lung Moi retreated to a position from which she could observe, awaiting Jiuyan's opening of the portal. Commence, Lung Moi commanded. As Jiuyan initiated the action of opening the refrigerator door, Lung Moi had already positioned the butterfly knife to safeguard his advance. Unexpectedly, however, the refrigerator door opened with ease, devoid of any disturbance. Moi, there is a stairway here, leading to the subterranean depths, Jiuyan remarked after thoroughly inspecting the surroundings and detecting no immediate threats. It would appear that this passage is intended for patrons, Lung Moi observed, her vigilance undiminished, as she held the conviction that tranquility often belies a lurking peril. Jiuyan, I shall proceed in advance, remain close behind. With a woman's intuition, she possessed a heightened sensitivity to danger. The two began their descent into the depths of the bar. As they progressed, the illumination increased, yet the sense of foreboding intensified. Moi, be mindful, do not act rashly, Jiuyan cautioned, unable to suppress his concern. Indeed, Lung Moi acknowledged with a nod. At this juncture, the duo paused amidst a pedestrian intersection. Which way, MOU? Jiuyan inquired, perplexed. To the right, MOU directed. The schematics indicate a more concealed path on the right, potentially harboring something of significance. Understood. Jiuyan clasped her firearm with both hands, vigilantly safeguarding Lung Mou from behind. Mou, a dead end. Shall we retrace our steps? They followed the passage to its terminus, only to be confronted by an impassable wall. Lung Mou scrutinized the surrounding walls. Nay, something is amiss here. With a subtle gesture of her right hand, she tapped along the wall, the sounds resonating with varying pitches. Thud, thud, bang, bang. Detecting the disparity in acoustics, Lung Mou brandished her butterfly knife and delicately peeled away the wall's surface, revealing a square combination lock. Morse code? Jiuyan gazed upon the lock, her countenance grave. Why would anyone install such a lock within a bar? Could there truly be something hidden within? Jiuyan, your mobile device, if you please. Startled from her reverie by Lung Mou's abrupt request, Jiuyan hastily rummaged through her pockets, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Perhaps this was the sensation of placing unwavering trust in another. Lung Mou swiftly disassembled and reassembled Jiuyan's and her own mobile phones, ingeniously constructing a miniature computer with astonishing celerity. Jiuyan watched in bewildered awe. Has Her Majesty's skill reached such heights? How shall we ever catch up? Truly, she is worthy of being our mentor. With nimble fingers, Lung Moi swiftly manipulated his phone, and before long, the passcode lock clicked open. Alright, let's head inside. Lung Moi's tone dripped with disdain for Jiuyan's wide-eyed expression, akin to a naive child beholding wonders for the first time. It seems I must dedicate some time to impart some knowledge to them, lest they embarrass her in public. Clap. The instant Lung Moi and his companion stepped into the room, the door slammed shut behind them. Before their eyes, a vast expanse of dark, indistinct objects materialized. Moi. Is this my stuff? Chapter 37, Underground Casino. Are you suggesting that these armaments are the batch Qin-Chi pilfered from you? Lung Moi gazed at the room brimming with firearms and ammunition, hardly believing Jiuyan could be outmaneuvered. Yes, during our last altercation with another faction, Qin-Chi intercepted us with his men, preventing our pursuit. Recalling the incident, Jiuyan seethed with resentment, vowing to make Qin-Chi's life a living hell should he ever catch him. However, a sense of unease gnawed at him. How did these items end up here? Lung Moi's countenance grew grave. It appears Qin-Chi and Blue Eagle's dealings extend far beyond mere narcotics. Jiuyan's expression mirrored his apprehension. Moi. Are you implying they might attempt to smuggle this arsenal as well? Lung Moi remained silent, offering no direct response. Let's depart from this place. Someone is bound to arrive shortly. Casually seizing a pair of Beretta 92 pistols, he tucked them into his waistband, tugging Jiuyan along as they prepared to leave. In the dim light, Mou pondered the fate of the precious items they had acquired. Surely, they could not simply relinquish them to that scoundrel Qin-Chi. Jiuyan could not bear the thought of parting with the hard-won treasures, it would be such a pity. A cold smile danced on Mou's lips as she declared. Of course not. I will ensure he swallows them, only to regurgitate them later. Jiao Yan gazed at Mou's cunningly charming face, exclaiming, Mou. How did I not realize your wickedness before? But I must admit, I find it rather appealing. You have yet to uncover many more secrets, Mou replied, retrieving a meticulously assembled miniature computer from Jiao Yan's grasp. With a swift motion, she reopened the door that had previously been shut. However, this time, fortune was not on their side. Suddenly, the corridor was ablaze with the blaring lights of an alarm, piercing the air with an insistent shriek. This is bad. We've been discovered, Jiao Yan exclaimed, her heart racing. With so many members of the Blue Eagle, they stood little chance against the impending threat with just the two of them. Mou, how do we bypass this laser? A single touch could spell doom for us. She fretted. Fear not, grant me 30 seconds, Mou replied, her composure unwavering, as if nothing in the world could daunt her. Her fingers danced across her phone with remarkable speed, breaching the security system, while a soft feminine voice chimed in response. The notifications echoed from her device, signaling the successful infiltration of the defenses. Deactivating the defense system, initiating safe mode. With a soft click, the previously frantic alarm lights extinguished entirely, and the zapping laser beams were withdrawn. Hurry, let's go. Pocketing his phone, he readied his weapon, sprinting towards the exit. Quickly. Check if the goods in the warehouse are intact. A shrill cry echoed behind Leng Mayo and Jiao Yan. It was none other than Lan Ning, the proprietor of Blue Moon Bar. The rapid footsteps of Lan Ning and his men followed, indicating their numbers. Damn it, if I find out who broke in, I'll kill him. Lan Ning fumed. Facing imminent discovery, Leng Mayo and Jiao Yan inadvertently stumbled into another room along the corridor. Mayo, where the hell is this? Why did Lan Ning build so many rooms in a bar? Jiao Yan exclaimed, exasperated. Hush, be quiet. Leng Mayo deftly attached a silencer to the Beretta 92 he had pilfered from Lan Ning's warehouse. Jiao Yan, step back. A cool voice commanded. Okay. Following Leng Mayo's instruction, Jiao Yan retreated behind the door. With a snap, Leng Mayo shot open the door lock. Mayo, you're even more ruthless than I imagined. To be able to attach a silencer so skillfully and break open a door lock so effortlessly, my king is indeed my king. Enough nonsense. Why was Jiao Yan so irritating? He should have come alone. Feigning offense, Jiao Yan raised a hand to her mouth as if to stifle a reaction. Leng Mou retrieved the discarded lock from the floor, swiftly restoring it to its original state and affixing it to the door with seamless precision. Let's venture inside. Leng Mou proposed to Jiao Yan. But exercise caution. Jiao Yan, now somber, nodded, aware of the lurking perils. Leng Mou took the lead, her Beretta 92 holstered, replaced by a butterfly knife in each hand. Firearms lack the finesse of my blades, she muttered. Jiao Yan, armed with a pistol, followed closely, vigilantly safeguarding her companion. Mou, Jiao Yan began, breaking the silence, the layout here seems strangely familiar, as if I've encountered it before. The corridor's walls were adorned with blue eagles and an abundance of currency chips, creating an unsettling ambience. Your intuition is correct, Leng Mou confirmed, plucking a chip from the wall for closer inspection. This is undoubtedly an underground casino. The chips bear the insignia of the Blue Eagle, confirming his ownership. Jiao Yan accepted the chip, a surge of indignation coursing through her veins. Gambling and narcotics are the bane of society. It's appalling that the Blue Eagle engaged in such activities. No wonder he was so wealthy. Are you contemplating starting your own establishment? Leng Mou inquired. Her tone laced with sarcasm, causing Jiao Yan's hackles to rise. Absolutely not, Mou, you misunderstand me, Jiao Yan hastily clarified, fearing Leng Mou's swift retribution. Humph. Let's proceed, there doesn't appear to be any immediate peril ahead. Having traversed this corridor, Leng Mou discerned no apparent threats, suggesting its designation for internal personnel. Adorn yourself with the hat. The resplendence of Jiao Yan's golden locks renders her conspicuously identifiable, posing a potential predicament should recognition occur. Jiao Yan acquiesced, adjusting the hat accordingly. Halt. Abruptly, the gatekeeper, positioned to their left, interjected, state your purpose. Jiao Yan, adopting a jocular tone, responded, greetings, esteemed sir. Lan instructed us to relieve your post. Simultaneously, her right leg subtly retreated, poised for potential engagement. Ugh, how irksome. Before Jiao Yan could further engage in pleasantries, Lung Mo swiftly executed a sweeping leg maneuver. With a resounding thud, the gatekeeper succumbed to the impact. Jiao Yan, visibly astounded, exclaimed, "Good heavens, Mo. Was such directness truly necessary?" Lung Mo, casting an exasperated glance, retorted, "Pray tell, would you have preferred to partake in tea with him?" Lung Mo expressed profound exasperation at Jiao Yan's dilly-dallying, a stark departure from her usual comportment. "Cease your dawdling and convey him to yonder location," Lung Mo directed, gesturing towards a dimly lit recess. "It is doubtful that even Lanning himself is cognizant of this locale." "Oh, Mo is so fierce," Jiao Yan lamented, resigned to her laborious task, acknowledging her subordinate status. "Very well, let us proceed." Jiao Yan donned a pair of gloves and pushed open the door. "Mo. What is this?" Jiao Yan's face was a portrait of disbelief. Indeed, an underground casino. Chapter 38, a high-stakes game. Mo. Lanning has now stumbled into the line of fire. Jiao Yan shared a temperament with Lung Mo. The only thing he despised more than drugs was gambling, which ranked as his foremost aversion. "Lan Ying's life belongs to me, do not attempt to usurp it." While warning Jiao Yan, Lung Mo extended her left arm to intertwine with his. Jiao Yan, startled by this sudden gesture, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "He is a man, after all. How can you, a girl, casually cling to a man? What if we encounter danger later?" At that moment, Jiao Yan completely forgot that he was not a virtuous person himself. Lung Mo shot him a disdainful glance, pondering the peculiar workings of his mind. "Enough chatter, holster your weapon, it will be difficult to escape if we are discovered." "Oh." Complying with Lung Mo's words, Jiao Yan tucked away the twin firearms at his waist, adjusting his collar in the process. "Let us proceed inside." As soon as they entered, Lung Mo was momentarily blinded by the dazzling decorations, quickly shielding her eyes with her hand. Did these people not fear going blind from residing in such a place? "Wow, Mo, the Tiger Head gang is genuinely affluent." Jiao Yan, in awe, reached out to touch the pure gold decorative leaves adorning the walls, appearing quite foolish. Lung Mo withdrew her hand from his arm and stepped back a few paces, her expression one of clear disdain. "Are you not afraid that the Blue Eagles have laced the gold with poison to deter theft?" Coldly, Mo jested. Startled, Jiao Yan retracted his hand as if stung, hastily wiping it on his clothes, as though fearing imminent demise. "Mo, don't frighten me so. Surely, there's no actual poison, is there?" "Jiao Yan, I genuinely question how you've managed to survive this long," Mo retorted, rolling her eyes, and ceased paying attention to the imbecile threatening her sanity. "Ah, Mo. Wait for me." Noticing Mo's departure, Jiao Yan hastened to catch up. Why would he linger, feasting on gold? He had to safeguard Mo. With swift strides, he overtook her. Along the way, Jiao Yan marveled at the opulence of the Tiger Head gang. Just when he thought the pure gold embellishments were the epitome of extravagance, he was met with a room ablaze with diamonds, their brilliance nearly blinding. "Chief! Chief!" The deafening shouts echoed, as a throng of individuals encircled a solitary gambling table, vociferously cheering, seemingly to invigorate someone. They seemed to be chanting for some chief. "Jiao Yan, let's observe. Perhaps we can glean the information we seek." Brazenly, Cold Mo and Jiao Yan sauntered into the throng surrounding the gambling table, quietly commencing their observation of the game. "Do you see the person across from him?" Cold Mo, standing behind a gambler, gestured towards the individual opposite. Following the direction indicated by Mo, Jiao Yan glanced over. "Mo, are you referring to that corpulent fellow? What's amiss? Do you recognize him?" "Indeed, that individual is Black Cat, the chieftain of the Tiger Head gang. And he is inextricably linked to this affair. I suspect that this narcotics and your armaments are ostensibly being managed by the second-in-command and Blue Eagle. But the mastermind behind it is undoubtedly him. Otherwise, those two would not have the audacity to act so boldly." Jiao Yan meticulously contemplated Lung Mo's words. Indeed, although the second-in-command and Blue Eagle hold considerable positions, they would not have had the opportunity to encounter Qin Chi without Black Cat's instigation. It seems that Black Cat is playing a shrewd game. Lung Mo's eyes deepened, his beautiful eyes narrowed tightly, as if pondering something. Indeed, his machinations have even encompassed the lives of his two most trusted subordinates. The two exchanged glances and fell silent, observing the ongoing battle at the gambling table before them. Black Cat, chieftain, how about we engage in a high-stakes game? The gambler opposite Ling Moyo proposed. The corpulent Black Cat remained unperturbed, as if he frequently encountered such provocations. Oh? What manner of game does Mr. Gu have in mind? We shall wager on the cards, best 2 out of 3. If I prevail, the cache of armaments you seized from others in your warehouse shall become mine. Ling Moyo sneered, this Mr. Gu's appetite is truly insatiable. And I wonder if he is not afraid of overextending himself. Black Cat's pupils contracted. Oh ho, so that is the true motive. It would be impolite of me to decline. Heh, very well. However, should you be the loser, what then? The Black Cat has begun to set the trap. Black Cat, I refuse to concede. If I lose, the 200 million in front of me and the 50 individuals I brought today will henceforth belong to your Tiger Head gang. Mr. Gu pointed at the substantial pile of chips and the 50 people behind him, placing his wager. The Black Cat feigned hesitation for a moment, then replied, well, since Mr. Gu is so eager to play, it would be rather impolite of me, as the host, not to indulge. With a flourish of his ample hand, the Black Cat commanded the dealer at the table to deal the cards. The dealer revealed the initial 2 cards, the Black Cat held a 10, while Mr. Gu had an ace and a king. Mr. Gu, it seems fortune smiles upon you, the Black Cat teased. Haha, I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Gu replied. As the command was given, the dealer proceeded to deal the 3rd card. The Black Cat received a 6, and Mr. Gu a queen. Ha, Black Cat. It appears you cannot turn the tide this time, I have already formed a straight. Mr. Gu taunted gleefully. With that, the first round concluded. And the Black Cat conceded defeat. The expressions of his subordinates darkened, each harboring a desire to enact justice upon the so-called Mr. Gu. Jiao Yan. What is your prediction for the outcome of this wager? Lung Mo queried, observing the farce before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiao Yan replied, the Black Cat. Lung Mo regarded him, realizing that the fellow was not devoid of wit. Why do you say so? Mou, isn't that an obvious statement? Here lies the dominion of the Black Cat, unchallenged save by superior prowess. Yet, observe this man surnamed Gu, his composure so easily shattered, devoid of any semblance of reliability. He dares to covet my cache of armaments? In the next life, perhaps. Jiao Yan seethed with indignation at the mere thought that this individual had been fixated on the weaponry from the outset. Lung Mayo, observing his agitated state, merely shook his head, deeming it puerile. The second round was already underway, with both the Black Cat and the man surnamed Gu each holding 4 cards. As fate would have it, both players held a 10, Jack, Queen, and King. The crux of this round's victory hinged on the final card. The man surnamed Gu was already perspiring visibly. The cards are dealt. Mr. Gu, you must exercise caution, the Black Cat remarked with a sinister countenance. The man surnamed Gu could only feign composure. Black Cat. You need not concern yourself. The final card was at last in their grasp. Black Cat, reveal your card. Let us do so in unison. The Black Cat revealed an ace, while the man surnamed Gu displayed a 9. I regret to inform you, Mr. Gu, that I have emerged victorious in this round. Heh. Black Cat, is there not a final round to be contested? Why the haste? Though the words were spoken, the frantic trembling of his leg betrayed his inner turmoil. Observing the Black Cat across from him, the man surnamed Gu's eyes darted about, a clear indication that he was contemplating devious stratagems. Lung Mayo shook his head once more, deeming the man utterly callow. In the final round of the game, the dealer dealt 5 cards to both players. Mr. Gu, shall we reveal 3 cards first? The Black Cat was well aware of his intentions. With a swift motion, Mr. Gu tossed 3 cards onto the table, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. 3 Kings. Chapter 39, Intrusion into the fray. This action did not create much of a stir. The Black Cat revealed 2 aces and a queen. Alas! It seemed the leader had lost this time. What a pity for that batch of goods. The surrounding crowd expressed their disappointment. At that moment, Lung Mou cast a disdainful glance at the Black Cat, thinking, ha, you old fox, quite shrewd indeed. Lifting someone to great heights only to let them crash down hard, the Black Cat played his cards masterfully. Ha, Black Cat leader, my apologies, chuckled the opponent. grinning as if victory were already assured. "TSK, has no one taught you that your laughter does not guarantee you will triumph in the end?" The black cat's face drooped. He could no longer tolerate this individual. The distribution of cards meant that all the battles would conclude after these two cards were revealed. Everyone around the gambling table held their breath, fearing that a sound would disrupt the game and incur wrath. "Ah, black cat. I'm afraid you must hand over the vault keys," the person said, laying his cards on the table, a king and a queen. "4 kings, black cat, I've won." The smug expression on his face made others want to punch him. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment, never having seen such a contemptible man. The black cat, however, was looking at him with a fake smile that sent shivers down his spine. "Why are you smiling? A bet is a bet." Lung Mayo looked at the man and sighed. Poor child, still too naive. Thwack. The black cat threw the remaining 2 cards at the man. At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Good heavens, did I just see that correctly? Did the boss throw out 2 aces? These words made the man opposite the black cat's legs go weak. Trembling, he picked up the 2 cards, and upon seeing their faces, his knees buckled. And he collapsed onto the chair. Jiuyan and Ling Mayo had moved from either side of the 2 men and were now standing together. Amidst the surrounding discussions and exclamations, Ling Mayo shook his head, remarking, "A pitiable person must have hateful aspects. Had this individual not been so avaricious from the outset, perhaps they would not find themselves utterly destitute now. Sir, I shall accept these 200 million, but there is a new reckoning to be settled with you." Black Cat regarded the figure slumped in the chair before him, his heart untouched by emotion. Rising to his feet, he bore his corpulent frame. Each step deliberately measured as he advanced toward the man. "To attempt to cheat on the turf of the Tiger Head gang, you are indeed the first." Black Cat produced a Swiss Army knife from an unseen source, tapping it against the man's face. As the blade approached his visage, the man's spirits, which had already plummeted, were now suspended in dreadful anticipation. "Black Cat, what do you intend?" "I am affiliated with the Crimson Flame, dare to touch me." The man's gestures were fraught with disarray and panic. Black Cat, as the head of a gang, had witnessed countless scenes and was not easily intimidated. "I am sorry, sir. But I, Black Cat, never yield to threats." At that moment, Black Cat's gaze sharpened, his pupils dilating several times over. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the casino. Lung Mayo lowered his gaze to see Black Cat plunge a knife into the man's carotid artery. The man writhed in agony for several minutes before succumbing to lifelessness. "This Black Cat is indeed decisive," Jiuyan mused, having witnessed the entire spectacle. "Humph. Lacking in ruthlessness and decisiveness, given the fragmented state of the Tiger Head gang, it seems the leader will struggle to survive." This judgment, Cold Mou remained noncommittal. Were it her, she would undoubtedly have reached a swift conclusion regarding that individual. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with that person's demise. And those who were meant to disperse from the casino did so. "Jiuyan, let us return," Cold Mou suggested, glancing at her phone. Noting that there was still a considerable time until 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiuyan nodded in agreement. Just as she prepared to step forward and blend into the crowd, she overheard the Black Cat seemingly conversing with his subordinate. Cold Mou had no choice but to risk being discovered by the Black Cat and halted her movements, positioning herself behind a nearby table to eavesdrop. This location was perfectly suited to conceal the figures of both Cold Mou and her companion. "When will the second-in-command return?" the Black Cat inquired. His back turned to Cold Mou as he conversed with his subordinate. "Boss, we've received word from the second-in-command's men. They will be returning with Boss Chin and the others, likely arriving at Blue Moon around 9:30, the subordinate replied. The Black Cat nodded at the informant, instructing. "Have Blue Eagle keep an eye on that batch of valuable goods in the warehouse, they may prove useful this evening." "Understood, boss." "Jiuyan, let's withdraw," Cold Mou said, having gleaned the information she sought, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. She concealed her weapons and, along with Jiuyan, disguised as ordinary gamblers, they exited the underground casino with an air of nonchalance. In the shadowy depths of the night, Jiuyan remained preoccupied with the military arms that had been stolen from him at the Blue Eagle warehouse. His anxiety, a perilous affliction for someone who had long dwelled on the fringes of existence, surged within him. Jiuyan. Maintaining composure and analyzing situations with a cool head is a profound discipline, Cold Mo suddenly realized that Jiu Yan's agitation was entirely due to her presence, which rendered him incapable of independent thought. Composure and analysis? Jiu Yan murmured, echoing Cold Mo's words, as if someone from his memories had once imparted similar wisdom. I understand now. I will be more mindful next time, he conceded. Observing Jiu Yan finally regain his tranquility, Cold Mo felt a sense of relief, allowing her to devise her next course of action. This evening, I will infiltrate the underground casino of the Blue Moon. Upon receiving my signal, you and your associates will come to clean up the aftermath. Your shipment of firearms will remain untouched, Cold Mo softly conveyed, sipping her bitter coffee. Her beauty exquisite and her demeanor gentle. Yes, my queen, take care. If danger arises, signal us immediately, and we will be waiting outside, Jiu Yan cautioned. Knowing he could not dissuade Cold Mo and could only urge her to remain vigilant. As darkness descended, the opportune moment for clandestine deeds arrived. At the Blue Moon Bar, a captivating woman, with a delicate and enchanting allure, gracefully engaged in conversation with a male patron at the casino entrance. Her slender waist, radiant smile, and fiery red lips possessed an irresistible charm that could captivate the world. This very woman was none other than Lung Mayo, skillfully disguised. Brother. Shall we proceed inside? She murmured, tenderly clinging to the man beside her, her voice filled with a gentle and endearing quality. Upon entering the bar, Lung Mayo noticed an unusually high number of personnel present compared to previous visits. It seemed they had deployed additional guards. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lung Mayo was compelled to adopt an alternative approach to infiltrate the premises. Very well, my dear, the man responded, extending a finger to caress Lung Mayo's chin. However, she effortlessly evaded his touch. A subtle smile played upon Lung Mayo's lips, but those familiar with her knew that the end was near. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Chapter 40, Mutual Transaction. The alluring queen, Lung Mayo, effortlessly gained entry into the underground casino. Hey, beautiful. Why don't you accompany me later? I assure you, you'll have a delightful time, the man who escorted Lung Mayo inside said, leering at her with a lascivious gaze. His repulsive eyes roamed over Lung Mayo's exquisite figure, nearly causing her to retch in disgust. Remove yourself from my presence before I lose my temper. Her countenance, frigid and sharp, emitted an aura that pierced the man before her. Without so much as a glance in his direction, she assailed him. Considering his prior attempt to touch her chin, her restraint in refraining from ending his life was already an act of considerable forbearance. Hey, why are you turning on me? I won't have it. You must come with me tonight. The man persisted in his shameless and self-destructive behavior. Abruptly, he seized her hand, caressing it with a deliberate slowness, his entire being encroaching upon her personal space. If you don't accompany me this evening, I'll take you right here, right now. His demeanor grew increasingly lewd, spittle dribbling from the corners of his mouth. Hearing his taunts and observing his mocking expression, a terrifying glint ignited within her eyes. You're courting death. Before the words had fully left her lips, the hand with which he had grasped her lay shattered. I'll kill you. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and he unleashed a torrent of curses upon her. By all means, try. Let's see who meets their end first. His feeble threats were of no consequence to her. With that, she disregarded his empty pronouncements and stealthily made her way toward the most concealed area within the casino. Her audacity instilled a sense of trepidation and chilling premonition within the man, as he felt a palpable threat to his very existence. His agony flushed his countenance crimson, the hue extending to the very roots of his hair, his nostrils flaring wide with inner trepidation. Beads of perspiration, copious as dewdrops, surfaced upon his brow. His lips parted in a silent struggle to articulate a word. The aura of Lung Mayo exuded an excessive arrogance, an overweening swagger. Were Lung Mayo to materialize before him at that instant, he would make him cognizant that audacity is underpinned by capability, and arrogance is fortified by power. Having extricated himself from the bothersome fellow, he would deal with him anon. Lung Mayo sought a spot relatively inconspicuous, settling down to patiently await the arrival of his quarry. A glance at the timepiece adorning his wrist revealed the hour to be 9:30, the moment drawing nigh. Availing himself of the interlude, Lung Mayo meticulously scrutinized the personnel deployment of the Tiger Head gang for the evening. To facilitate the transaction, every gambler present in the casino that night was associated with the affair, including the man Lung Mayo had utilized as a bridge to infiltrate the premises. Beyond the casino, in the area typically occupied by a bar, no patrons were to be found, only the subordinates of Lanning. Thugs were ubiquitously stationed throughout the casino. Ha, he mused. Such a clumsy charade, as if fearing Qin-Chi might fail to discern the Laodager men? The situation presented a challenge. The aggregate of Lan Ying's men, both fore and aft, already exceeded 100. A tremor of apprehension stirred within him. Despite her verbal expression of trepidation, her countenance betrayed her true feelings. At this moment, a fierce glint shone in Leng Mao's eyes, and an aura of carnage permeated her surroundings. After you, Mr. Qin. At the casino entrance, Lanning was ushering in a diminutive figure, almost dwarfish in stature, with mutual deference. Finally, Leng Mao sneered inwardly. I've been expecting you. Her gaze settled upon the small, frail man, whose cunning and treachery were palpable. So, this must be Qin-Chi. Jiao Yan had mentioned Qin-Chi to Leng Mao, describing him merely as a dwarfish gnome. However, Jiao Yan had failed to mention just how unprepossessing Qin-Chi truly was. Leng Mao nearly burst out laughing, never imagining that Jiao Yan could be undone by such a character. As Lanning and Qin-Chi entered, several prominent figures from the Tiger Head gang followed in their wake, second brother, Black Cat, and Bai Sha, whose manhood Leng Mao had previously deprived him of. Excellent. You're all here, Leng Mao remarked. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down. It seems your scheme is quite elaborate. At that moment, Leng Mao's aura of ferocity was more intense than ever before. All those who needed to be present had gathered. Relinquishing his lethal aura, Leng Mao diminished his presence, subtly lowering himself to remain concealed. Around a circular negotiation table spanning 10 meters in diameter, Blue Eagle guided Qin-Chi and his entourage to their seats. Mr. Qin. Let's dispense with formalities. If we transport this merchandise for you, what remuneration can we anticipate? Black Cat, the chieftain, sat imposingly beside Qin-Chi, while his second-in-command assumed the mantle of negotiator. Qin-Chi's countenance underwent a subtle shift, taken aback by their directness, but he swiftly regained his composure. Ah, second. Wasn't it agreed that you would facilitate the transportation for a fee? Naturally, you would be duly compensated. What's this about seeking a share of the spoils now? Qin-Chi's voice, both shrill and grating, grated on Leng Mao's ears. Goodness, this individual must have been a whistle in a past life, Leng Mao muttered, scratching his ear with his pinky finger. At this juncture, Second and his cohorts mused that Qin-Chi, the notorious drug lord of the Golden Triangle, was indeed a formidable adversary. However, they were resolute in securing their stake in this consignment. Subsequently, Second continued, Mr. Qin. You are undoubtedly cognizant of the perilous nature of narcotic smuggling. Surely, you cannot expect us to bear the brunt of the risks while you luxuriate in comfort behind the scenes. Would that not be deemed somewhat inequitable? The second-in-command's words, at first blush, seemed innocuous, but to Qin-Chi's ears, they were laced with veiled barbs and a clear agenda. The diminutive Qin-Chi appeared unfazed by the Tiger Head gang's implicit demand for a cut. His piercing voice rang out once more, Second. Should you successfully convey this consignment to its designated locale, the armaments shall be yours in toto, with no recompense to myself. However, should you fail, I regret to inform you that I shall reclaim the weaponry and seek another partnership for the narcotics. Despite his stature, Qin-Chi's presence rivaled that of the Tiger Head gang. Leng Mao, overhearing the exchange, was amused to learn the true purpose of the firearms, and wondered if Jiao Yan would be infuriated upon discovering this. At the negotiating table, the Tiger Head gang's members wore sullen expressions, taken aback by Qin-Chi's maneuver. However, buoyed by the fact that the armaments were currently stored within their territory, they were confident that Qin-Chi would be unable to retrieve them. They silently gloated, blaming Qin-Chi for providing the weaponry prematurely. Ha, Qin-Chi, they mused, do you truly believe you can depart with those arms today? Furthermore, the narcotics you brought today must remain here as well. Driven by avarice, the two parties have finally dispensed with all pretense of cordiality. This negotiation has concluded unsuccessfully. Cold Demise found their conduct utterly contemptible. The spectacle has ended. It seems it is now my turn to take the stage. Chapter 41, an exhilarating confrontation. Let's commence with you, shall we? Abruptly, Cold Demise fixed her attention directly upon Qin-Chi, who was facing away from her. She retrieved the silver wolf visage, affixing it to her face. Rising languidly, She clutched the butterfly knife and advanced purposefully toward Qin-Chi. Snicked. The sound of the blade breaching skin. Given the butterfly knife's acute sharpness, Qin-Chi had no time to even turn his head before his eyes widened in death, never to close again. Ugh. This person's blood is truly foul. Cold Demise produced a handkerchief from her person, deliberately wiping the blade. Her expression was utterly indifferent. As though this life were no more valuable than a common radish. Beneath the silver wolf mask, her vermilion lips incessantly emitted an aura of bloodlust, rendering Cold Demise utterly depraved. At the instant of Qin-Chi's demise, all those at the negotiation table, save for him, sprang to their feet, their faces displaying expressions of utter astonishment. When did this woman appear? Unbeknownst to them, they remained utterly oblivious to Qin-Chi's demise. At that moment, every dark gun barrel was ominously aimed at Ling Mou. Black Cat, the leader of the Tiger Head gang, suppressed the astonishment on his face and fixed a frigid gaze upon Ling Mou, who was still cleaning her butterfly knife. Who are you? What do you want? Ling Mou adjusted the silver wolf mask on her face, the corners of her mouth tilting up in a sneer. Those gun barrels seemed non-existent to her. I am here to claim your life. Before the words had even faded, Ling Mou pushed off the ground, the spinning butterfly knife rapidly closing in on Black Cat with an uncanny swiftness. All around, gunshots suddenly erupted in response to Ling Mou's movement. The silver wolf mask emitted a silvery gleam as Ling Mou moved, and the scarlet flash of the butterfly knife caused Black Cat's pupils to contract. Adroitly evading the bullets, Ling Mou swiftly arrived before Black Cat, who was too obese to dodge in time. Thwack! The familiar sound of flesh tearing resonated once more. Black Cat perished. The gunfire ceased abruptly, everyone staring at Black Cat's corpse, remaining unresponsive for quite some time. Humph, a bunch of trash. Seizing the moment while everyone was still stunned, Ling Mou wielded her butterfly knife, swiftly reaping lives. 30 seconds later, the bodies of over 50 individuals within the casino crashed to the ground, blood flowing like a river. In the wake of the carnage, the second-in-command and Blue Hawk, who were farther from Ling Mou, finally reacted. The Blue Eagle, now that the Black Cat of Qin-Chi has perished, let us join forces to eliminate this woman. The cache of arms and narcotics shall then belong to us. The second brother harbored ulterior motives, contemplating that once this woman was dealt with, he would turn his attention to you. Suddenly, the door of the casino was violently assaulted, producing a thunderous noise. Ling Mou cast a glance at the door, which was on the verge of being breached. Time was running short. Blood from the butterfly knife dripped continuously onto the floor, forming a swirling pool beneath her feet. Die. Before the Blue Eagle and the second brother could make their move, Ling Mou discarded the butterfly knife and unexpectedly drew the Beretta 92 she had stealthily appropriated earlier from her waist. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, sending the wide-eyed Blue Eagle and the second brother to their demise. The clatter of the fallen glassware caught Ling Mou's attention. Turning her head, she saw a man hobbling away, attempting to flee towards the resounding door. The pistol in his hand spun erratically as Ling Mou, her eyes bloodshot, advanced relentlessly. The man glanced back, the approaching high heels looming ever closer. Spare me, I beg you. A putrid stench filled the air as the man wet himself in terror. Ling Mou pinched her nose, recoiling in disgust. Bai Sha, you are truly pathetic. With a resounding bang, Bai Sha's eyes rolled back as he departed this mortal coil. The casino doors burst open with a crash, and Qin-Chi's henchmen and the Tiger Head gang surged in. Ling Mou, unfazed, nonchalantly picked up an M416 from beside a fallen corpse and sought cover behind a table. The cacophony of gunfire resumed its deafening roar within the casino. With a flourish, Ling Mou unleashed her butterfly knife, its blade dancing through the air, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the necks of 2 key adversaries. Seizing the opportune moment, Ling Mou executed a forward roll from behind the table, her M416 unleashing a torrent of bullets. In an instant, 40 or 50 opponents lay prostrate on the ground. Concealing her firearm, Ling Mou retrieved a military knife from a nearby corpse. She crept stealthily towards the bodies of Black Cat and Qin-Chi, utilizing the sofas and chairs as a temporary shield. The group facing Ling Mou grew increasingly anxious as they witnessed their comrades fall, yet Ling Mou remained still. Perhaps we should investigate? Maybe she's out of ammunition. The group, accustomed to the brink of life and death, felt a surge of fear in the face of Ling Mou's brutality. Just as they were about to advance, two unidentified spherical objects were hurled before them. Boss, Black Cat? In their haste to enter, they had failed to notice the demise of their leader and the gang's chief. The sight of the two heads sent shivers down their spines, intensifying their dread of Lung Mayo. Amidst their astonishment, Lung Mayo sauntered towards them, rifle in tow. Some trembled in fear, while others defiantly opened fire. Beneath the silver wolf mask, Lung Mayo's rosy complexion stood in stark contrast to the pallor of her adversaries. I'll grant you a chance. Lung Mayo calmly surveyed the group, initially intending to eliminate them all. However, it would be imprudent to eliminate the Tiger Head gang entirely, as their manpower is still required. Therefore, spare their lives. The crowd, seized by trepidation, awaited the demon's next decree in breathless silence. Submit, or face annihilation. Cold Mou's tone intensified, plunging them into what felt like the depths of perdition. The assembled throng deliberated, indecision clouding their judgment. A shot rang out as Cold Mou terminated one who harbored thoughts of resistance. A collective gasp arose as they beheld the fallen figure. I will follow you. A fair youth emerged from the crowd, approaching Cold Mou. She turned, her eyes, visible through the mask, betraying a hint of appreciation. And your rationale? The boy, bashful, replied, my name is Shin Jiheng. I sought employment with the Tiger Head gang 2 years ago. But their methods are not to my liking. Cold Mou understood. Very well. She casually tossed him her firearm. As for the rest of you, your protracted indecision suggests a predilection for demise, does it not? Cold Mou, resplendent in her crimson dress, exuded a ruthless aura, akin to a harbinger of death risen from the infernal abyss. One by one, more individuals stepped forward, until only a dozen remained, clutching their weapons. Jiheng, eliminate them. Cold Mou reclined upon the sofa, her pistol twirling ominously, as if seeking its next victim. As the words fell, Shin Jiheng raised the firearm thrown to him by Lung Mayo and unleashed a rapid volley of shots, though his hands trembled incessantly. Lung Mayo observed this scene silently, choosing not to voice any words. He retrieved his mobile phone, sending a message, Jiao Yan, come in. Chapter 42, The Destruction of the Tiger Head Gang. Outside the bar and casino, Jiao Yan furrowed his brow, listening intently to the incessant gunfire erupting from within. Anxiously pacing back and forth, he felt utterly powerless. His golden locks drooped in tandem with his mounting apprehension, rendering him a picture of despondency. The echo of Lung Mayo's admonitions rang in his ears, compelling him to resist the urge to rush inside on several occasions. Suddenly, the notification tone of a text message broke the tension. Jiao Yan, come in. Upon receiving Lung Mayo's message, the anxiety that had gripped Jiao Yan's heart dissipated instantaneously. He turned to his subordinates, gesturing for them to follow. Now, standing at a height of 6 feet, Jiao Yan's long legs finally found purpose as he swiftly made his way towards the casino. Having dispatched those who refused to yield, Lung Mayo arose from the sofa and approached the boy. The boy, witnessing Lung Mayo's advance, felt a surge of trepidation. There's no need for apprehension, Lung Mayo said, patting him on the shoulder. Casting a sidelong glance at the remaining crowd, she declared, esteemed individuals, since you possess the integrity to submit to me, know that as long as your loyalty remains steadfast, I, Yu Lang, shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. However, should any of you harbor ulterior motives in the future, the corpses strewn upon the ground shall serve as a testament to your fate. Lung Mayo's voice, though calm, resonated with unwavering conviction. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to Yu Lang, Shin Jiheng proclaimed, taking the lead. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to Yu Lang, echoed the chorus. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to Yu Lang. Jiao Yan, in haste, abruptly halted, his legs feeling as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, preventing him from proceeding beyond the casino entrance. Mayo, is she Yu Lang? Jiao Yan questioned inwardly, doubting his own ears. He stood motionless, gazing at the flamboyant figure in the red dress, her back turned, unable to approach. Lung Mayo, hearing the commotion, recognized Jiao Yan's arrival. Turning around, she beheld Jiao Yan standing still at the entrance. Jiao Yan, are you daft? Attend to me promptly. Cold Moonshadow lamented, questioning Jiao Yan's leadership, finding it less than astute. Hearing her voice, Jiao Yan snapped out of his reverie and approached the flamboyant girl before him. They gazed at each other, Jiao Yan wordlessly fixated on the mask adorning Cold Moonshadow's face. Hey, Jiao Yan, have you lost your senses? Cold Moonshadow waved a hand in front of him. Suddenly, Jiao Yan seized her arms, his eyes wide with fervent intensity. Moonshadow, is it truly you, the Shadow Wolf? Jiao Yan yearned for confirmation. Despite already suspecting the truth upon seeing the mask. Cold Moonshadow chuckled, extending her hands, authentic, beyond any doubt. Even with the answer confirmed, Jiao Yan struggled to calmly accept it. No wonder, the resemblance is uncanny, even the manner of speaking. We shall discuss this later, retrieve your consignment. Cold Moonshadow interrupted his contemplation. Yes. Abruptly, Jiao Yan's demeanor towards Cold Moonshadow became markedly respectful. Observing Jiao Yan's distracted state, Cold Moonshadow sighed. Alas. Explanations are most irksome. Her rosy lips pursed involuntarily, still resembling the naive princess. The firearms from the depot have been entirely cleared out, Phantom Wolf. For the moment, Jiao Yan remained stunned by the revelation that Leng Mou was, in fact, the Phantom Wolf. Furthermore, a massive quantity of narcotics brought by Qin Qi has been discovered in another storage facility. Leng Mou's eyes narrowed, that familiar feeling of suffocation resurfacing. Zhiheng. Douse the depot in gasoline. Leng Mou squinted, turning and exiting the casino. Shin Zhiheng, accompanied by 24 individuals, completed Leng Mou's task of pouring gasoline and withdrew from the bar 10 minutes later. At this moment, Leng Mou leaned against the large locust tree outside the bar, languidly flicking a lighter on and off. After confirming the safe departure of Shin Zhiheng and his crew, she nonchalantly tossed the lit lighter into the bar. Instantly, flames soared, and smoke billowed. Qin Qi, a societal cancer, along with a massive quantity of narcotics. The heinous Tiger Head Gang. At this instant, they were reduced to ashes by the conflagration. It was over. Leng Mou's face was flushed crimson from the intense heat of the flames. Glancing at her watch, she noted that Mo Yulua and the others had also concluded their tasks. Jiao Yan, my phone. Her own device had just powered down due to a depleted battery. Someone at the Tiger Head Gang headquarters is hoarding narcotics. Leng Mou sent a message to Liao Wanxing, including the address of the Tiger Head Gang headquarters. Tossing the phone back to Jiao Yan, she remarked that such matters were best left to the police. At this moment, Leng Mou maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Shin Zhiheng, settle these individuals at your former stronghold. Then seek me out at Dark Night Serenade. Shin Zhiheng, familiar with Dark Night Serenade, the burgeoning fashion house, nodded in acknowledgement and led the group away. Jiao Yan, accompany me to Mo Yulua's location. With that, Leng Mou tossed his handgun into the conflagration and strode away without a backward glance. Jiao Yan began to speak. But Leng Mou had already gained considerable distance. Resignedly, he quickened his pace to catch up, maintaining silence throughout their journey. Midnight at the Tiger Head Gang headquarters. Captain, what shall we do with this abundance of narcotics? A uniformed officer inquired, perplexed by the confiscated drugs. The captain he addressed was none other than the stern and impartial Liao Wanxing. Liao Wanxing's expression was grim. These individuals are truly reckless. Transport all confiscated narcotics to the station for subsequent destruction. Understood. The officer summoned his colleagues, and they diligently resumed their tasks. In a nearby grove, Leng Mou and Jiao Yan rendezvoused with Mo Yulua. Yulua, one of the remaining members of the Tiger Head Gang. Sister Yu. I have apprehended all Tiger Head Gang members implicated in the narcotics affair. They are bound and confined within. Liao Wanxing will take them into custody. And I suspect they will never emerge from the confines of the station. Gestured towards position. Remarking that those who had not engaged with this matter and those who had not committed any wrongdoing could still be of use. I instructed to take them away for proper arrangements. Upon hearing this, patted his back, commending him for a job well done. Indeed, those innocent individuals should not be entangled in such affairs. Choosing not to linger any longer on the unfolding events, departed with and. After their departure, a scene unfolded at the headquarters of the captain. We have discovered over 30 individuals bound inside. They are members of the. Moreover, we have verified that they are deeply connected to these drugs. S expression darkened significantly, his face clouded with fury. Damn it, bring them all back. I want them to rot in prison. With that, he angrily smashed a hole in the container. In the dead of night the wail of police sirens pierced the silence. The era of the was irrevocably concluded on this night. Chapter 43, in the dimly lit office of the enigmatic CEO. Four individuals exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Stood quietly beside, resembling a timid little rabbit, lacking the courage to gauge the three formidable figures before him. On the other hand, was perplexed by the strange atmosphere between and. Jiao Yan wore a long face, her golden hair hanging limply, devoid of any vitality. Her emerald green eyes fixated on Leng Mou, unwavering and still. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Leng Mou raised an eyebrow and beckoned to Shen Jihang. Jihang, come, take a seat. The little rabbit's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she cautiously settled into the chair beside Leng Mou. Leng Mou scrutinized Shen Jihang's face, her gaze somewhat unfocused. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance. Jihang, lift your head and look at me. Leng Mou said coldly. Slowly, Shen Jihang raised his head, feeling a twinge of fear at her expression, unable to meet her gaze. Jihang. What is your relationship with Shen Jiwei? Leng Mou inquired, her mind drifting back to the fiancé who had led her to despair, her fists clenched tightly. Yet she reminded herself that Shen Jihang was not him. How do you know Shen Jiwei? The little rabbit exclaimed, springing from her seat, her eyes reddened. As if she had been wronged. Leng Mou noticed the animosity and disappointment that washed over her face at the mention of Shen Jiwei, sensing a shared plight. Ah, it seems I have gained an ally. Upon noticing Leng Mou's unwavering gaze, the little rabbit regained her composure and returned to her previous seat. Albeit trembling all over. Shen Jiwei is my brother, he threw me out of our home 3 years ago. The little rabbit said slowly. Her eyes misty as she spoke to Leng Mou, her demeanor radiating profound grievance. Stop, I understand, Leng Mou interrupted, unwilling to hear another word about that person. She felt nauseous. Recalling her previous life, she remembered Leng Xinlu's mother mentioning that Shen Jiwei had a younger brother who mysteriously vanished. Ah. So it was not her own disappearance after all. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet again as Leng Mou slipped into her memories. Sister Yu. It's quite late, perhaps we should return and rest? Mo Yulua timidly gazed at Leng Mou, cautiously suggesting that if they lingered any longer, the four of them might remain in silence until dawn. What did you say? Before Mo Yulua could finish, Leng Mou snapped back to reality. And nothing. At that moment. He dared not express his desire to return, given Leng Mou's current state, he feared that a careless remark might provoke her wrath. Mo Yulua thought to himself that it was better to endure a quirk than to face a beating. He had no desire to experience Leng Mou's fists again in this lifetime. Yulua, from now on, the Tiger Head Gang is disbanded. Leng Mou's voice suddenly erupted in his ears. Sister Yu, what do you mean? Mo Yulua inquired, bewildered. What will happen to that group? In truth, Mo Yulua did not care much for the Tiger Head Gang, his concern lay with the homeless individuals within the gang who would have nowhere to go. As a result of Leng Mou's decision, Mo Yulua lowered his head, feeling somewhat dejected. Cold Mo quietly scrutinized him, noting with a hint of admiration, ah. A loyal and righteous soul, quite a rarity indeed. Mo Yuluo, I haven't finished my words, why the haste? Huh? Mo Yuluo, a bit dazed. Looked up. The Tiger Head Gang has disbanded, I intend to establish a new faction. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, stirring a flutter in Mo Yuluo's heart. Upon hearing Cold Mou's words, her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a well-behaved pup. A new gang? Indeed. It shall be named the Imperial Divine Hall. All former branches of the Tiger Head Gang will be dissolved, creating a unified organization where each individual's identity is denoted by a number. This task must be completed within 2 days. Mo Yuluo composed herself, recognizing that the girl before her was not merely striking. She had single-handedly annihilated the entire Tiger Head Gang and was now reorganizing it. It was evident that Mo Yuluo's future would be anything but ordinary due to this remarkable girl. Understood, boss. In that moment, Mo Yuluo transformed her former address of Sister Yu to boss, signifying her true allegiance to Cold Mo Yu. Alright, you may return now. Cold Mo Yu waved him away, signaling him to leave the dimly lit space. Mo Yuluo glanced back at Jiao Yan and then at Shen Jihang, wishing them both good fortune. After sizing them up, she turned on her heel and dashed away, thinking to herself how intimidating the boss truly was. Cold Mo Yu watched Mo Yuluo flee, chuckling softly, finding the situation rather amusing. In the midst of a fiery gaze, Leng Mo Yu turned her head. Finding Jiao Yan's actions somewhat incomprehensible, and feeling increasingly helpless. Jiao Yan, if you have questions, just ask. It seemed that if she did not clarify his doubts today, he would not let the matter rest. Very well, it is you who urged me to inquire. A sense of relief washed over Jiao Yan. Yes, I agree. Please, ask away. Shen Jihang rose to pour a glass of water for Leng Mou, handing it to her as he watched her sip delicately. 3 years ago, during the battle between the capital and the Crimson Flame, were you the one who saved me? Jiao Yan inquired, a hint of agitation evident, though he fought to maintain his composure. It was I, she replied. What name did you give the organization I established? Jiao Yan struggled to suppress the urge to rush forward and protect Leng Mou. Yet he patiently posed his final question. This inquiry propelled Leng Mou's memories back to 3 years prior, when she was barely 13. Having just recovered from an illness that had plagued her since childhood. She had secretly roamed the capital for over a month, unbeknownst to her parents, lost and without purpose. Yet her heart was tethered to someone she had yet to find. Spotting a beautiful mask being sold by an elderly woman on the street. She had given her money to purchase a silver wolf mask, wearing it playfully. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered into the alley where the Crimson Flame and Jiao Yan were engaged in combat. At that time, Jiao Yan was battered and bruised. Had it not been for the encounter with oneself, it is likely she would have already met her demise. At merely 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, Leng Mou wielded her fateful weapon, a butterfly knife, bravely facing the onslaught of the red flames, daring to rescue the near-death Jiao Yan. Subsequently, they traversed the world together, tending to wounds while evading the relentless pursuit of the red flames. The intention was to extinguish the threat directly. Yet Jiao Yan required someone to watch over her, leaving the matter unresolved. Instead, they could only eliminate foes as they encountered them. At that time, Jiao Yan naively believed she was merely a petite figure of 1 meter and 50, never contemplating that she was, in fact, just a child. Eventually, as Jiao Yan healed, it was time for her to depart. In that moment, she inquired, "What is your name?" Touching the mask on her face, the name slipped from her lips, Yu Lang. As she prepared to leave, she advised Jiao Yan, if that place cannot accommodate you, then create a realm of your own. Her own realm? Jiao Yan pondered this while clutching her wound. Yes, to establish an organization, one for you, and for me, Yu Lang. Gazing at the azure sky, they whispered softly. Leng Mou reminisced about the journey of their acquaintance, and a long-forgotten smile finally graced her previously indifferent countenance. Turning her gaze towards the anxious Jiao Yan, she articulated softly. Netherblood. Chapter 44, Netherblood Amethyst Crocodile Thud. No sooner had Leng Mou uttered the word netherblood than a heavy thud reverberated through the ground. Yet, she remained unmoved by the sound. Upon hearing Leng Mou speak of netherblood, Jiao Yan had immediately knelt on one knee. The leader of Netherblood, a figure who inspired dread on the streets, was now prostrate on the ground, weeping like a child. Commander. There's no need for such formality between us, Chenzi. Chenzi was Jiao Yan's codename within the organization. In the past, they had always addressed each other by these aliases. Leng Mou extended her hand towards him, her eyes gentle and luminous. Jiao Yan placed his hand in Leng Mou's, allowing her to help him to his feet. They were not merely comrades in arms, but family. Siblings who had traversed hardships together. Commander, it has been a long time since I've heard the name Chenzi. Only you remember it. Within the organization, everyone feared him, addressing him solely as vice commander. This title lacked the warmth that Leng Mou's use of Chenzi conveyed. Jiao Yan, there's no need to be so reserved outside. Let's simply use each other's names. Leng Mou toyed with the water glass in her hand. It had been too long since she had visited the organization. Perhaps she should make a trip soon. At that moment, Jiao Yan's morale, which had been low all day, suddenly surged. Commander, nay, Mou. Have you remained here all these years? Mou placed her glass down, extending her slender, exquisite hands in a gesture of helplessness. Where else would I be? Accompanying you into battle? Pray, I have studies to attend to, you know. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yan could not help but twitch the corner of his lips. You, attending school? Your expertise is more than sufficient to become a professor, of course. He could only mutter this internally, lacking the courage to voice it aloud. The ambience within the office was immediately warmed by the reunion of the two individuals. Observing their harmonious interaction, Shen Jihang felt like an outsider, incongruous to the scene. His already bashful and flushed countenance was now even rosier, giving him an air of particular vulnerability. Jiao Yan had long noticed Mou's attention toward the boy. deliberately keeping him there, feeling somewhat peculiar yet refraining from comment. "Mou, what shall we do with this child? We cannot simply allow him to remain here indefinitely." The two exchanged glances, both adopting expressions of grave seriousness. "Shin Jiheng, would you be willing to follow me from now on? Without treachery, without abandonment?" Mou inquired of Shin Jiheng's intentions, also stating her conditions. She had no desire for someone coerced, they would be of no use. He was Shin Jiwei's younger brother, and keeping him nearby naturally provided an additional advantage. However, she had never favored compelling others. If Shin Jiwei truly followed her, without desertion, without betrayal, that was the organization's most fundamental principle. The innocent Shin Jiheng, with reddened eyes, gazed at the two before him, his misty orbs now filled with determination. With a small fist clenched, gathering all his courage, I am willing. Shin Jiheng rose to his feet. His eyes filled with the lingering image of Mou. "Very well, regarding your vendetta, from now on, I shall allow you to seek your own retribution." At this moment, the little white rabbit could no longer endure, crouching on the ground and softly sobbing. If Mou had merely claimed to assist him in avenging, his reaction would not have been so pronounced. Yet, the profound respect Mou held for his thoughts was an emotion he had never experienced in over a decade. Coldly observing the boy crouched on the ground, Mou felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. She could not attribute Shin Jiwei's mistakes to this young lad. After all, this child was only 17 years of age. Mou's thin lips parted slightly. She was certainly far happier than he. She had loving parents, a circle of friends surrounding her, and, somewhere in the distance, Qiyu Yi. Suddenly, she found herself missing that man. "Jiao Yan. How long do you intend to stay before returning?" Jiao Yan had been here for 2 days. It was likely that the organization was in an uproar. "Mou. Are you trying to rush me away?" "Rest assured, I will head back first thing tomorrow morning. With you, the leader, absent, someone must keep an eye on things." Indeed. Jiao Yan had worked hard over the years. "Enough of the banter, I need you to assist me with something." Mou playfully tucked her hands into her pockets. "Alright, what is it?" Jiao Yan readily agreed without hesitation. "Shin Jiheng, come here." The child behind them had already composed himself and leisurely walked to Mou's side. "He is too feeble. Take him back and within a year, I expect to see tangible results." "Ah?" Jiao Yan had always assumed that Mou retained this child to personally nurture him. "So why is she delegating him to me? Do you take issue with this, Qinshi?" Mou fixed him with a piercing glare. "And no, it's just. Can he endure it?" Jiao Yan scrutinized Shin Jiheng from head to toe. "He is far too emaciated." Mou did not directly address his concern. Instead turning to Shin Jiheng, "Are you capable?" Shin Jiheng, in his heart of hearts, thought, I must not let her down, I must not disappoint her. "I can," he declared, summoning immense courage. "There, did you witness that?" He himself about his capability. She directed a triumphant flare of her nostrils at Jiao Yan, utterly smug. Jiao Yan found it amusing, this commander, at times more mature than himself, yet at this moment, acting as childish as a babe. No, she is but a child. Not even 16 yet. Alright, I guarantee the mission's fulfillment. You hear that, brat? Jiao Yan gently nudged Shin Jiheng, signaling his acceptance of his inclusion. I understand. Brother Yan. Shin Jiheng was inwardly elated, finally able to stay. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter, filled with ease and mirth. Oh, right, Jiheng. Henceforth you shall be known as Ze Lung Mo. You abruptly approached Shin Jiheng. Do not disappoint me, Jiao Yan will instruct you accordingly. At this moment, Shin Jiheng did not comprehend the significance of the name Purple Crocodile. However, since Lung Mo had instructed him to use this name, he complied without question. It was only when he fully grasped the meaning of Purple Crocodile that he realized the depth of Lung Mo's favor towards him. Jiao Yan was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, Captain, are you truly unaware of what Purple Crocodile represents? Are you so at ease with this child? Within the organization, the codename Purple Crocodile denoted a status equivalent to that of Jiao Yan, second only to Lung Mo. Lung Mo casually draped an arm over Jiao Yan's shoulder, adopting a camaraderie that belied the gravity of the situation. Jiao Yan, this child will not disappoint you, he is quite suitable. Jiao Yan, with a playful demeanor, retorted, well, I must say, I am quite baffled by your unconventional methods. When do you plan to return to the organization? How long do you intend for me to serve you? With a mischievous flick of his golden locks, Jiao Yan mockingly lamented the servitude imposed by Lung Mou. In a playful mimicry, Lung Mou twirled a strand of his long, dark hair, his movements innocent yet alluring. Ah, my esteemed vice-captain, I am but a high school student, burdened by the exigencies of academic pursuits. I am afraid you and Zikro will have to bear the brunt of the labor. The morning sun illuminated the earth. Upon the grand bed in the lounge, a fair and flawless countenance basked in the warm sunlight, long tresses cascading languidly over the bedside, presenting a tableau of serene tranquility. The alarm clock, set the previous night, chimed punctually. Amidst the clamor of the alarm, a pair of delicate hands emerged from beneath the covers. Having silenced the alarm, Lung Mou roused from her slumber and espied the message from Jiao Yan, confirming their departure. Releasing her phone, she performed her ablutions in the lavatory. The sibilant sound of toothbrush against teeth echoed softly as Lung Mou gazed at her reflection. Alas, why have I not yet matured? She mused, pinching her tender cheeks in resignation, lost in thought. Lung Tian'ao shall arrive in the coming days, though his pace is rather languid. Perhaps he himself is reluctant to retrieve me. However, the notion of marrying a wealthy, elderly man was something that Lung Xinlu would never entertain. In her previous life, her successful engagement to Shen Jiwei was entirely attributable to Qi Yuya's influence. Had Qi Yuya not harbored affection for her, Shen Jiwei would not have conceived the idea of targeting My, and consequently, would not have sought Ling Tianao's consent for their betrothal. It was likely that the Ling family and Shen Jiwei had been conspiring for quite some time. If she hadn't become valuable due to Qi Yuya, she would probably have been married off to that corpulent, loathsome old man by Ling Tianao in exchange for investment. Lung Moi recollected her thoughts, rinsed her mouth with water, clearing away the toothpaste foam, and splashed cold water on her face to regain clarity. Above her, a persistent cloud of gloom lingered. Ling Tianao, you've miscalculated this time. The resentment in her eyes remained undiminished. Having resided at the company for a while, now that matters were resolved, it was time to return to the village. Good morning, boss, the receptionist greeted her warmly as Lung Moi descended the stairs, her smile gentle and pleasing. Ah. Beholding the smile of a beautiful woman late at night certainly improved her spirits. After securing the sandbag in the lobby, she jogged back to Mabe village, as usual. The summer weather, regardless of the time, possesses a stifling warmth that surpasses other seasons. Cold mayo runs along the path, the incessant chirping of cicadas relentlessly infiltrating her ears. Ah, the countryside truly offers a more pleasant environment, the air feels remarkably fresher. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel draped around her neck, Cold Mayo stands quietly on the ridge at the village entrance, her eyes closed, allowing the breeze to caress her. Amidst the verdant fields, a striking figure in white stands out distinctly. Her long hair, gathered into a high ponytail, cascades gracefully down to her waist, swaying like a willow in the wind. Her elongated legs gently touch the ground, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. The pure, fair visage, adorned with large, sparkling eyes exuding innocence, and a delicate nose perched above rosy lips, radiates elegance and beauty. Such a serene and exquisite scene compels passers-by to halt their steps, captivated by the sight. Xiaoyu. Where have you been these past few days? I couldn't find you at your home, called out her close friend, Li Xiaodai, who from her own courtyard spotted Cold Mayo standing alone at the village entrance. Having not seen her for several days, she felt a deep sense of longing. In a hurried rush, she dashed down the slope, racing towards Cold Mayo on the ridge. Almost unable to stop in time, she nearly collided with Cold Mayo, who, with quick reflexes, sidestepped to the side. Thud. Li Xiaodai unexpectedly tumbled into the nearby wheat field, a shower of broken wheat leaves cascading down upon her head and face, rendering her appearance quite comical. As Cold Mayo beheld the comical visage of Li Xiaodai, she could not suppress her laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. Friends often find humor in each other's misfortunes, and it was only after Cold Mayo regained her composure that she extended a hand to assist Li Xiaodai, who had tumbled into the wheat field. Xiaodai, why must you always be so reckless? She remarked, stifling her mirth. While gently brushing off the wheat leaves clinging to her friend, she teased, Cold Mayo, it has been several days since we last met. Upon seeing your return, I rushed over to find you, and yet you mock me. Li Xiaodai feigned indignation, lightly punching Cold Mayo with her small fist. her lips pouting in a playful manner as she turned her face away, deliberately avoiding eye contact. "Oh dear Xiaodai, please forgive me. I was merely visiting my parents in Fengqing. See, I have returned." Cold Mayo said, wrapping her arms around Li Xiaodie's, shaking them gently in an attempt to placate her. After all, girls often require gentle coaxing, lest they become cross. Yet, Li Xiaodai continued to pout, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the sky. Observing her friend's continued pretense of anger, Cold Mayo's dark, grape-like eyes twinkled with mischief. "How about I treat you to ice cream, Let us go." With that, Cold Mayo tugged at Li Xiaodai, leading her towards the village's small shop. The little girl, now in a fit of playful pride, planted her feet firmly on the ground to resist being easily pulled along, a smile dancing upon her lips. "I shall not forgive you unless you procure 2 ice creams for me," Li Xiaodai declared, extending her adorable pinky fingers, her large eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Oh, what an adorable little girl. I long to pinch her cheeks." With such thoughts, Leng Mou acted upon them, her hand already squeezing the child's face. "All right. I shall buy you 3. Li Xiaodai finally brightened up. "Well, I shall reluctantly forgive you this time." The two intertwined their arms and strolled towards the small shop, their laughter echoing merrily along the way. On their way home, Li Xiaodai clutched 3 ice creams in her hands, suddenly coming to a halt. "What's wrong, Xiaodai?" Leng Mou licked her ice cream. "Ugh. This is sickeningly sweet. Can't they make one that isn't so sugary?" "Xiaoyu, I really want to forget. Today is the day we check the high school entrance exam results. What should I do? My family doesn't have a computer." Li Xiaodai's face fell, her ice cream suddenly losing its allure. Upon hearing this, Leng Mou shoved her own ice cream into Li Xiaodai's hand, exclaiming, "This tastes horrible anyway. I thought it was something serious. I have a computer, let's head home first." With her arm around Li Xiaodai, she tugged her towards home. The sun blazed fiercely, threatening to melt their ice creams, and soon the little girl would be upset again. "Xiaoyu, when did you buy a computer?" Li Xiaodai inquired, puzzled. "It's so expensive, how could you possibly afford one?" Leng Mou playfully ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, of course. It wasn't purchased by me. A relative from the city helped me buy it, but I do need to pay them back." "Hey, don't hit me. You'll knock me silly." Li Xiaodai set down the ice cream she had been holding, gently touching her head where she had been struck, murmuring softly. Soon, a wave of excitement surged through her. "Hee, Xiaoyu, I thought I would have to make a trip to town just to check the results. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait." With that, she tugged at Leng Mou and dashed towards her home. Leng Mou found it utterly amusing. Had it not been for this girl, she might have forgotten all about the high school entrance examination results. As she opened her computer, Li Xiaodai anxiously sat before the screen, her hands incessantly gripping Leng Mou's arm until it turned red. "Li Xiaodai, could you please refrain from pinching me? It hurts," Leng Mou sighed. "What's there to be anxious about? The questions were quite similar to the ones we practiced together. There's no doubt you'll get into Fengqing No. 1 high school." "Hee. Xiaoyu, I'm just nervous," Li Xiaodai said, offering an apologetic glance. "All right, let's check." With that, Leng Mou entered the examination number and password for Li Xiaodai. "Oh my goodness, Xiaoyu. Chapter 46, High School Entrance Examination Results, Part 2, Oh my goodness, Xiaoyu." Li Xiaodai exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, nearly knocking out her front tooth in the process. "Li Xiaodai, calm down." Leng Mou firmly grasped her shoulders, stabilizing her to the ground. "Xiaoyu, did you see that? 684. Does this mean I can enroll in Fengqing No. 1 high school and be with you?" Li Xiaodai danced around the room in jubilation, causing several neatly stacked books that Leng Mou had organized to topple to the floor. Having no recourse, she had to apprehend her, securing her to the chair to prevent her from dismantling the room any further. "Oh, dear, what shall I do? I am simply overwhelmed," Li Xiaodai lamented, succumbing to tears on the desk. "Xiaodai, what is amiss? Should you not be elated with such a commendable score?" Leng Mou inquired, perplexed by the sudden shift in her friend's emotions. So inscrutable. Upon hearing Leng Mou's voice, Li Xiaodai lifted her head, wiping her tears onto Leng Mou's sleeve, all the while reassuring, "It's nothing, Mou, I am merely overjoyed." Had it not been for your assistance with the practice questions, I would have never achieved such a feat. Good heavens, Xiaodai, how disgusting. My pristine attire. Leng Myu exclaimed, finding Li Xiaodia's behavior utterly reprehensible. Oh, I shall launder it for you, she responded, acknowledging her transgression and attempting to cleanse Leng Myu's sleeve with her own. By the way, Myu, hasten to check yours. If I could fare so well, you shall undoubtedly excel. With a swift motion, she pulled Leng Myu onto the chair, urging her to examine her results immediately. Xiaodai, there is no need, for I am already cognizant of my score, Leng Myu stated, fully aware of her performance and deeming the exercise superfluous. However, Li Xiaodai presumed that Leng Myu was apprehensive about a potential poor outcome and thus hesitant to check. Fear not, I shall assist you. As your dearest confidant. Li Xiaodai declared, having long committed Leng Myu's examination number and password to memory. Thus, she began inputting the credentials with hurried taps. A piercing shriek rent the heavens, causing the birds in the trees outside to seek refuge in fear. Li Xiaodai, are you trying to kill someone? Leng Myu rubbed her ears, feeling as though her eardrums were about to shatter. At that moment, Li Xiaodai was circling Leng Myu with wide, inquisitive eyes. Xiaoyu. What is the secret to your intellect? Were your mediocre grades in the past merely a facade? You must enlighten me. Li Xiaodai clung to Leng Myu, nearly climbing onto her back. Li Xiaodai, you're quite heavy, dismount at once, Leng Myu said, swatting at the clinging kangaroo. Ignoring the discomfort in her arms, Li Xiaodai exclaimed. Xiaoyu, 770. A perfect score. You are truly extraordinary. She was entirely smitten with Leng Myu. Only then did Leng Myu turn her gaze to the computer screen, where the prominent number 770 was displayed. Ah, just as I anticipated. Nonetheless, Leng Myu casually captured a screenshot of the query page and sent it to Sherdazhuang. My parents should be pleased. After shutting down the computer, Li Xiaodai continued to chatter incessantly beside Leng Myu. Leng Myu placed a palm on Li Xiaodia's forehead, gently raising a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Li Xiaodai, I am famished. Oh, right. You've been back for quite some time, it's time for lunch. Li Xiaodai finally ceased her interrogation of Leng Myu and led her next door to her own home for a midday meal. Mom and Dad, Xiaoyu is back. Before even stepping through the door, Li Xiaodai was calling out loudly for Uncle Li and Aunt Li. Leng Myu, feeling somewhat bemused, wondered what grand occasion warranted such a fuss. My dear child, can you not exhibit a semblance of femininity? Aunt Li, upon hearing her daughter's voice from afar, was filled with a sense of exasperation. Myu is back home. Come in, come in. Aunt Li has prepared some delicious food. Upon noticing Leng Myu standing nearby, Aunt Li's face radiated warmth and kindness. All right, Aunt Li, I shall trouble you then, I have no desire to cook for myself, Leng Myu replied playfully. Aunt Li gazed at the girl with genuine affection, having watched her grow since childhood, how could she not feel a pang of love? My dear, your parents have gone to the city to see to your younger sibling's schooling. Why would you need to cook for yourself when you can come to Aunt Li's house? Do you fear there won't be food for you here? Indeed, Myu, do not be so formal, chimed in Uncle Li as he entered, carrying a basket. After setting down his burden and washing his hands, he took a seat at the dining table. Come now, Myu, eat up. Aunt Li served a chicken leg into Leng Myu's bowl. The sight of it stirred something within her. Uncle Li and Aunt Li's kindness was beyond words. Ah. Thank you, Uncle Li, Aunt Li, you two should eat, she urged. No need to mind us, treat this as your own home, Uncle Li replied, pouring a glass of water for Leng Myu, assuring her she could drink after the meal. Oh dear, now that little you is here. It seems I have been forgotten as their daughter, Li Xiaodai remarked, watching her parents shower attention on Leng Myu. She felt a swell of happiness, for she and Myu were the best of friends. My dear girl, with such an array of dishes, can't you serve yourself? Are you without hands? Though feigning disapproval, Mrs. Li tenderly placed food on her daughter's plate. Suddenly, Li Xiaodai slammed her bowl down, the table trembling from the force of her action. Li Xiaodai, can you not dine with such commotion? What mischief are you up to? Mr. Li, exasperated with his unreliable daughter, was visibly annoyed. Father, mother, I have something of utmost importance to impart to you. The solemnity in Li Xiaodia's demeanor nearly sent Leng Myu into peals of laughter. Munching on a chicken leg, he exerted every ounce of his will to suppress his mirth. Your daughter, I, scored 684 on the high school entrance examination. Am I not remarkable? Li Xiaodai arched her brows, pouting playfully at her parents, her arms crossed in a gesture of supreme pride. Unexpectedly, she was met with a sharp rap on the head from her mother's chopsticks. Li Xiaodai, have I not taught you better? One must not fabricate tales. Yet. Here you are, jesting about such a momentous matter. Mother, why did you do that? I speak the truth. Li Xiaodai, cradling her head where she had been struck, felt utterly aggrieved. You persist in your falsehoods? I shall not spare you today. With these words, Mrs. Li turned to fetch a rod from the courtyard. Leng Moyo swiftly intervened, grasping her hand. Mrs. Li, Xiaodai speaks the truth. We have verified it just moments ago. Although Aunt Li was still somewhat reluctant to believe that her daughter had achieved such high scores, she knew that Mou had never been one to tell lies. After finishing the chicken leg in her hand, Leng Mou wiped her mouth and hands clean, sitting up straight. Uncle Li, Aunt Li. Xiaodai performed quite well on the high school entrance exam. I would like her to apply to Fengqing No. 1 high school with me. Uncle Li could scarcely believe it. He was well aware of his daughter's usual academic performance. Could it be true that she had actually scored 684? Mou. This is no joking matter. If you don't fill out the application correctly, Xiaodai may not have a school to attend in the future. Uncle Li, rest assured. Would I deceive you? Leng Mou gently grasped Li Xiaodai's hand, her smile warming the hearts of everyone in the room. Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, looking at the two young girls before him. All right, you two must think this through carefully. Aunt Li, her eyes sparkling with joy, felt elated for her daughter. In the countryside, education was the only path to a better future. By the way, Mou, what score did you achieve? Leng Mou bashfully touched her nose. 770. Chapter 47, Fengqing No. 1 High School. What? 770? Full marks? Uncle Li and Aunt Li were already astonished and delighted upon hearing their daughter's results. Now, learning that Leng Mou had achieved a perfect score, they were even more thrilled than if it had been their own daughter. I must inform your father immediately. Uncle Li spoke as he retrieved an antiquated communication device from his pocket, preparing to dial Shida Zhuang. However, Leng Mou swiftly interjected, Uncle Li. I've already sent a message to my father. He likely hasn't finished work yet and hasn't seen it. As long as you've informed your father, that suffices. Yet, Uncle Li found it impossible to quell the tumultuous excitement within him. A child achieving a perfect score had never occurred in their village. No. I must discuss this with the village chief. Before he had even finished his meal, he vanished like a gust of wind. Aunt Li, equally exhilarated, found herself constrained by her status as a rural woman of the old era, lacking formal education. She could only silently rejoice for the two children. Come now, Moi, Xiaodai. Eat your vegetables. Aunt Li diligently piled food into their bowls. Thank you, Aunt Li, Leng Moi replied, devoting herself to her meal. Determined not to disappoint Aunt Li's kindness. Mom, I feel as though I'm not your biological child, Xiaodai remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. You silly child. Such things should not be said lightly, Aunt Li chided. Leng Moi watched the playful banter between mother and daughter, suddenly feeling a pang of longing for her own mother. Wondering how her parents were faring in the city. Never mind, I'll see them in a few days. Xiaodai, Aunt Li cares for you deeply. Meanwhile, Leng Moi kept busy, using her small plate to delicately remove the fish bones for Xiaodai, who had always adored fish yet detested the task of deboning it. Here. Have some, she offered. A small plate of fish, meticulously deboned, was placed before her. Oh, Xiaoyu, you truly are the kindest, she exclaimed, casting a triumphant glance towards Aunt Li. You silly child. Aunt Li responded with a helpless sigh. After lunch, Aunt Li busied herself with household chores indoors. While Leng Mou and Li Xiaodai reclined in the rocking chairs beneath the expansive wisteria tree in the courtyard, engaging in light-hearted conversation. It seemed as though life was meant to be savored in this tranquil manner. The rocking chair swayed gently, and the two girls, nestled closely together, drifted into a peaceful slumber. As time slipped away, the sun gradually tempered its ardent blaze, its warmth slowly diminishing. Leng Mou had already awakened and was assisting Aunt Li in shelling peanuts. Mou, Uncle Li announced, his voice filled with urgency. Teacher Li has informed us that you need to go to school tomorrow to fill out your college applications. He had rushed home, anxious not to delay the girl's further education. "Ah, father, you startled me," Li Xiaodai exclaimed, jolted awake from her reverie by her father's booming voice. "Still sleeping? Is slumber more important than your studies?" The family, amidst their cheerful banter, found that time passed swiftly. Soon, the day for filling out college applications arrived. Early in the morning, Uncle Li drove Ling Myu and Li Xiaodai to school in his motorized tricycle. "Students," the teacher began, "first and foremost, congratulations to you all. Regardless of your academic performance, you have all graduated." Bearing the university application forms, head teacher Li Shuyan entered the classroom. Though uttering words of congratulation, her eyes were imbued with a deep reluctance. "I trust you are all cognizant of your respective scores. As such, I shall refrain from announcing the rankings. I wish you all the realization of your aspirations at institutions of higher learning. However," Teacher Li jested, "should fortune smile upon you, do not forget your teacher." As Teacher Li's playful tone subsided, a thunderous resonance erupted within the classroom. "Teacher, you shall forever be our goddess, we shall not forget you." Even the mischievous boys in the class were loath to part with Li Shuyan, who had been with them for 3 years. "All right, settle down, everyone. Let us commence with the filling out of the application forms. Pencils at the ready, I presume?" "Ready," the students exclaimed in unison. "Very well, let us begin. Should any of you be uncertain as to which institutions your scores qualify you for, do not hesitate to inquire." With that, Li Shuyan swiftly distributed the application forms to each student. Approaching Ling Mayo, she gave her a thumbs up. "Mayo, excellent work." "Thank you, teacher. Everyone has done exceptionally well." Li Shuyan was well aware of the girl's intelligence. "Where do you intend to go?" Without hesitation, Ling Mayo stated resolutely, "Fengchun High School." "Splendid. Continue to strive forward in the future. This achievement does not signify an end." Li Shuyan was earnest in her exhortations to each student. "I understand, teacher. Hurry and fill out the form, I shall attend to the other students." Ling Mayo did not require her solicitude, the girl was invariably self-directed. In the clamor of the classroom, each individual harbors a distinct sentiment. Some, having fared well in their examinations, were beaming smiles upon their faces. Others, achieving merely average results, are engaged in discussions with Teacher Li regarding which institution to apply to, so as not to squander their scores. Meanwhile, there are those whose performance has been dismal. They need not fret about their future schools, for they are unlikely to gain admission anywhere, having come merely to partake in the festivities of the day. Cold Mou assisted Li Xiaodai in completing her application, exchanged pleasantries with their homeroom teacher, and then the two departed for home. Days remain until the admission results are announced. "Ah, Xiaoyu, quickly pull me up." Li Xiaodai's chattering voice interrupted Cold Mou. "What is it now, Xiaodai?" One can discern that Cold Mou has been relentlessly vexed by Li Xiaodai in recent days. "I've caught a colossal crab. Lend me a hand." Li Xiaodai exclaimed, standing at the riverbank where the water lapped at her thighs, suddenly tossing a fist-sized crab onto the shore. Cold Mou remained unimpressed, responding, "Oh. Is it as grand as I am?" With a thud, a crab the size of a head landed before Li Xiaodai, splashing her with a generous spray that soaked her attire. Oblivious to her now dampened garments, she hastened to seize the crustacean that Ling Mayo had tossed her way. "Mayo, Xiaodai. The admission letters from Fengchun High School have arrived." Li Xiaodia's father sprinted towards them, clutching 2 envelopes, his haste evident. With a splash, Li Xiaodai promptly deposited the crab she had captured into a bucket and dashed towards her father with unparalleled alacrity, accepting the coveted notice. Mayo, do hurry up." Li Xiaodai waved the missive aloft, as though fearful Ling Mayo might miss it. The outcome was a foregone conclusion, so what was there to celebrate? Ling Mayo remained composed, the result having been anticipated. "Alas, Mayo, your reaction is hardly appropriate. While we were confident of our acceptance, the occasion still warrants a modicum of ceremony. You mustn't be so prematurely world-weary, child." At that moment, Li's uncle was quietly pondering how to celebrate for the two children. Li's uncle's words, like an intangible tentacle, gripped Ling Mayo's heart tightly. "Mayo, fret not, come and see." Li Xiaodai, with exuberant gestures, presented Ling Mayo's admission notice, then resumed her frolic along the riverbank. Clutching her own, Ling Mayo, observing her antics, could only sigh at her boundless vitality. Gently unfolding the admission letter in her hands, she was greeted by the prominent words. Fengqing No. 1 High School. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Unreliable Father, Part 1, Xiaoyu, this is wonderful. We can attend school together again. Li Xiaodai exclaimed, ceasing her restless fidgeting and leaping into Lin Meio's embrace, nuzzling against her. Li Xiaodai. Could you refrain from transferring the muddy remnants from the river onto my clothes? You haven't even washed the shirt you used to wipe your nose yesterday. With a firm push, Lin Meio distanced herself from Li Xiaodai. Why are you being so cold? Have you brought the bucket home? As Lin Meio walked away, she noticed Li Xiaodai still standing in place, gazing at her admission letter with a foolish grin. With a sigh, she called out to her, realizing it was quite a waste of breath. Finally, she has come to her senses. Upon returning home, Lin Meio took a picture of the admission letter and sent it to her father. Her slender fingers danced across the screen, and suddenly, she noticed a long quiet contact in her address book. She sent a copy of the admission letter photo to that man as well. We are drawing closer, aren't we? Buzzing, the phone rang. Hello, Dad. Meio, you performed exceptionally well on the exam. What gift do you desire? Just tell me, and I shall get it for you. Shi Zhuang's heart brimmed with joy, akin to savoring a fine vintage, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. The successful admission of Lin Meio to Fengqing No. 1 High School was a momentous occasion for the entire family, deserving of utmost solemnity. Dad. I crave the dishes that you and Mom prepare, she expressed. Though she lacked for nothing, the only thing she truly cherished was the profound sense of happiness that could only be derived from being with her family. Shi Zhuang's heart radiated warmth, and Li Huanqin, beside him, wore a beaming smile. Li Huanqin took the phone, exclaiming, Oh dear, our Meio is remarkable. She scored full marks and has been accepted into Fengqing No. 1 High School. Soon, our family will be together again. Meio, you want your mother's cooking? Absolutely, just wait for you. She continued, by the way, Meio. When will you come to Fengqing? Have you sorted out matters at school? It had been quite some time since Shi Zhuang and Li Huanqin had seen Lin Meio, and her younger siblings missed her dearly. With the admission notice now in hand, it seemed she would be able to visit soon. Lin Meio chuckled, Mom and Dad. I'll be there in a few days. Please prepare my favorite dishes and wait for me, otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. The joy in Li Huanqin's heart was immeasurable, knowing her daughter relished the meal she prepared. Excellent, Mother will certainly prepare a grand feast of your favorite dishes. Enough to satisfy your appetite. With a joyful heart, Lin Moi ended the call with her adoptive parents, the smile lingering on her lips for quite some time. Moi, someone is here to see you. Li Xiaodia's sudden voice interrupted Lin Moi, compelling her to leave her room to see who had come to visit. Could it be the village chief regarding school matters at this hour? Her steps led her to the courtyard, where the smile that had been adorning Lin Moi's face instantly vanished, her feet feeling as heavy as lead. Unable to move forward another inch, her eyes were fixed intently on the man standing before her, Lin Moi's brow furrowed deeply, her complexion growing increasingly unsightly as she lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Lin Moi raised her head, a fleeting hint of anger flashing across her limpid eyes, only to be replaced by an expression of serene indifference. It was as if nothing had transpired, and the person before her held no sway over her. However, Li Xiaodai, who was standing nearby, observed everything with clarity. Moi's gaze was rather frightening, the faint glimmers of anger emanating a chilling aura that sent a shiver down her spine, lingering in her heart for a long time. Sir, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lin Moi asked in a composed tone. Rage churned within, the pressure mounting to the brink of explosion. It was he, who in a previous life, had thrust himself repeatedly into peril for the sake of Ling Xinlu. They say even a tiger does not consume its offspring. Yet he never once regarded her as his own flesh and blood. Lung Tianao, you have finally arrived. In this moment, Lung Tianao, beneath his heavy brows, his small eyes perpetually glinting with treachery and coldness, emanated an overwhelming aura of grease from his 2-foot-thick pompadour, stirring a wave of nausea in Lung Wuyo. His middle-aged, corpulent visage and physique served as constant reminders to the world of his wealth, a veritable parvenu. Xiaoyu, I am your father, come, let us return home. The words uttered from his repugnant thin lips were enough to incite disgust. Father? Wuyo? Li Xiaodai found it peculiar, had Wuyo not grown up alongside her all these years? How could there be an additional father? Leng Wuyo cast a glance at her, signaling her not to worry, while internally she felt a surge of amusement. Father? Ha, sir. I have but one father, Shi Dazhuang. Please refrain from claiming kinship here. Leng Tianao surveyed the young woman before him, her luminous eyes, lustrous black hair, porcelain skin, and rosy lips accentuated a youthful beauty that seemed untouched by the filth of the world. Were it not for her striking resemblance to her mother, he would scarcely believe her to be his daughter. You insolent wretch, I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Having occupied an eminent position for an extended duration, he had grown unaccustomed to dissent. Thus, Leng Mao's denial of their familial connection incensed him. Leng Tianao raised his hand, poised to strike Leng Mao, but before the blow could land, he was abruptly shoved to the ground with a resounding thud. His rotund physique rendered him momentarily incapable of rising, making him a figure of ridicule. You corpulent buffoon, exclaimed Li Xiaodai, this is Mabe village, not your personal fiefdom. Leng Mao is not someone you can assault at will. To feign being her father is an act of utter audacity. De Zhuang is her only paternal figure. So return whence you came. Li Xiaodai could not bear to witness Leng Mao being mistreated, and her valorous spirit manifested itself. Consequently, Leng Tianao lay prostrate on the ground, unable to regain his footing. Leng Mao, witnessing Li Xiaodai's defense of her, felt her heart, which had been hardened by Leng Tianao's frigidity, soften. After much exertion, Leng Tianao, aided by his assistant, finally managed to rise from the ground. Leng Mao, he declared, you dare condone such treatment of your own father by an outsider? You are, indeed, a person of low breeding. Seething in solitude, Leng Tianao incessantly voiced opinions unpalatable to Leng Myu, oblivious to the increasingly somber and frigid aura enveloping her. Li Xiaodai, her apprehension mounting, tenderly patted Leng Myu's back, murmuring consolations, Myu, do not allow him to provoke you, he is beneath contempt. Leng Myu, in turn, reassured her with a gentle squeeze of the hand, acknowledging her friend's exasperation. Xiaodai, he holds no sway over me. She then turned her frigid gaze upon Leng Tianao, whose ire was further inflamed by her expression. He was about to retort when Leng Myu's voice once more cut through the air. Sir, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that I am your daughter? Leng Tianao, taken aback by the question, smugly thought to himself that he was well prepared. Little did he know that, in Leng Myu's estimation, such preparedness only served to diminish him. For what kind of father would require proof to establish a filial bond? Chapter 49, The Arrival of a Scoundrel, Part 2, from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. He produced a jade pendant. Leng Myu's reaction upon seeing it was immediate and profound. With swiftness, she rushed towards him and snatched the pendant from his grasp. The selection of the jade and the craftsmanship of the carving mirrored those of the pendant she possessed, indicating a shared origin. Etched upon the reverse side of the jade pendant was the name MH New York. Intrigued, Leng Mao pondered the identity of this enigmatic individual and the connection they shared through the identical jade plaques. Who were Leng Tianao and Muhani? And what significance did they hold in her life? Her eyes, now ablaze with crimson fury, reflected an intense desire to unravel the mystery behind the names etched upon the jade, to ascertain if they bore any relevance to her own existence. Caught off guard by Leng Mao's sudden shift in demeanor, Leng Tianao's expression and tone plummeted to glacial depths, as if threatening to plunge her into the abyss. An oppressive atmosphere settled, stifling her breath. After what seemed like an eternity, Leng Tianao regained his composure, uttering, "That is your mother's name." The revelation struck Leng Mao with unforeseen force, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Crystalline tears erupted from her bloodshot eyes, each drop a testament to her longing for the mother depicted on the jade plaque. She removed her own jade pendant from her neck, placing it alongside the one in her hand, her fingers trembling. "No wonder," she murmured, "I felt such a profound sense of familiarity when I gazed upon this jade. No wonder it evoked such sorrow within me. It was my mother all along." Witnessing Leng Mao's disoriented state, Li Xiaodai's heart ached with unbearable sympathy. She knelt down, embracing her in a silent gesture of solace. "Don't be sad, Xiaoyu," she whispered. Leng Mao lifted her head, her eyes stained crimson, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaodai," she sobbed, "that's my mother's name. I miss her so much. I've never even met her." Her voice trailed off into a mournful whimper. Li Xiaodai finally discerned the unsettling truth. It appeared that the individual depicted on the jade plaque and the repugnant uncle behind it were indeed the biological parents of Xiaoyu. That wretched fat man. Where is Xiaoyu's mother? She pondered. Xiaoyu expressed her longing for her mother, insisting on discovering her whereabouts. Cold Tianeo's expression turned troubled. Momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his demeanor, Cold Mou sensed something amiss and immediately sprang to her feet, confronting Cold Tianeo with an intense glare. Gripping his collar with an air of menace. Xiaoyu, don't. Li Xiaodai worried that in Cold Mou's current state, she might strike this odious figure. Yet he was, after all, her biological father. Xiaoyu would inevitably face disparagement. Cold Tianeo, I ask you, where is my mother? After a brief pause. Cold Tianeo scratched his head before responding to Cold Mou's inquiry. Your mother passed away shortly after giving birth to you. The sound of her heart shattering echoed violently within Cold Mou's mind. Mother, dead? Then why in the previous life did Cold Tianeo tell her that her mother simply did not want her and urged her to search for so many years? Driven by the desire to understand why her mother had abandoned her? It turns out that her mother had not forsaken her. Xiaoyu, your mother has not left you. She is merely safeguarding you from a great distance. With Li Xiaodia's comforting presence, Cold Mou wept for an extended period, and gradually, as time passed, her sorrow began to wane. She pondered, why was this life different from the previous one? In the last existence, Cold Tianeo had certainly not carried her mother's jade plaque. In his previous life, Ling Tianao presented a paternity test when he came to find her. Although she was unaware of where he had obtained the sample, the Shi Dazhuang couple had firmly believed in the authenticity of that test. Could it be that her rebirth had caused a butterfly effect? Leng Myu was deeply perplexed. Ling Tianao, why have you come to me? Leng Myu regarded him with a frigid gaze, sending shards of piercing coldness in his direction. Leng Tianao, at this point, had reached the end of his tether. Leng Myu had repeatedly challenged his boundaries. Leng Myu, I care not how you came to know my name, but I am your father, and you dare to address me so familiarly, you impious wretch. The assistant behind him scoffed at Ling Tianao's behavior. So, you seek out this impious daughter of yours. What is the purpose of your visit? Leng Myu paid no heed to Ling Tianao's invective. If she could, she would be even more rebellious. Naturally, to bring you home. A flicker of inscrutable light flashed in Ling Tianao's eyes, an ephemeral moment that Ling Myu distinctly perceived. It seems there truly is an ulterior motive. How disappointing. Leng Myu scoffed. Is that so? Very well, I shall return with you. However, before that, I need to know how I arrived here. Cold Mou's expression was both roguish and exceptionally languid. Cold Tianeo touched his nose and said, well, you were born with a frail constitution. The fortune teller mentioned that my fate would hinder yours. For your own good, I decided to send you to the home of Shi Dazhuang, where they would care for you diligently. When you turn 16, I shall come to fetch you back home. As Cold Tianeo spoke, he discreetly observed Cold Mou's expression, which appeared rather normal, and continued his narrative. Cold Mou regarded Cold Tianeo's grandiose demeanor with disdain. Having heard such words countless times in her past life, at that time, she had been naive enough to take them to heart, oblivious even to the moment her mother passed away. All right, let me pack my belongings, and I shall return with you shortly, Cold Mou replied, raising her hands. Some matters could only be clarified more swiftly by returning with Cold Tianeo. Xiaodai, come in and assist me. She did not wish for Li Xiaodai to remain alone, locked in a silent standoff with this man. Xiaoyu, are you truly going to leave with that fat man, your father? For Li Xiaodai, the mere thought that Cold Tianeo had considered striking Xiaoyu was enough to disqualify him from fatherhood. Uncle Dazhuang was far superior, treating Xiaoyu with such kindness and affection. Cold Mou slowly began to gather her computer and clothes, realizing she had little to take with her. Xiaodai, there are certain matters I must personally resolve, or I fear I shall never find contentment in this life. Indeed, without uncovering the truth of mother's demise, she will never find peace. Seeing Ling Mou's unwavering resolve, Li Xiaodai could only support her decision. Very well, then. I shall see you at school. Oh, and remember to inform Uncle Dazhuang and Aunt Qin about this matter. Li Xiaodai earnestly entreated. Ling Mou chuckled, tapping her head lightly, I know, I wouldn't want them to worry. Ling Mou, are you ready yet? Ling Tianeo's voice echoed from beyond the door, his tone imbued with impatience. Hurry now, I haven't got all day. Why must he be such a nuisance? Li Xiaodai exclaimed, tapping the table, her lips pursed in vexation. All right, Xiaodai, I must depart. Please convey my regards to Uncle Li and Aunt Li, as I cannot tarry until their return. Leng Mo soothed, caressing the girl's head. There now, do not be disheartened. We shall meet at school. Li Xiaodai felt a pang of sorrow and resentment. Xiao Yu, do not forget to think of me. Before Leng Mo could respond, that irksome voice reverberated once more from outside. Leng Mo, make haste. Chapter 50, the so-called home under Li Xiaodia's ardent gaze. Leng Mo entered Ling Tianao's vehicle. Do not forget me, Xiao Yu. Li Xiaodai lamented, her head hung low, these words echoing silently in her heart. The sedan sped away from the village where Ling Myu had spent nearly 16 years of her life. The verdant landscape blurred into oblivion. A poignant reminder that she would likely never return. Throughout the journey, Ling Myu remained engrossed with her laptop, maintaining a stoic silence towards Ling Tianao. In her eyes, any form of communication with him, even the briefest exchange, would be a degradation of her very being. Ling Tianao, observing his daughter's unbroken silence after 16 years of separation, found solace in the quiet. He scoffed inwardly. Noting her resemblance to her mother, petty and unsuitable for refined society. Casting a disdainful glance at Ling Myu, he turned his gaze towards the window. Dismissing her from his thoughts. Ling Myu, however, keenly observed his every move, her eyes gleaming with scorn and defiance. Just you wait, old man, she thought. I'll make you pay, along with your precious family. After 2 hours, the car entered the metropolis of Fengcheng. Towering skyscrapers dominated the skyline, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Ling Myu surreptitiously surveyed these magnificent structures, marveling at the stark contrast to what they would become in the years to come. It seems I'll have new ventures to pursue, she mused. Ling Tianao, misinterpreting her fascination as mere curiosity, attributed it to her unfamiliarity with such sights. He regarded her as a simpleton, far inferior to his darling Xinlu. Adopting the guise of a benevolent father, he flashed a disingenuous smile at Ling Myu. Ah. Mou, we'll be home shortly. Your mother and sister are eagerly awaiting our arrival. Aren't you elated? This facade evoked a sense of profound revulsion in Ling Myu. Ling Myu stowed her laptop, her mind seething with derision as she cast a sidelong glance at Ling Tianao. My mother? Has she not long been deceased? Has she somehow escaped her coffin? My sister? I recall my mother bearing only me. I have no sister. Forgive me, mother. I did not intend to disturb you, Ling Myu silently apologized to Muhani. Ling Tianao was incensed by her words, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He raised his hand to strike her, only to be deterred by the frigid gaze in her eyes. Ling Myu, your wife. Her daughter, are they not your mother and sister? Do not be so unappreciative. Ling Tianao believed that his act of traveling so far to bring this wretch home was a magnanimous gesture. Unaware that such a favor was utterly unwanted by Ling Myu herself. Ling Myu remained impassive, gazing down at Ling Tianao as if he were a buffoon. Uttering a single syllable, oh. She then resumed her engagement with her phone. You. Ling Tianao was rendered speechless with rage. The assistant driving Ling Tianao could not suppress a snicker. He usually felt aggrieved by his boss. But seeing Ling Tianao being rendered speechless by Ling Myu today, he felt relieved. Duruasi, are you capable of driving properly? An assistant dares to mock me, it's truly outrageous. Ling Tianao was so incensed that the fat on his abdomen quivered accordingly. Duruisi found it even more difficult to contain himself, but alas, he was merely an employee and dared not provoke his boss. Lest his salary for the month be forfeited. My apologies, boss, I shall drive properly. Duruisi endeavored to restrain himself, but his incessantly trembling shoulders betrayed his elation. Ling Moyu's lips curved upward as she observed Duruisi's reaction. Duruisi? It seemed that life henceforth would not be devoid of amusement. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Ling Tianao had already alighted from the other side. Duruisi emerged from the driver's seat and proceeded to open the car door for Ling Moyu. Miss, you may disembark. To prevent Ling Moyu from bumping her head, he shielded the top of the door with his left hand. Ling Moyu, observing Duruisi's actions, couldn't help but develop a modicum of goodwill toward him. It appeared that within this so-called home, there existed at least one endearing individual. Thank you. Duruisi, never anticipating that Ling Moyu would express gratitude, was somewhat overwhelmed. "Miss, allow me to assist you with your luggage." As he spoke, he reached out to offer assistance with Lung Mou's belongings. "There's no need, I don't have much, and I can manage." Lung Mou, carrying her laptop and bearing her meager luggage, trailed behind Lung Tianao. Lung Mou halted in her tracks, her gaze fixed upon the grand villa before her. And the equanimity she had attained was once again disrupted. In her previous life, she was grateful to Lung Tianao for bringing her home, yearning for that elusive paternal love. Despite residing in a vast mansion, she humbly confined herself to a small room unfit even for the servants, enduring a damp environment infested with cockroaches, yet she remained silent. But what was the outcome of such self-sacrifice? Truly, it was utterly foolish. Lung Mao held her past self in utter disdain. "Master, you have returned." Upon seeing Lung Tianao, the housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, hurried out to take his coat, her gaze scrutinizing Lung Mao from head to toe. This was the master's daughter from the countryside? She was utterly incomparable to a true lady. Aunt Zhang looked down upon Lung Mao from the depths of her heart, deeming her an unsophisticated country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Lung Mao did not miss the disdainful glances from the old woman, which mirrored those from her past life, still filled with contempt. Reflecting on her previous life, where she had been punished by her teacher for inexplicably oversleeping and skipping class, she suspected that this old hag might have played a part in it. "Old woman, are you prepared to face my wrath?" she thought. Where are the lady and madam?" Lung Tianao savored the feeling of being served, his vanity greatly satisfied. "Master, the lady and madam have gone shopping," Aunt Zhang replied truthfully. At this moment, Lung Tianao felt a bit of pressure on his pride. He instructed them to wait at home for him to bring them back. "Oh. It seems your wife and daughter are not particularly eager to welcome me," Lung Mao remarked, throwing her computer bag onto the sofa and sitting down deliberately, pointedly ignoring Aunt Zhang's murderous glare. "That wretched girl, sitting on the sofa, has sullied the space I had just cleaned." Aunt Zhang's gaze seemed to seethe with venom. Yet Lung Mao remained utterly indifferent, deliberately placing her shod feet upon the furniture. Du Ruisi, observing from the side, could hardly suppress a laugh. Aunt Zhang, the old hag, often berated him, yet here she was, in this pitiful state. "Mao, your mother and sister must be preoccupied with procuring something significant for you, perhaps a gift. Which is why they aren't home to greet you," Lung Tianao hastily clarified, aware of the girl's utility and reluctant to drive her away in a fit of anger. Every action and word of Lung Tianao was laced with ulterior motives, and Lung Mao was acutely aware of this. "Oh? Is that so? Then I shall eagerly anticipate what gifts they will bring me," she remarked, her tone seemingly yielding, yet Lung Tianao felt as though 1,000 needles had pierced his heart, leaving him melancholic. Why did her gaze still strike such fear? Did she perceive something amiss? Shaking his head, he reassured himself that she was merely a girl raised in the countryside. What could she possibly stir up? Ultimately, she would still be compelled to heed my command. In response to Lung Tianao's unfounded confidence, Lung Mao could only mutter, "Pathetic. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Chapter 51, his wife. As time ticked away, Lung Mao grew weary of her computer games. "Madam, you have returned." Upon hearing the repugnant voice of Aunt Zhang, Lung Mao turned her head. A bejeweled matron, adorned with ostentatious scarlet hair and an abundance of jewelry, removed her coat and handed it to Aunt Zhang, muttering inaudibly. Her face, caked with heavy makeup, appeared ghostly and cadaverous. As the woman entered, Lung Tianao, wearing a fawning smile, scurried over, exclaiming, "My dear, you're home. I brought Mao back, come and meet her." Following Lung Tianao's gaze, Tang Rong's eyes fell upon Lung Mao. "Oh, so you've finally noticed me?" Lung Mao observed their exchange, a shiver running down her spine. How could Lung Tianao bear to be with such a woman? Yet his physique was perhaps only palatable to a vain woman like Tang Rong, others might find it unbearable. Lung Mao, expressionless, remained seated on the sofa, legs crossed. Aunt Zhang, displeased, interjected, "Put your legs down. Can't you see the mistress has arrived? How impolite. Not even a greeting. Just as I expected from a country bumpkin." Lung Mao nonchalantly lowered her legs, leading Aunt Zhang to believe she had been intimidated. With measured steps, Lung Mao deliberately strolled towards Zhang's vicinity, her countenance impassive as she fixed her gaze upon her. "It is hardly the place of a mere domestic to dictate my conduct." A resounding slap echoed as it landed upon Zhang's aged, wrinkled visage. Zhang, cradling her struck cheek, dared not voice her resentment. Never in her years of service to the Ling household had she been subjected to such indignity. Tears welled in her eyes as a result of the stinging pain and humiliation. Leng Tianao, who had perceived Leng Mayo as merely subdued and reclusive, was taken aback by her uncharacteristic violence. Leng Mayo, what do you deem this place to be? How dare you assault another in such a manner? Leng Tianao assailed Leng Mayo with a torrent of reproaches and vituperation. Observing Leng Tianao's defense of Zhang, Leng Mayo was overcome with sorrow. How could she have yearned for even a modicum of affection from this man, when all his love was reserved for Leng Xinlu? Leng Tianao, I am your daughter, she declared, gesturing towards Zhang. Merely a servant. Upon hearing Leng Mayo address him by name rather than as father, Leng Tianao's rotund frame faltered. Leng Mayo, I am your father, he exclaimed, the implication of her transgression hanging heavy in the air. Regardless of his indignation, Leng Mayo thought to herself that she would gladly expedite his descent into the netherworld. Rolling her eyes, she noticed that Du Rui had considerately provided her with a chair. She drew the chair over and seated herself, her attention keenly observing the reactions of those present. Leng Tianao was seething with rage, Zhang was wearing a aggrieved expression. And as for her stepmother, Tang Rong, she seemed to be reveling in the spectacle. Ha, she mused, your turn for a good show will come soon enough. I am quite aware of that, Leng Mayo retorted, her gaze fixed on Leng Tianao's repulsive demeanor. However, how is it that your own daughter is being lorded over by the servants, and yet you exhibit no reaction whatsoever? Just state your intentions directly, Leng Tianao demanded, his patience wearing thin. Very well, Leng Mayo responded, her tone indifferent, her hazel eyes emanating a chilling aura. In this household, it is either her or me. There is no room for both of us. Tang Rong could no longer maintain her facade of detached amusement, as the departure of Zhang would leave her bereft of a valuable ally. Leng Mayo, with a peculiar smile, observed Tang Rong's expressions and actions, anticipating her imminent intervention. Huh. She thought, I've been expecting you. Mayo, dear, I am your mother, Tang Rong exclaimed, her face, marred by caked makeup, suddenly approaching Leng Mayo. Good heavens, Leng Mayo exclaimed, feigning alarm as she recoiled in her chair. Madam, would you kindly maintain a respectful distance? Your visage is rather unsightly, and I find it somewhat unsettling. Whom are you calling madam? Her composure shattered, Tang Rong lamented the excessive worry she had invested in Xian Lu. Though merely in her 40s. Her skin bore the visage of a woman in her 50s, marred by sallowness and an increasing constellation of blemishes. Countless efforts and resources had been expended on rejuvenation. Yet she remained irked by being addressed as in public. To be thusly labeled by this impudent girl was simply intolerable. My dear, do not agitate yourself, Leng Tianao soothed, patting Tang Rong's chest in an attempt to calm her. Leng Mayo, mind your tongue and apologize to your mother at once. Ah, so this is your wife? Leng Mayo retorted. Indeed, she is precisely the sort one would expect to find in your company. Furthermore, my mother is long deceased. When provoked, Leng Mayo's words were capable of inflicting mortal wounds, and the Leng family had only themselves to blame for this unfortunate encounter. You ungrateful wretch. Leng Tianao, his rotund form quivering with rage, frantically searched for an implement. Soon, he brandished a rod, advancing menacingly towards Leng Mayo. I swear, if I do not beat you to death today, I am not your father. With these words, he raised the rod and swung it towards her. Good heavens. The boss is truly merciless, Du Ruisi muttered, observing Leng Tianao's actions with concern. To strike one's own daughter with such force, as if he wishes to kill her. Du Ruisi felt a surge of apprehension for Leng Mayo's safety. As the rod descended, Leng Mayo remained motionless, a serene smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Tang Rong. Tang Rong, unnerved by her gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine. Why does this little hussy look at me like that? She wondered. Still, I must exercise restraint. There is ample time to deal with her later. Husband. How could you lay a hand on Mou, with her delicate skin? It wasn't intentional on her part, so let it go. Tang Rong is quite cunning, managing to portray Leng Mou as obstinate in Leng Tianao's eyes while simultaneously endearing herself to him. As expected, one can tell from Leng Tianao's current demeanor. Wife, you are truly gentle and kind. Mou, see how good your mother is to you. Hurry up and thank her. Ceasing her tender affection towards Tang Rong, she resumed her harsh demeanor towards Leng Mou. Seriously, are these two delusional? I practically branded my forehead with I hate her. Are they truly blind to this extent? It's truly ironic, Lung Tianao. Don't give me any excuses, quickly get rid of this Zhang woman. I don't want to see her here. Lung Mo suddenly rose from the stool, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, exuding both an alluring and dashing aura. Do you understand? Chapter 52, Punishing the Insolent Servant. Yu, don't come near me. What do you want? Lung Mo sudden approach startled Zhang, who hastily covered her face and retreated. Fearful that Lung Mo's hand would once again strike her face. Lung Mo's icy gaze surveyed Zhang and Ling Tianao, completely ignoring Tang Rong. And a cruel smile played on her lips. It was reminiscent of a blooming spider lily, inspiring even greater fear. Her hazel eyes radiated a bewitching allure. And her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, appearing gentle and unparalleled, yet in reality, she was capable of ending your life without a moment's notice. Well? Have you made a decision? Lung Mo approached Ling Tianao, her tone inflexible. Damn it, that wretched girl. If she runs away without being pacified, it will be a troublesome affair. There's no denying that Aunt Zhang has not proved as significant as this obstinate girl. It seems I must yield to her whims. Aunt Zhang, please collect your wages from the steward and take your leave. Your years of hard work are greatly appreciated. After a moment of contemplation, Cold Tianao resolved to take this course of action. Tang Rong was taken aback by Cold Tianao's compliance with Cold Mou. Today, dismissing Aunt Zhang might lead to her and her daughter being cast out as well. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Tang Rong's temper flared uncontrollably. She seized Cold Tianao's ear and began to pinch it, her face contorted in fury. Cold Tianao. You cannot possibly be unaware of how many years Aunt Zhang has devoted to me since I entered this family, taking care of my every need. What am I to do if you send her away? Her grip was so fierce that it felt as if Cold Tianao's ear might be torn from his head. Ah. My dear wife, please release me, my ear is about to come off. Cold Tianao yelped in pain, hastily grasping Tang Rong's hand to alleviate the pressure. I implore you both to settle this matter before resorting to violence. If she does not leave, I shall take my leave instead. Cold Mou pointed at the trembling Aunt Zhang, advancing toward the sofa in a dramatic fashion, as if to retrieve her belongings. Alarmed, Cold Tianao rushed over and snatched her luggage away. Aunt Zhang, what on earth are you still doing there? Hurry up and leave. Regarding the troubles caused by Aunt Zhang's inability to refrain from speaking, he already harbored a strong dislike for Lin Mei. At that moment, he had no desire to see Aunt Zhang and that troublesome girl. Why must they create so much unnecessary fuss? Upon hearing that her master truly intended to dismiss her, Aunt Zhang fell to her knees with a thud. Master, I implore you not to cast me away. I have served in this household for over 10 years. While I may have no accolades, I have certainly endured hardships, she wept, her sorrow palpable, tears streaming down her face. Tang Rong, witnessing Aunt Zhang kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of compassion. Mayo, for the sake of your mother, could you not let this go? However, Lung Mayo was not one to be easily swayed. Am I to be as accommodating as in my past life, only to be led to my demise by your whims? Surely, this is but a dream. Madam, you are not my mother, do not presume to claim me as your daughter, Lin Mayo retorted, holding a white rose that she had seemingly acquired. She began to pluck the petals one by one, and only after they had all fallen did she leisurely rise from the sofa. Moreover, I am merely assisting you in teaching this troublesome maid a lesson. With her disposition, it would not be surprising if she were to one day ride roughshod over you. Dear aunt. Each word from Lin Mayo pierced Tang Rong's heart, causing her to ponder the truth in the girl's assertions. Thus, under Lin Mayo's persuasion, Tang Rong began to enumerate Aunt Zhang's shortcomings. Madam, after so many years by your side, do you still fail to recognize my true worth? Do not be deceived by this girl's few casual words, dear madam. Aunt Zhang, witnessing the woman she has devoted herself to for so many years, suddenly began to criticize her based on the remarks of an outsider, felt utterly disheartened. Clinging to Tang Rong's leg, she wept uncontrollably, causing the delicate black stockings on Tang Rong's legs to become misshapen. Observing this scene, Ling Mou's once clear eyes dimmed. If even those who had been by her side for over a decade could not be trusted, how could one claim that she loved Ling Tianao? No. She only loved herself. Aunt Zhang, it is time for you to leave, the Ling family can no longer keep you. With that single remark from Tang Rong, The kneeling Aunt Zhang was irrevocably cast into the cold abyss. As she heard Tang Rong's dismissive words, Aunt Zhang collapsed to the ground, unwilling to rise for an extended period. Behold, this is the master for whom you have wholeheartedly toiled. A master whose heart and mind are solely occupied with her own interests. Lung Mo you could not help but feel a profound sorrow for Aunt Zhang. It was all in vain. Very well, since the decision has been made, have her removed. After speaking, Lung Mo you subtly glanced at Du Ruixi, who had been watching the unfolding drama for quite some time. Caught off guard by a glare, Du Ruixi understood immediately, responding, "Oh. I will take care of it right away. Aunt Zhang, please leave, let us not make things difficult for everyone." With that, one hand grasped the once arrogant Aunt Zhang and escorted her out of the Ling family residence. Inside the room, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Lung Mou, unwilling to remain in the company of these two individuals any longer, declared, "I am tired, which room shall I sleep in?" Having just removed his hand from his ear, which was smarting from Tang Rong's tweak, Ling Tianao was taken aback by Lin Moyo's words and finally lowered it. "I'll have a room prepared for you immediately, Moyo. Look, today's incident was just a misunderstanding. Your father has already dismissed Aunt Zhang. From now on, just stay at home without worry." This was the first time Lin Moyo had encountered such a combination of bullying followed by consolation. But she didn't bother to argue with him. Understood. Tang Rong rolled her eyes at Ling Tianao, indicating that she would deal with him later. Turning to Lin Moyo, her expression had returned to normal. "Moyo, you've had such a long journey. Why don't you go to your room and get some sleep? Tonight, Mom will personally cook you a delicious meal." "Spare me," Lin Moyo mentally scoffed, "don't you realize what you're wearing? A dancer? Or a social butterfly? Who would dare to eat the food you make?" Despite her internal monologue, her face remained impassive. "Okay." Tang Rong clenched her hands, her teeth grinding audibly, thinking. So all my efforts to gain favor were dismissed with a single okay from this wretched girl? I'm so angry, but I must maintain a smile. "Moyo. You must be tired. Go and rest." Tang Rong did her best to keep herself from erupting. "Butler, take Moyo to her room." She really didn't want to see this wretched girl any longer. "Just go away quickly." "Yes, madam." The steward of the Ling family is a remarkably spirited and handsome gentleman. In her previous life, Ling Moyo always referred to him as Uncle Yuan. And he has seemingly been with the Ling family for a considerable duration. "Miss, please follow me," he beckoned. Ling Moyo gazed at him and replied, "Uncle Yuan. It has been a long time." In her past existence, Uncle Yuan had always shown her great care and concern, serving as the sole source of warmth she encountered in the Ling household. "I have arrived, Uncle Yuan." Gu Wenyuan's back stiffened, and he paused momentarily. "Miss. How do you know my name?" Chapter 53, His Daughter Miss, from now on, this will be your room. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Gu Wenyuan guided Ling Moyo to select a reasonably spacious room, which was decorated in a manner befitting a young lady. However, he felt a twinge of reproach towards Ling Tianao. After all, she was his own daughter, how could he be so neglectful? In other households, every child is cherished like a precious gem by their parents. Alas, poor Miss. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan. I am finally free from the damp storeroom." Lung Moyo felt a slight lift in her spirits. "Uncle Yuan?" She noticed Gu Wenyuan lost in thought. "Uncle Yuan, what is the matter?" She waved her hand before his eyes to jolt him back to the present. Gu Wenyuan regained his composure, realizing he had momentarily drifted away. "Miss, I am quite well. I was unaware of your return today, hence the room has not been prepared for you. I beg your forgiveness." Ah, so that was the matter at hand. In truth, Lung Moyo believed that the room's arrangement was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that within this household, only Uncle Yuan genuinely cared about her comfort. A sense of warmth enveloped her heart. "Ah, Uncle Yuan, this is quite satisfactory, it matters not." Gu Wenyu observed Lung Moyo's demeanor. Yet his heart envisioned an entirely different landscape. Could it be that this young lady has endured so much hardship that she finds contentment so easily? His heart ached for her even more. "Miss, please rest for a while, should you need anything, do call for me." Gu Wenyu placed Lung Moyo's luggage into the wardrobe. His spirits weighed down further. Alas, her belongings were so scant. The second young lady's clothing and shoes were prepared solely based on what could fit within the confines of her room. It appears I must procure more items for her. Otherwise, she may find herself discontented. If only Lung Mayo were privy to Gu Wenyu's thoughts, she would yearn to gently clarify, Uncle Yuan. It is truly not as you imagine. However, Gu Wenyu would likely dismiss her explanation, for his young lady was indeed a pitiable soul, devoid of affection. As dusk settled, Lung Mayo was abruptly awakened by a piercing, shrill cry. Goodness, this Lung family must be unwell, it is either ghostly wails or wolf howls all day long. Rising, she donned her attire and ventured towards the source of the commotion. Father, why have you brought that woman home? Did you not say you had only one daughter? Cold Xinlu, just returned from shopping, stood at the entrance, laden with parcels, accompanied by the chauffeur. Indeed, she exuded the aura of the Lung family's eldest daughter. The spectacle was quite grand. Lung Mayo did not descend the stairs, instead leaning against the second-floor railing, observing the theatrical performance unfolding below with keen interest. Cold Tianao cherished his daughter, doting on her incessantly, and was distressed to see her so agitated. Lulu, there's a reason why Daddy brought her back. And I trust you'll understand, won't you? He hastened to embrace her, comforting her tenderly, unwilling for her to upset herself. The scene was sickening. Lung Amyu had now come to terms with her past, recalling how she had yearned for Cold Tianao to embrace her as he did Lin Xinlu. Fortunately, she had been spared that embrace, as it would have been repulsive. Downstairs, the family of three continued their charade of familial affection. Yes, Lulu, your father has his reasons. As you get older, we will naturally confide in you, my darling daughter. But mommy, I don't like her. Only I can be the Lung family's young lady. Lung Xinlu's demeanor was exceedingly spoiled. Lung Amyu found it peculiar. Wasn't Tiangering eager to get rid of me just moments ago? Why the change of heart? After a moment's contemplation, she surmised that Cold Tianao must have revealed his plans to her while she was asleep. His glacial gaze intensified. His fingers drumming a rhythmic tattoo upon the railing, the frigid expression upon his countenance seemingly solidifying the very air, causing the temperature within the corridor to plummet perceptibly. He suppressed the burgeoning tempest of ire within his breast. Your entire family is truly remarkable. Desiring no further engagement with this vapid spectacle, he sauntered back to his chambers with an air of insouciance. It was imperative to apprise his parents of this matter. After protracted deliberation regarding the optimal mode of communication, he deigned to initiate a call to Sherdazhuang. Hello, MOU, what is it? Do you miss your father? Sherdazhuang's voice resonated with unadulterated mirth upon receiving his daughter's call. The sound of her father's hearty laughter served as an efficacious balm, instantaneously dispelling the discontentment engendered by the Lung family. Father, I have arrived in Fengqing, but I have certain affairs to attend to today. I shall return home on the morrow. Only the domicile inhabited by Sherdazhuang, his spouse, and their two mischievous progeny could truly be deemed her home. Sherdazhuang, upon learning of his daughter's presence in Fengqing and her subsequent deferral of her homecoming, was seized by apprehension. MOU, what is it that you intend to undertake? This place bears no resemblance to our rustic village. It teems with unscrupulous individuals. I implore you to return home forthwith. Procure a taxi. She comprehended the genesis of Sherdazhuang's trepidation. In his and her mother's estimation, she remained an unsophisticated adolescent, despite her 16 years. Father, I beseech you. Cast aside your anxieties. No untoward incident shall befall me. The matter at hand is of paramount import, and I am compelled to address it. I shall elucidate the particulars upon my return home on the morrow. Reassure my mother. Although Lung Mayo had expressed her thoughts, Sherdazhuang remained unconvinced about her venturing outside alone. Mayo, can't we postpone anything until tomorrow? I can take a day off to accompany you, you should return home today. Lung Mayo pressed her forehead, pondering her father's stubbornness. Her beautiful, large grape-like eyes twinkled with an idea as a light bulb flickered to life above her head. With a cheerful demeanor, she concocted a little fib for Sherdazhuang. Dad, Qi Yan is with me. He knows Fengqing very well, and we will finish quickly. Apologizing silently to Yan for using him as an excuse, she noticed Sherdazhuang's demeanor gradually soften. Little Yan? Well, having him around does offer me some reassurance. However, you must return home tomorrow, and bring Yan along for dinner. Since when did Yan and Dad become so chummy? What have they been up to while I wasn't around? Oh, my dear father. After hanging up, Leng Moyo suddenly found herself missing Qi Yanyi. She resolved to inquire about what they had been doing behind her back. When it came to her family and Qi Yanyi, Leng Moyo often felt like a child. Yet she savored this sensation wholeheartedly. What is it? His magnetic voice wrapped around her ears like tendrils, momentarily rendering her speechless. What is this little girl doing? Why is she silent? Qi Yanyi's gaze was gentle, as if he had fallen into a jar of honey. Abruptly realizing, Leng Moy asked, Yi. Are you in Fengqing? Qi Yuye gazed into the distance, wondering if missed him and intended to visit Fengqing. The thought invigorated his weary spirit. I am here. Oh, so you've returned from the capital. Leng Moy declared, excellent. I hereby command you to dine with my parents and me tomorrow. Qi Yuye chuckled, finding his little girl as endearing as ever. As you wish, my queen. Leng Moy hung up the phone, beaming. I must be afflicted by a certain toxin, one known as Qi Yuya. She blushed, rolling around on her bed. Finally behaving like a girl in her adolescence rather than a tool solely focused on vengeance. A knock resonated at the door. Who is it? There was no response. Sighing, she reluctantly rose from the bed and approached the door. As she opened it, her mood, which had just been lifted by Shi Dazhuang and Qi Yuya, plummeted into despair. Leng Xinlu. Sister, father has asked me to call you to dinner. The little girl outside the door, of a similar age, possesses a certain charm that makes Leng Xinlu undeniably adorable, beautiful, and obedient, earning her the affection of the elders more so than her. Of course, this admiration is predicated upon the notion of extracting her blackened heart to feed the dogs. Sister? How dare she ignore her? Were it not for their father instructing her to summon her for dinner, she would never wish to converse with her in this lifetime. And now, she dares to daydream? Leng Moyo stifled the urge to tear her apart and forced herself to utter a dispassionate remark. Oh, this only fueled Leng Xinlu's anger further. Who in the household did not treat her with utmost respect? How dare this person behave so insolently towards her? Humph. With a flip of her hair, she descended the stairs. Ah, this young lady truly is a young lady, can she not withstand this? What awaits her next will be even more unbearable, she ought to brace herself. Contemplating this, Leng Moyo tightly shut her eyes. Lulu, this is delicious, for you. Lulu, this is amusing, for you. Lulu, this garment is lovely, for you. Lulu, Qi Yuya is so bothersome. Could you assist me in driving him away? Tears streamed silently from the corners of Leng Moyo's eyes, cascading one after another. How could I be so foolish, Qi Yuya? I am sorry. Just moments ago, when Leng Xinlu was causing a ruckus downstairs, Leng Moyo did not catch a glimpse of her face. Hence the impact was not as profound. Now, Leng Xinlu stood before her in all her completeness, evoking memories of her tragic demise in a past life and the death of Qi Yuya in her stead. Leng Xinlu. Your life shall serve as the repayment for I's sacrifice. Leng Moyo donned a sleek black tracksuit, her long ebony hair elegantly tied up, her delicate oval face radiating youthful allure. She playfully poked at her dimples, sighing, ah, youth is indeed a blessing, every endeavor can be attempted anew. This unruly girl, with so many waiting for her for the better part of the day, why is she still not descending? Tang Rong, seated at the grand dining table, was growing increasingly impatient, incessantly complaining that Leng Moyu was deliberately putting on airs. Leng Xinlu was still seething over Leng Moyu's earlier indifference, her round face contorted with rage. The once charming visage had transformed into an unseemly expression, utterly disfigured. Perhaps she looks down upon our family's cuisine, mother. The bitterness was stark on Leng Xinlu's face. Leng Tianao occupied the main seat, his expression equally grim. Gu Guanjia, summon the young lady for dinner. Yes, Gu Wenyuan replied respectfully, bowing to Leng Tianao before turning to ascend the stairs to call for Leng Moyo. However, the arrogant Leng Xinlu would not stand for it. Father. Why is she the eldest lady? What am I then? With that, she pouted, ready to collapse onto the dining table in tears. Uncle Yuan. There's no need to call for me, I have arrived. Leng Moyo, having reached the staircase, overheard the family's conversation and deliberately lingered to observe how they planned to stir trouble. The assembly was momentarily dumbfounded, their gazes fixated on Leng Myu, who stood poised upon the staircase. She was clad in a sleek, black athletic ensemble, her high ponytail fluttering vivaciously in the breeze. Her delicate, oval face was accentuated by slender, meticulously shaped eyebrows, which framed her limpid, radiant eyes, exuding an air of refreshing and unpretentious elegance. Tian'ering was taken aback, belatedly realizing the striking beauty of the girl, a quality she had previously overlooked. Meanwhile, Lung XNL, her spirits dampened by the radiant figure on the stairs, remained crestfallen. Her head bowed low, punctuating the silence with the rhythmic clinking of her chopsticks against the bowl before her. Lung Tno, on the other hand, felt a surge of paternal pride, recognizing in her daughter a reflection of his own charisma and undeniable beauty. In that moment, they collectively overlooked their shared animosity towards Lung Myu. With a gait that was both graceful and dashing, Lung Myu descended the stairs and, in a few swift strides, reached the dining area, where she nonchalantly pulled out a chair and took her seat. Her gaze then pivoted towards the demure Lung XNL, who remained with her head lowered, and a smile that she believed to be gentle graced her lips. Lung XNL, she began, resting her chin upon her hand. Her expression a mixture of amusement and skepticism. Earlier, you questioned the basis of my status as the eldest daughter, implying that if I am the eldest, what does that make you? The younger girl, feigning the vulnerability of a startled rabbit, cast a helpless glance towards Tian'ering. Intimidated by Lung Myu's demeanor, Lung Myu couldn't help but feel a sense of irony, recalling how, in her past life, she had been deceived by Lung XNL's facade of innocence, selflessly nurturing a viper who would ultimately seek her demise. There's no need to look to Tian'ering for assistance, she is powerless to aid you, Lung Myu continued. Since you desire to know the reason, I shall elucidate it for you today. He seized the chair upon which Lung Xinlu was seated, pivoting at 90 degrees to compel her to meet his gaze. Lung Xinlu cowered in her seat, her frame trembling with trepidation. Moyo, she is your sister. Release her, and let us dine in peace. Tang Rong, witnessing her daughter's distress, hastened to intercede, grasping Lung Moyo's hand in an attempt to liberate Lung Xinlu. Begone. No longer able to contain the pent-up fury of the day, he forcefully cast Tang Rong to the floor, allowing Lung Xinlu to seize the opportunity to flee to Ling Tian'ao's side, abandoning her mother. While everyone is present, I shall make my declarations. Lung Moyo nonchalantly dragged a chair, straddling it backward with his hands casually draped over the backrest. His composure, though serene, signaled to Gu Wenyuan the profound anguish his mistress was enduring. Firstly, I shall remain the eldest daughter of the Lung family in Fengcheng. As you are merely months younger than I, you are destined to follow in my wake. Do you comprehend my meaning? This posture incensed Lung Xinlu, who was poised to retort, but Ling Tian'ao restrained her. Lung Moyo's derisive remarks left the trio utterly discomfited, with Tang Rong interpreting the damn girl as an accusation of being a mistress. Pausing momentarily, he scrutinized their expressions. Ah, you can still endure. It appears my utility is not insignificant. Secondly, henceforth, my whereabouts are not your concern, nor do I require your scrutiny. Lung Tian'ao mused, this unsophisticated girl. Should she conduct herself outrageously in the outside world, how shall my plans proceed? Cold Mou, I am your father. Am I not even allowed to inquire about your whereabouts? Are you planning a rebellion? Cold Mou straightened the chair, feeling a slight pang of hunger. She picked up the knife and fork on the table and began to cut the steak. Cold Tianao's blustering and glaring had absolutely no effect on her. Want me to call you Dad? Where were you a decade or two ago? Chapter 55, Sweetened Milk Tiu. Cold Tianao had rarely been rendered speechless, and on the few occasions he had, it was thanks to Cold Mou. At this moment, he was exceedingly vexed, especially with his most beloved daughter, Xian Lu, adding fuel to the fire. Father, sister is being incredibly impolite. You are her father. Yet she dares to speak to you in such a manner? Perhaps we should hire an etiquette coach for her. The Cold family's eldest daughter cannot afford to disgrace the family name when she goes out. Cold Xian Lu was certain that, coming from the countryside, Cold Mou's knowledge of high society etiquette could not compare to her own. I'll let you be the Cold family's eldest daughter for now. When you embarrass yourself, let's see if father will suppress you. The aura around the little darling Cold Xian Lu is quite murky. She must be plotting something. However, I won't let you have your way. Cold Mou watched Cold Xian Lu's actions and listened to her targeting words, feeling no emotional stir. In her past life, in order to please this family, even though she was older than Cold Xian Lu by a few months, they had assigned her the title of Cold family's second daughter. Rebellious and aloof, no one wanted to befriend her. Indeed. The very moniker of the Cold family's second daughter had unjustly cast her deceased mother as a homewrecker between Cold Tianao and Tang Rong, subjecting her to relentless controversy. A reputation she was unable to clear even in death. Recalling this, Leng Moi's grip on the cutlery tightened, the metal visibly bending and warping. Though the oblivious trio remained unaware of her transformation. Leng Xinlu, your concern is unwarranted. If you truly fear tarnishing the Cold family's reputation, I suggest you undergo a heart transplant. Leng Moi sliced a generous portion of steak and savored it with refined grace, her deportment rendering etiquette lessons superfluous. You. Father, look at her. My intentions were purely benevolent. Leng Xinlu resorted to her habitual damsel act, clinging to Cold Tianao's neck and gently swaying him. Cold Tianao doted on this daughter, cherishing her docility, so unlike that wretched girl who incessantly provoked his ire. The mere sight of Leng Moi across the table caused his heart, recently warmed by his treasured daughter, to instantly freeze over. Leng Moi, observe your sister. Why can't you emulate her thoughtfulness? All you do is torment her. Cold Tianao's jowls quivered as he masticated his bread, his corpulent visage looming into Leng Moi's view. Why did your Dazhuang's similar dining habits evoke a sense of jovial camaraderie, while Cold Tianao's merely induced nausea? Are you unaware of the adage, one should not speak while eating or sleeping? Furthermore, let me clarify, when have I ever bullied her? Are you blind? I am, after all, the eldest daughter of the Leng family. You must be disappointed that Leng Xinlu pales in comparison to me, don't you? Have you not reflected on the wrongs you have committed against my mother? Leng Tianao's fury was palpable. His anger manifesting in the tremors of his round face and the twitch of his small mustache. Leng Mou, my affection for your Aunt Rong is genuine. Such a flimsy excuse. Leng Mou placed her knife and fork neatly upon her plate, only for it to shatter with a resounding crack. A testament to her simmering rage. Leng Tianao, you are truly cowardly. Isn't it so? To act without acknowledgement is the very definition of cowardice. Is it not akin to bullying someone whose mother has passed, with no one to bear witness? The meal was finished, yet Leng Mou still felt unsated. I have concluded my meal, you three should relish this delightful family dinner. I trust that without my presence, your enjoyment will be even greater. The shadowy figure rose, striding towards the door, her high ponytail swaying defiantly. Gu Wenyuan stood nearby, a smile gracing his lips, observing, Miss, you are just like the lady of yesteryears. Though the lady he referred to was not Tang Rong. Leng Mou, where are you heading? Leng Tianao began to regret his decision to bring this troublemaker home today. Why had he inflicted this upon himself? However, his words elicited no response from Leng Mou, who left him with only a chic and uninhibited silhouette. The three individuals within the room were momentarily rendered speechless. Leng Mou had delivered an overwhelming series of shocks that day, from dismissing Aunt Zhang to asserting her dominance at the dinner table. Even the usually arrogant Leng Xinlu and the loquacious Tang Rong were at a loss for words. Leng Mou wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, resembling a solitary, homeless spirit. I don't want to return to my parents' place. Where should I go? Leng Mou pondered, squatting by the fountain in the square, idly tracing patterns with a small wooden stick, muttering to herself. Aha, I've got it. Brushing off her hands, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. Beep beep. Beep. Regarding the company's flagship product for this quarter. The vibrating phone on the table interrupted the speaker's ongoing presentation, causing the atmosphere in the entire conference room to suddenly freeze. A dozen attendees scarcely dared to breathe. Heavens, who would dare call the president at such a moment? Weren't they blatantly courting death? Qi Yuye picked up his phone, the corners of his mouth abruptly curving into a smile. In the conference room, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Just now, did the president actually smile? Who possessed such ability as to elicit a smile from the perennial iceberg? The meeting was temporarily adjourned. With that, Qi Yuye stepped out of the conference room, his smile unwavering. What is the matter, you were missing me already? We just spoke on the phone, he mused, envisioning the girl's bashful expression through the receiver, which only deepened his grin. Meanwhile, Wen Jialin found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. It seemed that only that particular person could thaw the perennial ice of his demeanor. Alas, he had once again been served a generous helping of dog food. Xing Mou chose to sit by the fountain, squatting until her legs felt numb. When the call connected and she heard Qi Yuye's voice, she sighed. acknowledging that he truly was her beacon of light. Her spirits lifted considerably, yet she pondered why he had suddenly flirted with her. "Ah Yi, are you at MY?" Sing Mo recalled that the branch of MY group was not too far from her location. A taxi ride would take about half an hour. Chi Yuya found it curious that she would pose such a question but answered her straightforwardly, "Yes, you were, what's up?" "Oh, nothing much. Just a bit of longing for you," she replied before abruptly hanging up with a soft click. Chi Yuya gazed at the now disconnected call screen, shaking his head with boundless affection. Was she truly this shy? Turning back, he made his way toward the conference room as the meeting resumed. As Sing Mo strolled along, she paused at the entrance of a shop, contemplated for a moment, and then stepped inside. After purchasing her items, she cradled them in her arms and hailed a taxi. "Driver, to MY Group, please." The chauffeur, a man of amiable disposition, expressed his concern for the well-being of such a charming young lady. "All right, miss, please be seated securely. Keep the change." Lung Mo generously offered a 100 yuan note to the driver before alighting from the vehicle. She stood before an imposing edifice, exclaiming, "Wow, Ayezma is truly magnificent." In her previous life, Lung Mo had not paid much attention to MY, but now, witnessing its grandeur, she understood why Shen Jiwei and his ilk had coveted it. "Madam, how may I assist you?" The receptionist greeted her with a radiant smile, her captivating features providing a feast for Lung Mo's aesthetic sensibilities. "My dear, you are truly beautiful. I am here to see your president, but I do not have an appointment. I shall wait here and not cause any inconvenience." Lung Mo understood the protocol required to meet Chi Yuya, although she could have asked Yi to fetch her. However, she preferred not to. The receptionist, charmed by Lung Mo's endearing demeanor, developed an instant liking for the young lady. "Very well, please have a seat here. And I shall fetch you a glass of water." "Thank you kindly," Lung Mo replied. As she idled away the time, she nestled the gift she had purchased for Chi Yuya closer to her chest to keep it warm. Ding, the doors of the exclusive presidential elevator parted, and Chi Yuya, the object of Lung Mo's anticipation, finally appeared. Cold Mo's heart was instantly replete with emotion. She surged to her feet with alacrity and darted towards Chi Yuyi. The bodyguards flanking Chi Yuyi, despite their professional training as elite special forces operatives, were caught completely off guard by the sheer velocity of her approach. As Chi Yuyi realized what was happening, he found himself embracing a petite young woman. "You are," he murmured, his arms tightening around her in a tender embrace, his hands trembling slightly, betraying the depth of his longing for his beloved. Mo tilted her head back, her limpid eyes gazing up at Chi Yuyi. "Yi," she whispered, "I have missed you so dearly." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Chi Yuyi was utterly disarmed by her display of affection. With a swift motion, he gently cradled Mo's head beneath his trench coat, shielding her from the gazes of onlookers. He then scooped her up into his arms. With Mo ensconced in his arms, Chi Yuyi strode away, leaving the company receptionists and bodyguards exchanging bewildered glances in the lobby. "Was that really our CEO?" one of the bodyguards asked, incredulous. "Indeed," the receptionist replied, equally astonished. "It seems this young lady is acquainted with the CEO." She mistakenly believed that, like other women, she could entice the CEO, however, her charming demeanor was far from typical. At that moment, Lung Meo was unaware that she had already garnered several admirers. Inside Chi Yuya's car, Chi Yuya gently extricated Lung Meo from beneath his trench coat, continuously cradling her head and pressing his forehead firmly against hers. "You arrived without a word, Were you intending to frighten me?" Chi Yuya chuckled softly. Lung Meo found herself entranced by his smile, realizing how captivating he appeared when he laughed. "You're?" he inquired, noticing her momentary distraction. Abruptly, Lung Meo regained her composure and, as if presenting a treasure, retrieved something from her bosom. "Anew, sweetened milk tea." Chapter 56, returning to our home. Chi Yuya burst into laughter, playfully ruffling Lung Meo's hair. "Did you go out of your way to buy this for me?" Lung Meo beamed, defiantly nudging her head upward, her nostrils flaring towards Chi Yuya in a display of pride. "Of course. This is my favorite drink." Yet, she refrained from mentioning that it was also his preferred choice. Lung Meo believed that Chi Yuya's fondness for sweetened milk tea stemmed from their previous life, during which, on every occasion she encountered him at the Ling residence, he was always seen with a cup of sweetened milk tea in hand. Back then, She had even teased Ling Xinlu about how a grown man could have such a penchant for sugary delights. Unbeknownst to her, each time, the sweetened milk tea in Qi Yuye's hand was prepared specifically for her and deliberately placed within her reach. Yet, Ling Mayo invariably assumed it was Qi Yuye's. Never taking a sip, Qi Yuye took the milk tea that Ling Mayo treasured so dearly, inserted the straw, and took a token sip, his expression unchanged. "You're so kind to me, it's delicious." If Wen Jialin were present, he would surely have ridiculed him. "Fifth brother, you are such a hypocrite." However, this privilege was exclusively extended to Ling Mayo. Ling Mayo lay quietly in Qi Yuye's arms. Despite the warmth of the weather, she was reluctant to leave his embrace. Her fair legs dangling and swaying on his lap, displaying a charming playfulness. "Of course," she retorted, her expression growing even more haughty. But in the next instant, Ling Mayo's swaying legs came to a halt, the playful expression vanished from her face, and a quiet stillness enveloped her. Qi Yuye sensed a change in the young lady's aura, as if she were displeased, and his heart grew anxious. He gently cupped Ling Mayo's face in his hands, gazing at her intently. "What's wrong? Why are you unhappy?" Ling Mayo was curious as to how Qi Yuye could always detect her emotional shifts so quickly. "It's truly remarkable," she thought. With a crestfallen expression, Ling Mayo began to pour out her woes. I want to tell you something." Ling Mayo suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Qi Yuye felt a surge of unease, unsure of what his Yuer was about to say and whether he could bear it. "What is it?" stammered slightly, realizing this was a momentous occasion, a once-in-a-century event, i.e. It turns out that the Shi Dazhuang couple from the countryside are not my biological parents. Leng Tianao from Fengqing is, but I don't care for him. He brought me back to Fengqing today. Ling Mayo gazed into Qi Yuye's beautiful eyes, her expression somewhat somber. Qi Yuye's anxious heart finally settled. "Do you not wish to live with the Ling family?" Qi Yuye gently embraced her, patting the young girl's back with a soothing rhythm that reassured Ling Mayo. "Yes," Ling Mayo replied quietly. Qi Yuye felt a pang of heartache. "If you don't like living with them, then we won't. Even your biological father cannot force you to do anything. As long as you don't like it, I will eradicate everything you dislike and pave the way for everything you desire. But Qi Yuye, I must return. I want to know how my mother died." Upon mentioning Muhani, Ling Mayo's emotions surged once more. Qi Yuye seemed lost in reminiscence. Over the years, he had not investigated Ling Mayo, allowing the girl to gradually reveal herself. If, as she claimed, Ling Tianao of the Ling family in Fengqing was her biological father, then her mother must be Muhani, the woman he remembered as always having a warm smile, gentle yet resolute. Perhaps your mother would not want you to live for her sake," Qi Yuye suddenly said to Ling Mayo, pulling her from her sorrowful thoughts. "I.e. have you ever encountered my mother?" Given that Ling Tianao's father and Qi Yuye's grandfather were close companions, is it plausible that Yi might have met my mother during his childhood? Leng Moi was visibly stirred. Qi Yuye reminisced about Muhani from over a decade prior, when he was merely 5 years old. He recalled Aunt Mu, with her burgeoning belly, saying to him, "Little Yi, Auntie carries within her a younger sibling. Either a little brother or a little sister. When they are born, would you assist me in safeguarding them?" Aunt Mu caressed her rounded abdomen, her face radiant with benevolence. The 5-year-old, gazing at that spherical belly, nodded ineluctably. "So, the child within Aunt Mu's womb was you. Qi Yuye emerged from his reverie, clasping Ling Moi's arm with augmented intensity, as if endeavoring to etch Ling Moi into his very essence. "Indeed, your mother was an exceptionally tender and loving maternal figure. Aunt Mu, I am eternally grateful to you for bringing Yuer into my life." Ling Moi, embraced so tightly by Qi Yuye, found herself slightly breathless. "Yi, be gentler, it hurts." Alarmed, Qi Yuye promptly released his hold, meticulously examining Ling Moi to ascertain if she was harmed in any way. Witnessing Qi Yuye's flustered demeanor, Ling Moi swiftly grasped his hand, offering reassurance. "It's all right, Yi, I'm unharmed." Ling Moi appeared somewhat hesitant, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. What troubles you? Are you still feeling unwell?" Qi Yuye surmised that his excessive force might have caused Ling Moi ongoing discomfort. In a moment of hesitation, Ling Mayo spoke. I do not wish to return to the Ling family, nor do I desire to go back to my parents. However, in Fengqing, you are the only person I know." Her small frame appeared pitiful, with large, glistening eyes poised to shed tears at any moment. If Jiuyan were to discover this, Lin Mayo would undoubtedly face reproach. Jiuyan silently lamented, if only you would give me a call, would Fengcheng truly lack a place for you to stay? You sly little fox. Qi Yuye couldn't help but chuckle, how could Mayo be so adorably foolish? Then, shall we go to my home? Qi Yuye deliberately suggested. Eager to witness Lin Mayo's reaction. Oblivious to the implications of his words, the little fox only focused on her own plight. Willing to accept any refuge as long as it was his. It seemed there was no alternative. A broader smile graced Qi Yuye's face. Mayo's agreement hinted at a deepening of their relationship. Yet, Qi Yuye mused, but miss, you've already embraced me, do you not realize my unspoken sentiments? It appeared that a man in love could be devoid of intellect. Then, Mayo, please take a seat while I drive, he said. Gently patting her head before exiting the vehicle to take his place at the wheel. Complying, Lin Mayo quietly settled into the back seat, careful not to disturb him. The car gradually glided out of the underground parking lot, and after a day filled with excitement, Lin Mayo succumbed to slumber. Qi Yuye, observing her through the rearview mirror, drove with a steady hand, ensuring her comfort as she drifted into dreams. The vehicle came to a halt in the garage of a private villa, Yue Mansion. After stabilizing the car, Qi Yuye opened the rear door, revealing Ling Mou, who remained in a deep slumber. With a hint of endearment, he gently cradled her back and legs, lifting her into a tender princess embrace, and proceeded to make his way towards the villa's entrance, mindful to minimize any jolting motion. Upon noticing Qi Yuye's unexpected return to Yue Mansion, the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, hurriedly emerged from the living room to greet him. To her astonishment, she beheld her young master carrying a young girl, leaving her in disbelief. Over the many years of her service, she had never witnessed him bring a girl home. Much less in such an affectionate manner. Just as Zhang Ma was about to speak, Qi Yuye silenced her with a glance, signaling her to remain quiet so as not to disturb Ling Mou. Nodding in understanding, she retreated with a smile, feeling a sense of joy that the young master had finally brought a girl home. Qi Yuye carefully ascended the stairs while cradling Ling Mou. His movements so gentle they seemed almost ethereal. Concerned that the guest room had yet to be prepared, he decided to take her to his own chamber. With utmost care, he laid her upon the grand bed and tucked her in. It's truly wonderful that you have arrived here. I hope you will find it to your liking. He murmured softly, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face to behind her ear. The gentle caress elicited a soft murmur from Ling Mou. A delicate response to his touch. Ah, Yi. Qi Yuye's hand froze involuntarily. You're dreaming of me, Yue? Sleep tight. He lowered his head and placed a tender kiss on Ling Mou's forehead before turning to leave the room, gently closing the door behind him. In the living room, Qi Yuye gazed absently at the newspaper, unaware that he was holding it upside down. Master, I prepared a meal. Would you care for some? Zhang Ma asked, interrupting Qi Yuye's distracted thoughts as she wiped her hands. Zhang Ma, I'm not hungry right now. I'll wait for Yue to wake up and eat with her later. Qi Yuye paused for a moment. Oh, right, Zhang Ma, could you please tidy up the spare bedroom closest to my room? Decorating it in a style that a young lady would find appealing? Yue is still young, and it's not appropriate for her to share a room with me. Zhang Ma, witnessing a newfound warmth in the young master, felt a surge of happiness for him and a growing curiosity about the little girl. With a cheerful affirmation, she ascended the stairs to begin preparing the room. Qi Yuye glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and Yue must be hungry. He set aside the newspaper and went upstairs, intending to wake Ling Mou for dinner before she went back to sleep. On the expansive bed, Ling Mou's tiny figure tugged at Qi Yuye's heartstrings. His heart, desolate for so many years, was now brimming with the presence of the little girl. Thankfully, Yue still remembered him. He gently poked at the dimple on Ling Mou's cheek and softly spoke, Yue, wake up and have dinner first. Then you can go back to sleep. Ling Mou's notorious morning grumpiness began to manifest as she pulled the covers over her head, unwilling to acknowledge Qi Yuye. Observing the delicate movements of Ling Mou, Qi Yuye felt his heart melt. Yue, neglecting your meals may lead to illness. With that, he lifted the covers and gently pulled the little girl from her cocoon. Startled from her peaceful slumber, Ling Mou was initially inclined to express her displeasure. But through her hazy vision, she recognized Qi Yuye's silhouette. Ah Yi, is that you? Her soft, tender voice wrapped around him like a warm embrace as she nestled into his arms. Yes, it's me, Ewer. Shall we have breakfast now? The sight of the little girl attempting to stifle her frustration upon realizing it was him was utterly delightful to Chi Yuya. Chapter 57, to Yue Mansion. Struggling free from Chi Yuya's warm embrace, Lung Moi slowly opened her bleary eyes, only to be met with a shocking sight. Almost instantaneously, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She was covered in wounds, Chi Yuya's eyes were hollow, and the bedclothes were stained with blood. Memories of her previous life flooded her mind, visions of Chi Yuya lying beside her lifeless form replayed relentlessly. Chi Yuya's heart ached. Why did Ewer have to awaken to such a nightmarish reality? Did she despise this place? Yet, despite the overwhelming despair, nothing mattered more than the trembling form of Lung Moi. He swiftly enveloped her in a tight embrace. Ewer, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me. If you dislike it here, we can leave, alright? Chi Yuya was consumed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He could not bear to witness his Yuyo in such a state. His Yuyo should be innocent and carefree, filled with joy each day. At that moment, Lung Mayo found it difficult to discern whether Chi Yuya's presence was a reality or merely a figment of her despair-laden dreams. She repeatedly called out his name, her voice heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Ai, please don't go, I'm scared. Her words were punctuated by sobs, each breath a testament to her anguish. Chi Yuya's heart ached profoundly. What could possibly cause his Yuyo such distress? He yearned to bear her suffering in her stead. Yuyo. Do not fear, I am here. He held her tightly, his broad palm gently caressing the nape of her neck, constantly whispering reassurances to alleviate her unease and sorrow. Gradually, her cries softened into quiet sobs, and her trembling subsided under his tender comfort. With Chi Yuya's soothing presence, Lung Mayo lifted her gaze, her large, tear-streaked eyes resembling those of a frightened rabbit. I despise this bedspread, I loathe this wardrobe. I detest the color of this room. Can we change it, please? As she wept, she implored Chi Yuya to alter the room's decor. For this familiar setting too easily invoked memories of her past unhappiness. Offered a wry smile, initially misinterpreting Ewer's aversion as dislike for the residence itself, rather than its adornments. However, he found it peculiar that such decorations alone would elicit such a profound reaction. He was perplexed by the trembling fear she exhibited and resolved to inquire about it later. Very well. We shall dispense with them and replace them with things that please you, he soothed, endeavoring to comfort the young girl in his embrace, hoping to alleviate her distress. With some abatement of her agitation, perhaps to spare further concern, Lung Mo diverted the conversation. I find myself somewhat peckish, she murmured, patting her stomach in an attempt to project normalcy. Released her, suggesting, then, Ewer, shall we descend and partake in some sustenance? Lung Mo reveled in the tenderness and exclusive smiles reserved solely for her, considering it her entire universe. All right, she acquiesced. Such compliance, he remarked, patting her head affectionately. Come, let me assist you with your shoes. Yet, remained immobile on the bed. What is it, Ewer? Are you unwell? Inquired, his concern evident as he gently examined her. Lung Mo chuckled softly, amused by the notion of her fragility. Embracing her capricious nature, she extended her hands towards. Pray, descend me, dear knight. Acquiesced with a helpless sigh, wondering why this lass was perpetually startling him. Yet, as his cherished little mistress, he could only indulge her whims. Very well. Gently stroked her nose with his index finger, his affection palpable. With her arms entwined around's neck, was hoisted up, his hands supporting her waist and hips, clinging to him like an ornament. Out of sight, the blush-on's delicate ears was conspicuously crimson, extending down to the nape of her neck. Alas! It seemed rather arduous to entice, the pursuit of her beloved would be a protracted endeavor. Within the dining hall, Zhang Ma had already warmed the repast, awaiting the arrival of and. Master, the dishes have been reheated and are now ready to be savored. Observing carrying downstairs, Zhang Ma could not contain her beaming smile. Finding the young lady exceedingly charming and a perfect match for the young master. Upon hearing Zhang Ma's mirthful tone, became even more self-conscious and promptly buried her face in his embrace, her voice muffled as she spoke. Why did you not forewarn me that there were others in the household? Her petite fists playfully struck his chest. Release me at once, lest I become the subject of ridicule. She implored, struggling to extricate herself from his embrace. Gazing upon his bashful demeanor, S spirits soared, his cerulean verdant eyes radiating a blissful luminescence. And his lips curved into a gentle smile, his world now solely focused on. Gently, he settled Lung Mou onto the chair, adjusting its position for comfortable dining. You're alright, Zhang Ma witnessed nothing, correct? Zhang Ma? Qi Yi cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Ma, mindful of his young lady's bashfulness, which required safeguarding. Observing the interaction between the young lady and the young master, Zhang Ma's heart overflowed with joy. When had her young master ever doted on a girl so tenderly? She must lend a hand. Miss Yuer, I was preoccupied just now and noticed nothing. Rest assured. Lung Mou could only stuff her mouth with food to conceal her embarrassment. The more Zhang Ma spoke, the darker it became. It was all Qi Yuye's fault for not reminding her, how mortifying. She rolled her eyes at Qi Yuye. Inwardly, Qi Yuye was on the verge of laughter. How could Yuer be so endearing? Yet, he had to suppress it, lest Yuer, overcome with shyness, flee back home. Where would he find her then? Yuer, eat slowly, no one is vying with you. As he spoke, he added food to Lung Mou's plate. After the meal, Qi Yuye escorted Lung Mou for a leisurely stroll in the expansive garden to aid digestion. Wow, these blue roses are exquisite. Lung Mou crouched beside a patch of blue roses, her nose close to one of the blooms, inhaling its fragrance with delight. Qi Yuye stood behind her, gazing at her with affection. Yuer, do you like them? Lung Mou rose from her seat, taking Qi Yuye with her as they settled onto the swing beside the rose garden. Their small feet dangled in the air, playfully swaying back and forth. I adore this place, the flowers, the houses, the swing. Lung Mou turned to gaze at Qi Yuye's handsome profile, silently adding in her heart, of course. What I cherish most is you here. At that moment, Qi Yuye found himself deeply entranced by the depth of Lung Mou's eyes, unwilling to depart. This enchanting new air seemed to belong solely to him, and it felt wonderful. Does this place have a name? Lung Mou suddenly inquired. As if she had never known what it was called in a past life. Qi Yuye tore his gaze from her captivating eyes and lifted his gaze to the luminous crescent moon in the sky, slowly uttering a few words, Yu Fu. Chapter 58, Let us be together. Lung Mou's swinging feet abruptly halted, her heart skipping a beat. Could Yu Fu be connected to her in some way? Her large, glistening eyes remained fixed on Qi Yuye as she asked, why is it called Yu Fu? Is there a reason for it? She anxiously awaited his response. Qi Yuye lifted her from the swing and placed her upon his lap, as if cradling a chick. Gently holding her slightly pale face as he earnestly recounted the origins of Yu Fu. A girl of utmost significance has emerged in my life, my Yuer. Akin to the celestial moon, radiant and immaculate, forevermore emanating captivating luminescence in my world. As he spoke, Qi Yuye gently guided Lung Mou's delicate hand to rest upon his heart. His cerulean verdant eyes were replete with infatuation and profound affection. I aspire to provide her with a haven of warmth and tranquility. With foreheads touching, Lung Mou felt her heart on the verge of leaping from her chest. Aye. She uttered no words, but her petite hands entwined around Qi Yuye's neck, embracing him tightly. Her fair face flushed like the incandescent sun. Has a yes devotion for me truly reached such depths? She pondered, what folly did I commit in my past life to mistake and lose such a significant person? Ultimately failing to safeguard his life? As these thoughts coalesced, scalding tears streamed uncontrollably from Lung Mou's eyes, imbued with regret, resentment, and, above all, the profound emotion evoked by Qi Yuye's present actions. After a brief interlude, Lung Mou composed herself, determined to alleviate Aye's concern. She drew her head back from Qi Yuye's shoulder, her hazel irises reflecting his image. Aye, I wish to convey something to you with utmost sincerity. I am serious. And I implore you to regard it with equal gravity. With meticulousness, Lung Mou playfully tweaked Qi Yuye's ear, her countenance a blend of earnestness and delicate pride. Qi Yuye, in turn, grasped her petite hand, refraining from halting her antics, enduring the delicate tickle that emanated from his ear. You're speaking, my dear, I'm listening intently. Every utterance from Lung Mou held profound significance for him. Having received the response she desired, Lung Mou nestled against him, her tender voice gently reaching Qi Yuye's ears. Melodious and captivating. Though I am but young, from the moment I first beheld you, I thought, this elder brother is so pleasing to the eye. Upon reaching maturity, I shall become his bride. Lung Mou paused, seemingly contemplating whether to proceed, for Qi Yuye's frame had begun to stiffen. Surely this simpleton does not believe I intend to utter words of departure, she mused. I shall impart all at once. In any event, he is destined to be mine. Yi, let us be together. Lung Moyo ceased reclining against him, raising her gaze to meet his, her entire being conveying, I am in earnest. Do not regard me as jesting. Chi Yuye froze, rooted to the spot, only regaining his composure after a prolonged interval. His heart swelled as if filled with an entire jar of honey, his countenance radiant with a smile. Even the sharp contours of his face subtly flushed with a rosy hue, excitement and elation surging forth like a breached dam, vast and unstoppable. You are aware, my dear, that once commenced, there can be no release, neither for you nor for I. Yi held Lung Moyo tightly in his arms, unwilling to release her even a little. His voice trembling incessantly, no longer able to conceal the nervousness and excitement within his heart. How could Lung Moyo not know the significance she held for Chi Yuye? If she were to let him go in this lifetime, wouldn't this rebirth have been in vain? How could she bear to leave him alone? Yi, I know I'm very important to you, but I also want you to know that you're just as important to me. We cannot be without each other. Lung Moyo gazed at the silly-looking Chi Yuye before her. Her heart, once broken by Ling Xinlu and Xin Jiwei, was now constantly being repaired and filled by him. Her small hand smoothed Chi Yuye's slightly furrowed brow. Yi, I told you some time ago to wait for me for 3 years. But I can't wait that long myself. What a joke, she was already 22 when she died in her previous life. And this 16-year-old body simply couldn't contain her 22-year-old soul. She just wanted to bring Yi home as soon as possible. Can we be together? You accompany me to grow up, and I accompany you to grow old, okay? Cold Mo fixed her gaze upon Chi Yuye's exquisite lips. A subtle downturn at the corners betraying his faint unease. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his features before Cold Mo swiftly lowered her head, capturing his handsome, delicate mouth. At the juncture of their lips, an electrifying sensation erupted across Chi Yuye's mouth, his azure and verdant eyes widening in momentary paralysis. Despite her youthful stature, Cold Mo's boldness belied her burgeoning shyness. Chi Yuye's lips possessed a cool, soothing quality, yet an undeniable awkwardness lingered. What if Yi demurred? Events swiftly allayed her concerns. Chi Yuye clasped her shoulders, gently widening the space between them, his countenance stern, radiating a gravity Cold Mo had never before witnessed. He began, to be with me implies a lifelong commitment, exclusively to me. Do you comprehend the weight of that? Chi Yuye's apprehension stemmed from Cold Mo's youth, fearing she might not fully grasp her desires, leading to a hasty decision. I understand, she affirmed. Her alabaster hand resting over her heart, conveying an immutable conviction. For this lifetime it can only be you. She added. I shall hasten my maturation to become a woman worthy of your esteem. Chi Yuye's embrace tightened gradually, acknowledging the precocity of the young woman before him. You are. Bathed in moonlight, cerulean roses shimmered with ethereal beauty as they nestled together on the swing, enveloped in an aura of felicity. The cadence of his breathing deepened as Chi Yuye glanced down to find the young woman had drifted into slumber, the delicate skin around her eyes faintly flushed. With delicate care, Chi Yuye's thumb gently caressed Lung Moyo's orbital ridge, endeavoring to dispel the melancholy that clouded her countenance. My dear, I shall ensure that tears never again grace your eyes. His tender ministration spoke volumes of an affection that defied articulation. Gathering Lung Moyo into his arms, Chi Yuye, with purposeful strides, conveyed her back to the secondary chamber, traversing the distance with a blend of strolling and hastening. The entire room had been adorned by Zhang Ma at Chi Yuye's behest, resplendent in azure decorations. This was in homage to their initial encounter in childhood. A memory indelibly etched in his mind. Lung Moyo's predilection for the cerulean hue remained unchanged. Gently placing Lung Moyo upon the expansive bed, reminiscent of the deep sea, Chi Yuye stood by her side, his gaze enraptured by the slumbering figure before him. My dear, pray do not forget the words you spoke this evening. With a playful tap to her nose, Chi Yuye felt as though the events of the night were but a dream. As Chi Yuye turned to retreat to his study, a petite hand seized his sleeve. Do not depart. Chapter 59, A Culinary Overture. Do not forsake me. Lung Moyo murmured in her somnolent state. Chi Yuye immediately knelt at her bedside, his palm gently resting upon her brow. My dear, I am here. Lung Moyo's utterances did not cease, rather, they intensified. Chi Yuye, I beg your forgiveness. Chi Yuye, I implore you, do not perish. A solitary tear escaped her eye, staining the azure pillow a deeper shade of cerulean. Witnessing the tear that traced its path down her cheek, Qi Yuya was assailed by a pang of anguish, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. His thoughts coalesced into a tangled web, tightening with each passing moment, reaching deep into the core of his being. What exactly did you dream about? Qi Yuya gently took out a towel, carefully wiping away the cold sweat that had emerged from Ling Meiyo due to her nightmare. He tenderly patted the blanket, ensuring that Ling Meiyo could sleep more soundly. Gradually, Ling Meiyo's slumber became more tranquil, and her murmur ceased. Qi Yuya's heart finally found solace within his chest once more. As the night deepened, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he realized it, he had fallen into a deep sleep on the chair by the bedside, still holding Ling Meiyo's hand. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warmth upon the bed, gently reaching out to the occupants of the room. Ling Meiyo, awakened by the sunlight piercing through her closed eyelids, could barely open her eyes, shielding them slightly with her hand to mitigate the brightness. Has dawn already arrived? Just as she attempted to rise, she discovered that someone was holding her hand tightly. Following the direction of her hand, she looked over to see Qi Yuya sitting quietly in the chair, lost in a deep, sweet slumber. The sunlight illuminated his chiseled features, rendering him exceptionally gentle in appearance, with the absence of his blue-green eyes making the moment feel serene and timeless. Recalling how he had comforted and encouraged her throughout her struggles last night, Ling Meiyo gazed at the still-sleeping Qi Yuya, her eyes filled with profound affection. "Yi, thank you. I extend my gratitude to you, for remaining by my side, unwavering, through both past lives and this present one. I also thank you for guiding me out of the darkness, illuminating my obscure existence with your light." Her thumb gently caressed the web of his hand, and in the embrace of the warm sunlight, the scene radiated a dazzling brilliance. Perhaps stimulated by his touch, slowly opened his eyes after a moment, stirring his half-numb body. Unknowingly, his gaze met smiling eyes. "Are you all right?" Given's unusual behavior last night did not leave her side all night, afraid that she would face the terrifying events in her dreams alone. Their hands were tightly intertwined, never parting. "I'm fine, I just had a nightmare." "Thank you," saw's concern in his eyes. But she could not forget the events of her past life until she sent those two people to hell. "Give me some more time, and I will present a whole to you." Always felt that was hiding something from him, something that caused her immense pain. However, he did not want to force her to tell him about it. If wanted to share, he would listen; if she preferred not to, he would never pressure her. It was enough for him to safeguard her peaceful life ahead. Nuzzled her face, his pristine shirt shimmering with a bright light in the sunlight. His dark, deep eyes accentuated his captivating and alluring charm. A rivulet of saliva involuntarily trickled down Ling Meiyo's throat. "Yi, prithee, keep thy distance. I am yet but a tender sprout, and I harbor no desire to transgress." "Doth hunger gnaw at thee?" Qi Yuya inquired with opportune timing, thereby extricating the fair maiden from her perilous reverie. With alacrity, she nodded her assent. "Indeed, I am famished." Qi Yuya tenderly massaged her temples, assuaging the lingering vestiges of morning's discombobulation. "Shall I then prepare noodles for thy sustenance? Zhang Ma hath absented herself this day. Thou art skilled in the culinary art of noodle preparation?" Qi Yuya, ensconced in the echelons of eminence, and attended by a retinue of domestic staff, had never been compelled to engage in such quotidian tasks. His offer, therefore, possessed a certain element of unexpectedness. Qi Yuya chuckled softly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Verily, it would appear that in thy estimation, my culinary prowess is akin to a barren wasteland. The incident with the fire. And now this. Arise, then, and attend to thy ablutions, whilst I descend to prepare thy repast." Ling Meiyo, bereft of alternative options, acquiesced with a modicum of trepidation. "Very well," she murmured, her voice imbued with a gentle cadence. "Such docility," Qi Yuya remarked, bestowing upon her a playful pat upon the head, his fingers lingering amidst her silken tresses. The young maiden, her countenance already concealed beneath the sanctuary of her quilt, playfully nudged Qi Yuya with her foot. "Hasten, then, and fulfill thy culinary mission." Qi Yuya, desisting from further jesting, procured for her fresh raiment and descended the staircase. The somnolent hum of her cellular device, nestled upon the bedside table, roused Ling Meiyo from her slumberous cocoon. "Hello, father," she croaked, her voice thick with the dregs of sleep. "Remember to grace our abode with thy presence at midday. Thy mother and I have prepared a delectable repast in thy honor. Early this morning, Shi Dazhuang and Li Huanqin set out to the market to procure ingredients for the beloved dishes of Ling Mayo. They began preparing lunch well in advance, both to welcome Ling Mayo to Fengqing and to celebrate her successful academic advancement. Upon learning that her father would return by noon, she felt a surge of anticipation. All right, Shi Dazhuang cheerfully continued with his tasks. After hanging up the phone, Ling Mayo struggled to rise from her bed. After a brief freshening up, she descended the stairs in search of Qi Yuya. Please take a seat for a moment, the meal will be ready shortly, Qi Yuya said. Noticing Ling Mayo coming down, he set aside his chopsticks and moved to pull out a chair for her. Clinging to his arm, Ling Mayo playfully pouted, "I want to watch you cook noodles." At a height of 1.6 meters, from Qi Yuya's perspective, her long eyelashes fluttered enchantingly, and her pastel dress adorned her with an adorable charm, striking a soft chord within his heart. As long as you are happy, everything is wonderful. Ling Mayo leaned contentedly against the kitchen counter, letting out a sigh. Ah, delightful things always bring joy to the heart. Much like the sight of Qi Yuya cooking for her. It was no wonder she felt captivated, the fifth master of the Qi family, who had never touched a drop of water, their distinguished president, was now donning an apron, a sight that no one could have anticipated. With the elegant sleeves of haute couture lifted, a girl prepares to wash her hands and make soup. Qi Yuya, composed and skilled, deftly retrieves the noodles, rinsing them under cold water and seasoning them with care. This scene, so exquisite and beyond the imagination of Ling Mayo, reveals the sheer delight of watching a handsome man cook. As Qi Yuya completes the noodle preparation, Ling Mayo stands there, grinning foolishly as if she has won a grand prize, yet, no reward could ever compare to the presence of Qi Yuya in her life. Come here. It's time to eat, Qi Yuya calls, one hand holding a bowl while the other gently takes hers, leading her to the dining table. The solitary bowl of noodles sits forlornly, and if it could speak, it might complain to its owner about the lack of a companion. I.e., why is there only one bowl? Aren't you eating? Yet, Qi Yuya is too occupied, he hardly ever has time for breakfast, having long established the habit of a single cup of coffee. I'll watch you eat. He warms a cup of milk for Ling Mayo, placing it before her. Skipping breakfast? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? No, we'll share, otherwise, I want to eat. Ling Mayo, with an air of playful defiance, turns her little head to the side, hands on her hips, her lips pouting in a charmingly rosy manner that invites a playful bite. Qi Yuya gazes at Ling Mayo with a mixture of helplessness and tenderness, his eyes conveying warmth and affection to the world around him. All right, as you wish. He takes the noodles from in front of her, feeding her bite by bite, while pretending to take small bites himself. Presently, a large bowl of noodles was entirely consumed. With tender solicitude, Qi Yuya wiped away the remaining broth from the corners of Ling Mayo's mouth, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue before he reluctantly withdrew his hand. My father has requested that you join me for luncheon at our abode, Ling Mayo declared with unaffected ease. Qi Yuya's movements faltered momentarily as he was tidying the dishes. Has Yu already accepted me as one of her kin? Very well, he replied, let us dine at your home. Chapter 60, Dining at Home. There was something about Qi Yuya's words that unsettled Ling Mayo, though she could not quite place her finger on what it was. I spoke correctly, did I not? It is indeed dining at home. The young maiden was becoming somewhat perplexed. She patted her stomach, waddled towards the sofa in the living room with her rounded belly, and muttered to herself, what could be more delightful than reclining after a satisfying meal? Ling Mayo plopped her petite posterior onto the sofa and sprawled out in a most unrefined manner upon the opulent leather furnishing, which was worth millions. Assuming what she self-styled as the Guyu reclining posture, a pose of utter abandon, Qi Yuya, having completed the washing of the dishes, entered the living room to behold Ling Mayo in such an unseemly state. He gently admonished. It is not advisable to lie down in such a manner immediately after a meal, as it may cause discomfort to your stomach. Qi Yuya approached her and assisted Ling Mayo in sitting up against the back of the sofa. While chiding her gently, he tenderly massaged her somewhat unsettled abdomen. Yu tends to experience discomfort when she overindulges. It appears that I must monitor her dietary intake henceforth. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Ling Mayo, who was comfortably reclining with a look of contentment, a sudden thought struck her. You don't dislike my voracious appetite, do you? I wasn't always like this. It's just that your noodles are exceptionally delicious. With her head bowed and fingers nervously intertwining, she continued to fidget. She hadn't anticipated that, being a picky eater, she would find herself so enamored with Aya's culinary skills that she inadvertently overindulged. Qing Yunyao, bemused by Lung Mao's sudden outburst, couldn't help but find her adorably amusing. My dear, rest assured, I can certainly provide for your appetite, feel free to indulge as you wish. He gently pulled the petite girl back beside him and handed her a fashion magazine while he turned his attention to his computer. Mao, why don't you enjoy some reading or play on your phone while I attend to some work? I've heard that diligent men appear more handsome, but someone like Ai, who is already striking even while idle, must look even more captivating when focused. Lung Mao mused, her imagination taking flight. All right, you carry on. Time, as it often does, swiftly slipped away amidst the soft rustling of pages and the sight of Qing Yunyao engrossed in his tasks. Before long, the clock indicated that noon had arrived. Having closed the laptop, he took the book from Lung Mao's hand. Wait for me a moment, I'll change and then we'll go home. Lung Mao stretched languidly. Still drowsy, and beside Qi Yuya, she was merely an innocent young woman, devoid of any trace of the spectral wolf. Okay, I understand. Upstairs. Qi Yuya first dispatched an address to Wenjalan. Jalan, deliver the gift I had previously prepared to the address I've sent you. Not keeping her waiting for long, Qi Yuya swiftly finished dressing and came downstairs. A charcoal gray, haute couture suit impeccably accentuated his already divine physique, and his meticulously styled mid-length hair framed him like a prince, enigmatic yet refined. His teal eyes especially captivated Lung Mao's heart. Each aspect pierced her heart like a rapier. Ai, that's too unfair. Come back to reality. Qi Yuya was delighted that he still possessed something that could mesmerize this carefree little one. Gently embracing her, Qi Yuya murmured in her ear, let's go home. Lung Mao, stimulated by the tickling sensation in her ear, had just regained her senses. What was I just doing? How could I, the dignified netherblood Yu Ling, be so bewitched by beauty? That wasn't me, it was an illusion. Lung Mao patted her face, constantly seeking excuses for her absent-mindedness. Let's go. To elude her own discomfiture, Lung Mao promptly clasped Qi Yuya's hand and exited Yue Manor. Qi Yuya, choosing not to expose her stratagem, smiled and shook his head, resigning himself to indulging his beloved. He repositioned his hand, interlacing his fingers with hers. The summer breeze trailed along, accompanying their intertwined figures as they journeyed onward, leaving behind the home they cherished. Regardless of life's duration, the presence of a kindred spirit is sufficient. Hurry, mother of the child, bring the dishes to the table, Mao and the others will arrive soon, shouted Shi Dazhuang, busily wielding a spatula in the kitchen, urging Li Huanqin to serve the prepared dishes. Li Huanqin, with a helpless expression, retorted, You old man, you're always so impetuous. Heavens! You're so old, be more composed. 2 decades of affection, undiminished by the trials of daily life, remained as sweet as the beginning. Shi Dazhuang could only respond with a grin, Isn't my Moyo coming home? I'm overjoyed. Li Huanqin, ceasing her banter, carried the dishes out. Oh. I implore you two to cease your frolicking. If your elder sister witnesses your mischief, do not blame me for failing to warn you of the impending scolding. Li Huanqin admonished the frolicking siblings, Shi Yujin and Shi Yushi, subtly hinting that only Lung Mao could control these 2 rascals. Upon hearing Li Huanqin's words, the 2 siblings ceased their commotion, having not seen Lung Mao for quite some time. Brother, I miss sister, Shi Yushi murmured, leaning against Shi Yujin's shoulder. A hint of melancholy in her tone. So do I, sister should be arriving soon, Shi Yujin reassured her, attempting to uplift her spirits dampened by longing. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Xiaoxi, come on, sister is here. Shi Yujin exclaimed, tugging Shi Yushi toward the entrance. In an instant, she flung the door open and rushed into the arms of the visitor. Shi Yushi was the first to cling to Lung Mao, her expression brimming with pride as she cast triumphant glances toward Shi Yujin. Receiving the unspoken cue, Shi Yujin declared, Night brother, I want a hug too. Extending her arms toward Qi Yanyi. Lung Mao recalled Qi Yanyi's slight aversion to cleanliness and was about to shift to embrace Shi Yujin when she noticed Qi Yanyi had already bent down. You. She began, but Qi Yanyi would not allow this little one to come close to his beloved. It was simply out of the question. It's all right, don't worry. he said, lifting Zhi Yujin with one arm while gently caressing Lin Moyo's soft hair with the other. You too. How old are you to still want sister to carry you? Don't you realize how heavy you are? Li Huanqin remarked, arranging the dishes. Observing this scene at the door, she mused that these two children truly lacked understanding. Oh, my precious daughter, I miss you dearly. Have you been managing well at home? Li Huanqin set down her belongings and hurried towards Leng Moyo, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Leng Moyo released Shi Yuxi and reciprocated the hug, reassuring, Mom. I'm perfectly fine. Uncle Li and the others have been taking great care of me. That's wonderful to hear. Come, sit down. Your father is just about to finish the last dish. Xiaoya, hurry over. Li Huanqin urgently ushered Leng Moyo and Qi Yuya to the dining table. Shi Yujin and Shi Yu she also settled beside them, each holding one of Leng Moyo's hands. Sister, welcome home. Chapter 61, Graduation Gifts Too Bright. Cheerful voices suddenly erupted in her ears. Leng Moyo shook her head, exclaiming, Are you two trying to scare me to death? Have you been studying diligently? Brother Yi has worked hard to secure such excellent learning conditions for you, you must not disappoint his goodwill, do you understand? When confronted by Shi Yujin and Shi Yuxi, Leng Moyo had an endless stream of admonitions, resembling a doting mother, even more concerned than Shidazwang and Li Huanqin combined. As soon as the two children heard this, their previously radiant faces fell. Oh, sister, the curriculum at the city's elementary school is a bit overwhelming for both me and Xiaoxi, the pace is simply too fast. Even the usually carefree Shiyu she now sat silently, nervously picking at her fingers, clearly struggling with the challenges at hand. Leng Mou pondered for a moment. During her time in Mo Bay village, although the two little ones excelled academically, the fiercely competitive environment of Fengqing, where every inch of land is precious, suggested that the local children had likely already undergone advanced tutoring. It seemed imperative that she dedicate time to instructing them, for neglecting their education would not be beneficial to their development. Qi Yuyi, observing Leng Mou's furrowed brows, understood her concern that the children might struggle to keep pace with the rigorous academic demands of Fengqing. Having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, she feared they might be overwhelmed by the pressure. You need not worry, Yu Er, he reassured her, pursue your passions, they have me. Leng Mou gazed at his handsome features, momentarily lost in thought. Goodness, Yu seemed almost like a deity, as if he could read her mind. Bestowing upon him a notably sweet smile, she playfully tapped the head of Shi Yujin. Did you see that? You should be grateful to your brother Yi for worrying about you. Shi Yujin pouted, Oh, sister, that hurts. Meanwhile, Shi Yuxi, ever obedient, sweetly responded to Leng Mou's words, offering Qi Yuyi a beaming smile. Thank you, brother Yi. My brother and I will certainly strive to do our best. The little girl sat there, perfectly poised and adorably charming. As Qi Yuya observed the harmonious interaction between Yuer and his younger siblings, he felt a sense of carefree joy enveloping him, more profound than usual, as his heart gradually synchronized with the delightful emotions emanating from Leng Mou. Yuer, why don't you play with Xiao Jin and Xiaoxi for a while? I shall check the kitchen to see if there is anything I can assist with. Naturally, he thought, one must make a good impression in front of his wife's parents. With that in mind, he strode towards the kitchen to implement his intentions. Ah, Xiaoyi. What are you doing here? The air is thick with oil fumes, hurry and step outside. It will be ready shortly. Li Huanqin exclaimed as she saw Qi Yuya rolling up his sleeves to enter the kitchen, quickly blocking the doorway and pulling him back. Qi Yuya found the situation rather amusing. What was so forbidden about the kitchen? Aunt Qin, it's merely serving a dish. You haven't seen Yuer in quite some time, why not sit and chat with her? Leave this to me and uncle. He gently guided Li Huanqin to Leng Mou's side, signaling her not to fret. The more Li Huanqin observed Qi Yuya, the more she appreciated him. You are indeed a charming young man, there's no reasoning with you, she conceded, ceasing her attempts to dissuade him. Returning to the kitchen, Qi Yuya found Shi Dazhuang just about to serve a freshly cooked dish. Uncle, let me handle that, it's rather hot. Shi Dazhuang, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated that Qi Yuya would take on such tasks given his status. However, recalling their previous conversation, which initially revolved around his daughter, he found his expression betraying a mixture of surprise and admiration. Observing the diligent figure of Qi Yuya as he busily served dishes, Shi Dazhuang let out a cold snort. Muttering to himself that the young rascal should not presume that such efforts would sway him into consenting to his daughter's association with him, there was simply no chance of that. His heart, burdened with paternal worries, felt as though it might shatter into 1,000 pieces. With everything prepared, the family gathered joyously around the dining table. Laughter and chatter filling the air. As the meal progressed, Zhuang's robust voice resonated. "Mayo, my dear. It brings me immense joy to have you as my daughter in this lifetime, you are my pride." Cold Mayo was somewhat moved. Her father, a simple and unpretentious farmer, was not one for eloquence, and she had not anticipated such heartfelt words. "Dad." Zhuang gestured for her to remain silent. "My dear. Your perfect score in the entrance exam to Fengqing No. 1 High School fills both your mother and me with great pride. However, you must understand that this is merely your starting point, not a destination where you should pause. The road ahead of you is still very long." Rising, Zhuang retrieved a thick red envelope and a small box from the bedroom. "Mayo, this is a small token from your mother and me. A modest gift to celebrate your advancement in education." He then handed the items to cold Mayo. She did not open the envelope but instead lifted the lid of the box, revealing a sleek, state-of-the-art smartphone nestled within. "Dad, why did you give me this?" Zhuang gazed at her, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "Mou, your father understands that you possess a phone, which you may have saved up for with your own allowance. You are about to attend Fengqing No. 1 High School, and the environment here differs greatly from ours. Whatever other children possess, you should have as well. I will not allow you to feel inferior to your peers, do you understand?" Cold Mou's hand trembled slightly as she held the phone, but fortunately, Qi Yanyi discreetly reached out to steady her back. Although she already owned similar items, these were the finest gifts that Zhuang could offer her at present. "Father. Thank you. Thank you for silently bestowing upon me such love over the years." Cold Mou carefully stowed away the two gifts from Zhuang, striving to keep her tears at bay. Qi Yanyi felt a pang of sympathy, yet he recognized that his beloved girl cherished the emotional connection from her family. He gently patted Cold Mou's thigh with his large hand, conveying his concern and comfort. Cold Mou glanced at him, shaking her head silently to assure him that she was fine. Seeing that both her parents had given her gifts, how could the two little ones show any weakness? They scampered back to their room and soon returned, each cradling a stuffed animal that matched their own size. Cold Mou erupted into laughter, finding the two utterly adorable. The two children proudly presented their gifts to her, exclaiming, "Sister, this is our present for you. Do you like it?" The two children eagerly rushed towards Mou, who affectionately patted their heads. The sister cherished not just the gifts, but the simplicity and purity of their heartfelt intentions. Suddenly, Mou's gaze shifted upward, playfully regarding Qi, whose eyes were fixed upon her, as if to say, "Look, they have brought gifts for your promotion, yet you have not." Amused, Qi gently ruffled her hair, stating, I need to take a call." He gestured to Zhuang and Li Huanqin before stepping outside. Before long, the doorbell rang. "That must be Yi returning." "I'll go answer it," Mou said as she stood up to open the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a magnificent bouquet of lilies that momentarily obscured her vision. "Yi, what is this?" she queried, bewildered. Returning to the dining table, Qi set the lilies aside and presented her with an old iron box, securely locked. His smile radiated with uncontainable delight. "This is my gift for your promotion." Chapter 62, The Iron Box's Tale. Mou stared in a daze as she accepted the iron box from Qi. She examined it from every angle, puzzled. There's nothing particularly special about it. Could there be a secret inside? She tilted her head in confusion, her long, dark hair cascading over Qiyuye's lap. With a hint of mystery, Qiyuye responded, "Well, that is something you must discover for yourself." Suppressing the impulse to embrace the young girl before him, he redirected his attention to the delectable dishes laid out. "Aunt Jean, the meal you and uncle prepared is delightful. Reminiscent of my mother." However, Qiyuye's words trailed off abruptly, his silence enveloping him as he continued to eat, though the joy he once felt had dissipated. Leng Muo sensed a chill in the air surrounding Qiyuye. He seemed suddenly despondent. What could be the matter? Hastily, she set down her iron box and took hold of Qiyuye's large hand. "Yi, what troubles you? Why are you unhappy?" On the sidelines, Shi Dazhuang watched in exasperation, astonished at how casually the girl held a boy's hand. It was quite inappropriate. Clearing his throat. The concerned father could only subtly remind Leng Mayo to be mindful of her actions, without casting blame on Qi Yuya. Xiao Yi. Is it that Aunt Qin's cooking does not suit your taste? Li Huanqin inquired with concern. For many years, Qi Yuya had navigated life largely in solitude. The weight of over a decade of loneliness and helplessness momentarily lifted. He finally understood why Yuer cherished this family and held disdain for Lin Tiandao. It was because he too had developed a fondness for it. Qi Yuya's silence deepened Leng Mayo's anxiety. Ah Yi, please tell me what is wrong, will you? In her life, she had never shown such patience to anyone else as she did for Qi Yuya. Brother Yi, please do not be sad. Indeed. The entire family was deeply concerned about Qi Yuya's state. Qi Yuya gently squeezed Leng Mayo's small hand. If it weren't for the inopportune moment. He truly wished to embrace her. I apologize, Uncle and Aunt Qin, it's just that your delightful cooking reminds me of my mother. Her dishes bear a striking resemblance to yours. A trace of melancholy clouded Qi Yuya's distinct features as he felt guilty for disturbing the family's meal. Leng Mayo sighed in relief, grateful that everything was all right and that he had not frightened her. Li Huanqin's heart melted as she picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a generous portion of sweet and sour ribs onto Qi Yuya's plate. Isn't your mother's cooking just as fragrant? Qi Yuya struggled to respond. My mother passed away a long time ago. Li Huanqin's chopsticks froze midair. And she felt remorse for her thoughtlessness. Little Yuya, I am truly sorry, Aunt Qin didn't know. Qi Yuya shook his head to reassure her, it's all right. Aunt Qin. It happened long ago, I barely remember. His feigned lightheartedness tugged at the hearts of Leng Mayo and the Shirs. Cough, having said so much. Let us eat quickly, the food will get cold. If you ever wish for more, feel free to come over, and Aunt Qin will gladly cook for you. Shi Dazhuang's clumsy concern and affection made Qi Yuya feel a paternal love he had never experienced before. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Merely nodding in agreement, while the long-frozen ice in his heart was gradually thawed by the warmth of this family. Sigh, well. Soon. The delightful lunch came to an end. Cold Mayo, preoccupied with the mysterious iron box Qi Yuya had given her, hurriedly took the lily flowers and the box to her room, which had been specially prepared for her by Li Huanqin. What could possibly be inside? Cold Mayo examined the iron box closely, laying on the large bed as she scrutinized the lock. To her astonishment, this lock was no ordinary one. It was equipped with electronic encryption. The password felt oddly familiar to her, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Ah, never mind. I'll just open it first. Cold Mayo muttered to herself, gathering her old phone and the touchscreen phone that Shi Dazhuang had just gifted her, and began to disassemble and reassemble them with a flurry of activity. Moments later, she let out a long sigh, exclaiming, done. Now, let the adventure begin. Her expression took on a slightly wicked demeanor. This is proving to be somewhat complex. Cold Mayo's journey of deciphering the lock faced some obstacles. I refuse to believe that I, the reigning champion of the hacker rankings, cannot unlock a mere box. With that thought, she resumed her rapid tapping on the phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cold Mayo exhaled a long breath. Wow, finally accomplished it. Please enter the password. The lock on the iron box emitted a prompt. Having meticulously deciphered the code, Leng Mayo inputted the sequence 0714, whereupon the lock clicked open. The antiquity of the box was evident. Yet it was secured with such a sophisticated lock, its password protocol exceedingly intricate. He wondered what secrets it contained. Unable to suppress his burgeoning curiosity, Leng Mayo swiftly removed the lock and opened the box. Contrary to his expectations, it contained no valuables, but rather a collection of inscribed cards. Deliberately, Leng Mayo picked up the first card, its color faded with age. Today, I sustained grave injuries and nearly departed this world. In that moment, I contemplated the prospect of reuniting with my mother. However, Xiao Yu rescued me. She seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens. A realization dawned upon Leng Mayo. Could this be the day they first encountered each other? A subtle stirring resonated within him as he placed the card down, eagerly anticipating the next. My wounds have nearly healed, and I long to venture out in search of Yuer. However, that man insists on grooming me to be his heir and refuses to let me leave. At the age of 12, I am soon to be sent abroad for my studies, And I feel utterly helpless. I yearn to see you once more. Today, that man finally consented to my departure. And I journeyed to the village where we first met, yet she was nowhere to be found. Today marks the day of my departure. Planes at the airport take off one after another, yet all I desire is to see you. I miss her dearly and fear that once I leave, I may never see her again. Now at 15, I have not laid eyes on you for 5 long years. I wonder how she is faring. Whether she has forgotten me. My only hope is to expedite my graduation and return to find her. At 17, I successfully completed the tasks assigned by that man ahead of schedule and returned to this beloved land. Once again, I found myself in that small village, where everything remained nearly unchanged, yet still, I could not find my you. I built my with my own hands, dedicating a year to liberate myself from that man. My you, the light of my life, everything exists for you, including my very existence. For reasons unknown, I am perpetually drawn back to this village, guided by an instinct that I shall encounter the one I seek. I spotted that girl, now transformed from her childhood self, yet, I recognized her immediately, so beautiful. Endearingly naïve, as pure and lovely as before. You said to me, let us be together, and my heart soared, my you has finally grown up. The pink sheets are now damp with tears, and Mou clutches card after card, her sobs rendering her speechless. Chapter 63, A Mutual Pursuit I am sorry. It turns out you have been searching for me all along, and I have missed you every time. The cards in her hands had transformed into a multitude of crumpled paper balls, a reflection of her sorrow, yet, the sound of her weeping persisted. The lilies adorning the room seemed to wither alongside her tears. Thus, is my existence solely attributed to you? Even though the answer to her internal turmoil was apparent, Mou still yearned to directly inquire of Qiyu Yi, desiring to hear his response. Xiao Yi, your Aunt Qin has cut some fruit. Please call Mou out to have a bite. After consuming so much just now, her stomach cannot bear it, said Shi Zhuang, who had been engaged in conversation with Qiyu Yi on the sofa. Suddenly called upon by Li Huanqin. He had no choice but to let Qiyu Yi depart, while he himself went to assist in the kitchen. Qiyu Yi knocked gently on Mou's door, only to find it slightly ajar. I'm coming in, he announced softly. As he pushed the door open, he beheld the diminutive figure of Mou curled up on her bed, sobbing quietly. Quickly, he closed the door, aware that despised the thought of Shi Zhuang and his wife witnessing her tears. In a flurry, Qiyu Yi lifted Mou from the bed, his gaze falling upon the scattered notes and cards, a wave of concern washing over him. Has already accessed it? But I hadn't given her the password yet, I intended to tell her later. How could she have opened it on her own? Qiyu Yi pondered in disbelief. Look at me. He adjusted her position, compelling her to meet his eyes. You have seen it, haven't you? He had steeled himself, yet the profound sorrow etched upon Mou's countenance pierced his heart. Mou, fixated on her persistent question, inadvertently disregarded Qiyu Yi's solicitude and concern. So, Mai's existence is truly predicated upon me? Mou urgently sought a definitive response to validate her past folly. Qiyu Yi's heart was in turmoil. Why had he divulged this to Yu? He should have kept it to himself. Was he the cause of Yu's distress? Yu, please cease your tears. I ought not to have presented you with this gift. Forgive me. Qiyu Yi tenderly wiped away Mou's tears, wishing he had never given her the iron box. Mou, observing Qiyu Yi's remorse, regained some composure. I merely seek to ascertain whether My was indeed established for my sake. Her emotions remained palpably agitated. Copious tears cascaded onto Qiyu Yi's chest, the saline sweetness incessantly tormenting his heart. Yes, My was established for you when I was 17. I desired to provide you with the finest life. Mou, do you comprehend? At this juncture, Qiyu Yi felt more than mere heartache. He yearned for Mou to grasp his affection for her, which transcended the vestiges of childhood infatuation. Mou had resided in his heart for an entire decade. Now that he had found her, he could never relinquish her. Having obtained the desired answer, Mou wept even more profusely, incessantly repeating a single phrase. I am truly sorry. In my previous life, I buried the love you bestowed upon me, leaving no trace behind. Qiyu Yi, feeling helpless, gradually lowered his head, his handsome lips brushing against the corner of her eye, gently wiping away her tears. You you have not wronged me. I loved you then. I love you now, and my love will only deepen in the future. If you truly feel remorse, might you consider trying to love me? Chi Yuyi always sensed an inexplicable guilt emanating from Yu, believing that her desire to be with him was not born of genuine affection, but perhaps merely an attempt to atone for her perceived wrongs. Yet, what he yearned for was not that version of Yu. The thoughts hidden in his heart were seen through by Chi Yuyi, and Leng Mo gradually ceased her weeping, regaining her composure. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, declaring, "Ah Yi, I will love you well." This was her vow, a promise for a lifetime. The tone of Leng Mo made Chi Yuyi feel that his Yu had genuinely transformed. "Yu, thank you." Chi Yuyi continuously patted her back, soothing her recent sorrow. "Xiao Yi, Mou, hurry and come out to eat some fruit." "How long has it been?" "Still not out yet." "Yu, I shall step outside for a moment. Gather yourself, for you wouldn't want Aunt Qin and the others to worry, would you?" Chi Yuyi gently released Leng Mou, offering her comfort. Leng Mou remained sullen, replying, I understand." Chi Yuyi then rose and exited her room, leaving her the space she needed. Gazing at the desolate door, Leng Mou's eyes gradually sharpened in focus. "I thank you for everything you have done for me. From now on, allow me to protect you. In this lifetime, this is a love that runs in tandem." "Xiao Yi, where is Mou?" Li Huanqin inquired, noticing only Qi Yan emerging, with no sign of Leng Mou. "She is tidying up the gifts, she will be out shortly." Qi Yan began to shield Leng Mou. As soon as he settled onto the sofa, Shi Dazhuang initiated a discussion on business matters, leaving Qi Yan with a look of helplessness. Her father, after all, must be indulged, he thought, and thus, he resorted to explaining simpler concepts to Shi Dazhuang. Before long, Leng Mou emerged slowly from the room. "Yu, do taste this apple, Aunt Qin has specially sliced it for you." The appearance of Leng Mou provided Qi Yan with a timely excuse to extricate himself from Shi Dazhuang's conversation, as the aloof CEO solemnly fed the young lady fruit. Yet, Leng Mou's heart remained heavy. "Mom, Dad, I wish to share something with you." After much contemplation, Leng Mou felt compelled to inform Shi Dazhuang and his wife. "My biological father has come to find me. He is from the Lin family in Fengqing. Having been in Fengqing for a while now, you must have heard of them." She felt a flicker of fear that Shi Dazhuang and his wife would be saddened by this revelation. As anticipated, Shi Dazhuang exploded in disbelief. "Mou? How could they suddenly come looking for you?" Li Huanqin grasped Shi Dazhuang's arm, signaling him to temper his reaction and not frighten the child, which subsequently eased Shi Dazhuang's demeanor. "My dearest Mou," Stone Doddswang began, his voice thick with emotion, "if your heart truly yearns to return to your biological parents, your mother and I will not stand in your way. Just promise to visit us, your brother, and sisters often." Stone Doddswang, a man of considerable enlightenment, had sensed since discovering Leng Mou and the extraordinary jade pendant she possessed that this day of parting would inevitably arrive, though he hadn't anticipated its swiftness. Yet, he recognized that they were, after all, Mou's true parents, a bond that could never be replicated, regardless of his and his wife's reluctance. They would never impede Leng Mou from pursuing her heart's desire. Leng Mou's already flushed eyes welled up further, overwhelmed by the profound affection shown by the Stone Doddswang couple. "Mom. Dad," she choked out. Chapter 64, Remaining with the Lin family. Li Huanqin, her heart aching, gently reproached, "Stone Doddswang, must you reduce Mou to tears? You're such a bother." She delivered a light slap to Stone Doddswang, attempting to console Leng Mou. Observing Leng Mou's tear-filled eyes, Chi Yuyi, who had been sitting with impeccable posture, swiftly altered his demeanor, wrapping his arm around Leng Mou's shoulders in silent comfort. While he possessed the means to resolve this matter for Yu, he sensed that she preferred to navigate it herself. Leng Mou slowly approached Li Huanqin, nestling into her embrace and sobbing softly. "Mom," she whispered, "my biological mother has passed away. Only now do I realize that I never had the chance to meet her, to know what she looked like. And now, she's gone." In the tender embrace of Li Huanqin, the fragile figure of Ling Meiyo appeared particularly helpless. Li Huanqin momentarily froze, grappling with the reality that Meiyo's biological mother had departed from this world, a truth that she and Shi Dazhuang had never anticipated. The deceased are gone. Yet those who remain must continue their lives. At this moment, however sorrowful, their only recourse was to console Lin Meiyo. Li Huanqin's somewhat coarse but undeniably warm hand glided gently up and down Mayo's back, soothing her. Fearful that a sudden outburst of tears might cause the young girl to lose her breath. Mayo, your mother has not truly left you. She has merely transformed into a different essence, silently watching over you from afar. You must believe that she loves you dearly. Though Lung Mayo recognized the falsehood in these words, her heart felt considerably lighter. Mother, is what you say true? My biological mother, she loves me too, doesn't she? As a mother herself, Li Huanqin understood the profound significance a child holds for their parent. After all, they are a piece of one's own flesh and blood. Mayo. There is no mother who does not love her child, just as I deeply cherish Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi, I hold you dear as well. However, if my love for you is so profound, how could your mother feel any differently? Qi Yuye observed the gradually calming Lung Mayo. And the furrowed lines on his brow began to soften. He pondered why the young girl had been crying so frequently of late. He sensed that Lung Mayo harbored a secret deep within her heart, one she was reluctant to share with anyone. Choosing instead to bear the burden alone rather than worry those who were close to her. You, dear Yuer, Aunt Qin is indeed correct. Have you forgotten? I met Aunt Mu even before you were born, she loved you dearly. How could her affection wane simply because you entered the world? Qi Yan, usually so astute, only realized the truth of his words after speaking them. Indeed, if Aunt Mu cherished the baby within her so deeply, how did Yuer end up in the countryside? And how did Aunt Qin come to find her? Upon hearing Qi Yan's words, Lung Mo gradually steadied her emotions and withdrew from Li Huanqin's embrace. Mom and Dad. My mother's death feels far too complex for mere coincidence. Hence, I wish to return to the Lung family to uncover the truth. My intuition tells me that the age of Lung Xinlu is suspiciously close to mine. Lung Tianao mentioned that shortly after my mother's passing, Tang Rong entered their lives, using the absurd excuse of true love to justify it. It cannot possibly be that simple. Even the rationale for sending me away is likely just a pretext concocted by Lung Tianao to lure me back home. Lung Mou's words sent a chill through Qi Yan. How could she, so young, possess such keen insight? Had she, too, sensed the intricacies of this matter? The subsequent revelations from Lung Mou further incited Qi Yan's fury, igniting a desire to confront Lung Tianao and deliver justice. Observing that Shi Dazhuang and his wife had not opposed her plan to return to the Lung family, Lung Mou slowly articulated her next thoughts. Moreover, aside from my mother's situation, I have inadvertently learned that Lung Tianao intends to bring me back home to exploit me as a substitute for his daughter in a commercial marriage, in exchange for the investment benefits of the Lung family's company. With a resounding crash, as Lung Mou's words faded, Qi Yuyi had already crushed the teacup he held in his hand into shards. The glass splinters cut into his palm, causing blood to flow profusely. Yet Qi Yuyi maintained an ominous expression, his gaze frightening enough to inflict 1,000 tortures upon anyone who dared to meet it. Aye. Xiao Shi. Quickly fetch the first aid kit from home. Startled by the sound of the shattered cup, Lung Mou turned to see Qi Yuyi had injured himself. Aye. Does it hurt? She skillfully disinfected and bandaged his wound with utmost care. Meanwhile, Shi Dazhuang was engulfed in the anger provoked by Lung Tianao's intention to marry off Lung Mou for commercial gain, shaking with rage. Oblivious to Qi Yuye's injury, Li Huanqin, witnessing Lung Mou tending to Qi Yuye's wounds, finally felt at ease enough to discuss strategies with Shi Dazhuang. What are we to do? Mou is only 16. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, threatening to break into tears, but thankfully, Shi Dazhuang was by her side. Shi Dazhuang had never encountered such a bewildering predicament in his life. Which father would willingly send his underage daughter into the jaws of danger? Mou, I cannot allow you to return, regardless of how wealthy he may be or his intentions towards our family. I will not permit you to go back to that so-called Lung family. As for your mother's situation, let Xiao Yi assist, perhaps there lies a solution. Shi Dazhuang felt that Lung Tianao was utterly outrageous. Even after he had consented to Qi Yuye's association with Mou, reassured by the young man's repeated promises, embracing the cherished treasure of his family for personal gain. How absurd. Lung Moya, unable to respond to Shi Dazhuang's words, was solely concerned about whether Qi Yuye's hand was injured. Yi, speak to me. The silence from Qi Yuye instilled a deep fear in Lung Moya, reminiscent of the time he lay beside her lifeless body in a past life, though now his eyes bore the weight of anger. Awakened from his reverie by her call, Chi Yuya asked, Moya. Do you know who the betrothed mentioned by cold Tianeo is? Lung Moya, fully aware of Chi Yuya's intentions, felt a mix of amusement and despair. Realizing that he was merely worried for her well-being. Mom, Dad, I must return. I wish to resolve this matter in my own way. And to deal with these individuals. In her gaze, a fierce fire blazed, unquenchable and resolute. Chi Yuya understood all too well that, given Moya's temperament, no one, not even himself, could deter her. Thus, at this moment, all he could do was allow her to pursue her desires, everything else would be taken care of by him. Grasping Lung Moya's small hand, Chi Yuya turned towards Sherdazhuang and Li Huanqin, his expression grave and solemn. Uncle, Auntie, please permit Moya to follow her heart. I, Chi Yuya, vow before you that I will ensure cold Tianeo and his associates will not harm her in the slightest. This. Sherdazhuang's face revealed a hint of difficulty, caught in indecision. Father, trust me, and trust I. Lung Moya gazed into Sherdazhuang's eyes, exuding an inexplicable aura of conviction that was hard to resist. There was no alternative, Sherdazhuang could only glare at Chi Yuya to vent his frustrations. For he was unwilling to bully his daughter. Young man, protect Mou well, otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Chi Yuya firmly grasped the delicate hand of Lung Mou, solemnly agreeing. Understood. Chapter 65, Do not return. After Lung Mou repeatedly assured her parents that she would frequently return home. Sherdazhuang and his wife finally granted permission for the couple to leave. Phew, the matter was finally settled. Sitting in the passenger seat of the car, Lung Mou let out a long sigh of relief. Turning to gaze at Chi Yuya in the driver's seat, her eyes shimmered with tender moisture. I. Thank you for persuading my parents, and for your understanding and support, she thought quietly to herself. Chi Yuya leaned forward, his handsome yet gentle face brushing against her nose, bringing with it a waft of cedar fragrance. Lung Mou's cheeks flushed a soft crimson. As he fastened her seatbelt, Chi Yuya did not rush back to his seat. Instead, he lingered, his nose almost touching hers, observing the young girl with a playful smile. So, my Yor, how do you intend to express your gratitude? His gaze was filled with affectionate indulgence. Although Lung Mou had often yearned to boldly flirt with Chi Yuya, her romantic experiences were rather limited. In her previous life, during her time with Shin Jiwei, they had never even shared a kiss. Now, being teased in such an intimate manner by Chi Yuya was overwhelming. Her ears had turned as red as the nape of her neck. Then, how would you like me to thank you? Lung Mou feigned calmness. Yet she couldn't suppress a soft gulp as she swallowed. The little girl's expression was irresistibly adorable, earnest yet timid. Chi Yuya felt a chuckle bubbling up within him. But given the girl's bashful nature, she would likely be overwhelmed with embarrassment. It would be intriguing to observe how Moi would react. Before Chi Yuya could finish his thought, his lips were graced by a soft, sweet kiss from her delicate pink lips. Moi. A faint blush crept to the tips of Chi Yuya's ears. Was the little girl truly so audacious? What he hadn't anticipated was that this bold gesture had taken all the courage Lung Moi could muster. As he gazed at Lung Moi, who was now hiding her face behind her hands, a playful smile danced on his lips, illuminating his features with a charming innocence. Chi Yuya gently pressed a kiss upon the back of her hand before straightening up and fastening his seatbelt. Moi, we're ready. I'll take you back to the Lung residence. Turning her head towards the window to avoid his gaze, Lung Moi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, mentally berating herself. Lung Moi. Aren't you supposed to be brave? Even a smidgen of that assertiveness in a confrontation should prevent you from feeling so mortified now. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent. Yet the tranquility of Chi Yuya's driving soon lulled Moi into a peaceful slumber. Moi, we've arrived at the Lung house, you may exit the vehicle now. Chi Yuya had parked the car and stood beside the passenger door, gently calling her name. In her dreams, a familiar voice roused Lung Moi from her slumber. Have we arrived? She murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes and still dazed. After unfastening her seatbelt, Chi Yuya tenderly lifted her from the car, his aura exuding a comforting warmth that made Lung Moi yearn to linger in his embrace. My dear. It's still imprudent for me to enter the Lung residence at this juncture. Lung Tianao would undoubtedly exploit your connection with me. And I wouldn't want you to be placed in such a predicament. Chi Yuya gently set her down, holding her close as his brow furrowed with concern. Lung Moi felt a pang of sympathy for him, yet she saw no immediate solution. I don't want you to appear before them. I'll resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. She found Lung Xinlu's blatant gaze towards Qi Yuya repulsive. Qi Yuya could only stroke the young woman's hair, offering reassurance. My dear, go inside. If you become unhappy here, call me, and I'll take you away. Thank you, Ae. Lung Moi felt that thank you was hardly sufficient to express her gratitude. Then I'll go in now, you should head back. She waved farewell to Qi Yuya before striding purposefully towards the villa, betraying no hint of apprehension. The moment she stepped inside, Lung Moi sensed countless loathsome eyes fixed upon her. Look, it's the young lady from the countryside. How can she compare to Miss Xinlu? Came a voice. Followed by another, indeed. A cacophony of ruthless remarks reached her ears, creating a chaotic din. However, Lung Moi remained unperturbed. For such trifles held no significance for her. Cold Mayo cast an icy glare, laced with a terrifying aura, in the direction of the voice, silencing the conversation. Only then did Cold Mayo saunter into the living room. So, you deign to return? A sonorous yet distinctly unctuous voice echoed behind her. Cold Mayo slowly pivoted, revealing Cold Tianao, accompanied by Tang Rong and Cold Xinlu, standing behind her like phantoms. Indeed, in their eyes, Cold Mayo was merely a country bumpkin, with nowhere else to turn upon leaving this home. Confident in this assessment, they had not hindered Cold Mayo's departure yesterday. Yet, to their surprise, the wretched girl had only returned this evening. When Qi Yuya and Zhe Dazhuang were not in proximity, Cold Mayo ceased to be the delicate, tender girl. Before returning, Cold Mayo had deliberately changed into the black tracksuit she had worn upon leaving the previous day. At this moment, with her hands casually tucked into her pockets, she exuded the air of a nonchalant street urchin. Oh, Cold Tianao, didn't you proclaim that this place would henceforth be my home, to which I could return at any time? What's this? I merely stepped out for a brief jaunt, and suddenly it's no longer my home? Cold Mayo's sardonic words struck Cold Tianao like a bucket of ice water, sending a shiver down his spine. Cold Mayo, I shall reiterate, I am your father. Should you continue to disrespectfully address me by name, you shall forfeit your right to return to this home. Cold Tianao was livid, his whiskers trembling with rage, nearly causing him to faint. Cold Mayo responded with a frigid smile and strode towards the door, proclaiming, very well, if I'm not welcome, I simply won't return. The pace beneath my feet never faltered for a moment. 3, 2, 1, MOU, don't leave. Your father was merely speaking out of anger. He has been worried sick since you didn't return home last night. As soon as MOU finished her silent countdown, she had not even reached the door when she was seized by Tang Rong's hand. It appeared that Ling Tianao had already conspired with these two, scheming to extort some money from her. A chill surged within MOU's heart. Ah, since they wish to play, I shall indulge them. But they must not withdraw midway. MOU, your father is simply upset. I shall help you scold him later, it's truly unacceptable. Tang Rong chided while dragging MOU from the doorway to the sofa. To MOU, this display reeked of insincerity. MOU, are you hungry? If you desire something, simply tell Auntie, and I will prepare it for you right away. Tang Rong wore a disingenuous smile that filled MOU with revulsion. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie. I fear you might poison me. Tang Rong's hands, which hung at her sides, had already balled into fists. Mother, you needn't bother. She is accustomed to the pig slop from the countryside and wouldn't appreciate your delicacies. Lung Xianlu brazenly marched into the fray. MOU placed her hands behind her head, her long legs crossed in a familiar pose. Her icy gaze, devoid of warmth, coldly scrutinized Lung Xianlu. What did you just say? Chapter 66, The Family Law. What did you just say? Cold Xinlu was caught off guard, shivering as she felt the icy tone of Cold Mo Yuhan, and immediately sought refuge behind Cold Tianao. Father, I am frightened. The expression of a delicate and pitiable little rabbit once again graced her face. Cold Tianao felt a pang of heartache, just as Cold Mo Yuhan had provoked his displeasure. All his ire was now directed towards her. Steward, bring forth the family rules. This rebellious daughter defies her father and bullies her sister. If I do not discipline her today, I shall cease to be her father. Cold Tianao bellowed towards the hall. However, Gu Wenyuan, standing not far away, did not comply with his request to retrieve any family rules. He thought to himself, the young lady is still so small, her bones not yet fully developed. A few lashes would leave her incapacitated for 10 days or more. After all, she is Miss Mu's daughter, and he could not bear to do such a thing. Seeing that Gu Wenyuan remained unresponsive for some time, cold Tianao turned to look back, finding Gu Wenyuan still standing there, motionless. Steward Gu. I commanded you to fetch the family rules. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me? This man had always disregarded his commands. Had it not been for his exceptional capabilities and long-standing service, cold Tianao would have longed to dismiss him. Reluctantly, Gu Wenyuan approached cold Tianao, bracing himself for the stormy expression that awaited him, yet maintaining his composure. Sir, I believe the young lady has done nothing wrong. Such severe punishment should not be imposed upon her. Upon hearing this, cold Mo Yuhan raised her gaze to meet Gu Wenyuan's, her delicate brows arching slightly. Uncle Yuan. You are truly too kind, however, I am not afraid of him. Venerable Yuan, would you be so kind as to retrieve the purported family law? I am curious to see what chastisement awaits me at the hands of Ling Tianao today. A sardonic smile played upon Ling Mao's lips, her demeanor exuding a rakish and unbridled air. Gu Wenyuan mused that the young miss bore an uncanny resemblance to Miss Mu, not only in countenance but also in disposition. Since the passing of Muhani, Ling Tianao had hastily ushered Tang Rong into their lives. From that moment forth, Gu Wenyuan had ceased to address Muhani as his lady, for in his eyes, Ling Tianao was unworthy. A chill settled in Gu Wenyuan's heart. Fortunately, he had safeguarded her daughter and vowed to protect her with unwavering resolve. Ling Tianao, upon hearing Ling Mao's words, was consumed by a surge of incandescent rage. Gu. Did you witness that? This rebellious offspring. Can she be left unchecked? If you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Ling Tianao was incensed that the impudent Ling Mao dared to address Gu Wenyuan as uncle while refusing to acknowledge him as her father. He resolved to assert his paternal authority and teach her a lesson she would not soon forget. In short order, Ling Tianao returned, brandishing a 2-meter-long whip, which he cracked with a resounding hiss that reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of all present. Tang Rong and Ling Xinlu, their countenances grotesque, erupted in unrestrained laughter. Ling Mao, let us see how you maintain your arrogance now. Indeed, Ling Xinlu had already produced her mobile device, poised to capture the spectacle for her private amusement, revealing the depths of her malice. Ling Mao regarded them with a tranquil gaze, her delicate features suddenly hardening with an icy resolve. Ah. You seek to revel in my humiliation? Perhaps in the next life. Ling Mao, kneel. Cold Tianao rebuked her in an imperious and self-righteous manner. Ling Mao slowly rose from the sofa and walked deliberately towards Ling Tianao, her beautiful face drawing near. I shall not kneel. What, then, will you do? She uttered, her tone measured yet imbued with an undeniable force. Ling Tianao's hand, grasping the whip, trembled slightly, nearly losing its hold. You vile creature! Ling Tianao exclaimed, consumed by rage, and eagerly prepared to strike Ling Mao with the whip. Tang Rong and Ling Xinlu's faces were adorned with even more sinister smiles. Gu Wenyuan felt a pang of trepidation, realizing that he might have to shield his young mistress from the blow, for how could she possibly endure it? However, Gu Wenyuan froze in place, having taken only a single step. The forceful gust of the whip lashed out violently. Ling Mao did not evade it in the slightest. Ling Tianao, very well, she thought. With the appearance of this whip today, all ties between us are severed. The wrongs you committed against me in the previous life shall be repaid in this one. Ling Xinlu, observing Ling Mao's unyielding stance, assumed she was petrified and hastily began recording with her phone. However, such inexpensive entertainment is rarely afforded. Ling Mao, without flinching, met the whip head-on with her right hand. The resounding crack of the whip against her palm reverberated through the air, yet Ling Mao herself seemed impervious to the pain. In the instant the whip made contact, Ling Mao exerted force with her right foot, and with a surge of ferocity, snatched the whip from Ling Tianao's grasp. The momentum persisted even after securing the whip. Ling Mao, gripping the handle, swiftly redirected its trajectory. The air once again reverberated with a sharp tearing sound. Before Ling Xinlu could react or lower her phone, a long, cruel will had already bloomed across her forehead and body. Ling Mao scoffed, her strength far surpassing Ling Tianao's. So you wish to witness my humiliation? Perhaps you should consider the potential collateral damage. She retrieved the whip, idly toying with it. Indeed, Ling Tianao's whip is quite the find. Casting a disdainful glance at Ling Tianao, she rolled her eyes. silently lamenting that such a fine instrument was wasted on such a cur. Ah! Lung Xinlu's harrowing cries echoed through the vacant villa. A discordant symphony that drew the attention of most of the servants. They, too, must have found the sound exceptionally pleasing to the ear. At that moment, Lung Mayo exuded an aura of dark malevolence, resembling a seasoned degenerate accustomed to death. Lung Xinlu's piercing wails grated on her ears. She nonchalantly inserted a little finger into her ear, utterly indifferent to Lung Xinlu's plight, as it all unfolded precisely as she had foreseen. Lung Xinlu. You presume this is sufficient? What of the 158 wounds you inflicted upon me in our past life? Suffer well. For your future will be far from pleasant. The onlookers finally stirred from their stupor, roused by Lung Xinlu's lamentations. Lung Mayo, she is your sister. How could you commit such an act? Driven by an uncontrollable impulse, Lung Tianao surged forward, his intention to deliver a resounding slap to Lung Mayo. Yet, before his palm could descend, Lung Mayo seized his wrist with an unyielding grip, her eyes blazing with a crimson intensity. A clear indication that she was consumed by a murderous rage. She fixed her gaze upon Lung Tianao's corpulent visage, a sight that filled her with revulsion. Lung Tianao. She began, her voice laced with scorn, do not presume to forget that it was you who brandished this very whip. I have merely executed a maneuver within the bounds of normalcy. Upon hearing Lung Mayo's words, Lung Xinlu collapsed into Tang Rong's embrace, her sobs racking her body. Mother. Father struck me. Chapter 67, venting resentment. Tang Rong ceaselessly consoled Lung Xinlu, while her gaze toward Lung Mayo was filled with a sinister darkness. That wretched little hussy dares to lay a hand on my daughter, she must have a death wish. Little did she know that these very sentiments mirrored Lung Mayo's feelings toward her. Lung Tianao, your daughter has been beaten to such an extent by this cursed girl. And yet you stand there like a fool? Tang Rong was not yet in a position to antagonize Lung Mayo, for if this detestable girl were to depart, her daughter would be left with no alternative but to tread the path of marrying a wealthy old man. Tang Rong's expression at that moment did not escape Lung Mayo's keen observation. You old hag, do not presume that I am ignorant of your machinations. A cruel and frigid smile played upon Lung Mayo's lips as she advanced, step by step, toward the trio, resembling a harbinger of death. She approached, slowly lowering herself into a crouch before them, her chilling aura sending shivers down their spines. Lung Tianao, do not attempt to subdue me through violent means. For in the first place, you are unworthy. Lung Mayo flicked the long whip, leisurely conveying the message she wished to impart to all present. Secondly, your inability to defeat me is a deeply disheartening truth. Thirdly, as for your intentions in bringing me back, I would advise you to abandon them promptly. Otherwise, I assure you, you will personally experience the full extent of the suffering your scheme entails. Cold Tianao, clutching the wrist that still throbbed from Lung Mayo's earlier restraint, found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing her harsh words. He began, yet struggled to articulate anything of substance. Lung Mayo slowly turned her gaze towards Tang Rong, who had been glaring at her with undisguised animosity. Her refined features now radiated a captivating brilliance. Tang Rong, she said, spare me your murderous glares and your daily charade of insincere concern. It is utterly repulsive to me. Tang Rong, her face contorted with rage, attempted to retaliate. You ungrateful wretch. After all the kindness I've shown you, you dare accuse me of being disingenuous? With that, she collapsed onto Cold Tianao's lap. Lung Mayo rolled her eyes, finding the display tiresome. Your motives are far clearer to you than they are to me. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can manipulate me, Lung Mayo. You are simply not capable of outmaneuvering me. With that, Lung Mayo disregarded Tang Rong's incessant babbling and turned her attention directly to Cold Xinlu, who was still weeping over her already swollen and lacerated back, her face a ghastly sight. Lung Mayo used the handle of her long whip to lift Cold Xinlu's chin, her entire being radiating a sanguinary aura, the manifestation of her barely suppressed homicidal urges. Seeing Lung Mayo move to strike Cold Xinlu, Tang Rong leaped to her feet and rushed towards them. Having detected the approaching footsteps behind her, Lung Mayo turned back with indifference. Lung Xinlu, she said coolly, your paltry injuries are of no consequence. Bear in mind, henceforth, I, Lung Mayo, am the heiress of the Lung family, while you, Lung Xinlu, shall remain obediently in my shadow. Should you fail to comply, you shall willingly endure my wrath. But when that time arrives, it will not merely be a matter of a swollen face. Do you comprehend? Leng Mayo delivered 2 sharp slaps to Leng Xinlu's face, further exacerbating the already inflamed state caused by the whiplashes. Ah! Leng Xinlu's piercing screams reverberated, compelling Leng Mayo to cover her ears. The surrounding servants, having witnessed these events, swiftly shifted their perception of Leng Mayo from initial disdain and contempt to one of admiration. Although the Leng Tianao family was nominally their master, these individuals had frequently treated them with arrogance and inflicted physical abuse. The majority of the servants had long harbored resentment towards the trio, but were unwilling to relinquish their lucrative wages and had silently endured their mistreatment. Leng Mayo's actions today had undoubtedly provided them with a cathartic release. Unwilling to linger in such an environment, Leng Mayo retrieved the long whip from the ground, turned, and ascended the stairs in one fluid motion. Gu Wenyuan was utterly dumbfounded. He wished to retract his earlier statement that the young lady resembled Miss Mu. The young lady was, in fact, more ruthless, more adept at self-preservation, and more resolute than Miss Mu. It appeared that the young lady had no need of his protection, she could effortlessly handle matters herself. Was increasingly fond of after her actions today, admiring her for her bold and decisive nature. He shook his head, observing the trio still sprawled on the ground. A true reflection of their familial bond. Frankly, since arriving at the household with Miss, had never held in high regard, finding him timid, cowardly, irresponsible, and a bully, riddled with flaws. He sighed deeply, wondering what Miss had ever seen in him. Back in her room, pondered for a moment before turning on her computer. Are you in? Meet me at Cat's Meow CAF on South Street tomorrow. Meanwhile, a laid-back youth engrossed in video games and soda spat out his drink upon seeing the flashing icon on his screen. No way, the Queen is messaging me? Had only heard the Queen's voice 3 years ago during a meeting, a distant, mechanically altered sound. And had recently met her, but he had been prevented from joining them. Now, fortune had smiled upon him. He tossed his phone aside, ignoring his teammates' cries of complaint. My Queen, is that really you? Are you in? The Aurora tapped rhythmically on the computer. The wait for my King's reply truly felt like an ordeal. At last, my King's avatar shone brightly once more. It's me. When you come tomorrow, please bring along the miniature surveillance devices you've been researching, make sure to bring several. Although Leng Mayo seldom logged in, she was acutely aware of what those few had been up to. After all, they were her own creations. The previously carefree demeanor of the Aurora had transformed into a striking clarity. When he chose to be serious, he resembled a vibrant young man. Surveillance devices? Sure. I'll bring them tomorrow. The group had always complied with my King's requests without question. If my King needed surveillance devices, it was undoubtedly for a significant purpose. However, he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet my King, wondering about their gender, physique, and appearance, whether they were attractive or charming. The Aurora had already begun to indulge in his unusual fantasies. By the way, Aurora, is there anything fun happening in Fengqing lately? I'm feeling a bit bored. Leng Mayo lay on her bed, unwilling to spend her days at the Leng residence watching the trio. She feared that before uncovering the truth, she might be unable to resist the urge to eliminate them. Thus, she sought other distractions. Chapter 68, Leng Mayo triumphs fun? The Aurora tilted his head, pondering, yet could not recall anything particularly amusing at the moment. My King, I will look into it shortly, and if I discover anything entertaining, I shall take you tomorrow. Ordinarily, Aurora is akin to a mischievous scamp, defying any attempts at control from his teachers. It seems rather peculiar that he's at a loss for amusement in Fengqing. Leng Mayo was somewhat taken aback. It would appear that the boy has been engrossed in some peculiar pursuit, so preoccupied that he has no time for leisure. Nevertheless, a touch of seriousness is not unwelcome. He is still young and need not concern himself with matters beyond his years. Yet, Leng Mayo momentarily forgot that she, too, was a minor, already burdened with anxieties far beyond her years. After shutting down the computer, Leng Mayo lay quiescently on her bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. A sense of bewilderment washing over her. She retrieved her phone and dispatched a message to Shi Dazhuang. Father, do not fret over me, I am well. Leng Mayo clasped the phone to her chest, awaiting Shi Dazhuang's reply. Buzz Mayo, should you suffer any hardship there, return home. The doors are ever open to you. Shi Dazhuang's message struck her heart with the force of a heavy hammer. Leng Mayo shielded her eyes with her hands, preventing tears from escaping. It seemed she had shed all the tears she had not had the chance to weep in her past life over the past few days. To have lost a father like Ling Tianao, yet to have gained such a devoted family, Ling Moyo felt content. But the phone screen illuminated once more. Have you been crying? A message from Chi Yuya had arrived. Ling Moyo could not help but smile wryly. Did he perceive her as a perpetually tearful crybaby? My dearest Yi, I am quite well, and there is no need for you to harbor any concerns on my account. Furthermore, I find myself longing for your presence. Without awaiting a response from Chi Yuyi, Ling Moyu deactivated her cellular device and reclined upon her bedchamber, succumbing to a profound slumber. The chirping of avian creatures from beyond the casement roused Ling Moyu from her repose, and unexpectedly, she did not linger in her bed. Upon opening the wardrobe, she discovered an assortment of garments within. Could it be that Ling Tianao has demonstrated such benevolence? Despite her bewilderment, Ling Moyu selected a pristine white athletic ensemble from the wardrobe and donned it. Securing her ponytail and fastening her hairband, Ling Moyu prepared to descend the staircase for a morning jog. In the drawing room, Guwen Yuan was already tidying up various sundry items. As if struck by a sudden realization, Ling Moyu approached Guwen Yuan. Uncle Yuan, were you the one who procured the garments in my wardrobe for me? Within this domicile, only Guwen Yuan has demonstrated genuine kindness toward her. Guwen Yuan appeared somewhat taken aback. The occupants of this abode typically remain abed until the sun is high in the sky. Why has Ling Moyu arisen so early? Uncle Yuan? Ling Moyu was perplexed by his reaction. Was he so astonished to see her? Ahem, yes, Mississippi. I observed that you possessed scant luggage. So I took the liberty of preparing some items for you. It was indeed him. However, in her previous existence, Ling Moyu never ascertained why the family held her in such disdain, while Uncle Yuan treated her with such kindness. It is imperative to investigate. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. I am quite fond of them. With these words, Ling Moyu departed. Guwen Yuan, observing her receding figure, was astonished by Ling Moyu's expression of gratitude. Ling Xian Lu would deem their actions as a matter of course and would never offer a word of thanks. Alas, the disparity between individuals is truly immense. With this sentiment, she busied herself with her affairs. As one of Fengqing's preeminent four families, second only to the Qi family, the Ling family's residential environment was naturally beyond compare. The Lings resided in the heart of the villa complex, with a sprawling garden ample enough for Ling Moyo's morning exercises. Upon observing Ling Moyo's approach, the gardeners, having witnessed the previous day's events, promptly stood and greeted her. Ling Moyo approached them, remarking, "There's no need for such formality. In my presence, there's no distinction between master and servant. Simply attend to your duties." The servants, gazing at Ling Moyo's youthful and radiant figure, engaged in fervent discussion. The eldest young lady is truly beautiful. She embodies the essence of a teenager. The second young lady adorns herself meticulously, yet lacks the vivacity of the eldest. Indeed. One concurred, such an aura is absent in the second young lady. And she's so amiable. At this moment, the assembled company had forgotten Ling Moyo's brutality of the previous night, recalling only her benevolence. Upon Ling Moyo's return from her morning exercise, Guwen Yuan had already prepared breakfast. "Young lady, breakfast is ready. It will be served once the master and others descend. Please, have a glass of milk in the meantime." Guwen Yuan had already warmed a glass of milk for Ling Moyo and presented it to her. Ling Moyo accepted the milk and proceeded directly to the dining table. She seated herself and swiftly consumed a sandwich, her movements rapid yet refined. "Uncle Yuan, in my eyes, such conventions hold no weight. I trust you understand that figures like Ling Tianao are utterly insignificant to me." Ling Moyu finished her breakfast and ascended the stairs, leaving Guwen Yuan standing there in a daze. "The young lady is too dashing," Guwen Yuan exclaimed with excitement, jumping up and down without a care for his image. It seems Guwen Yuan has become one of Ling Moyu's most ardent supporters. If previously his concern for Ling Moyu stemmed from his connection to Miss Mu, now he is captivated by Ling Moyu herself. Ling Moyu changed into a set of sleek black attire and descended, placing a card in Guwen Yuan's hand. "Uncle Yuan, I am aware that Ling Tianao would certainly not provide you with funds to purchase clothing for me. Naturally, I cannot allow you to incur such an expense. Please accept this." Had Ling Moyu not explicitly stated her intentions, Guwen Yuan would never have accepted it. Guwen Yuan clutched the card in his palm, deeply moved. How could the young lady be so considerate? She must have endured much hardship in the past. Miss, are you going out? He asked. Noting that Lung Mou's attire suggested she would not be staying home. Yes, I have some matters to attend to. Lung Mou had arranged to meet Aurora at 11 o'clock in the morning. This location is rather distant from the city center. It is quite inconvenient without a vehicle. In this bustling world, each individual strives ceaselessly for their divine spark. Welcome, the proprietress of the CAF greeted warmly as Lung Mou entered the establishment. Beautiful lady. What may I offer you? As Aurora had not yet arrived, Lung Mou replied, a latte and a black forest cake, please. Cold Mou did not glance at the menu but directly placed her order. The proprietress, upon seeing such a stunning and chic young lady early in the morning, felt an overwhelming sense of delight. All right, please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, the meal ordered by Cold Mou was served, accompanied by an additional serving of strawberry cake from the proprietress. Indulge freely. Madam, I would like a cup of caramel cocoa. A spirited young man entered Cold Mou's line of sight. Coming right up, the proprietress responded loudly, hurrying to prepare coffee for the young man. As Cold Mou savored her dessert, she observed the spirited young man before her and thought to herself, Aurora's taste has truly deteriorated. Before her, Aurora leisurely reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs. Beneath a shockingly vibrant green mane, her face was strikingly alluring, perhaps even more so than that of many women. It was likely the existence of such a captivating visage that compelled Aurora to adopt such an unconventional style to mask her true self. Aurora was intently awaiting Cold Mou and her caramel cocoa when she suddenly felt a searing gaze scrutinizing her. Startled, she looked up to find Cold Mou staring from the opposite table. Aurora glanced skeptically at herself, pondering if she was truly that captivating. Why does this girl keep staring at me? She mused, feeling an unsettling chill in her heart. This girl's gaze is quite terrifying, as if she intends to devour me. Observing Aurora's reaction, Lung Mou sighed, realizing the boy was likely lost in his own reverie once more. Aurora, come over here, Lung Mou said, foregoing further scrutiny and summoning him directly. Huh? Aurora glanced around, wondering if the girl was addressing him. How does she know my name? He mused, before sheepishly approaching and settling onto the sofa opposite Lung Mou. Suddenly, comprehension dawned on Aurora, and he slapped his forehead. Could you be? Your Majesty? He exclaimed inwardly, but she's so small, appearing to be around my age. Can it be true? He reasoned that his companions had never seen him before his rebirth, and his records were encrypted, so their ignorance of his appearance was understandable. Aurora, where's what I asked for? Lung Mou inquired, uninterested in idle chatter. She couldn't bear the thought of explaining herself to every new arrival. Ah? So you are Your Majesty, Aurora responded, retrieving a surveillance device encased in a simple plastic bag from his pocket and handing it to Lung Mou. A mischievous impulse seized Lung Mou. How can you be certain I am Your Majesty? I haven't revealed my identity. Aurora, the endearingly stubborn computer prodigy, bristled. I knew at the moment you spoke. Only Your Majesty would address me in such a manner. There was no mistaking it, the girl exuded a familiar and uniquely intimate aura. Lung Mou chuckled, surmising that her manner of speaking was a dead giveaway to anyone, save perhaps her closest confidants. So, should I call you Aurora, or Lu Wenchuan? Lung Mou rested her chin on her hands, watching the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. Ji Guang felt a chill run down her spine, indeed. The king was formidable, striking with a sharp blow right from the start, unearthing sensitive matters. It was no secret that she harbored no desire to return to the Lu family, otherwise, how could that eccentric bunch have allowed her to roam freely? My king. Spare me the sarcasm. However, in Fengcheng, please call me Wen Xian, for the name Ji Guang is rather inconvenient to reveal, my life depends on it. Globally, countless individuals were searching for them, and any inadvertent discovery could lead to a lifetime of unrest. Lung Mou nodded in agreement, acknowledging the child's awareness. Wen Xian. This surveillance device of yours is not easily detected, is it? She weighed the device that Lu Wenxian had given her. At this, the adorable Lu Wenxian, the progenitor of high technology, could not help but retort, his vibrant green hair bouncing animatedly. My king, you may lack faith in me, but you must not doubt your own capabilities. Is this not the first-hand information you provided me? Unless the technology surpasses your own, discovering it will be an impossible task. As Lu Wenxian spoke, a confident glow illuminated his charming visage. My king, what is your name? How old are you? What have you been up to lately? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lu Wenxian was eager to learn more about the identity of the king. Wondering why only Jiao Yan and Mou were privy to such information. One must not fall behind. Leng Meiyo gazed at the fervently animated Lu Wenxuan with a bemused smile, reflecting on the undeniable charm of handsome men, though she found this brat's attire quite disagreeable. With so many questions, which one should I address first? Lu Wenxuan exclaimed, frantically pounding the table. Oh, my king, just tell me everything at once, will you? Leng Meiyo raised her hands with a dismissive gesture, her willow-like brows arched playfully. Very well, I suppose I can reluctantly share. Just as Leng Meiyo began to prepare her response, Lu Wenxuan was already brimming with excitement, eager to discover what those two fellows would boast about in front of him. Observing Lu Wenxuan's animated demeanor, Leng Meiyo couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. I, your king, Leng Meiyo, am about to attend Fengqing No. 1 High School. She pointed at herself, offering a steady introduction to Lu Wenxuan. Finally, he received the answer he had long yearned for, silently repeating Leng Meiyo's name in his heart. Leng Meiyo, does it mean a life free from sorrow? Suddenly, Lu Wenxuan seemed to grasp something, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet. Did you just say you're going to Fengqing No. 1 High School? If that is the case, I shall be able to see you frequently, my king. Ha ha ha. Leng Meiyo furrowed her brow, observing Lu Wenxuan's inexplicable laughter and wondering if he might be a fool. What are you doing? Why are you laughing? With a flick of her wrist, Leng Meiyo hurled the plastic fork, previously employed for consuming cake, in his direction. Lu Wenxuan, with commendable agility, evaded the projectile and sauntered over to her sofa, where he unceremoniously took a seat. Enfolding her slender arm in his, he inquired, my queen. Might I be permitted to address you as Xiaoyu? The mere thought of uttering my queen's given name fills me with immeasurable joy. Leng Meiyo rolled her eyes, retorting, idiot. You may, but would you now be so kind as to return to your designated seat? She gestured towards the spot Lu Wenxuan had recently occupied. Reluctantly, Lu Wenxuan ambled back to his place, his steps measured and hesitant, his gaze lingering longingly. Xiaoyu, the prospect of attending school together fills me with elation. The earlier sting of rejection was swiftly supplanted by the anticipation of frequent companionship with his queen. Pardon the interruption, sir, your caramel cocoa, the proprietress announced. Intruding upon their exchange. Lu Wenxuan, with a flourish of his captivating countenance, grinned at her and expressed, thank you, madam, you look exceptionally radiant today. Leng Meiyo, observing him, emitted a profound sigh. Alas, his repertoire of flattery knows no bounds. Chapter 70, Installing Surveillance Equipment. Lu Wenxuan, she began, her tone measured. Would you consider refraining from employing your verdant coiffure to charm the proprietress? Leng Meiyo languidly savored her cake, all the while lamenting his attire, which she found particularly distasteful. Observe the proprietor's reaction, you have left her utterly thunderstruck. Casting a deliberate glance towards the proprietress of the CAF, he noticed her bashful reaction. With a graceful demeanor, she excused herself, very well, esteemed lady and dashing gentleman, please enjoy your repast. I must attend to my duties. A chuckle escaped Lu Wenxuan as he turned to Leng Meiyo, my dear, their caramel cocoa is exceptionally delightful. Would you care to partake? He gently slid the freshly served beverage towards her, his phoenix eyes gleaming with an irresistible charm. Leng Meiyo demurred with a shake of her head, no, thank you. I've already consumed quite a bit. Any more and I might burst. Very well, then I shall savor it myself. Lu Wenxuan embarked on his amorous rendezvous with the caramel cocoa. Speaking of which, Lu Wenxuan, Leng Meiyo interjected, her tone laced with playful boredom. Have you made any headway in discovering amusing diversions? Surely there aren't any places unknown to the illustrious Lu. The insinuation was unacceptable to Lu Wenxuan, who would never concede ignorance on any matter. He vehemently denied the possibility. After an enthusiastic gulp of caramel cocoa, he smacked his lips and moved the cup aside to ensure an unobstructed view. If you seek truly exhilarating entertainment, my dear, there is a grand-scale racing competition taking place tonight at Mount Qiling, south of Fengqing. It is said to be the most extensive event of its kind in the city's history. Upon hearing the word racing, Leng Meiyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. How extensive, precisely? Lu Wenxuan rubbed his hands together, sensing Leng Meiyo's burgeoning interest in the subject. It seems I've struck the right chord, he mused inwardly. As far as I know, This racing competition is being held in Fengcheng to select members for the international racing organization from our esteemed nation. Competent racers from the northern cities are expected to participate. Lung Mayo rested her chin on her hand, appearing contemplative. Since she had nothing better to do, she might as well join the excitement. Aurora. Is there any way you could assist me in entering this race? PFF. Lu Wenchuan assumed that Lung Mayo was merely expressing an interest in racing and never anticipated she would actually want to participate in the competition, causing him to spill a significant portion of his caramel cocoa all over the table. Xiao Yu, are you joking with me? How old are you? Have you ever even driven a car? You wish to compete? You might as well tell me you want to fly to the moon. Of course. Under the imposing presence of Lung Mayo, he would never dare voice such thoughts. Did Lung Mayo not perceive his trepidation? Just tell me, can you help me register? You truly intend to go through with this? However, racing is perilous, it's not just you, I'm hesitant to join this competition myself. The slots allocated by the International Racing Organization are filled with daredevils. Lu Wenchuan would never allow her to participate, interests aside, life remained paramount. Yet. It was evident that Lung Mayo would not heed his advice, her stubbornness was unparalleled. I'll give you 10 minutes, register me immediately, or else, humph. Lung Mayo feigned reaching for his caramel cocoa, ready to take a sip. Pray, desist. I shall assist you, but understand, should adversity arise, I shall not be implicated. Verdant tresses bobbed rhythmically as their mistress's lips moved volubly. Lu Wenchuan retrieved his cellular device, a miniature computer ingeniously crafted using Lung Mayo's method of modifying phones. With nimble fingers, he initiated a series of rapid operations. Mayo, what appellation shall we employ? Lu Wenchuan had completed the foundational data and now awaited a nom de guerre. Lung Mayo pondered, her head bowed. Certainly not my liege, lest it invite undue attention and future disquiet. Nor can I use my given name, for it would court excessive complications. Let us use Joyo. After a moment of contemplation, this was the only name that came to Lung Mayo's mind. Lu Wenchuan paused, taken aback. Joyo? Well. It possesses a certain euphony. Done. I have enrolled you. But, do you possess a motor vehicle? Lu Wenchuan inquired, cradling his beloved cocoa. Lung Mayo responded with an eerie smile, that matter shall be entrusted to you, young Master Lu. Lu Wenchuan was rendered speechless. Why had those two not informed him that their liege was a person of such unscrupulousness? Having arranged the rendezvous time for this evening with Lu Wenchuan, Lung Mayo returned to the Ling residence, bearing the 10 miniature surveillance devices she had obtained from him. After surveying the surroundings, Lung Mayo elected to place the first monitor directly above the main gate of the Ling villa, a position of unparalleled vantage. Lung Mayo entered the drawing room. The clock indicated midday, and Ling Tianao and his kin were partaking of luncheon, the trio enjoying their meal. Had it not been for Gu Wenyuan interrupting this moment of joy, the family might still be oblivious to the fact that Lung Mayo had returned. Miss, you are back. Please go and have your meal. Upon entering the house, Lung Mayo was immediately noticed by Gu Wenyuan, who had been pondering why the young lady had not returned home for dinner yet. Before Lung Mayo could utter a word, the icy voice of Ling Tianao pierced through the air. Butler, she has no desire for a meal, not even to return home. Pressured by Lung Mayo's fierce demeanor from the previous day, Ling Tianao dared not confront her directly, resorting instead to veiled insults. Lung Xinlu huffed disdainfully at Lung Mayo, her nostrils nearly elevated to the heavens. Tang Rong merely shot her a glare, choosing silence over words. Observing the discontent among her family, Lung Mayo felt a surge of delight. With a cheerful demeanor, she strolled over to the dining table, occupying her designated seat. Her gaze swept across the array of dishes, while her hand swiftly concealed a minuscule surveillance device within the inner side of the table, rendering it undetectable. Oh, there are none of my favorite dishes. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. With that, Lung Mayo ascended the stairs, chuckling to herself. For this was an opportune moment that she could not afford to squander. After installing all the surveillance devices, she leisurely returned to her room. Did I forget to close the door when I left this morning? A hint of confusion crossed Lung Mayo's face. Upon surveying the scene in her room, she felt herself teetering on the brink of explosion. Lung Xinlu, with such trivial antics, do you truly believe you can drive me away? Is your confidence misplaced? Or have I truly lost my ability to wield a gun? The chilling gaze of Lin Mayo was imbued with an icy coldness, as the familiar, bloodthirsty aura resurfaced around her. The room lay in disarray, with a wardrobe overflowing with new garments prepared for her by Gu Wenyuan, now scattered haphazardly and sullied across the floor. The grand bed was drenched, and the walls were marred with paint, emanating a pungent odor. You are courting death. Chapter 71, Violence begets violence. In light of this, it would be rather ungracious of me not to offer you something, wouldn't it? With her mind racing, Lung Mayo conceived a rather delightful plan. Embracing her arms, she sauntered leisurely out of her chamber, meandering to the dining table where her gaze, soft and glistening, fixated intently on Ling Xinlu, who was blissfully indulging in her meal. Though it appeared as a smile, Ling Xinlu felt the sharpness of that expression pierce deeper than a knife. Could she possibly know that I was behind this? A hint of panic flickered within Ling Xinlu, causing her voice to tremble. Lung Mayo, what are you planning? Lung Mayo mused that if one possessed the audacity to commit such acts, they ought not to cower, otherwise she would hold them in disdain. Fear not, I merely wish to create an unforgettable memory for you. As she observed the unsightly scars etched upon Ling Xinlu's face from the whip, a wave of revulsion surged within her. Action speaks louder than words. Uncle Yuan, fetch me a pair of scissors. Caught off guard by Lin Mayo's sudden request, Gu Wenyuan blinked in disbelief. Ah? Young miss, what do you need scissors for? Though Gu Wenyuan verbally questioned Lin Mayo about the purpose of the scissors, his legs betrayed him as they led him to seek them out. Lung Xinlu, I trust you will appreciate this gift. With determination, Lin Mayo swiftly made her way to the storage room, one hand gripping a black paint bucket while the other clutched the scissors Gu Wenyuan had procured for her, heading straight for Ling Xinlu's bedroom. With a resounding smack, the once pristine pink walls of Ling Xinlu's bedroom were now engulfed in an inky darkness, rendering the original tidy appearance unrecognizable. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Mayo executed a spinning kick, shattering Ling Xinlu's princess bed into irreparable fragments. Those who dare to touch my belongings must be prepared to face the consequences. In a swift motion, an entire wardrobe filled with seasonal, pristine clothing was reduced to a heap of discarded fabric strips, while the once soft comforter transformed into mere clumps of cotton. Standing amidst the devastation of a room now rendered unrecognizable, Lin Mayo pondered what else could be destroyed. Her expression a mixture of contemplation and distress. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Ling Xinlu and her companions rushed over, only to find their room in utter disarray and cloaked in darkness. The thrill of wreaking havoc in Lin Mayo's room had vanished for Ling Xinlu. Ah! Lin Mayo, I shall end you! She shouted, lunging towards her with a chair she had hastily seized as a makeshift weapon. With a resounding crash, Lin Mayo did not flinch, instead delivering a stylish downward strike with her foot, causing the chair to splinter into countless pieces. At this moment, Ling Xinlu stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide open, resembling a grotesque frog. What are you even capable of? Lin Mayo could no longer contain her emotions. All she desired was to end Ling Xinlu's life, to repay her for the 158 wounds inflicted in their previous life. Just as Lin Mayo prepared to strike with lethal intent, Ling Tianao rushed to Ling Xinlu's side, pulling her away. Lin Mayo, she is your sister. Is it not enough that you have destroyed her room? Do you wish to harm her as well? Ling Tianao, filled with trepidation, thought that had he arrived a moment later, given Lin Mayo's current state, Lulu would be lucky to escape with her life, if at all. Lin Mayo regarded Ling Tianao's indiscriminate defense with indifference, having grown accustomed to it, her heart unmoved. Ling Tianao, take care of your daughter and do not provoke me further. Otherwise, everything here will be the fate of Ling Xinlu. The fierce and resolute glint in Ling Mayo's eyes was something Ling Tianao had never witnessed before. Returning to her room, Ling Mayo took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Staring at the clothes before her, which she could no longer wear, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within her. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Wenyuan had approached silently, having witnessed the entire exchange. Ling Tianao's actions had indeed wounded the young lady's heart. Miss, are you all right? Gu Wenyuan inquired with concern. Ling Mayo exhaled, forcing a smile that was barely presentable for Gu Wenyuan. Uncle Yuan, I am fine. I merely require your assistance in purchasing a few garments again. Gu Wenyuan felt a pang of sympathy. Miss, the gentleman does not intentionally favor the second young lady, he wished to defend Ling Tianao, after all. The eldest young lady yearns for her father's affection as well. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Leng Mayo. Uncle Yuan. There is no need for you to say such things, I am indifferent to it. As Leng Mayo spoke, a servant outside the room hesitated, fearful to enter. What is it? Leng Mayo inquired. The servant timidly stepped inside, appearing as if Leng Mayo might devour her. Young lady, the gentleman requests your presence downstairs. Leng Mayo did not press her further, acknowledging, very well, you may leave now. Turning back to Wen Yuan, she continued, Uncle Yuan. I am indifferent to Ling Tianeo's perception of me, his affection or lack thereof holds no significance. My sole purpose for remaining in the Ling household is to uncover the truth behind my mother's demise. Therefore, there is no need for you to speak kindly of Ling Tianeo in my presence. The intent behind Leng Mayo's words was twofold, to convey to Wen Yuan that she is unconcerned with the family's opinion of her, and to gauge whether he is indeed someone her mother entrusted, for if he is, he would naturally assist her in uncovering the truth. If not, it matters not if he becomes aware, for at most, he would merely relay the matter to Ling Tianao, an act of little consequence to her. For a fleeting moment, Wen Yuan found himself at a loss. The impression Leng Mayo made upon him was one of utter astonishment, rendering him incapable of believing she was but a maiden of 16 years. Esteemed young lady, do you, too, surmise that Miss Mu's demise was not attributable to postpartum mismanagement? Leng Mayo's discourse served to extricate Wen Yuan from a life mired in decades of befuddlement. Indeed, the young lady had been located, and the time was nigh to investigate the events of yesteryear. Wen Yuan's statement bore considerable import. Uncle Yuan, we shall revisit this matter anon, for now, we must attend to those individuals downstairs. Leng Mayo turned, poised to rush downstairs, yet Wen Yuan restrained her. Esteemed young lady, do not act rashly. You alone cannot outmaneuver Ling Tianao. Exercise patience where necessary, and once the cause of Miss Mu's death is ascertained, your uncle shall escort you hence. Wen Yuan's countenance was grave, betraying his concern for Leng Mayo. Leng Mayo gently disengaged Wen Yuan's hand, her smile finally acquiring a touch of gentle grace. Uncle Yuan. I am cognizant of your concern for me, but you are more aware than I of the nature of Ling Tianao and his ilk. If we do not meet violence with violence, but instead resort to unremitting forbearance, do you truly believe they would spare me? Yet. Wen Yuan remained apprehensive. But Leng Mo you had already descended the stairs. Chapter 72, A Moment of Grace. In the living room, a heavy atmosphere rendered the servants present too intimidated to raise their heads. Under the watchful gaze of three venomous pairs of eyes, Leng Mo you approached them unperturbed. She crossed her arms and sat on the sofa, indifferent to their expressions. Here, there was no room for reading the mood. Speak your mind swiftly. The intermittent sounds of Ling Xian Lu's sobbing echoed in the living room, which vexed Leng Mo you to no end. She truly wished to silence that irritating mouth, for it was maddeningly noisy. Leng Mo yu's grievances were overheard by Ling Tianao and Tang Rong, who were on the brink of exploding with anger. My dear, look at our daughter. Not only has she utterly destroyed Lulu's room, but now she even wishes to sew Lulu's mouth shut. How wicked can one be? Woe is me. As she spoke, she leaned into Ling Tianao's embrace, feigning a pitiful demeanor. With his wife and daughter reduced to tears, Ling Tianao had little patience left to inquire about the situation with Leng Mo you. Apologize to your mother and sister, he commanded, hastily condemning Leng Mo you without grasping the facts of the matter. Leng Mo you scoffed, filled with disdain for the trio. Ah. Have you even taken a moment to consider the state of my room? What compelled me to alter Ling Xian Lu's room in such a manner? Ling Tianao, taken aback by Leng Mo yu's words, found himself at a loss for words. Could it be related to Lulu? Seizing the opportune moment, Wen Yuan interjected, Sir. The eldest young lady's room was utterly devastated, the second young lady's is nothing in comparison. He paused for effect before continuing. A servant saw the second young lady enter the eldest's room this morning and emerge after a considerable time. These seemingly casual words aroused suspicion in Ling Tianao. Seeing that Ling Tianao was beginning to suspect her, Ling Xinlu ceased her feigned weeping and rushed to his side. Daddy. I merely went to see if elder sister was awake. I wanted to invite her to breakfast. She clung to Ling Tianao's arm, attempting to charm him. A tactic that Ling Mayo found utterly repulsive, as she would never deign to such behavior. Predictably, Ling Tianao's affections lay with Ling Xinlu, and her entreaties led him to place the blame squarely on Ling Mayo. Moyo, even if your sister is at fault, you should be accommodating. What is there that cannot be resolved between sisters? Gu Wenyuan was unable to bear it any longer. Lamenting the extent of Ling Tianao's favoritism and the plight of the eldest young lady, he thought to himself, Ling Tianao, I hope that when Ling Xinlu commits a grievous error, you will still have the audacity to defend her. Though I fear you will not even have the opportunity to do so. Leng Moyo found Ling Tianao's words laughable, wondering why she should yield to Ling Xinlu, considering the consequences of her past forbearance. Upon witnessing the success of her scheme, Ling Xinlu was filled with uncontainable glee, her expression contorted in a most peculiar manner. Humph. Leng Mou, how dare you challenge me? You ought to consider whether father favors me or you. You are merely a tool sent from the countryside to facilitate a marriage for mutual gain. Nevertheless, this matter must be addressed today, otherwise father may harbor doubts about my worth. Father, I happened to see a servant enter my sister's room today. Might it be that this servant is responsible for the disarray in her chamber? Leng Xinlu commenced her self-proclaimed flawless and malicious plot. Her once charming visage rendered utterly grotesque by her actions, becoming an eyesore. Leng Mou observed Ling Xinlu's sinister demeanor, a cold smirk forming within her heart. It appeared that this servant was destined for misfortune. Ling Tianao had caught wind of her words. If he did not provide this wretched girl with an explanation today, he would find it difficult to hold his head high in the future. Butler, summon the servant that Xinlu mentioned, quickly. At this moment, Gu Wenyuan felt that Ling Tianao was not only lacking in vision and ambition but also utterly indiscriminate in his judgments. There was no choice but to obey Ling Tianao's command and fetch the servant who had supposedly entered Ling Mou's room. Master, you called for me? The servant quavered. Leng Mou regarded this so-called servant with keen interest. Ah, is this not Aunt Zhao, who has always attended to Ling Xinlu? It seems Ling Xinlu is prepared to abandon her. Aunt Zhao, did you cause the disorder in the young lady's room? On a frigid day. Ling Tianao gazed impassively at the servant, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Aunt Zhao exchanged a quiet glance with Ling Xinlu, who nodded silently in response. With a sudden thud, Aunt Zhao knelt before Leng Moi, launching into her incessant apologies. Miss, I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. I merely could not abide your actions yesterday when you struck the second young lady so harshly. She is your sister, why would you lay hands upon her? Aunt Zhao lamented, her voice thick with tears, painting Ling Xinlu as a particularly pitiable figure. Meanwhile, Leng Moi observed Aunt Zhao's performance with a serene smile. As if the entire affair were of no consequence to her. Since you wish to shoulder this matter, I shall indulge you, she remarked. Lowering her arms from their previously crossed position and rising to her feet. Uncle Yuan, since Aunt Zhao dares to cause trouble in my chamber, let her face a fitting consequence. The items in my room are not inexpensive, let us not be cruel, but rather require her to compensate at full value. And then expel her from the Ling household. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao could no longer maintain her act, having anticipated merely a reprimand, not a demand for restitution. Miss, how can you treat me this way? I have served the Ling family for so many years, by what right do you impose this upon me? Leng Moi chose to ignore her protest, casting a detached glance at Ling Tianao. Mr. Leng, what is your opinion on this resolution? At that moment, Ling Tianao was in need of a way to extricate himself from the situation, and Leng Moi had conveniently provided him with an avenue to do so. Feigning a demeanor of authority, Zhao's departure was decreed. Aunt Zhao, let it be done as Mou says. Stunned, Ling Xinlu was taken aback by Ling Mou's unconventional approach, wondering what she would do if Aunt Zhao left. Daddy, Aunt Zhao didn't do it on purpose. Perhaps we should forgive her, she pleaded, resorting to her usual tactic. However, Ling Tianao, as the head of the Ling group, knew how to act in any situation. Lulu, Aunt Zhao was in the wrong and should be punished. Thus, Aunt Zhao was expelled from the Ling family due to Ling Xinlu's machinations. Moreover, she had to pay Leng Mou a hefty compensation, much to her regret. Leng Mou felt no sympathy for her. After all, Aunt Zhao had forfeited any claim to it when she aided Ling Xinlu in her misdeeds. Ling Xinlu, I'll let you off the hook for now. Chapter 73, The Racing Competition. Aurora, is this the race car you found for me? Time elapsed swiftly, and the day Ling Mou and Aurora had arranged arrived. Mou, don't underestimate my car. Although it may not look impressive, its speed is unparalleled. Seeing Ling Mou's disdain for his beloved vehicle, Lu Wenchuan eagerly defended it. It must be said that Ling Mo's disdain was not unfounded. After circling the car Lu Wenchuan had found for her, she stroked her chin, looking less than satisfied. What's the maximum speed it can reach? Speaking of his cherished automobile, Lu Wenchuan wore an air of conceited pride, for he had personally customized it. Xiao Yu. My beloved vehicle can attain a top speed of 330 kilometers per hour. You should consider yourself fortunate that I'm entrusting it to you. Ling Myu demurred, suggesting they drive the car to the location where he had modified it. There was still ample time before the evening's race, so they should be able to make it. Lu Wenchuan was perplexed by Ling Myu's intentions, questioning why she wanted to bring the car there. Xiao Yu, what are you planning? Lu Wenchuan inquired, utterly baffled. Hand me the toolbox, she requested. Skillfully employing a jack to lift the car, Ling Myu slid beneath it and commenced her work. You mentioned that this car's maximum velocity is merely 330 kilometers per hour. Do you truly believe it can triumph in tonight's competition? Ling Myu's hands continued their intricate dance. Lu Wenchuan dutifully passed her the necessary implements. So, Xiao Yu, you intend to modify it? Please refrain from doing so. You lack expertise and might inadvertently damage it. Although the car wasn't particularly valuable to him, he had poured his heart and soul into it. And any harm would be deeply distressing. Myu, spare it, I implore you. It's my prized possession. Lu Wenchuan was heartbroken but dared not defy his sovereign. Silence. She commanded, finding his incessant chatter bothersome. Resigned, Lu Wenchuan obediently sealed his lips, miming the zipping of his mouth. Ling Myu meticulously tinkered with the car, reassembling its various components, her high ponytail swaying in the breeze. Shortly thereafter, Ling Myu gathered his instruments and cleansed his hands. Hop in. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of your cherished possession, Ling Myu remarked, settling into the passenger seat. Lu Wenchuan remained skeptical of Ling Myu's driving prowess. Are you certain of your capabilities? He questioned, his concern for his prized vehicle evident as he hesitantly occupied the passenger seat. With a resounding roar, the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Lu Wenchuan emitted a porcine shriek, his usually erect verdant hair now fallen. Myu, decelerate. I am on the verge of regurgitation. He exclaimed, his terror palpable. A subtle smile graced Ling Myu's lips as their hands and feet movements moderated in response to Lu Wenchuan's cries. Well, has your precious vehicle suffered any damage? Ling Myu jested at Lu Wenchuan. Lu Wenchuan finally felt his heart return to its rightful place within his chest, panting heavily. Good heavens, Myu, your skill is extraordinary. This velocity far surpasses its previous performance. Lu Wenchuan was utterly astonished that his beloved automobile had not only survived but had also experienced a significant enhancement in its capabilities. A truly fortunate turn of events. Myu, I must confess my short-sightedness. I possess another vehicle. Would you consider modifying it at your convenience? Lu Wenchuan was now entirely captivated by Ling Myu. Ling Myu regarded him with a beaming smile. Heja, the vehicle you bestowed upon me was not your finest. Was it? Lu Wenchuan's sly expression was abruptly interrupted, pondering how he had been seen through by Myu. Indeed. The rationale behind selecting this particular vehicle lies in its exclusive modification, rendering it exceptionally well-suited for competitive racing. It was not my intention to deny you access to the other vehicles. Your gaze was rather intimidating, thus, I deemed it prudent to concede. There was no genuine intent on your part to hold me accountable, as such behavior is inherent in human nature. Very well, direct me to the location, namely, Mount Chiling. I breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that you did not dwell on the matter. As you wish. Biroom. The vehicle came to a smooth halt at the summit, the designated starting point for the race. We alighted from the car. The scale of the event is indeed substantial. I couldn't help but express my admiration. Mount Chiling was teeming with throngs of racing aficionados who had journeyed from afar. The area was densely packed with people, with only a sea of dark heads visible. Had I not entered as a participating racer, I doubt I would have been able to ascend the mountain peak. We should proceed without delay. With only 10 minutes remaining until the commencement of the race, you urged me to proceed to the starting line. Very well. Distinguished competitors. Welcome to this event. The purpose of this competition is to select key members for the International Racing Organization. Each of you is among the elite in your respective cities. The top 3 finishers will be selected in this competition. I hope each of you will excel and achieve a high ranking. I hereby declare the competition officially open. With the referee's pronouncement, the race commenced, filling the arena with a cacophony of noise. What is the provenance of these individuals? In his previous existence, Lung Moi had no exposure to car racing and was not very familiar with the figures in the domestic racing scene. The person seated to your left is Chiao Mu, the captain of the neighboring lynching racing team. His best achievement was winning the championship at the Linhai Standard Racetrack with a time of 9 minutes and 56 seconds. A record that remains unbroken. To your right is Xinyu, the captain of the Beijing racing team. Of utmost importance is Meng Li behind you. He is also a student from Fengqing High School, in the same year as me. But he is already the captain of the Fengqing racing team and is more accomplished than the other captains. Meng Li was clad in a school uniform, with fair skin and handsome features. His thick eyebrows were slightly upturned, and his long, curled eyelashes framed a pair of eyes as clear as morning dew. This individual exuded a comfortable aura. The referee's voice resounded once more, "Contestants, please proceed to your vehicles and drive to the starting line." Lung Moi was cautioned by Lu Wenchuan, "Be careful, just have some fun, your life is more important." Clad in a dark veil that concealed her visage, save for the piercing gaze of eyes akin to a falcon's, cold Mou extracted herself from her attire. A palpable sense of ferocity emanated from her. The resonant hum of engines filled the air at the starting line, a symphony of anticipation. Bang! Chapter 74, Rampage of Racing at the sound of the starting pistol. A multitude of race cars catapulted forward with unrestrained velocity. The arena was filled with a cacophony of cheers, an overwhelming tide of sound. Suddenly, the clamor ceased, replaced by a chorus of derision. "Observe that contestant, why does she remain stationary?" Indeed, and it appears she is a woman. Presumably, she is paralyzed by fear. Unable to grip the steering wheel, daunted by the formidable reputations of her competitors. A continuous stream of commentary arose, each voice distinct, yet united in their mockery of the racer who lingered at the starting line. This masked figure was none other than Cold Mou, seemingly impervious to the external world. Lu Wenxian was on the verge of despair, wondering what was going on with Cold Mou. Was she reconsidering her participation? As the spectators indulged in their conjectures, Cold Mou sprang into action. The engine's roar intensified exponentially. Whoosh! Her vehicle surged forth like a bolt of lightning, its vapor trail swiftly dissipating in the wind. By the time the onlookers had regained their senses, Cold Mou's car had vanished from sight. Did anyone witness her departure? No, not at all. However, even so, it seems unlikely that she could catch up with the car ahead. 3 minutes have already elapsed. Yet, the vehicle's owner, Lung Mou, harbored no such concerns. Her flowing ponytail exuded confidence, while her piercing gaze resembled that of a hawk, resolute in its aim. 3 minutes for you all. But this championship is destined to be mine. A subtle smile graced her lips, enhancing her bewitching demeanor and radiating an unparalleled charm. The racing track was far from smooth, littered with gravel, where a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous skid. It was evident that the competitors ahead were exercising utmost caution, skillfully managing their speed. However, for Lung Mou, such velocity felt excruciatingly slow. Unfazed by the treacherous terrain, she pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like a wild stallion, hurtling towards the last competitor. Whoosh! The wind whipped past her face. And before the final participant could even react, Lung Mou had already overtaken him, relentlessly pursuing the vehicle ahead. Am I seeing this correctly? She has indeed caught up. Having set off a full 3 minutes later, murmurs of astonishment filled the air. Out of a total of 20 competitors, Lung Mou still had some distance to cover. Throughout this journey, she never touched the brakes. The longer she pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the faster she accelerated. Lung Mou relished the exhilarating thrill of pursuing speed. Lu Wenchuan stared at the large screen displaying the race, utterly dumbfounded. That speed must be at least 380. He thought. Completely transformed was Lu Wenchuan's previous understanding of his beloved vehicle. Given the prevailing road conditions, it was evident that the speed of the competitors ahead would not exceed 350. Thus, as long as the leader had yet to cross the finish line, Lung Mei had the opportunity to overtake them. At that moment, she had already surpassed 10 racers, leaving them choking on a cloud of dust. Rather than decelerating, she chose to accelerate even further. Ahead of her lay the position of the 9th competitor, and directly in front was a treacherous curve. The racers ahead were compelled to reduce their speed to navigate this perilous bend, for to the left loomed an abyss. Seizing the moment, Lin Mayo wore a devilish smile, propelling her speed to 390. As she approached the turn, she deftly maneuvered around the car in front, executing a stunning drift. The screeching sound of tires against the asphalt erupted suddenly. The intense friction generated a plume of white smoke from her tires, which dissipated moments later. Good heavens! Was she truly accelerating into the turn? Was she reckless? The tires could hardly bear such strain. Behind Lin Mayo, the competitors who had opted for a cautious traversal of the curve were now forced to halt, their confidence in continuing the race shattered. Ah! It had been far too long since she had felt such exhilaration. Lin Mayo maintained her speed at 390, perhaps she had never intended to slow down at all. Her audacious maneuver left Lu Wenchuan utterly astounded, his eyes wide open, afraid to blink. My king truly lives up to his title, fearless and unyielding. At this moment, occupying the first position is the captain of the Fengqing racing team, Meng Li, who has maintained his lead since the onset of the race. A position he has never relinquished. This achievement has incited envy in the second-place racer, Xin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Mayo, after a relentless pursuit, has surpassed the former third-place competitor, Xiao Mu, and now stands in third position. As Lin Mayo prepares to overtake Xin Yu, he notices something amiss with Xin Yu's vehicle. Attempting a foul play. Are we? Unfortunately for you, you've encountered an adversary of formidable lineage. Assessing the road ahead, Lin Mayo observes that it remains predominantly gravel-strewn. Yet the most perilous section lies a mere 1,000 meters away, where a steep cliff descends into the Jing River, which traverses Fengqing. It appears this fellow intends to strike there, however, Meng Li has caught my favorable eye, and thus, I shall extend my assistance to him. Rather than hastily overtaking, Lin Mayo chooses to closely trail Xin Yu, poised to act at a moment's notice. Xin Yu, consumed by jealousy, remains oblivious to the change in his rear. I regret to inform you, Meng Li, but the championship of this race shall belong to me. With the championship title in hand, I will secure my place within the international racing organization and attain the recognition I seek. He had utterly forgotten that the competition's reward was a top 3 placement. Xin Yu accelerated his vehicle to its maximum velocity of 400, approaching the precipice. He then launched an abrupt offensive on Meng Li's left flank, intending to thrust him over the cliff's edge. Indeed, a blatant attempt on one's life, truly malevolent. However, to attempt such a maneuver in my presence is but a pipe dream. Lin Mayo depressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle to an astounding 420, far surpassing Xin Yu's capabilities. Moreover, given the treacherous terrain, Xin Yu would undoubtedly be unable to fully exert his skills. As Meng Li realized that someone coveted his life, Xin Yu's vehicle was already rapidly closing in. Evasion was no longer an option. Was this to be his end? Meng Li's heart palpitated with anxiety, and he could only maximize his vehicle's speed, yet to little avail. Insignificant wretch, to contend with me. Lin Mayo sharply veered the steering wheel to the right, directing the vehicle's front into Xin Yu's rear, igniting a dazzling cascade of sparks. The maneuver, imbued with lethal intent, was a display of unbridled ferocity. Bang Xin Yu had not anticipated that anyone would dare to pursue him under such circumstances. Now, his vehicle was veering uncontrollably toward the cliff's edge. To preserve his life, he was compelled to activate the race car's integrated emergency braking system. Xin Yu watched helplessly as Lin Mayo sped past, leaving him with nothing but a contemptuous glare. Damn it! Xin Yu exclaimed in exasperation. His vehicle, however, was irrevocably lodged at the precipice, refusing to yield to ignition. Chapter 75, 9 Serenities, the god of cars. The trepidation that had gripped Meng Li's heart gradually dissipated, allowing him a sense of relief. With unwavering resolve, Lin Mayo bypassed Meng Li during his momentary lapse in focus, hurtling towards the finish line. As he overtook him, he cast a fleeting glance at Meng Li. Such captivating eyes. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Meng Li commenced his fervent pursuit of Lin Mayo. However, given the unfettered velocity at which Lin Mayo was traveling, coupled with his fearless navigation of the treacherous, gravel-strewn terrain, Meng Li's efforts to close the gap proved futile. A protracted screech of brakes reverberated, piercing the collective consciousness of the onlookers. This was not Meng Li, nor Xin Yu, nor even Xiao Mu. The spectators' perceptions of reality were shattered. A minute elapsed before the second-place finisher emerged. As time wore on, all the participants, save for Xin Yu, had reached the finish line. Silence descended as the referee's pronouncement sought to quell the audience's frenzied excitement. Esteemed guests, the top 3 victors of tonight's competition have been determined. Let us now unveil their identities. The referee approached the vehicle of the third-place finisher, announcing, "We now present to you, the third-place winner, Xiao Mu." A chorus of enthusiastic cheers erupted in response. Xiao Mu's persona was strikingly incongruous with that of a race car driver. His entire demeanor exuded a warmth and gentleness, akin to an amiable boy next door, even his disembarkation imbued with a tender grace. Next, let us welcome our runner-up, Meng Li. As the referee's protracted announcement reverberated, the chorus of congratulations for Meng Li swelled, his countenance retaining an aloofness despite having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Now, we arrive at the most exhilarating moment. To whom shall the victor's laurels be bestowed? Let us, in unison, proclaim 9 Serpentine. As the referee's words trailed off, Leng Moyo opened the car door, her slender, elongated legs immediately capturing the gaze of the audience, followed by her statuesque figure, her height of 1.63 m notwithstanding. Her proportions were exquisitely balanced. A woman, yet why the veiled visage? Lu Wenchuan was on the verge of delirium. It was little Serpentine, little Serpentine. He had presumed Leng Moyo's interest to be merely a dalliance, never imagining her to be a player of such prodigious caliber. No wonder she was so adept at modifying vehicles. 9 Serpentine, 9 Serpentine, I adore you. Leng Moyo sighed, that impudent boy, utterly mortifying. I had anticipated Xinyu to seize the championship this time, given that his prowess alone rivaled that of Meng Li. A continuous murmur of regret for Xinyu permeated the air, yet everyone understood the gravity of this competition, the possibility of impropriety being virtually non-existent. Champion Joyo is indeed a novel face we've not encountered in any of the teams. Let's have a word with Joyo and hear his thoughts and feelings on winning this competition. The referee, in a rather long-winded manner, extended the microphone to Leng Moyo, hoping for a champion's address. Leng Moyo initially intended to go straight down and thrash the embarrassing Lu Wenchuan, but just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Xinyu finally returning. Thus, Leng Moyo, who was usually unwilling to speak, surprisingly took the microphone, his brown eyes emitting piercing icicles. He extended a thumb towards Xinyu, then rotated it 180 degrees downwards, positioning the thumb below, insinuating worthlessness. Following the direction of Leng Moyo's hand, the gazes of the crowd unanimously fell upon the disheveled Xinyu, with Meng Li itching to beat him to death, were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion. Xinyu had never been so humiliated in his life and wished he could find a hole to burrow into. Joyo, just you wait. Don't you dare fall into my hands. Joyo, Joyo, Joyo. Lu Wenchuan was leading the cheering. No one cared to dwell on why Xinyu didn't even place in this competition. After all, in such contests, only the champion is truly remembered. As I gazed at the grand screen showcasing the breathtaking drifts and the stylish high-speed sprints of Joyo, I heard the fervent calls of his name reverberating through the air. In an instant, adrenaline surged within me, and one by one, others joined in the chant. Joyo, Joyo, Joyo. The entire arena was alive with exhilarating shouts. Meng Li's heart skipped a beat as he spotted a radiant girl amidst the crowd. Initially, he was captivated by the beauty of her eyes, even without seeing her face. He was certain that this girl must be exceptional. As he took hesitant steps towards Leng Moyo, the rhythm of his heartbeat grew louder. Jiu-Yu. Thank you for saving my life earlier. If ever there is anything you require from me, Meng Li, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Leng Moyo was his savior, a fact he would forever hold dear. Observing the clean-cut boy before her, Leng Moyo felt her spirits lift slightly. With a simple gesture, she approached Lu Wenchuan in full view of the crowd and tugged at his ear, leading him away from the competition. Hey, little you, let go, that hurts. Lu Wenchuan exclaimed, jumping up and down in discomfort. Aurora. What is the deal with Xinyu? Why was the segment of the video where he attacked Meng Li completely absent during the replay? Is it possible that he acted with such impunity because someone is backing him? Throughout the ordeal, Lu Wenchuan's attention remained fixated on Leng Moyo, leaving him little time to notice anyone else. However, upon reflection, he recalled that part of Leng Moyo's footage had indeed jumped, lacking a seamless connection. Although the discrepancy was subtle, it was still discernible upon closer inspection. I shall investigate this matter further. How could Aurora, in all her grandeur, behave in such a foolish manner? It is quite unbecoming of her. You dolt, remember to remit my bonus to my account. Farewell. Lung Mayo, with his elongated legs, mounted the driver's seat, beckoning Lu Wenchuan to depart with haste. Ah? So you were cognizant of the bonus all along. I had entertained the notion that you were oblivious, in which case the entirety of the 20 million bonus would have been mine. Alas, my aspirations were quite grandiose, while reality proved rather harsh. Lung Mayo had long discerned his petty machinations. Otherwise, would you have appropriated the entire 20 million for yourself? Cease with the sullen countenance. I shall apportion half to you, considering this vehicle is, after all, your property. Lu Wenchuan was now elated beyond measure. Had he not been seated in the car, he would have undoubtedly leaped up and down with jubilation. His temperament was exceedingly capricious. Mayo, you were exceptionally dashing today. By the way, at such a tender age, when did you acquire the skill of driving, and with such proficiency? When might you assist me in honing my skills? Your expertise in modifying vehicles is also unparalleled. Would you be amenable to imparting your knowledge to me? Enough is enough. Silence. Chapter 76, Amorous banter. Were this locale not landlocked, I would have unceremoniously cast this garrulous fellow into the sea. Yue Manor. Lung Mayo brought the car to a halt before the gates of Yue Manor, alighted, and tossed the keys to Lu Wenchuan. Aurora, you may depart hence. And refrain from further disturbing me, lest I be compelled to strike you. Lu Wenchuan remained transfixed, gazing upon the breathtaking Yue Manor, his eyes unblinking. Mayo. Do not tell me that you reside here? As a scion of the esteemed Lu family, one of the 4 prominent aristocratic houses, Lu Wenchuan was acutely aware of whose dominion this was, the formidable 5th master of the Qi clan. Lung Mayo cast a glance back at the Yue Manor, discerning nothing amiss. Is there a problem? She inquired. And no, none at all. I shall take my leave, then. Lu Wenchuan meekly settled into the driver's seat, yet hesitated to depart. Yearning to witness Lung Mayo's entry into the manor, still incredulous that she was associated with the Qi family's 5th master. Lung Mayo had never contemplated concealing her connection with Qi Yuya from them, particularly given her impending plans, which would necessitate their assistance in safeguarding Qi Yuya and the Shi Dazhuang family, her sole attachments in this world. Under Lu Wenchuan's watchful gaze, the security guard nodded in salutation as Lung Mayo strolled into the Yue Manor. Lu Wenchuan's countenance bore a somber expression, contemplating the potential peril Lung Mayo might face if entwined with the Qi family's 5th master. The existence of our liege was pivotal, both for the nation and for their cohort, yet Qi Yuya's volatile nature posed a constant threat. What would become of Lung Mayo should he erupt? I refuse to believe that, together with Jiuyan and the others, we cannot protect our liege, Lu Wenchuan inwardly fumed, flooring the accelerator in a surge of vexation, nearly launching himself skyward. Madam, welcome back, Zhang Ma greeted Lung Mayo as she entered the courtyard, abandoning her tasks to receive her. Upon catching sight of Zhang Ma, Lung Mayo was genuinely delighted. This kind-hearted woman had always been exceptionally good to both Yi and herself. Zhang Ma, is Yi home? Lung Mayo inquired, having foregone calling Qi Yuya beforehand to ascertain his presence. The impetus for her visit stemmed from the destruction of her room at the Ling residence, coupled with a desire to avoid her family. It was then that she realized Yuya had become her foremost priority. After a moment's contemplation, she embraced the notion that Yi, destined to be her lifelong companion, rightfully deserved such precedence. Perceiving her eagerness to reunite with Qi Yuya, Zhang Ma was loath to impede the young lover's rendezvous. Miss, the young master is in his study. Would you care to bring him some coffee? Lung Mayo pondered the suggestion and found it appealing. Zhang Ma, considering the lateness of the hour, perhaps we could substitute the coffee with milk. Certainly, Mississippi. One moment, please. In short order, Zhang Ma had warmed the milk and presented it to Lung Mayo. Thank you, Zhang Ma. Bearing the milk, Lung Mayo made a beeline for Qi Yuya's study. She hoped that Yi was not preoccupied with work and that her visit would not be an imposition. With this in mind, she rapped on the study door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, a refined, resonant male voice responded. Assuming it was Zhang Ma, Qi Yuya remained engrossed in his work, not bothering to look up. Still working so late? Yi seems quite busy, but he should take a break, Lung Mayo mused, her mind conceiving a playful scheme. Guess who? Suddenly, Lung Mayo approached from behind and covered Qi Yuya's eyes, inquiring with a rather rough voice. Qi Yuya chuckled. Having already discerned her identity the moment Ling Mayo set down the milk and chose not to leave, he merely wished to observe what the young girl would do. However, this was rather mischievous, wasn't it? Chi Yuya turned off the computer's camera and engaged in a game of guess who with the little girl. Is it Jolin? Chi Yuya stifled a laugh. No, it isn't. Is it Zhang Ma? No, it isn't. Then, is it Mayur? Congratulations, you got it right. Lung Mayo's soft, melodious voice gently teased Chi Yuya's ears. He pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to perch upon his lap. So, is there a reward for guessing correctly? Chi Yuya's lips parted slightly, his eyes glistening with moisture, combined with his countenance, which outshone even Lu Wenchuan. Lin Mayo found it increasingly difficult to contain her impulses. Realizing that restraint was unnecessary, she tilted her head and placed a damp kiss upon Chi Yuya's lips. Instead of being the one to entice, Chi Yuya felt his heart ignite with fireworks. Turning to the ongoing meeting on the computer, he mused that it was unlikely to continue. Let's adjourn the meeting. He swiftly closed the laptop, leaving the MY executives in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances. When Jolin had indeed noticed the small hand covering his elder brother's eyes and was now shaking his head repeatedly, muttering to himself. Ah. The pungent scent of love indeed lingers. Five brother is no longer the same five brother. When shall I encounter my own happiness? I.e. Were you in a meeting just now? Did I interrupt you? Lung Mo you felt a wave of remorse, realizing she hadn't informed Yi of her arrival. Ji Yi gazed at the young girl's guilty expression, uncertain whether to feel joy or sympathy. You have not disturbed me, you err. You are the most exquisite gift in my life, he murmured, cradling her delicate face and confessing his affection. So, are you satisfied with the gift I just presented? My Yi? Lung Mo you playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering enchantingly in his ear. Little Yu Er was irresistibly charming. Though it was regrettable that they could not indulge in forbidden desires, she must first reach adulthood. Chi Yuya's handsome visage brushed tenderly against Lung Mo's porcelain-like face, exuding a warmth unseen by others. Not entirely satisfied, are you, Yu Er? He queried. Lung Mo you couldn't help but giggle, you're such a big bad wolf. I.e. Then allow me to bestow you with something to your liking. With a gentle tug of her arms around his neck, she effortlessly hung on to Chi Yuyi. Concerned for her safety, he focused entirely on protecting her, oblivious to the nature of her request for satisfaction. Before he could comprehend, Lung Mo's soft, pink lips met his cool ones. Yi, you're not being serious. Though her cheeks were flushed, once embarked, retreat was untenable for Lung Moyo. Yet Chi Yu seemed lost in reverie. Chi Yu murmured, his eyes glazed, a mist heavier than before, betraying his aroused emotions. Their eyes met. Each lost solely in the other, brooking no intrusion. Chapter 77, a tender interlude. Please remain still, Chi Yu implored, holding Lung Moyo fast, his embrace tight. His face unusually crimson. A knight, what ails you? Why is your face so flushed? Lung Moyo, still oblivious, felt a pang of concern at Chi Yu's heightened color. Say no more, allow me to hold you for a moment, Chi Yu entreated, struggling to suppress an inner turmoil. The innocent Miss Lung Moyo was about to speak further when she became aware of something pressing against her thigh. In that instant, comprehension dawned, though inexperienced. She was not entirely ignorant. Embraced, both inexperienced souls blushed deeply. A knight, please tarry a while longer, Lung Moyo broke the silence. In their union, this moment was inevitable. Yet Chi Yu was unwilling to cause her harm prematurely. Chi Yu gazed at her, understanding dawning upon him as to what his little girl was implying. Harbor no guilt, you are still too young. I shall await your 20th year, until then, I shall not cause you harm. They gazed at each other in silence. In Chi Yu's eyes, Lung Moyo perceived earnestness and gravity, realizing that Yi loved her even more profoundly than she had imagined. Lung Moyo embraced Chi Yu tightly, expressing her gratitude for his presence in her life. She confessed her fatigue, as she had spent the entire day battling monsters and leveling up. And the lack of sleep was a torment for her sleepy nature. Chi Yu lifted her into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom, suggesting she rest if she was tired. Lung Moyo clung to him obediently, like a little rabbit. She inquired whether he had redecorated the place, noting the absence of the oppressive atmosphere she had felt during her previous visit. Chi Yu placed her on the bed, tucked her in. and sat quietly on the edge of the bed. He affirmed that he had changed it because you disliked it. Ever since Lung Mayo had expressed her aversion to the bedroom's decor, Chi Yuya had instructed Zhang Ma to completely revamp it. As soon as she settled into the bed, Lung Mayo's breathing gradually deepened. Chi Yuya gazed adoringly at Lung Mayo from the bedside, his smile unwavering. He gently lowered his head and kissed her smooth, fair forehead. Musing that her willingness to come here on her own indicated that she had begun to consider this place her home, which filled him with joy. He bid her good night. His darling, and after covering her with the quilt, he prepared to return to his study to continue with his unfinished work. "Yi, don't go." Before he could rise, Chi Yanni's hand had already been grasped by a certain adorable little one. With a sigh of resignation, Chi Yanni concluded that work could wait until tomorrow. "You are the reason I cannot leave, you are." With a playful smile, he pulled back the covers and lay down beside Lung Mayo. A night of restful slumber ensued. As Lung Mayo languidly opened her eyes, she was greeted by the striking visage of Chi Yanni, his beauty unmistakably present before her. "Yi, good morning." The little darling had yet to ponder why this handsome man occupied her bed. Chi Yanni had awakened before her, but with his arm pinned beneath Lung Mayo. He chose to remain still, fearing that extracting it would disturb her slumber. Instead, he opted to admire her exquisite sleeping face, patiently awaiting the moment his princess would awaken. "Good morning, my princess." Chi Yanni's aquamarine eyes shimmered with the tenderness that Lung Mayo cherished. Drowsily, she nestled closer into his embrace, her words slightly slurred. "Am I dreaming? Why are you in my bed, Yi?" Chi Yanni could only smile wryly, realizing that after spending the night beside her, this little girl still believed herself to be dreaming. He gently took her hand and placed it over his heart. "Feel its rhythm, and know that this is reality." In her hazy state, Lung Mayo obediently listened to the steady beat of his heart, her cheeks gradually flushing with a delightful blush. "Who can enlighten me about the current situation? Why am I lying on the same bed as I? This is rather awkward, what should I do now? Never mind. I shall continue to feign ignorance. Indeed, I must be dreaming." With these thoughts, Lung Mayo pretended to yawn, extricated herself from Chi Yuya's embrace, and rolled over to the other side to continue her charade of sleep. It was unavoidable, the little lady was shy. Chi Yuya leaned in and pressed a kiss to Lung Mayo's flushed cheek, then allowed her to resume her pretense of slumber. "Phew, that was close. I almost got discovered by I. Miss, this is the outfit that Xiaoyi asked me to prepare for you," said Zhang Ma, holding a garment bag of an unfamiliar brand to Lung Mayo. "Zhang Ma, please don't call me miss, just refer to me as Mayo," Lung Mayo replied, her drowsiness dissipating with Chi Yuya's departure. "Miss truly has a wonderful temperament, you and the young master are a perfect match," Zhang Ma remarked, her admiration for the couple evident. "Understood, Mayo," Zhang Ma continued, her tone filled with satisfaction. Lung Mayo picked up the clothing Zhang Ma had given her and thought, this seems somewhat familiar. However, her memory failed to retrieve any information regarding the brand, so she decided to inquire with I later. "Zhang Ma, please go call Yuer down for breakfast," Chi Yuya said, busily engaged in the kitchen. Zhang Ma cheerfully complied, noting that whenever Miss Mayo arrived, the young master would personally cook, a remarkable change for someone who was otherwise indifferent to everything. "Yi, there is no need to trouble Zhang Ma. I have already come down." Chi Yuya's gaze was fixed upon the graceful figure of Lung Mou as she descended the staircase with elegance. The inky dress accentuated her slender form, and her delicate, fair legs, adorned with black pearls, appeared even more fragile and enchanting. Her exquisite swan-like neck exuded an irresistible charm. "You." The bubbles in the pot surged to the stove, emitting a sizzling sound. "Yi." At last, Chi Yuya's attention was drawn back to the present by Lung Mou's call. "Yi, what are you doing? The water is overflowing." Lung Mou hurriedly turned off the stove, anxious that Chi Yuyi might get burned. You look truly stunning." Chi Yuyi gently pulled her into his embrace, their ears brushing against one another. At that moment, Lung Mou's face flushed with embarrassment, not having anticipated how perfectly the dress chosen by Chi Yuyi would suit her. "Yi, it's the dress that looks beautiful." Chi Yuyi caressed her neck, the icy touch sending a shiver through Lung Mou. You are far more captivating than the dress itself." The temperature in the kitchen suddenly soared. Chapter 78, Gifts for Enrollment. Zhang Ma cheerfully exited the kitchen, granting the young couple ample space. I.e. Please stop. A naive girl like Ling Mo could hardly withstand Qi Yuye's teasing. With utmost tenderness, Qi Yuye gently kissed the corner of her lips. Very well, I shall remain silent. After a brief interlude, Qi Yuye released Ling Mo, yet maintained a delicate hold on her hand as they collaboratively prepared breakfast. My dear, it is ready to be savored. Qi Yuye placed the freshly prepared tomato and egg noodles upon the table, thoughtfully adding 2 extra eggs for Ling Mo. Ling Mo gracefully released their intertwined hands and shook her head, pondering whether I intended to forego breakfast once more. Ever since Qi Yuye had prepared breakfast for her without partaking himself, Ling Mo had observed that he habitually skipped the morning meal, a practice that could potentially lead to health complications. Ling Mo turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving a small bowl, and divided the noodles into 2 portions, presenting one to Qi Yuye. I do not wish for you to encounter health issues in the future due to neglecting breakfast. Therefore, please, partake with me. Qi Yuye was deeply moved, realizing that aside from Yor, few others seemed to express concern for his well-being. Why was I lost in thought again? It seemed that whenever he was with her, he often drifted into contemplation. I shall partake with you. Ling Mo was the apple of his eye, and her words were to be obeyed without question, lest she become unhappy. Ling Mo smiled contentedly, that is the way. With Qi Yuye's company, Ling Mo devoured her breakfast with gusto, her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little hamster. I shall return to the Ling residence shortly. Fengcheng High School is about to commence its academic year. Ling Mo appeared somewhat displeased. Qi Yuye tidied up the dishes and joined Ling Mo in the courtyard, where they swung gently on the swings. You, my dear Yor, do you not wish to attend school? If you prefer not to go, we needn't, Qi Yuye offered, well aware of the alternatives available to him. Should Ling Mo truly wish to forego her studies, she could still pursue her education from the comfort of home. Leaning her head against his shoulder, Ling Mo sighed softly, i.e., it is merely the thought of facing Ling Tianao and his ilk that troubles me. If I go to school, I shall inevitably encounter Ling Xinlu, and the thought alone is vexing. Then, what if I were to eliminate the entire Ling family? Qi Yuye's expression turned frostily severe, his elegantly curled lashes casting a sharp shadow. This was the true essence of Qi Yuye, his warmth was reserved solely for Ling Mo. I wish to handle this on my own, if you please. It is not in my nature to bring such swift resolution to their plight. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. A deep smile graced Ling Mo's lips, only would indulge her so. Upon returning to the Ling household, Ling Mo found Qi Yuye occupied with matters at MY, deliberating on the company's trajectory and product direction for the upcoming quarter. Mo, come here for a moment. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs to her room, Ling Tianao called out to her. In the living room of the Ling family, he and a man were engaged in lively discussion, laughter punctuating their conversation. Yet, even before she entered, Ling Mo sensed a particularly disdainful gaze directed her way. A look that conveyed nothing but contempt and scorn. With an impassive gaze, Ling Mo turned her attention to the source of the scrutiny. The figure mirrored Ling Tianao in stature, bearing an uncanny resemblance. A pair of thick spectacles perched upon a nearly flat nasal bridge, obscuring eyes so diminutive they might struggle to discern a path. Notably, the aura emanating from this individual echoed that of Ling Tianao's kin, suggesting frequent interactions. Moreover, this person was familiar from a past life, quite well acquainted, in fact. Ling Mo stroked her chin, scrutinizing the man, realizing his identity. Mo. Allow me to introduce you. This is Qi Menglin, the Dean of Academics at Fengcheng High School, Tang Rong announced, eager to impress in front of the corpulent swine. Predictably, upon hearing Tang Rong's introduction, particularly the title of Dean of Academics, a saccharine smile spread across the corpulent swine's face, eliciting a sense of revulsion in Ling Mo. Her expression remained blank, his identity held no significance for her. Oh? Who he is of no import to me. She would not deign to humor Tang Rong. These words caused discomfiture not only to Tang Rong and Qi Menglin but also to Ling Tianao, who felt a loss of face. He had believed Ling Mo to be merely capricious, not so unappreciative as to disregard the Dean of Academics of Fengcheng High School. Mo, Fengcheng High School commences in 2 days. Dean Qi can assist you in gaining admission. How can you be so discourteous? Indeed. Such ill-mannered behavior for a rustic girl, Ling Xian Lu chimed in, seizing the opportunity. The gaze of Ling Mayo suddenly focused on her, instilling a deep fear that caused her to tremble uncontrollably, prompting her to shrink behind Tang Rong. Observing such a reaction from Ling Xinlu, Ling Mayo finally felt satisfied. Regarding Ling Tianao with the intensity reserved for a foe. So, how do you intend to facilitate my admission to Fengqing No. 1 High School? The derision on her face was unmistakable. Qin Menglin's expression softened slightly, no matter how lofty your pride may be. What good does it serve when you ultimately find yourself in need of my assistance? I have already promised Director Qi a donation for a new library at Fengqing No. 1 High School, so you may simply report to Director Qi when the time comes. Ling Tianao continued to chastise Ling Mayo for her lack of understanding, tirelessly worrying about her educational pursuits. Dare you show ingratitude? Just try it. In Ling Mayo's icy gaze, there was not a trace of impurity, her piercing eyes seemed to mock with a semblance of a smile. So it is a matter of bribery. I wonder if the principal of Fengqing No. 1 High School is aware of your clandestine dealings. Her voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any tremor, as if gaining admission to Fengqing No. 1 High School were a trivial matter. Upon hearing Ling Mayo's clearly sarcastic remarks, Qin Menglin felt that Ling Tianao had humiliated her. Mr. Ling, it appears your daughter has no desire to attend Fengqing No. 1 High School. Perhaps we should refrain from applying undue pressure. Taking a deliberate sip of tea, the pretentious demeanor became even more distasteful in Ling Mayo's eyes. In her previous life, Ling Tianao had similarly invited Qin Menglin to their home, compelling her to serve tea in hopes of securing a chance for admission to Fengqing No. 1 High School. Cold MOU, your manner of speaking is quite unbecoming, given the considerable effort Director Qi has invested in this matter. Are you so quick to dismiss our sincere intentions? These disingenuous words from Ling Tianao were all too familiar to her from a previous life. He was always claiming to act in her best interest, though the truth, as he well knew, was far from it. Ling Tianao, did you enroll me in Fengqing High School for my sake, or merely to preserve your own reputation? Cold MOU's expression was glacial, indifferent to Ling Tianao's pronouncements. Her calculations having been abruptly and thoroughly disrupted by Ling MOU, Ling Tianao was immediately incensed. Cold MOU, do not be so unappreciative. Are you aware of the financial sacrifices our family has made to secure your admission? If you disapprove of my actions so vehemently, why not emulate Lulu, who gained entry through her own merit? What, pray tell, have you accomplished? Chapter 79, A Public Humiliation. If you lack the ability, refrain from expressing disdain, for you are unworthy. Ling Tianao unleashed a torrent of invective upon Cold MOU, showing her no mercy. The others in the living room watched on with detached amusement, content to observe Cold MOU's embarrassment. Of the world's boundless compassion, this family had never extended even the slightest measure to Cold MOU. Regrettably, Cold MOU's heart had been irreparably wounded by their actions, leaving her not only cold-hearted but also devoid of emotion. Turning on her heel, Ling Mayo ascended the stairs to her chamber. Ling Tianao, incensed by her blatant departure, felt a surge of desire to discipline her, were it not for the fact that the instrument of their family's discipline, a long whip, was already in her possession. An awkward silence descended upon the four individuals left in the parlor, each exchanging uneasy glances. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, drawing their attention. Suddenly, a letter sealed with golden wax materialized before them. Qi Minglin's reaction was particularly pronounced. Upon seeing the missive, he leaped from the sofa, his corpulent frame quivering with each movement, slick with grease. How did you come to possess that? Qi Minglin lamented his earlier words and actions, regretting his lack of discernment. The admission notices from Fengqing High School were categorized into three distinct types: red for ordinary students, black for those with specialized talents, and gold, like the one Ling Mayo held. The golden notice signified the recipient's status as the top student in their city's high school entrance examination and adherence to specific criteria. Ling Mayo retorted, completely returning Ling Tianao's earlier mockery, her long, curled eyelashes fluttering with disdain. Am I obligated to inform you? Are you worthy of such knowledge? Qi Menglin found himself at a loss for words, standing there dejectedly. The cold Tianao family was utterly bewildered by Qi Menglin's actions, unable to comprehend the situation. Director Qi, what are you doing? Is there something wrong with this letter? Cold Tianao genuinely could not grasp Qi Menglin's current state of mind. Mr. Cold, your daughter is already a student at Fengqing No. 1 High School. Why have you come to me? Are you deliberately seeking to humiliate me? Having suffered a setback at cold Mayo's hands, Chi Menglin could only vent his frustrations on cold Tianao. After scolding him, Chi Menglin stormed out of the Cold family's villa with remarkable speed. Sigh, Director Chi. Cold Tianao barely had time to stop Chi Menglin before he had already disappeared into the distance. In the living room, only the Cold family remained. And the expressions of Tang Rong and Cold Xinlu were filled with confusion. What did Director Chi mean by saying that Cold Mayo was already a student at Fengqing No. 1 high school? Could it be that she had also passed the entrance exam? How could a student from such a small place as Baima Town possibly gain admission to Fengqing No. 1 high school? Those who look down on others inevitably cannot bear to see others thrive. Mayo, what does Director Chi's statement mean? Cold Tianao felt an inexplicable sense of losing control over the situation. Cold Mayo had been observing his every move. And perhaps Cold Tianao hoped she would feel grateful for his efforts in securing her admission. However, that hope was destined to be in vain. Cold Tianao. Did you not say that Cold Xinlu was the one who passed the entrance exam for Fengqing No. 1 high school, and that I am unworthy of comparison? Perhaps you should inquire with Ling Xinlu regarding the hue of the wax seal on her acceptance letter. Leng Moi gathered the acceptance letter from the coffee table, ceasing to concern herself with the family's conjectures, and ascended to her room. Father, the wax seal on my acceptance letter is crimson. Is there any significance to this? Leng Xinlu had never considered that students at Fengqing No. 1 high school were categorized. Leng Tianao furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Unsure of what to say, as he was also unaware of the acceptance letter system at Fengqing No. 1 high school. Du Rui. Investigate the various types of acceptance letters issued by Fengqing No. 1 high school. Du Rui, who had been inundated with work due to Ling Tianao's absence from the company, had come to deliver a document, never expecting to be tasked with researching acceptance letter types. Fortunately, his sister had also been admitted to Fengqing No. 1 high school. And he happened to know what the types signified, though he was surprised by Ling Moi's capabilities. Sir, there's no need to investigate, I possess some knowledge of this matter. The trio's gazes converged on Du Rui, eager for elucidation. Fengqing No. 1 high school's acceptance letters are categorized into 3 types, distinguished by the color of the wax seal. Crimson signifies ordinary students, while ebony denotes students specially recruited by the school. Before Du Rui could continue, Ling Xinlu interjected, what about the golden one? She had glimpsed Ling Moi's acceptance letter, the wax seal of which was golden. Ling Xinlu sensed an impending overshadowing by Ling Moi, instilling a sense of unease within her. Second miss, please let go of me, it hurts, Du Ruisi implored, her arm bruised under the grip of Ling Moyo. The golden emblem of the eldest miss signified her status as the top scorer in the Zhongkao examinations of Fengqing, earning her the admiration of the principal. As Du Ruisi's words escaped her lips, Ling Xinlu suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a thud, beginning to sob softly. Lulu, my precious daughter, do not cry. Tang Rong urged, taken aback by Ling Moyo's formidable prowess. How could such a poor village as Baima Town possibly produce a golden phoenix? A shadow of deep malice flickered across Tang Rong's face. Mother, how can that wretched girl possibly surpass me? Ling Xinlu wailed, unable to accept the harsh truth that Ling Moyo was indeed stronger. Ling Tianao was initially engulfed in astonishment at the revelation of Ling Moyo being the top scorer. But his reverie was abruptly shattered by his daughter's pitiful cries. My dear daughter, do not weep, I will ensure that Moyo does not outshine you at school. He reassured, crouching down to comfort his beloved child. His fierce gaze betrayed his intentions for Ling Moyo's future, revealing his ruthless plans. Yet, at that moment, he felt no pride in Ling Moyo's accomplishments and had already forgotten that she was also his daughter. Daddy. Ling Xinlu lamented, nestling into Ling Tianao's embrace. Tears streaming down her face, yet her venomous glare rendered her demeanor insidiously malicious. Cold Moi, you shall not surpass my excellence, Ling Xinlu. Nor shall you ever pilfer even a scintilla of our father's affection from me. Chapter 80, Expanding and Fortifying. Alas, this family is proving to be quite the vexation. Seated before the expansive window in the tranquil chamber, Ling Moi retrieved her computer and initiated a program of her own design. These individuals are remarkably tedious, devoid of any discernible information. The program serves as a conduit to surveillance monitors, meticulously archiving the visual and auditory data without omission. Regrettably, no pertinent intelligence has been gleaned. The denizens of the Ling household lead lives of monotonous routine. The domestic staff, for reasons unknown, abstain entirely from engaging in any discourse regarding the affairs of their employers. Even during moments of familial harmony among Ling Tianao and his kin, no mention is ever made of Muhani. Leng Moi sighed. Is it appropriate to commend them for their professional integrity or their excessive timidity? Perhaps, given the passage of time, they have all but expunged the memory of mother from their minds. Yuan Shu avows that mother's demise was abrupt and incongruous, defying the bounds of probability, even in the event of negligent care. What, then, was the underlying cause? It appears that passively awaiting their self-incrimination is no longer a viable strategy. A glint of ingenuity flickered within Leng Moi's luminous eyes. After changing attire, she descended the stairs to find that Ling Tianao and his associates had already departed, leaving Yuan Shu and his retinue to attend to the quotidian affairs of the household. Yuan Shu, I am venturing out. The largest mall in Fengqing, Yufeng Mall, is situated in the heart of the city. Owing to its advantageous geographical location, nearly two-thirds of the merchants in Fengqing, if capable, strive to secure a shop within Yufeng Mall to expand and enhance their enterprises. Indeed, it is the most bustling area in Fengqing. As Leng Meiyo walked along the path, Yufeng Mall was a sight to behold, with shops densely packed next to one another, offering an array of exquisite products, a veritable paradise for shoppers. Sister Yu, here. Mo Yulua's tall figure stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. With a casual smile, devoid of sorrow or delight, Leng Meiyo gracefully advanced. Oh, Manager Mo. It's been a while, you appear quite spirited. Mo Yulua shyly scratched his head. Oh, Sister Yu, please don't tease me. In a beautifully adorned CAF. Leng Meiyo and Mo Yulua placed their orders, idly observing the throngs of people bustling beneath them. Sister Yu. The location of Yufeng Mall is indeed far superior to any other mall in Fengqing. If we could secure a shop here, the development of Anya Zhio would surely accelerate significantly. Mo Yulua expressed with a hint of nostalgia, what a pity. The prices of shops in Yufeng Mall are exorbitantly high. As she picked up the freshly served coffee and absent-mindedly swirled it in her hand, Leng Meiyo remarked, Yulua. Let us temporarily relocate the headquarters of Anya Zhio to Fengqing. We shall establish our future development center here. Mo Yulua's hand trembled violently, unable to believe his ears. Sister Yu, although the Dark Knight Company has been flourishing in Baimu Town, its establishment is relatively recent. Hastily relocating to Fengqing may hinder its ability to keep pace with the city's rapid development. With this in mind, Mo Yulua found herself in a quandary. Furthermore, while the company's location is indeed easy to identify, discovering a suitable storefront proves to be quite a challenge. What if we consider the shops on the first floor of Yufeng Mall? Leng Mo Yu gazed at the azure sky, her captivating beauty radiating brilliance. However, Mo Yulua was not as at ease. This endeavor was undeniably arduous. Sister Yu, the elusive owner of Yufeng Mall, is notoriously difficult to negotiate with. Securing a storefront from him is no simple task. Leng Mo Yu set down her coffee, crossing her arms, as if this matter posed no significant challenge to her. Who is the owner behind the scenes? Mo Yulua hesitated momentarily, recalling that the esteemed CEO Qi Yuya of MY holds dominion over Yufeng as well. Oh? Yufeng is under IES umbrella? Initially, I anticipated a convoluted process, but it seems the situation has simplified considerably. Picking up her phone, Leng Mo Yu sent an email to Mo Yulua. Yulua, please refine this email and approach Qi Yuya at MY to discuss the lease. He will surely agree to the terms. Given that Yufeng is a property of MY and IE is a competent businessman, he will undoubtedly understand the most suitable course of action in light of the promising trajectory of the Dark Knight Company. As the feathers fall, Leng Mo Yu reflects on her resolve to become a formidable presence in the shadowy night. Her aspirations are not merely to be fulfilled but to be executed with unparalleled excellence. Mediocrity is far from her nature. With this understanding, she contemplates a visit home. Mo Yu is back. Come here. Li Huanqin, upon hearing the sound of keys turning in the lock, initially assumes it to be Shi Dazhuang returning. Mom? Is Dad still at work? Leng Mo Yu reclines on the expansive sofa, casually munching on grapes from the coffee table, utterly unconcerned with her appearance. Indeed. It is not yet time for him to return. Mo Yu, what brings you back so suddenly? Did something unpleasant happen at the Ling household? Li Huanqin, sitting beside her, gently strokes her daughter's long hair, acutely aware of the potential grievances that could arise from such a family. Leng Mo Yu straightens up, leaning softly against Li Huanqin's shoulder, embodying the demeanor of a sweet, spoiled girl. Mom, rest assured, I am the one who bullies them. Yet. A sense of disappointment lingers as she adds, however, I have yet to hear from you regarding my mother. As she listens to her daughter's woes, Li Huanqing deftly weaves a long braid with her hair, murmuring, "Ah, my daughter is truly beautiful." With a satisfied nod, she continues, "MOU. Since there have been no updates regarding Miss Mu's unfortunate incident, perhaps we have been pursuing the wrong path. Why not consider a different direction and explore new avenues?" Her discourse illuminated him instantly. "Mother, pressing matters compel my departure." With haste, she absconded, her lengthy braid trailing behind her, resembling a winsome, petite rabbit. That child. Li Huanqing lamented, shaking her head in resignation. "Aurora, meet me at the entrance of Fengcheng High School." The apartment arranged by Qi Yuye for the Sher couple was situated near Fengcheng High School, as Lin Mui would be matriculating there in the future. The crimson Rolls-Royce screeched to a halt before her. "Little Yu, come aboard." Lu Wenchuan lowered the convertible top of the sports car. His bewitching visage as flamboyant as ever. In the passenger seat, Lin Mui glared at Lu Wenchuan. "I implore you, Aurora, could you possibly alter your verdant hair? It is rather unsightly, you know." "My eyes are assaulted, unable to recover." "How do you manage to parade about town with such foliage atop your head without fear of reprisal?" "Little Yu, something seems different about you today. You appear more delicate than usual." What is amiss with my hair?" "Little Yu simply lacks appreciation." "Little Yu, where shall we venture?" Chapter 81, Secret Base Where to? Twirling her braid, Lin Mui regarded Lu Wenchuan with a mischievous gaze, a hint of malice playing on her lips. Lu Wenchuan felt a tinge of trepidation under her scrutiny. "What is it? What devious scheme are you now concocting?" "The last time, it was the modification of my beloved car that compelled me to register for a racing competition. After the event concluded, I vanished, causing the organizers to incessantly pester me for my contact information, which was utterly exasperating. What could they possibly want? Nothing much. Merely a sudden desire to visit your secret base." Lu Wenchuan squinted, recalling how she had previously refused to assist with examining experimental data at the base. Even going so far as to elude contact for 3 years. Why the sudden eagerness today? What could she possibly want at the base? Lu Wenchuan was utterly perplexed. Lin Mui reclined against the back of her chair, letting out a soft sigh of comfort. "Did you not mention that there are issues with your current experimental data? I am simply extending a charitable hand to help you resolve them." As the engine roared to life, Lu Wenchuan found it hard to believe. Yet he decided to cherish this opportunity, for who could predict when this benevolent ancestor would take pity again? "I must truly be bewitched by your charms. It certainly cannot lead to anything good." Complaining and expressing skepticism verbally, his hands and feet, however, betrayed his excitement, evident in the speed at which he drove. Lin Mui squinted her eyes, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze against her face, her long braid dancing behind her in delight. With a soft purr, the sports car halted before a private villa, distinct from others due to its extensive identity recognition system surrounding it, a clear indication that trespassers were unwelcome. "Here we are," Lu Wenchuan announced as he opened the car door for Lin Mui. She, however, brushed past him, striding directly towards the entrance. "Hello, Xiao Yu. This area is rife with identity recognition systems. Wait for me. You haven't registered your identity here, and if it fails to recognize you, those mechanisms could cost you your life." Lu Wenchuan, seeing that Ling Mei did not wait for him, hurriedly called out as he chased after her, fearing she might inadvertently come to harm. Ding. Identity recognition successful. Standing at the entrance, Ling Mei raised her hands in a gesture of indifference. Her expression one of mockery. "Aurora, is this the defense you devised? It's far too easily circumvented." The level of security she encountered was effortlessly dismantled by her. Had Lu Wenchuan performed adequately today, perhaps she would consider crafting a new system for him. Lu Wenchuan could hardly believe his eyes. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck him, akin to being doused from head to toe with a bucket of icy water, leaving him numb. "No, my king. You managed to breach it so easily?" He had invested 3 whole years in developing this identification defense system, painstakingly crafted to be unbreakable within the base. Yet, here was Lin Mei, who had not even been acquainted with the data regarding this system, effortlessly dismantling the very defenses he had toiled so hard to establish. "My king, just how formidable are you?" Lung Mayo flicked her braid, blinking innocently, as her delicate hand rested upon Lu Wenchuan's shoulder. Ah, Aurora. The progress you have made with this system is commendable. As long as you do not encounter one of the top 3 hackers, no one shall pose a challenge to you, and naturally, they will be unable to breach your defense mechanisms. The words of Lung Mayo subtly conveyed a message to Lu Wenchuan. Our king ranks among the top 3 on the international hacker leaderboard. Although they have known each other for many years, they have never delved into each other's standings across various realms, a tacit understanding that exists between them. On another note, ACM is a legitimate international organization, established to serve the interests of nations, renowned for its transparency and integrity, which prohibits its members from engaging in unauthorized hacking activities. Xiaoyu. What rank do you hold? Lu Wenchuan inquired nervously, his voice trembling slightly. With a playful smile, Lung Mayo responded, well, that is for you to ponder. Don't expect me to divulge that. Come on, let's hurry, don't you wish to see your data? With a graceful wave of her sleeve and without taking a single cloud with her, Lung Mayo strode confidently into Lu Wenchuan's secret lair. Oh. How surprising it is that beneath such an ordinary private villa lies the Zero Extreme Intelligence Organization, a name that sends shivers down the spines of those in the underworld. Led by Zhou Yan, the organization operates with an air of legitimacy on the international stage. As the foremost among the 5 major mercenary groups, the actions of Ming Xue are constantly monitored by Interpol. A moment's negligence could lead to Zhou Yan's capture at any time. However, the Myriad Blood Syndicate has been brazenly flaunting itself before Interpol for 3 years, and not a single member of the group has fallen into their hands. This is not only due to the fact that Myriad Blood itself has not committed any heinous acts, but also inextricably linked to the real-time intelligence provided by the Zero Pole Intelligence Organization led by Aurora. In a way, Zhou Yan and Aurora are doing almost the same thing for Lung Mayo, except that Zero Pole, in addition to providing intelligence, is also responsible for the establishment of the entire Myriad Blood and Zero Pole base's security defense system. Boss Ake, a member of the experimental base, saw Lu Wenchuan and came over to greet him. Xiaoyu, this is Ake. When I'm not at the base, he takes care of everything. Lung Mayo surreptitiously scrutinized him. Although this person does not readily smile, there is an air of righteousness between his brows and eyes. Moreover, a person trusted by Aurora should not have any problems. Ake. This is my boss. Lu Wenchuan did not tell Ake that Lung Mayo was the sovereign. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ake, but that Lung Mayo would be attending Fengqing No. 1 high school in the future, so it was best to be cautious. Greetings. Ake extended his right hand to Lung Mayo. Since even Master Aurora calls you boss, you must be no ordinary person. The corners of Lung Mayo's lips quirked slightly. He's perceptive, not bad. Hello, I am Lung Mayo. Lung Mayo also extended her right hand and shook his. Alright, show me your intelligence network. Withdrawing her hand, she looked at Ake as if nothing had happened. Aker appeared somewhat troubled, silently glancing towards Lu Wenchuan, uncertain of how to proceed. Lu Wenchuan nodded at him and suggested, let us go and take a look together. The 3 of them proceeded towards the core of the base. The Zero Extreme Intelligence Network. Aurora, which part of the data is problematic? Lung Mou continued to play with her long braid, seemingly having developed a fondness for the hairstyle created by Li Huanqin, which was both simple and stylish. Lu Wenchuan signaled Aker with a glance, indicating that he could speak freely. Miss Lung, please follow me. The organization had constructed the intelligence network to its current version 3 years ago but encountered certain technical issues that remained unresolved. They had sought assistance from ACM's Lord Wu 3 years prior, yet for reasons unknown, they had yet to receive a response, causing delays in addressing the issues with the intelligence network. Aker spoke with a steady pace, yet a hint of helplessness lingered in his tone. Lung Mou sat at the table in front of the intelligence system, her long legs swinging back and forth in the air. What if we are unable to locate Lord Wu? What do you intend to do? Chapter 82, System Restoration. During the time spent awaiting a response from Lord Wu, the organization had sought assistance from other ACM members to help restore the intelligence system. However, the results had been minimal. Aker understood that Lu Wenchuan was Aurora, but he had never truly comprehended why the other members of the Underworld 7 could be located, yet Lord Wu remained elusive. Alas, Aurora, it appears your capabilities are diminishing. You're unable to resolve such a minor system issue. Lu Wenchuan felt helpless. Xiaoyu, what recourse do I have? My aptitude is what it is. Not everyone possesses your caliber. If I possessed your expertise, would I have sought you out until now? Lu Wenchuan could only discreetly touch his nose. Miss Leng. The current intelligence apparatus is incapable of encompassing every obscure location worldwide. Although adequate for the majority of incidents, I deem it necessary to refine it. As a veritable fanatic in intelligence system research, how could one countenance an incomplete system? Aché's heart was excessively stirred. I shall endeavor. Leng Myu descended from the desk, heading directly towards the control panel. With nimble fingers, Leng Myu swiftly composed a rudimentary toolkit to preclude any subsequent errors. Although such a circumstance would be improbable in her hands, it was merely to reassure Aurora. This is. Aché's eyes widened, immovably fixated on Leng Myu's operations, apprehensive of missing a single second. At the console, Leng Myu's hand ceaselessly tapped, swiftly seizing the core permissions of the intelligence system, obtaining control of the mobile service base station, commencing the replication of the original system record logs, and initiating the gradual release of control of the mobile service base station. Aché. Replicate all system record logs from the auxiliary console and transfer authority to the primary console. Leng Myu's hands labored incessantly as she coolly instructed Aché to execute the next operation. The latter remained entrenched in the operations of the cold lady ethereal spirit, suddenly jolted into awareness by a cue, and promptly hastened towards the auxiliary control panel 10 meters away. Noticing that he had caught up, the cold lady ethereal spirit felt a sense of relief and commanded, Aurora, awaken servers 1 and 3, and deactivate the behavioral dynamic capture program. Having accompanied the cold lady ethereal spirit for many years, Aurora instinctively understood her intentions. This was to activate servers 1 and 3 to unveil the true L tracking system. Under the combined efforts of the three, all the original data of the intelligence system was successfully preserved. The subsequent tasks were considerably simpler. A radiant smile graced the lips of the cold lady ethereal spirit. For although Aurora and the others could not input the latest data, resulting in a low system coverage, this was precisely her forte. The first step was to reinforce the entire system's defensive strength, otherwise, under the current system, anyone of comparable skill could easily dismantle it. A risk the cold lady ethereal spirit was unwilling to take. Swiftly, she input all the data in her mind into servers 1 and 3. The operation almost causing Aché to lose control of the console. Aurora, servers 2 and 4 can now be activated. Their synergy was impeccable, requiring no further words. Servers 2 and 4 were primarily designated to enhance data protection, under the newly established defensive system of the cold lady ethereal spirit. Even the most skilled intruder would find it impossible to breach the 2 servers that touched the core data. As Aurora Lu Wenchuan shut down the servers, the operation to repair the intelligence system gradually approached its conclusion. Aché, having closed the auxiliary control panel, witnessed as Leng Mui restored all logs from the intelligence system, simultaneously executing the restoration of core privileges. Upon exiting the system, she deftly fortified the entire base's defense mechanism with several top-tier firewalls. Aché had already arrived by Leng Mui's side, utterly astonished by the series of actions. Miss Leng, I am rather curious, who is more formidable, you or our king? From this day forth, Leng Mui became his goddess. Leng Mui relinquished the control panel to Aurora, who was tasked with clearing the residual cache. Caught off guard by Aché's inquiry, she found herself in a quandary. Had she ever truly contemplated who was superior between herself and her king? Well, that's rather difficult to answer. Her moment of introspection, however, led Aché to believe that she was simply being modest. After all, she had effortlessly resolved a data chain issue that even Aurora could not handle, not to mention reinforcing the base's firewalls. Such agility and expertise were likely beyond his reach in this lifetime. Miss Leng, you are truly humble. A girl as beautiful as you, downplaying your own prowess, makes me realize I must strive even harder. The two engaged in delightful conversation until Lu Wenchuan, having addressed subsequent matters, joined them. After such an experience, he found himself deeply impressed by Leng Mui, holding her in the highest esteem. It's all sorted, Xiaoyu. The network coverage issue has been resolved, ensuring seamless usage from now on. My sincere gratitude to you. Without Leng Mou, I shudder to think how long it would have taken them to perfect this system. Leng Mou casually draped her hand over Aurora's shoulder. We're like family, spare me the formalities. Now that your issues are resolved, perhaps it's time to address mine. With the aid of this intelligence system, I might be able to unravel the events of that year more swiftly. Name it, and I shall accomplish it. With the base's most critical issues now resolved, there was nothing he would deny her. Even if Lung Mou hadn't fixed the data link problem, he would have done his utmost to assist her. The lightheartedness that had previously radiated from Lung Mou had now completely dissipated. Her eyes now gleaming with a predatory intensity, and a subtle tightening of her lips. My mother, Muhani, died inexplicably 16 years ago. Lung Tian-ao attributed her death to complications from postpartum care, but I suspect there's more to it than that. Lung Mou's countenance grew somber. Until I uncover the truth, this matter will continue to weigh heavily on my heart. Lu Wenxian and Ache's expressions mirrored her melancholy, becoming profoundly somber. Xiao Yu. Are you suggesting that you suspect Aunt Mu's death was not natural, but rather, a case of foul play? Lu Wenxian voiced the question that hung in the air. The surveillance equipment I previously acquired from you was also installed in the Lung residence to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, the Lung family members are unusually tight-lipped, and so far, no useful information has been obtained. Lung Moyo slumped on the corner sofa, her sorrow lingering, causing Lu Wenxuan and Ache heartache. Xiao Yu. Do you intend to employ the intelligence organization to investigate the events of that year? Lu Wenxuan suddenly understood her current emotions. If his own mother had died mysteriously, he would have made the same choice. Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you. Rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Ache. Have someone follow up on this matter immediately. Ache also felt sorry for Lung Moyo. When she lost her mother, she was so young and knew nothing. Understood. Chapter 83, Underground Fighting Arena. Xiao Yu, shall I take you somewhere? Lu Wenxuan, observing Lung Moyo's sorrowful state, felt unbearable. In his heart, Lung Moyo was more than just his queen. From the day he met her, he had already regarded her as his own sister. Let's go, he said, pulling Lung Moyo into the car without explanation. In the car, Lu Wenxuan frequently paid attention to Lung Moyo's emotions. Discovering that she was staring at the fleeting scenery along the road, silent and as quiet as a wisp of soul. Alas, this stumped Lu Wenxuan. Since he had barely interacted with girls, he had no idea how to comfort someone. Frustrated, he vented his anger on the steering wheel, driving the sports car at breakneck speed. Xiao Yu, we've arrived, let's get out of the car. Alamoya listlessly trailed behind him, indifferent to everything. Jiuyan had mentioned Xiaoyu's fondness for combat and boxing, so he hoped she might find this place appealing and perhaps lift her spirits. Please wait a moment. Do you have a membership card? A burly man guarding the entrance intercepted them. Lu Wenxuan produced a gleaming gold card from his trench coat pocket and handed it to the men. Go ahead. The place Lu Wenxuan had brought Alamoyu was the most renowned underground fighting arena in Fengqing, a members-only establishment inaccessible to the general public. He himself had only obtained a membership card through Jiuyan's connections. The arena's most distinctive feature was that once someone stepped into the ring, anything went, with no holds barred. Its influence was so vast that even Fengqing's public security organs dared not intervene. Lu Wenxuan led the absent-minded Alamoyu toward the center of the arena. Amidst this zone of instant carnage and bloodshed, Alamoyu exuded the languid air of a queen surveying her domain. The din gradually intensified, and the increasingly raucous environment slowly drew the distracted girl back to her senses. This was, indeed, a fighting arena. The ring at the center of the venue made it abundantly clear to Alamoyu what kind of place this was. Seeing Alamoyu's finally somewhat composed demeanor, Lu Wenxuan gradually felt relieved. Xiao Yu, if you're feeling down, let's watch others fight. Perhaps seeing others get beaten up will cheer you up. Heavens! What manner of degenerate derives pleasure from witnessing the suffering of others? Displaying a complete indifference to the spectacle, Lung Moyo ensconced himself in a vantage point with an unobstructed view, choosing instead to luxuriate in the captivating panorama before him. Wenxuan, he mused, the combatants in this arena. Why do they seem so familiar? With time to spare, Lung Moyo cast a more discerning gaze upon the ring, whereupon he discerned several recognizable figures. Among them was Wen Jialan, the amiable special assistant to Qi Yuya. What could he possibly be doing in the ring? Little Yu. You must understand that those who enter this arena are no ordinary individuals, Lu Wenxuan declared, resuming his aristocratic demeanor. Spare me the platitudes and get to the point. I swear, I should teach you a lesson. Patience, my dear friend. The occupants of this establishment are either immensely wealthy or of noble lineage, Some seek relaxation, while others indulge in peculiar predilections as a form of catharsis. Lu Wenchuan paused for effect. As for the third category, those in the ring. Some are driven by the allure of substantial prize money, others seek to expedite their self-improvement through sparring, and still others endeavor to impress the clandestine figures behind the arena, in hopes of securing an opportunity to serve them. I see, Ling Moyo responded, his understanding now complete. But why would Wen Jialan be here? Surely a Yi has no shortage of bodyguards, and he wouldn't need a special assistant like Wen Jialan to risk his life in a fighting arena to improve his skills. Unless Wen Jialan possesses the inherent prowess to confidently ascend the Elite and emerge victorious. If such is the case, it suggests that Wen Jialan's role transcends that of a mere special assistant. Wen Xian, are you acquainted with the identity of the individual behind this arena? Perhaps Wen Jialan's presence here is somehow connected to the person orchestrating this arena. This falls squarely within Lu Wenchuan's area of expertise. And his verdant hair has begun to undulate once more. Xiao Yu, initially, we possessed scant information regarding the proprietor of this arena. However, recent internal strife has brought them to light. It is De Long, the vice leader of the Scarlet Flame. Scarlet Flame and Underworld Blood have traditionally maintained a neutral, non-interfering relationship. Should it refrain from causing disturbances in Fengqing, Ling Moyo would naturally abstain from intervention. However, Wen Jialan appears to have no discernible connection to Scarlet Flame. What, then, could be the impetus for his presence here? Ling Moyo lapsed into contemplation. She would brook no potential threats to Yi. Should Wen Jialan prove loyal to Yi, all would be well, otherwise, she would show no mercy. Wen Xian, investigate the individual clad in the blue combat attire on the Elite. I require all available information on him. A veneer of aloofness and severity masked Ling Moyo's countenance. Following Ling Moyo's gaze, Lu Wenchuan's eyes settled upon the immaculate man on the Elite. The man was strikingly handsome, his features chiseled and distinct, his face angular and exceptionally comely. On the arena, he exuded an air of reckless abandon, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his forehead, adding an alluring maturity to his masculine charm. Lu Wenchuan vigorously shook his head, bewildered. What was I just doing, lost in thought over a man? Am I out of my mind? Xiao Yu. Why are you investigating this person? Humph, I distinctly witnessed your inexplicable distraction, so it is indeed my prerogative to investigate. Lu Wenchuan felt somewhat dazed. Could it be that Xiao Yu is attracted to this type? If Cold Mo Yu were to discover Lu Wenchuan's thoughts, he would likely find his head forcibly pressed to the ground in reprimand. Very well, I shall proceed with my inquiry. Though Lu Wenchuan spoke those words to Cold Mo Yu, his thoughts had already drifted, unbeknownst to him, towards Wen Jialan in the arena. How could someone be so captivating in every single move? Zhou Yan's combat skills were formidable as well, and the golden-haired, blue-eyed figure was indeed a quintessential handsome man. Why, then, did Lu Wenchuan not find him appealing? He sensed his heartbeat falter momentarily. Wenchuan, what are you doing? Why do you gaze at Wen Jialan with such intensity? A look that seems oddly familiar? Suddenly called upon by Cold Mo Yu, Lu Wenchuan's fair cheeks inexplicably burned with a rosy hue, his long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Damn it. Why am I blushing? Noticing Lu Wenchuan's lack of response, Cold Mo Yu raised her voice. Wenchuan, what on earth are you doing? Your face is so flushed. It was utterly perplexing. That expression bore a striking resemblance to the way he looked at a Yi. The way I look at a Yi? A cryptic smile graced Ling Moyo's lips, as if privy to some hidden knowledge. Chapter 84, Tentative Maneuvers. Wenchuan, what are your thoughts on the man in the arena? Ling Moyo inquired, leaning on the armrest, a subtle smile fleeting across their face like a momentary ripple. He's quite handsome, Lu Wenchuan blurted out instinctively, before realizing the implication. Turning, they caught Ling Moyo's amused gaze. A blush crept up Lu Wenchuan's face, the exquisite features taking on a delicate, almost fragile beauty. The blush extending to their ears and neck. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Lu Wenchuan stammered. Oh, Wenchuan, my dear Aurora, why the blush? Ling Moyo teased, gently lifting Lu Wenchuan's chin with a finger, rendering them utterly charming. Truly, more adorable than a girl. Could it be that you're feeling amorous? Ling Moyo continued to jest, deepening Lu Wenchuan's blush. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. You're the one feeling amorous, Lu Wenchuan retorted, swatting away Ling Moyo's hand and focusing their gaze elsewhere, diverting their attention from Wen Jialan. Nevertheless, his focus had shifted, yet his heart was even more perturbed. Upon the platform, Wen Jialan sensed an ardent gaze fixed upon him, though devoid of malice. Once that gaze had dissipated, he glanced towards its origin, discerning only the retreating figure of a young boy. Perhaps it was merely my imagination? Wen Jialan mused, shaking his head before delivering a decisive blow that vanquished his opponent. When Wen Jialan sought out Lu Wenquan, the latter was turned away, engaged in conversation with Ling Mayo, effectively concealing her from view. Consequently, Wen Jialan did not catch sight of Ling Mayo. Buzz. A message arrived on Lu Wenquan's phone. Xiaoyu, Che says that Wen Jialan's information is irretrievable, it has been concealed. Lu Wenquan's expression grew grave. So. His name is Wen Jialan. But who exactly is he, and why would he conceal his identity? The enigma surrounding Wen Jialan's identity was not lost solely on Lu Wenquan. Ling Mayo, too, wore a deep frown, her brow furrowed in contemplation. To conceal one's identity to such an extent that even Che cannot access the information suggests that the individual responsible for shielding Wen Jialan's details is of comparable skill to myself. However, the second-ranked hacker, Clays, is still far from my level. Who could it be? And who is Wen Jialan? Could he pose a threat to IE? It seemed that a personal investigation was inevitable. A heavy weight seemed to settle in Ling Mayo's heart, causing it to plummet. Ladies and gentlemen, in this bout, the victory goes to Snow Fox. The referee's resonant voice echoed from the arena. Snow Fox, Snow Fox, Snow Fox. The crowd below erupted in a resounding chorus of cheers. Snow Fox is the moniker by which Wen Jialan is known in the underground fighting arena. Silence, esteemed spectators. Snow Fox has graced our arena for over half a month, remaining undefeated. Today, the arena's management has decreed that a substantial reward awaits anyone capable of vanquishing Snow Fox. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. For the past fortnight, I've witnessed every one of Snow Fox's matches. With his fighting style, who could possibly triumph? The spectators' discussion surged ceaselessly. Observing the hesitancy of potential challengers, the referee's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. This task had been assigned to him from above. Snow Fox had already secured 45 consecutive victories, and further matches risked deterring other fighters from participating. Are there any valiant souls willing to step into the ring? He urged, his tone tinged with urgency. Meanwhile, Wen Jialan remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by the situation. I will, a clear, melodious female voice reverberated throughout the arena. A woman adorned with a silver wolf mask ascended the platform with a deliberate, unhurried gait. Her exposed eyes possessed a limpid clarity, her countenance radiating an unparalleled haughtiness, akin to a queen surveying her domain. This very woman was none other than Ling Mou, who had moments ago been observing the spectacle from the audience. You wolf. I implore you to bestow your guidance, she uttered. From below the platform, as Ling Mou materialized, a crescendo of vociferous acclamation surged. Murmurs arose, some expressing elation, others apprehension, and still others, with blatant disdain for women, clamored for her swift departure. The shifty-eyed referee, mirroring the sentiments of the latter group, urged her to descend, his expression dripping with contempt. Ling Mou's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze intensifying with glacial coldness. Spare me your concern, she retorted, and be gone. The referee, his goodwill spurned, emitted a derisive snort and grumbling under his breath. He vacated the platform. Commence, Ling Mou declared, her hands clasped behind her. Her posture exuding an unparalleled aloofness, like a lotus emerging from the mire, regarding the world with disdain. Wen Jialan's pupils contracted slightly, his lips tightening. This woman, he mused. Why does she evoke a sense of familiarity? Addressing her aloud, he cautioned, esteemed lady, on this platform, fists and feet recognize no kin, I beseech you to exercise caution. Having stepped onto the platform, Wen Jialan knew that any further entreaties would likely prove futile. Wen Jialan, she warned, you had best pose no threat to Yi. For if you do, I shall personally end your life. Her frigid gaze emitted a dreadful chill as she stood resiliently on one side of the arena, directing a heavy pressure toward Wen Jialan. Just as Wen Jialan was about to strike, he found himself immobilized by the successive waves of pressure. He had only sensed such an aura from his fifth brother. Who exactly was this woman? This contest, fraught with mutual probing, was now set to commence. Wen Jialan transformed his palm into a blade, his figure flashing as he braved the pressure emanating from Ling Mayo, positioning himself before her. With swiftness, his hand blade aimed for the back of her neck. Indeed, top-tier skill, she mused, but you are no match for me. Lung Mayo opened her beautiful eyes, leveraging Wenjalan's force to evade his attack. Snow Leopard, your core strength seems insufficient, preventing you from maximizing the power of your strike. Alarm surged within Wenjalan. She had effortlessly evaded his attack and identified his weakness, despite his fifth brother's extensive training to ameliorate it. This woman's strength was on par with his fifth brother's. Lung Mayo allowed him no time to ponder, snapping her fingers and unleashing a lightning-fast kick directly at Wenjalan's ribs, each move intended to be lethal. At her velocity, evasion was impossible for Wenjalan, leaving him no choice but to defend with all his might. Let's see your mettle then, Lung Mayo's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. With the deadly move imminent, Wenjalan's heart clenched. Unable to dodge, he could only cross his arms to shield his ribs. Bang! As Wenjalan bravely accepted the challenge, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his arm. How could this woman possess such formidable strength? And it appeared that she had yet to exert her full power. In his moment of distraction, Lung Mayo seized the opportunity, stepping swiftly before him. Grasping his arm with force, and executing a swift maneuver that swept his right leg aside, sending Wenjalan crashing to the ground beneath the stage. Dusting off her hands, the masked woman on the stage radiated brilliance. Chapter 85, The Heart of Aurora Shueli, You Have Lost. The masked woman spoke with a playful tone, her long braid cascading with the vivacity of its owner. Lung Mayo's performance undeniably delivered a resounding slap to those who had previously underestimated her. A pain that was hard to ignore. Struggling to rise from the ground, Wenjalan approached her, his eyes gleaming fiercely beneath his brows, akin to a bonfire amidst a thicket of thorns. With his hands clasped in a gesture of respect, he bowed slightly. Miss, I am grateful for your teachings. She was indeed formidable, perhaps even on par with fifth brother. Moreover, her voice and mask evoked a sense of familiarity. Further investigation would be warranted upon his return. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below the stage. You wolf, you wolf. The chants grew louder, celebrating her triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, a new champion of combat has emerged. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Yu Ling for receiving a significant reward in the arena, a special token. The judge, with his bald head reflecting an unpleasant glimmer under the dim lights, had a round face adorned with thick brows, beneath which glimmered a pair of shrewd and inscrutable eyes. Perpetually scheming. As soon as the judge's words fell, discussions erupted among the crowd, speculating on the importance of this token. However, Lung Mou showed no interest. She had already accomplished her purpose for the day. A gentle breeze whispered through her striking features, and within her piercing gaze, the latent ferocity of a bloodthirsty dragon revealed its cold, glistening fangs. This chilling presence of Lung Mou inexplicably made Wenjalan feel as though life was gradually slipping away, beyond retention. Shueli, I hope you will remain steadfastly loyal to your master for the rest of your life. This is my counsel to you. Should I ever discover your betrayal, I shall personally ensure your demise in the most excruciating manner, Lung Mou whispered close to Wenjalan's ear, her words meant solely for him. With that, she turned away from the referee and departed the underground arena without a backward glance. Wenjalan stood there, momentarily stunned, contemplating the woman's actions. With her formidable strength, she could have easily taken his life, yet she refrained, indicating that her presence in the arena was merely to assess his abilities. His handsome brows furrowed tightly. Did she perhaps know fifth brother? How could I possibly betray Brother Wu? Wenjalan appeared thoroughly perplexed, utterly devoid of any clues. The matter surrounding the fighting arena had nearly been resolved. It would be best to return and inform Brother Wu of this situation. Rubbing his injured hand, Wenjalan leisurely departed the underground fighting arena, following behind Lung Mou. The two exuded an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a flustered Lu Wenchuan, along with the referees. Wait for me, Yu Ling. Lu Wenchuan hastily snatched the token from the referee's hand and rushed out to pursue Lung Mou. As for the token, it was too good to pass up. It might prove useful in the future. Xiaoyu, why didn't you tell me sooner that you are Yu Ling? You made me worry for nothing, Lu Wenchuan panted, tugging at Lung Mou as he rambled on. Heaven knows how anxious he was when she was about to take the stage. Had anything happened to her, Jiao Yan would have surely killed him. And he would never forgive himself. Who could have anticipated her sudden revelation of that mask? Leaning against his ostentatious sports car, Lung Mou regarded him with a knowing half-smile. Oh, I thought Jiao Yan had already informed you. What? That rascal Zhou Yan hasn't let slip a single word. Do you no longer consider me a brother? Lu Wenxuan exclaimed in indignation, his cheeks puffed up like an adorable fox. Aurora, school is right around the corner. And you intend to flaunt this persona beside me all day? Ling Mou delicately tugged at Lu Wenxuan's green hair, expressing her disdain. If it were truly the case, she would not allow him to linger in her vicinity, as it was rather embarrassing. Lu Wenxuan felt somewhat troubled. His appearance was inherently more enchanting than that of the average young man, and he had dyed his hair green to avoid being labeled effeminate. He had always been sensitive about such perceptions. Xiaoyu, do you genuinely think this is inappropriate? Ling Mou tossed a mask into his hands with an air of nonchalance and elegance. Aurora, I merely wish for you all to follow your hearts and live joyfully. That is of paramount importance. In the distance, a flock of wild geese soared across the azure sky, embodying a life of unrestrained freedom. In her past life, she had predominantly lived for the cold family, but how many moments of true happiness had she truly experienced? Not a single moment was devoted to friends. Nor a minute spent in the company of the Shi family, and certainly no time was allocated to ascertain whether Xin Jiwei was indeed that boy. Let alone any attention paid to Ling Xinlu's malicious intentions towards her. Ling Mou withdrew her gaze from the horizon and tucked away the pervasive sorrow, reclaiming her identity as a queen unbound by any constraints. Aurora, you are still young, you should not squander your days in the laboratory. I do not have countless tasks for you, rather, I hope you can relish the joys that this age should bring. Can you comprehend that? Grasping Lu Wenxuan's scapula, she exerted a gentle pressure, striving to convey her sincerity and determination. Lu Wenxuan's straight legs trembled slightly, moved by her gesture. It was only when the king was earnest that he would refer to him as Aurora, and he had never considered how significant their happiness was to the king. Yet. Xiaoyu, do you not find me effeminate? Throughout his life, this appearance had brought him countless troubles, even in endeavors unrelated to such perceptions, many would mock him. Even his own family teased him for his looks, and he was merely a teenager, unable to remain indifferent to the opinions of others. Leng Mayo tenderly embraced him, feeling a deep sympathy for such an Aurora. It was no wonder that Mo Yujin and the others cherished him so dearly. Aurora, you are truly beautiful. Why concern yourself with the gazes of others? They are inconsequential. You have us, those who love you, and that is sufficient. Ultimately, Lu Wenxuan could not hold back his tears any longer. Xiaoyu, thank you. I now know what to do. I am grateful to you for helping me untangle this long-standing knot in my heart. I shall not disappoint you. Well, you are at least a boy older than me. Why so prone to tears? Come now, let me take you out for a meal. With a swift motion, she draped her arm around Lu Wenxuan's neck and ushered him into the car. The engine roared to life as the flamboyant sports car sped away. Chapter 86, Sudden Developments. It seemed that something was amiss. Was today not a day when Xiaoyu was feeling down? How did I become myself? It was only then that Lu Wenxuan realized he had brought Ling Mayo out for a breath of fresh air, and how he had managed to resolve his own troubles. Xiaoyu, what would you like to eat? It's on me, he said, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. To Ling Mayo, this attitude was rather vexing. However, what could she do? After all, he was still a child. She decided to indulge him a bit. Yet, her grip on the steering wheel tightened, suppressing her irritation. Oh. How could young Master Lu treat me and not have my respect? Ling Mayo mused, her mind whirling with ideas until suddenly, a light bulb illuminated above her head. How about Emotion? I've heard their dishes are quite delightful. Huh. Let me show you, Emotion's cuisine isn't exactly inexpensive. It wouldn't hurt to make you spend a little, she thought mischievously. Indeed, upon hearing the name Emotion, Lu Wenxuan's expression fell, his brows knitting in dismay. Xiaoyu, can we choose somewhere else? His damp, pleading eyes looked at Ling Mayo, silently hoping she might show mercy and select a different venue. However, she pretended not to notice his distress and pressed the accelerator even harder, causing Lu Wenxuan to clutch the car door, terrified of being thrown out by her. He resigned himself to his fate, yet his heart ached, bleeding drop by drop. Unbeknownst to him, a smile finally graced Ling Mayo's lips. Come on. Why are you just sitting there? Having brought the car to a standstill, Lu Wenxuan was still contemplating lingering, hoping to persuade Ling Moi to change venues. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather because he had long ceased relying on his family. Every penny was earned through his own toil. The Jasmine Pavilion was an establishment for the affluent, and he was endeavoring to save for his future bride. Contrary to his expectations, Lung Moi acted unpredictably. Discerning his reluctance yet insistently dragging him inside, a veritable transgression. Welcome, esteemed patrons. Please, come in. Beyond its exceptional cuisine, the Jasmine Pavilion boasted unparalleled service throughout Fengcheng. Lung Moi retrieved a card from her pocket, previously bestowed upon her by Jiu Yan, granting her supreme privileges at the Jasmine Pavilion, one of only 2 in the entire city. The attentive waitress received the card, scrutinized it meticulously, and escorted them to a private chamber on the 3rd floor with a beaming smile. Honored guests, here is our menu. Upon seating, the waitress unfurled the menu and presented it to Lung Moi. Lu Wenchuan remained bewildered. The ground floor was already exorbitant, let alone the 3rd floor. He feared Lung Moi would bankrupt him. Observing Lu Wenchuan's amusingly perplexed demeanor, Lung Moi decided to cease her teasing, lest she reduce him to tears. Bring us a selection of your signature dishes. Without so much as a glance at the menu, she closed it and returned it to the waitress. Very well, esteemed patrons. Please await your repast with patience. Cease your morose behavior. I was merely jesting, this repast is my treat. In an effort to bring her joy. He was certainly going to great lengths. Extracting funds from a miser was indeed a formidable task. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenchuan, who had been listlessly slumped at the table, abruptly lifted his head. Xiaoyu, I genuinely think you're the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Silence, she retorted. Not even food can silence that irksome mouth of yours. I'm going to the restroom. A sudden pang in her lower abdomen prompted Lung Mou to excuse herself. She hastily made her way toward the restroom. Her brow beaded with perspiration. Thud, the unexpected surge of pain compelled Lung Mou to rush forward, head bowed, only to collide with someone. Good heavens, girl. Are you blind? Watch where you're going. A swarthy, rough-looking man bellowed at her. Lung Mou had collapsed onto the frigid floor, the pain sapping her strength. She could only curl up on the ground, clutching her abdomen. Assuming she was attempting to stage an accident, the uncouth man, disregarding any semblance of chivalry, seized the petite Lung Mou and launched into a tirade. What, trying to scam me? These young girls nowadays are incorrigible. Instead of attending school, they're here trying to swindle people. Are you mad with greed? Beads of sweat cascaded from her forehead, disappearing into the carpet. Lung Mou's face was ashen, and she lacked the strength to resist. As Qi Yuye emerged from the restroom, having just washed his hands, he beheld a rugged man assaulting a girl. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but as he passed by, a jolt of alarm surged through his chest. It was Yuer. The girl the rough man was gripping was indeed his Yuer. There was no time to ponder how she had found herself in Emotion Pavilion. Qi Yuye swiftly raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the man's chest. With a resounding crash, the brute was sent flying, colliding with an ancient vase worth over 10 million, shattering it into countless fragments. President Qi, what is the meaning of this? How have I offended you? I came here to discuss a collaboration with MY, what is happening? When did I provoke this formidable fiend? The icy glare from Qi Yuye was lethal enough to silence him. Paying no heed to the man's inquiries, Qi Yuye picked up the unconscious Lung Mou. His heart racing with worry. Yuer, wake up, what is wrong? The girl in his arms was pale as death, her body drenched in sweat. As though she had just emerged from the depths of water, her plight tore at Qi Yuye's heart. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lung Mou gradually regained a sliver of consciousness. It hurts. Her voice was frail and weak. Jolin. There is no need for collaboration between MY and the Zhang group, the negotiations are cancelled. Behind Qi Yuye. When Jolin had just changed clothes after leaving the underground fighting arena, only to be met with the sight of Qi Yuye, fierce and protective, cradling the barely breathing Lung Mou. Fifth brother, I understand. Please, take Yuer home. With an icy countenance, when Jolin strode towards the Zhang Corporation's general manager, who was still sprawled on the ground, she raised her foot and brought it down forcefully upon his hand. My fifth brother wouldn't even utter a harsh word to his precious darling, yet you dared to lay a hand on him. In that case, this hand of yours is forfeit. Having grown up alongside Qi Yuye, Wen Jolin possessed a deep understanding of his temperament. To him, Lung Myu was his very lifeblood, he would sooner perish than allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. Were it not for his concern for Ling Myu, Qi Yuya would likely have preferred to deal with this scoundrel himself. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the general manager's hand was shattered. Why you don't frighten me. Wake up, Qi Yuya's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible sob, reached Ling Myu's ears. As if sensing Qi Yuya's entreaties, Ling Myu gradually regained a flicker of consciousness. Don't worry. I'm alright. He forced a smile, more akin to a grimace, in an attempt to assuage Qi Yuya's anxiety. Lu Wenyao, come to Yue Manor immediately. Hurry. Chapter 87, Behave Yourself. Qi Yuya, witnessing Ling Myu's agony, yearned to bear the pain in his stead. Lu Wenyao, on the other end of the line, was taken aback by Qi Yuya's frantic tone. When had his fifth brother ever lost control of his emotions to such an extent? Lu Wenyao was still oblivious to the fact that his brother had found Ling Moi. Thus he could not fathom how even the seemingly omnipotent fifth master of the Qi family could be driven to such desperation. It is worth noting that the fifth master could easily subdue his own father. With no time to ponder further, Lu Wenyao hastily gathered his belongings and rushed towards the Yue mansion. The elongated silver charm steadily halted beneath the mansion, as Qi Yanyi swiftly scooped up Ling Moi and dashed upstairs, barely affording a greeting to Zhang Ma. Gently placing the young girl upon the bed, Qi Yanyi's anxious and restless heart found no solace. Blood? This blood did not belong to him, it must belong to Yue. Had that despicable brood harmed her? He yearned to examine Ling Moi to ascertain the source of her injury, yet he felt utterly at a loss. Fifth brother, I have arrived. Lu Wenyao, the personal physician and close confidant of Qi Yanyi, sensed that his urgent summons was likely due to an injury. Zhang Ma led Lu Wenyao into the bedroom, where they beheld a distraught Qi Yanyi and a seemingly lifeless Ling Moi lying in bed. Fifth brother, allow me to take a look. Lu Wenyao's gaze fell upon Ling Moi, and it was evident that it was not Qi Yanyi who was injured. The one in peril was certainly the girl on the bed. Could it be that this young lady was the one fifth brother had been searching for over the past decade? Yao, Yue is bleeding. But I do not know where her injury lies. Please, you must help me. Qi Yanyi now appeared utterly helpless. Observing Qi Yuya's remorseful demeanor, Lu Wenyao felt a pang of sympathy. It was the first time he had witnessed his usually omnipotent fifth brother in such a state. Without further hesitation, Lu Wenchuan uncovered the quilt from Ling Moi's body, revealing the young girl clutching her abdomen in evident distress. Taking her hand, he took her pulse. Lu Wenchuan's taut nerves finally relaxed. So that's it. Fifth brother, you can rest assured. It's just her period, a monthly occurrence. However, the severe pain is a malady in itself. I'll prescribe some pain-relieving medication, of my own concoction, with no side effects. As he spoke, Lu Wenyao retrieved the medicine from his kit, grateful that his sister's needs had prepared him for this situation. Have her take 2 pills when she awakens. Let Zhang Ma handle the rest. Lu Wenyao guided the dumbfounded Qi Yuya out of the bedroom, entrusting Ling Moi to Zhang Ma's care. In the living room, he remarked, I say, fifth brother, there's no need to be so anxious about this. Just be more attentive and take good care of her in the future. This condition can be managed, no need to fret. Hearing Lu Wenyao's words, Qi Yuya's previously taut nerves finally began to unwind. Wenyao, I have never been so terrified. Seeing you are lying on the ground, her face pale, I feared she was about to leave me. Qi Yuya covered his eyes with his palm, engulfed in self-reproach. Lu Wenyao could fully comprehend Qi Yuya's sentiments. After searching for someone for over a decade, the mere thought of losing them again would likely deprive fifth brother of any future joy. He patted Qi Yuya on the shoulder, offering silent solace. Understanding that words would be futile at this moment, and that he needed time to recover. Young master, there's no need for concern, Zhang Ma reassured him. Master Mou's ailment is but a minor one, with proper care, she will recuperate. Zhang Ma dressed Ling Mou, applied a warming patch to alleviate her discomfort, and descended the stairs to find her young master consumed by self-reproach and regret. Under their combined reassurance, Qi Yuya gradually composed himself, his thoughts fixated on Ling Mou. Yao, I'm going to check on Yue, please make yourself at home. Yes, don't mind me, go quickly, Lu Wenyao replied. Watching Qi Yuya's departing figure, Lu Wenyao shook his head, wondering when he would encounter the girl destined for him. Is that him? Lu Wenchuan, concerned about Ling Mou's prolonged absence, ventured towards the restroom, only to stumble upon Wen Jialin mercilessly pummeling a swarthy, rough-looking man. Mr. Wen. Have you perhaps seen a strikingly beautiful girl with a high ponytail and large, luminous eyes? He reasoned that if Wen Jialan was here, he might have encountered Mou. Engrossed in his pugilistic endeavors, Wen Jialan was startled by the clear, masculine voice from behind. Ceasing his actions, Wen Jialan slowly turned to meet Lu Wenxuan's gaze. Isn't this Yao's younger brother? The Lu family's oft-absent young master? How could it be here? Is the girl he mentioned perhaps Ms. Leng Mou? Lu Wenxuan felt somewhat uneasy under Wen Jialan's intense scrutiny. Mr. Wen? Are you referring to Ms. Leng? Wen Jialan sought to confirm his conjecture. Mr. Wen. Do you know Xiaoyu? What was going on? Hadn't Xiaoyu just asked him to investigate him? What were these two up to? Ms. Leng has been taken away by fifth brother, so you can rest assured. It seemed this innocent fellow was a friend of Mou's. But how did they come to know each other? Lu Wenxuan exerted considerable effort to disentangle the relationships. Qi Unite had taken Xiaoyu away? Then perhaps everything would be all right. Then Mr. Wen, why did you assault this man? For some inexplicable reason, Lu Wenxuan felt particularly foolish in Wen Jialan's presence. As for Lu Wenxuan's impression on Wen Jialan, he was remarkably handsome and endearing, eliciting a desire to embrace and caress him. Wen Jialan was taken aback by his own thoughts. Good heavens, I must be going mad. How could I harbor such sentiments towards a man? This brute was harassing Ms. Leng earlier. Fifth brother instructed me to discipline him and teach him a lesson. What? Are you saying this scoundrel was bullying Xiaoyu? Upon hearing that Leng Mou had been mistreated, Lu Wenxuan's composure shattered instantly, and he unleashed a barrage of blows and kicks upon the ruffian on the ground. Wen Jialan was somewhat amused and exasperated. Why is this young man so tempestuous? Alright, Wenxuan, if you continue striking him, you'll end up causing a fatality. With the force exhibited by Lu Wenxuan, it would take but a mere 10 minutes for him to be brutally subdued. It is prudent to intervene. Wen Jialan hastily grasped Lu Wenxuan's waist from behind, pulling him away from the man on the ground. The moment his hand made contact with Lu Wenxuan's arm, a jolt of electricity surged through him, leaving Wen Jialan momentarily stunned. Goodness, this young lad's waist is remarkably supple. Lu Wenxuan struggled fiercely, exuding an aura that suggested he was prepared to annihilate the brutish man. Alright, Wenxuan, be a little more compliant. Wen Jialan gently tousled his vibrant green hair, his tone imbued with a tenderness he himself had not noticed. At last, Lu Wenxuan regained his composure, sensing that something was amiss. How do you know my name? He pondered. If it were due to his investigation, then how could this person possibly know his name? Wen Jialan felt somewhat exasperated. Was his presence so negligible? Hadn't he often accompanied Yao to the Lu residence during his childhood? I am a friend of Yao's, and you are his younger brother. Yao speaks of you often. And I have seen you before. In the presence of Lu Wenxuan, Wen Jialan found his patience exceedingly tested. Lu Wenxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he simply did not remember him, while the other had long been aware of his existence. Chapter 88, He called me brother. Why are you stopping me? This scoundrel deserves to be dealt with. This garbage is not one of our own. He even bullies Xiaoyu. Killing him would not be unjust. Why on earth is Wen Jialan trying to restrain me? It's infuriating. Although Lu Wenxuan often babbles nonsensically, he is fiercely protective of his own. Those close to him can be teased, but no one else dares to lay a finger on them. Hey! How is Lin Moi doing? It was only after calming down that he remembered to inquire about Lin Moi's condition. Though there was no need to worry about the fifth master of the Qi family. Wen Jialan observed Lu Wenxuan's comical little dragon-like demeanor and couldn't suppress a smile. Despite desperately trying to glare at the burly man on the ground as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against him. Moi is fine. She just seems to be in a deep unconsciousness. Would you like to go see her? The fact that Ling Moi was invited to dinner suggests an extraordinary relationship between them. Upon hearing that Ling Moi was unconscious, Lu Wenxuan's thoughts had already flown away. Why are you still looking at this trash? Let us go. He rolled his eyes at the situation, feeling that Wen Jialan had no sense of priority. Don't let me encounter you again. Every time I see you, I'll hit you. In a fit of anger, he kicked the burly man's ribs with force and dragged Wen Jialan toward the garage. Hurry up, hurry up. Lu Wenxuan anxiously opened the car door while urging the slow-moving Wen Jialan. Wen Jialan found it somewhat amusing. Not only was Ling Moi there, but Yao was also present. This was a classic case of concern leading to confusion. Little one, your brother is there too. I truly believe you need not worry about Moy getting into any trouble. When Jolin leisurely settled into the passenger seat, savoring the allure of the two sports cars with a relaxed demeanor. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck his head, leaving his keen eyes momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Apart from Brother Wu, who else dared to strike him so? Tilting his head, he spotted the irate Lu Wenxuan. His youthful visage both enchanting and adorably fierce. Indeed, when Xiaoyu was not your friend, one would not know the depth of concern. With just a mention of Lu Wenyao, his irritation flared. Entrusted with the family business, he abandoned it to pursue medicine, sacrificing years of freedom while immersing himself in the intricacies of commerce. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's timely intervention, he would still be languishing in the company. When Jolin's heart raced involuntarily. Could this little fellow be excessively endearing? That indignant expression resembled a pufferfish. All right, little one, let us proceed to the Yue mansion, he said, reclining lazily against the seat, feigning slumber to mask his unease. Having acquired the information he sought, Lu Wenxuan promptly ignited the sports car's engine, hurtling towards the Yue mansion like a rocket. Yet, a nagging feeling of something amiss lingered in the air. When Jolin, do not call me little one any longer. Lu Wenxuan erupted, realization dawning upon him. I am already 17. Why do they persist in calling me a little one? Even Lu Wenyao. And now this fellow too, do I not deserve some dignity? However, why does being called by this fellow evoke a hint of excitement within me? Lu Wenxuan vigorously shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the inappropriate thoughts cluttering his mind. His current concern should be for Xiaoyu, not these distractions. The sports car glided unimpeded into the Yue residence, and before it had even come to a complete stop, Lu Wenxuan rushed anxiously into the house. When Jolin was left speechless, such impulsiveness was remarkable. No wonder Lu Lianyao found it challenging to manage him. He could only park the car himself. Feeling quite frustrated as he entered the house. Lu Lianyao, where is Xiaoyu? How is she? Upon entering the hall, Lu Wenxuan found Lu Lianyao alone on the sofa, without a clue as to whom he should inquire about, as he was unfamiliar with this place. Lu Lianyao was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the green-haired monkey and, upon closer inspection, realized it was none other than his younger brother. Wenxuan. What brings you here? Lu Lianyao was unaware of Lu Wenxuan's connection to Ling Mou and had always preferred to steer clear of their circle. It was peculiar for him to suddenly appear at Yue residence, seemingly in pursuit of Ling Mou. When Jolin, unhurriedly, finally made his way to the living room. He, after all, was a friend of Mou's. He settled into the sofa, crossed his legs, and appeared utterly unconcerned about Ling Mou's condition, which only heightened Lu Wenxuan's anxiety. Wenxuan, there is no need for concern, Mou is fine, merely feeling unwell and will recover after some rest. Fifth brother is watching over her. Lu Lianyao freed himself from Lu Wenxuan's grasp and gestured for him to sit down on the sofa. Observing Lu Wenxuan's peculiar expression, it was unusual to witness such concern from the lad, who typically displayed little regard for others. Meanwhile, the doe-eyed girl, her eyes brimming with tears, remained consumed by worry for Lung Moi's condition, oblivious to the fervent gazes fixed upon her. Brother, is Moi truly all right? Lu Wenyao was taken aback, realizing the boy had indeed fallen under some enchantment. Previously, he had always addressed him by his full name, but now, he was calling him brother. Rest assured, lad. He is fine. You can verify with Zhang Ma. Lu Wenyao patted Lu Wenxuan's verdant head, gesturing towards Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma, entering the living room with a platter of fruit, noticed the young man's concern for Lung Moi. Do not fret, Moi is perfectly well. He simply requires some rest. She reassured him with a benevolent gaze. Lu Wenxuan's apprehension gradually subsided, though his emotions remained somewhat unsettled. Seeing this, when Jolin abandoned his aloof demeanor and settled beside him, draping an arm over Lu Wenxuan's shoulder. See? I told you there was no need to worry. Was I not correct? Lu Wenxuan, without uttering a word, rolled his eyes at him and turned his face away, ignoring him. When Jolin shook his head in resignation, Lung Moi's grip on his clothing finally loosened, and his tightly shut eyes slowly fluttered open. Ah Yi, what is wrong? Why do you appear so weary and unhappy? Lung Moi's delicate brows furrowed in concern. Qi Yuye observed the little figure on the bed finally awakening, releasing a sigh of relief. Come, take the medicine, it will alleviate your pain. He raised the cup of water, the medicine cradled in his palm, having waited patiently for the little one to regain consciousness, almost allowing the medicine to dissolve. With Chi Yuya's support, Lung Moi sat up against the headboard, her complexion gradually regaining some color. I'm sorry, Ai, for causing you worry. After taking the medicine, she nestled in his embrace, feeling a twinge of guilt. Has your health always been like this? Chi Yuya began contemplating how to restore her well-being. Lung Moi's cheeks flushed as she realized the reason for her abdominal pain. It's fine, Ai, I'm mindful of it, there's no need for concern. Unable to bear the sight of Ai in distress, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and depression. Chi Yuya merely held her silently, not uttering a word. Chapter 89, Wen Xuan's blessing. Ai, let us go downstairs, Zhang Ma must be quite worried, and I'm a bit hungry too. Lung Moi pouted playfully. Knowing that Ai was easily swayed by her whims, he would acquiesce to anything she requested. This was the only way to divert his attention from his feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Aren't you going to lie down a little longer? Won't your stomach hurt if this continues? Suddenly, Lung Moi chuckled softly. Ai, are you overly concerned? This is quite normal. It hasn't reached a point where I can't walk. She gently pressed her forehead against his, offering a sweet smile. Observing the gradual restoration of her complexion, Chi Yuya felt a sense of relief wash over him, his previously clenched heart now at ease. If you experience any discomfort, inform me immediately. He was loath to witness a recurrence of that scene, fearing he might lose control. Alright, I understand, Ai. You're being quite verbose, Lung Moi teased him, seemingly unafraid. Xiao Yu. Lu Wenchuan, who had been sitting there anxiously, upon seeing Lung Moi being assisted down by Chi Yuya, dashed towards her with the speed of a sprinter. Xiao Yu, are you alright? You scared me to death. He appeared as though he might burst into tears at any moment. Lung Moi felt a flock of crows fly over her head. Was this guy being overly dramatic? It's not as if I was on the verge of death. She reached out, placing her hand on his forehead to create some distance. Wenchuan, I'm not dead yet. What's with this almost crying act? Chi Yuya promptly stepped forward, shielding Lung Moi behind him, his gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing Lu Wenchuan with icy intensity. Witnessing the escalating tension, Lung Moi quickly positioned herself between the two, reaching out to tug at Chi Yuya's sleeve, urging him to retract his oppressive aura. Ai. Wenchuan is a friend of mine. Lung Moi's large eyes fluttered, sparkling with brightness. Chi Yuya was aware that Wen Jialin had already informed him of their dinner engagement at the Jasmine Pavilion. Were it not for the fact that this young man was a dear friend of Yuer, he would likely have been cast aside to some unknown location by now. Lu Wenyao thought to himself, fifth brother, have you forgotten that he's my younger brother? Indeed, a man changes when he's in love. Wenchuan, this is my boyfriend, Chi Yuya. You're acquainted with him. As a young master of one of the 4 prominent families in Fengqing, how could Lu Wenchuan possibly be unfamiliar with Chi Yuya? That would be quite absurd. The adorable Lu Wenchuan stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback. He had suspected that the relationship between Lung Moi and Chi Yuya was not ordinary, but he never imagined it to be this extraordinary. No, Moi, how old are you? Lu Wenyao, have you no scruples, even towards a young girl? Lu Wenchuan erupted in a fit of fury directed at his brother, showing no mercy. Master Chi. Moi is barely 16, can't you wait 2 years, even if you have feelings for her? How can she face the world with you behaving this way? Lu Wenchuan had been on the verge of an explosion for quite some time, and now he had completely erupted. He even dared to chastise Chi Yuya. Chi Yuya's azure-green eyes glimmered with a chilling light, his expression devoid of emotion, mere sparks away from unleashing his wrath. Lung Moi sensed this icy atmosphere. If not halted, it seemed the aurora might soon face dire consequences. Wenchuan, this has nothing to do with Ai, I pursued him willingly. And we have known each other for quite some time, Lung Moi said, gently pulling Lu Wenchuan's arm, distancing him from Chi Yuya. Wenchuan, you are my friend, my companion. You know I seek your blessing. After all, a relationship cherished by loved ones is the highest aspiration I pursue in this lifetime. Lung Moi's earnest and heartfelt declaration resonated in the ears of everyone present. Lu Wenchuan was somewhat moved, if this truly was what Moi desired. Then they would spare no effort to support her, regardless of the cost. Is it truly not him pressuring you? Lu Wenchuan remained somewhat skeptical. While it was undeniable that Xiao Yu was exceptional, one had to wonder if the 5th master of the Qi family truly lacked options for a partner. Would he genuinely treat Xiaoyu well? Lung Mo found herself at a loss, realizing that this fellow must be quite distressed, despite his tender years. No. I is not that kind of person. Observing this, Lu Wenxuan strode directly to Qi Yuye's side, leaving Lung Mo helplessly trying to intervene. Fifth Master Qi. Although I cannot fathom why Xiaoyu holds such affection for you, the fact remains that you are now together. She is my dearest friend, my most cherished sister. If you ever cause her sorrow or fail to protect her, I will ensure that you face the direst consequences, regardless of the cost. His verdant hair stood upright. Yet no one considered him unconventional at that moment, rather, his solemn demeanor radiated an aura of brilliance. Qi Yuye's icy demeanor softened, realizing he had misjudged the situation. You need not worry, if anything were to happen to you I would hold myself accountable. The atmosphere in the hall noticeably lightened as the tension between the two eased. Lu Wenxuan felt a sense of satisfaction, he preferred things to be this way. He silently approached Lu Wenyao, exuding an air of haughty pride. Lung Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, she had never intended to conceal her relationship with Qi Yuya from her friends. To be honest, she was merely a girl yearning for love. What could possibly hold more significance than receiving blessings for this cherished relationship? Taking hold of Qi Yuya's hand, Lung Mao's previously sullen face brightened with a radiant smile. Qi Yuya, momentarily dazzled by the girl's joy, glanced at their intertwined hands. And the corners of his stern mouth involuntarily curved upwards. Young master, young ladies, dinner is served, called out Zhang Ma, who had prepared the meal. As she beckoned everyone in the dining hall. Her cheerful demeanor never wavered, she relished the presence of guests in the house. As it filled the atmosphere with warmth and vitality. It seemed that everything began to change for the better since Lung Mao's arrival. Instantly, Zhang Ma's gaze toward Lung Mao softened even further. Wow, Zhang Ma, your cooking gets better and better, exclaimed Lung Mao, eagerly approaching the table. Having eaten nothing at Emotiongu, she was now ravenously hungry. Qi Yuya indulgently served her dishes, and soon her small bowl was brimming with food. You should eat too, she said, mimicking Qi Yuya's gestures as she added a generous portion to his bowl, her charming smile never fading. Lu Wenxuan observed her joyful expression, seemingly comprehending why she was so determined to choose Qi Yuya. With Qi family's fifth master by her side, little you could feel considerably more secure about her status. Distracted and eating his meal absent-mindedly, Lu Wenxuan's thoughts were far from the table. Wenxuan, focus on your meal, Lu Wenyao remarked, serving him his favorite sweet and sour ribs. Clearly noticing his younger brother's lack of engagement. Oh, thank you, brother. Lu Wenxuan was uncharacteristically addressed as brother twice today, which filled him with trepidation. Wenxuan. How did you and Mo come to know each other? Lu Wenyao's gaze settled upon Lung Mo, who was ravenously devouring her meal. Though his question was directed at Lu Wenxuan, Lu Wenxuan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes darted towards Lung Mo, seeking her assistance. Oh no, he thought. How am I to fabricate a tale? That wretched Lu Wenyao, couldn't he have inquired later? Why now, when I am unprepared? He blamed himself for being overly concerned about Xiaoyu, for revealing their acquaintance before he was ready to explain the circumstances of their meeting. Lu Wenxuan felt a tinge of panic, his phoenix eyes darting anxiously towards Lung Mo. This question was not only on Lu Wenyao's mind but also lingered in the thoughts of Wen Jia and Qi Yuyi. Logically, Lung Mo had grown up in the remote Mo Bay village, while the young master of the Lu family, Lu Wenxuan, had never left Fengqing. How, then, did these two come to know each other? The question warranted further investigation. In contrast to Lu Wenxuan's anxiety, Lung Mo was remarkably candid. You ask about Wenxuan and me? When I was a child, I suffered from a minor ailment and encountered him by chance while seeking treatment in Fengqing. He was wandering the streets with a computer in his arms, and I happened upon him. That's how we met. With that, Lung Mo took a large bite of the chicken leg that Qi Yuyi had offered her. Lu Wenyao was rendered speechless. Wenxuan had been forbidden from playing with computers at home during his childhood, so he had defiantly run away from home with his computer. It was plausible that the two had met under such circumstances. So, you two share such a serendipitous connection? Wen Jialin interjected inappropriately. Could you not keep your mouth shut even while eating? In a fit of exasperation, Lu Wenxuan shoved a piece of rib from his chopsticks into Jialin's mouth, leaving him with a comically stuffed cheek. Lu Wenyao shook his head, exasperated by his younger brother's antics. Yu, what ailment did you suffer from in your childhood? Qi Yan inquired solemnly. Though the village chief had once mentioned that Yu had fallen ill as a child and had been taken to Fengcheng for treatment, Qi had scoured the medical records of all hospitals in Fengcheng without uncovering any information regarding Yu's illness. This seemed exceedingly illogical. Oh dear, It was merely that I was found by my mother in a frozen state during my childhood, leaving a lingering ailment. However, I have since recovered. So there is no need for concern. Leng Mo casually dismissed the matter. Unlike her nonchalance, the expressions of the others at the dining table were far from pleasant, with Qi Yan's being the most troubled. How could Yu be so indifferent to her own health? Lu Wenyo appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder you were in such agony today, it all makes sense now. Yao, what do you mean by that? Qi Yan asked, visibly anxious, as he attempted to regain his composure. Oh, fifth brother, if what Mou says is true, that she suffered from frostbite as a child, being a girl, it surely must have had an impact on her health. We must ensure she avoids cold objects and receives proper care moving forward. Leng Mou felt her cheeks flush. Did these individuals truly regard her as invisible? Their continued discussion of her personal matters seemed rather inappropriate. Wen Xuan, is it true that school commences tomorrow? Shall we venture forth presently to have our hair attended to? Leng Mayo interjected, bringing the discourse to a close. Ah? Lu Wenxuan responded, somewhat bewildered, questioning the urgency. However, observing Leng Mayo's playful winks, Lu Wenxuan acquiesced, very well. It is opportune to be rid of this verdant thatch, lest she finds it disagreeable. Hastily finishing the remnants of his meal, Leng Mayo seized Lu Wenxuan's hand and dashed off, disregarding the utterances of the three men behind them, deeming it of no concern. Xiao Yu, have you perhaps committed some transgression? Why the haste, without so much as a backward glance? Smack. A verdant head received an unexpected, resounding slap. Ji Guang. Do you dare jest with me? Have you no regard for your well-being? Leng Mayo retorted, feigning ferocity. However, Lu Wenxuan perceived her intentions differently. Drawing closer with a furtive smile, Xiao Yu, are you perhaps feeling bashful? The formidable Yu Lang, experiencing shyness? That is indeed a rare marvel. Ji Guang, just you wait. Dirume sports car swiftly accelerated along the highway. Tony, replicate this hairstyle and hue for him, spare no attention to detail. Leng Mayo escorted Lu Wenxuan to the most prominent styling establishment in Fengcheng, indicating a particular style in the design compendium before depositing Lu Wenxuan onto the styling chair. Lu Wenxuan, seized by apprehension, pleaded, Xiao Yu, I recant, might I select one myself? Cold Mou smiled coldly, seemingly indifferent to Lu Wenxuan's words. Heh, what do you think? Lu Wenxuan could only lower his head in resignation, sighing, life is not easy. The true instigator, Cold Mou, reclined leisurely on a grand ancient-style bench, swaying back and forth. Miss, all is ready. The stylist roused the dozing Cold Mou, announcing that Lu Wenxuan's hairstyle was complete. Xiao Yu. Come take a look. How does it look? Lu Wenxuan approached her shyly. Cold Mou opened her eyes to behold a stunningly beautiful youth before her. His flaxen hair was breathtakingly gorgeous, and his clear, bright phoenix eyes radiated purity, making one prone to getting lost in their depths. His straight nose, smooth skin, and lightly tinted lips accentuated his already enchanting features, rendering him exquisitely beautiful. My heavens, Wenxuan, you look magnificent. This hairstyle and color suit you perfectly. Really? I initially thought Cold Mou merely intended to tease me, but it appears I underestimated her. Sir, this hairstyle truly compliments you. The stylist nearby could not help but praise him, having never encountered anyone who could so masterfully carry off flaxen hair. This is indeed my finest masterpiece. Did you hear that? I did not deceive you, Cold Mou playfully spread her hands. Indeed, Wenxuan, Mou's eye for beauty is truly discerning. Lu Wenyao and the others had somehow arrived behind him unnoticed. Suddenly receiving compliments, Lu Wenxuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lu Wenyao, are you trying to frighten me? His demeanor appeared somewhat delicate. The young lad was undeniably attractive. It seemed that his younger brother had developed a peculiar fascination with an array of vibrant and eccentric hairstyles, much to the chagrin of their parents. However, the return to normalcy was undoubtedly a positive development. Lu Wenyao's gaze settled upon the girl before him. Perhaps Lu Wenxuan's transformation was attributed to her. Since Wenxuan regarded her as his sister, then Mou would not only be his sister-in-law but also a cherished younger sibling. Meanwhile, the oblivious Lung Mou was contentedly nestled in Chi Yuya's embrace, surrounded by a halo of pink heart-shaped bubbles that evoked envy in onlookers. Completely unaware that she had gained an older brother. This little one was even more stunning and adorable than he had anticipated. Although Wen Jialan's expression remained unchanged. The look in his eyes made Lu Wenxuan feel a bit shy and uneasy. "Hey, why do you keep staring at me?" Wen Jialan inched closer. "Wenxuan. This look suits you perfectly." His praise was far more distracting than the earlier commendation from Lu Wenyao. The sly Lung Mou seemed to have caught a whiff of romance, playfully exchanging glances with Chi Yuya. "You girl." Chi Yuya sighed, bemused by her gossipy nature. Chapter 91, The Start of School, Part 1. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Lu Wenxuan's face as he hurriedly concealed himself behind his brother, avoiding Wen Jialan's fervent gaze. What was it about this person that made their gaze so terrifying? To diffuse the awkwardness, Lung Moi proposed a trip to the amusement park. Driven primarily by her own desire for amusement. "Guys, let's go on that one," she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she pointed to the roller coaster plunging from the sky, eager to try it out. Lu Wenxuan was equally thrilled. "Lu Wenyao. I want to ride that too." Inevitably, the three men indulged their two precious darlings, agreeing to their every whim. With the assistance of the safety personnel, the five of them boarded the daunting roller coaster together. "Ah!" Lu Wenxuan's agonizing screams reverberated like thunder. Lung Moi, with an expression of disdain, rolled her eyes at Lu Wenxuan amidst the rushing wind. "Wenxuan, you're such a wimp. Where did all that excitement go?" The speaker, however, was ashen-faced and speechless. Suddenly, Lu Wenxuan felt a warm hand gently caressing his cold cheek. This comforting warmth compelled him to turn his head toward its source. Wen Jialan? Why was he looking at him so strangely? Still, it was undeniably warm, and he felt less frightened. Lost in his bewilderment, the terrifying vertical roller coaster finally came to a halt. Chi Yuya, holding Lung Moi's hand, walked ahead expressionlessly, seemingly unaffected by the ride. Wen Jialan remained silent and impassive, his strong arm firmly supporting the pale-faced Lu Wenxuan, never leaving his side for a moment. "Oh my goodness, please do not involve me in such projects in the future." Lu Wenxuan lamented as he leaned over the trash can, retching, regretting his decision made earlier that day. "Wenxuan, was it not your own choice to partake?" Lu Wenyao remarked, arms crossed and leaning against a tree, mercilessly teasing him. "Wenyao, just roll away." Indeed, his older brother had never shown a semblance of compassion. Wen Jialan, with a slight smirk, silently offered him a tissue, his attentiveness unwavering. Lung Mei had entangled Qi Yan in a visit to the Ferris wheel, drawn by the legend that a kiss at the pinnacle would bind them together eternally. Though both harbored skepticism about the tale, they acknowledged the significance of ritual. Wen Jialan, concerned for Lu Wenxuan's discomfort, led him to a shaded milk tea shop to relish a delightful afternoon tea. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyao had ventured alone to the adjacent swimming pool. Before they knew it, the joyous day trip of the five had swiftly passed. Lung Mei finally mustered the courage to bid farewell to Qi Yan and return to the Lung residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, Gu Wenyuan called out to her, "Miss, with the school year commencing tomorrow, this is a gift from Uncle Yuan. I hope you do not find it lacking." As Gu Wenyuan spoke, his hands, roughened from years of labor, retrieved an exquisite small gift box from his pocket. Lung Mei accepted it and, upon opening, discovered a simple jade necklace. "Uncle Yuan, thank you, I truly adore it." Lung Mei gently embraced her Uncle Yuan, whose thoughtful gift stood in stark contrast to her biological father, Lung Tianao, who had never considered giving her anything. This gesture deeply moved Lung Mei, especially since the quality of the jade was exceptional, far from ordinary. Observing her acceptance of the gift, Gu Wenyuan smiled, fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. "Little you," he said, "no matter what challenges you may face in the future, I hope you remain joyful and untroubled by worldly concerns. This is also the wish of your mother, Miss Muhani, for you." "Uncle Yuan, I will," replied Lung Mei, linking her arm with his as they entered the villa. "Oh, is that you, sister?" Lung Xinlu's voice dripped with condescension as she appeared, her demeanor reminiscent of a haughty peacock. "How is it that you spend all your time with a servant? No wonder you have yet to make a name for yourself despite all this time. By the way, sister, this is the back-to-school gift from father. It seems there's nothing for you." She smirked. No matter how well you perform, what does it matter?" Father still doesn't he love you, does he? The lady of this house will one day be solely me. The malicious thoughts twisted Ling Xinlu's face into an unappealing grimace, while Ling Meiyo regarded her words with utter disdain. Uncle Yuan, you may go about your business, Ling Meiyo said, releasing Gu Wenyuan's arm, intending to bypass Ling Xinlu as she ascended the stairs. However, Ling Xinlu appeared determined to thwart her intentions, eagerly approaching. So, sister, have you found a home outside? Why do you often return late at night? Her face was filled with disdain and sarcasm towards Ling Moya. Get lost. The sharpness of her low growl nearly startled Ling Xinlu into tumbling down the stairs, providing a perfect opportunity for Ling Moya to retreat to her room. One day, I shall make you bow down and submit to me, Ling Xinlu thought fiercely, as she violently flicked her skirt, venting her frustration. As evening descended, Ling Tianao returned home from the Ling group, while Tang Rong, who had been gallivanting all day, also returned in a disheveled state. Moya, school starts tomorrow. Aunt Rong will drive you and Lulu to registration. Ever since Ling Moya had firmly declared that Tang Rong was not her mother, Ling Tianao had been cautious to avoid provoking her with that title. After all, in 2 years, this girl would become quite useful, and she needed to be nurtured well in the meantime. Tang Rong and Ling Xinlu exchanged a furtive glance, as if reaching a silent agreement. I've had my fill. Take your time, Ling Moya remarked casually, putting down her bowl and chopsticks after a few bites. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, but the meals at the Ling household utterly failed to whet her appetite. Darling, look at her, what is she even saying? I truly do not understand why you brought her back so early, Tang Rong's face twisted with malice. Exactly, Dad, I really dislike her. Ever since Ling Moya arrived, she has been stealing my spotlight. Which one do you think will be more obedient, the one being nurtured or the one just brought back? Ling Tianao's expression was filled with cunning. All of this was clearly observed by Ling Moya through the surveillance camera in her room. Humph. I harbor the aspiration that you shall possess the vitality to endure until that juncture. Her limpid eyes, radiant as light, emanated a perilous chill. Having frolicked outdoors for the duration of the day, Ling Moya had long since reached the nadir of her endurance. After performing a cursory ablution, she promptly reclined upon her bed, succumbing to a profound slumber. The cicadas drone from beyond the window demonstrated a marked cognizance, their volume progressively diminishing, as if apprehensive that their serenade might impinge upon the repose of the girl within the chamber. Beep beep beep. The alarm clock chimed punctually, and the girl laboriously roused herself from the bed, arrayed herself in a towel, and embarked upon her morning constitutional. Mother. The commencement of school registration is not until 8:30, wherefore do you compel me to arise at so premature an hour? Just as Ling Moya was poised to return after her exercise, her auditory senses were assaulted by Ling Xinlu's strident clamor. What machinations are these two contriving anew? Chapter 92, Commencement of School, Part 2, Ah, Lulu, bethink yourself, if we depart for the school antecessantly, that vile wench shall be bereft of conveyance upon her awakening. Tang Rong's heavy cosmetics were impotent to conceal her repulsive visage at this juncture. Lulu, should she be compelled to traverse to school on foot? Would that not be a source of ignominy? Tang Rong's elation burgeoned with each passing moment, as if she had already envisioned Ling Moya's humiliating predicament. Upon hearing Tang Rong's proposition, Ling Xinlu's hitherto languid gaze underwent an abrupt transformation, becoming exceedingly animated. Mother, your sagacity knows no bounds. Let us depart forthwith. I am consumed with impatience to witness the discomfiture of that contemptible hussy. Without awaiting Tang Rong's invitation to enter the vehicle, Ling Xinlu had already clambered aboard with alacrity. Ling Moya serenely occupied a seat upon the flower-bed's edge, her eyes as sable as ink, her thin lips compressed, and her countenance as frigid as ice. It appears I am merely a tool for your idle amusement. Alas, I cannot fulfill your desires. Wen Chuan, please come to the Ling residence to fetch me before the report. She is not incapable of affording a car, she simply prefers not to drive. In a solitary restaurant, Ling Meiyo leisurely savors the breakfast prepared for her by Gu Wenyuan. Today, her attire is impeccably pristine, a pure white shirt accentuates her fair complexion, with the hem and cuffs delicately adorned with silver filigree, which, despite the absence of any additional embellishments, does nothing to diminish her commanding presence. Miss, the ladies are not in the bedroom, have you seen them? We may not have time for the report shortly, Gu Wenyuan remarks, bustling about early in the morning, all in an effort to ensure that Ling Meiyo can attend her report without a hitch. With Miss Mu absent, he must take on these trifling concerns himself. Lung Mayo, however, dismisses his worries. Uncle Yuan, there's no need to fuss, they have already left. Left? Gone to school? Gu Wenyuan's expression turns icy. Do this mother and daughter truly not perceive the gravity of their actions? Apart from the car that Ling Tianeo drove to work, which is the only means of transportation available, how is the young lady to reach school? Miss, do not fret, I shall arrange a taxi for you immediately. Gu Wenyuan delegates his responsibilities to other servants, preparing to rush out in search of a cab, yet hailing one in this affluent area proves to be quite the challenge. Uncle Yuan, there's no need to trouble yourself, I have a way to get to school. Alright, I shall be on my way now. Lung Mayo had just received a message from Lu Wenchuan, who was waiting outside. Miss, how will you get there? Gu Wenyuan followed Lung Mayo out of the Lung family estate, concerned that she might be too stubborn and attempt to walk, potentially injuring herself. With this thought, Gu Wenyuan mentally noted another debt against the mother and daughter duo. Xiao Yu, over here. Lu Wenchuan grinned widely and waved at her from a distance. Uncle Yuan. This is my friend, young master Lu Wenchuan from the Lu family. I will accompany him to school, so there's no need for you to worry. Please head back. Uncle Yuan, I, Lung Mayo, am not as fragile as you perceive. To seek revenge, one must first possess greater resilience and fortitude than others. With that, a sports car roared away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a stunned Gu Wenyuan. Xiao Yu, surely the Ling family values your enrollment? In Fengqing. It was a tremendous honor for a family to have a child accepted into Fengqing No. 1 high school, especially since Xiao Yu was the top scholar of the entire city. Gaining admission to Fengqing No. 1 high school was akin to having one foot in the threshold of university, with most students going on to prestigious institutions. For this reason, parents from the northern cities encouraged their children to strive for admission. However, the Lung family seemed ungrateful, discarding such a jewel while cherishing mere trinkets. Lu Wenchuan felt utterly baffled, yet he was thrilled to be going to school with Xiao Yu, grateful for the opportunity provided by the Lung family. Being merely a rustic maiden, I hardly believe I could capture the attention of such affluent individuals. Lung Myu interlaced her fingers behind her head, leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed, seeking respite. Lw Nsu and furrowed his brow, inquiring, did you perhaps engage in clandestine rendezvous last night? You appear so listless. Her response was a protracted, gentle respiration. Ah, such felicity, he sighed, to slumber at will, unlike myself, who must toil relentlessly on your behalf. The Lung residence was not particularly distant from FNGCHing High School. Given the exceptional capabilities of Lw Nsu's sports car and his velocity, they arrived at the school's entrance in approximately half an hour, amidst the throng of students and parents awaiting registration. The ostentatious screech of the sports car's brakes captivated the attention of those present. Good heavens, is that not the latest Rolls-Royce model? Exclaimed Student A, her face aglow with envy. A vehicle worth over 20 million. Whose is it? They must be incredibly wealthy. Student B speculated, judging by this display. Could it perhaps belong to one of the four great families? Student C offered a well-reasoned analysis. It is unlikely to be the Q or Lung families. The Q family is known for their discretion, and Lung XNL of the Lung family arrived earlier. Thus, it is highly probable that it belongs to the L or SHN family. Student B added, it seems improbable that it is the L family, as the L siblings are not typically so flamboyant or ostentatious. Could it be the SHN family, then? Well, we shall know the owner's identity soon enough when they emerge from the vehicle. A coterie of affluent youths continued to chatter incessantly at the entrance, eagerly joining the speculation regarding the sports car's proprietor. At this moment, Lung Xinlu's mouth had contorted in displeasure. Earlier, when she arrived in her luxury vehicle worth millions, these individuals had fawned over her. Now, however, the spotlight had been stolen by this very car. Impatiently, she pushed her way to the front of the crowd, her distorted features reflecting her desire to discover who dared to eclipse her glory. Lu Wenchuan paid no heed to the enthusiastic reception from those around him and directly approached the car door of Lung Moya, gracefully opening it for her. His actions were courteous yet exuded elegance, clearly indicative of someone raised in a family of affluence, a demeanor that most, like Lung Xinlu, could not hope to rival. Xiao Yu, we have arrived. Amidst the astonishment at the sight of the young master of the Lu family driving his sports car directly to the school entrance, Lu Wenchuan's gesture left them even more astounded. He was the pampered young master of the Liu family, widely recognized as the campus heartthrob at Fengqing No. 1 High School. Who could possibly command such deference from this paragon of privilege? A pair of long, fair legs emerged, clad in black mid-calf marten boots, accompanied by a simple black t-shirt and denim shorts, striking a balance between coolness and casualness. Particularly captivating was her unadorned face, which not only refrained from appearing unattractive but instead radiated a natural beauty. "My goodness, this girl is stunning," praises echoed in Ling Xinlu's ears, each compliment piercing her with discomfort. Who is that young lady? How is it that she is accompanying the campus heartthrob, Liu, to school? And have you all noticed? Liu's hair color has been restored, he's even more dashing now. Many upperclassmen were present at the school entrance, assisting with the freshman registration process, and naturally, some recognized Liu Wenxuan. "Xiao Yu, why did you have me park the car at the entrance? Isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" Liu Wenxuan was perplexed. Wasn't Xiao Yu previously the most disdainful of such grandstanding? Chapter 93, Do not provoke me, you'll find out in a moment. Lung Mo's lips curved into a captivating smile. Wow, this young woman is truly stunning. Has anyone else noticed how well-matched she and Liu are? Some students had already begun to ship the couple. However, there remained a considerable amount of dissenting opinions, given Liu Wenxuan's status. There were simply too many individuals vying for his attention. What do you mean well-matched? I think this woman is either a relative of Liu's or she's desperately trying to ingratiate herself with him. Does no one else think she resembles a vixen with that appearance? It is often said that all the unfavorable rumors about a girl originate either from girls who are inferior to her or from boys who cannot have her. And this statement rings true. Liu Wenxuan overheard these remarks and nearly lost his temper, almost grabbing the speaker to deliver a beating. However, Lung Mo nonchalantly restrained him and shook her head. The appointed time had not yet arrived, and some individuals remained stationary. Anticipating this, Lung Xinlu, emboldened by her mother Tang Rong, promptly approached Liu Wenxuan and Lung Mayo, directing her attention specifically towards the latter. "Elder sister, why have you not been home recently? It is perilous for a young woman to be alone. Mother and I have been deeply concerned for your well-being." Her countenance radiated an innocent and pitiable benevolence. What? Is this young woman also a member of the Lung family? Lung Xinlu addressed her as elder sister? The surrounding parents and students were astonished. Was it not believed that the Lung family had only one daughter, cherished by Lung Tianao and his wife? From whence did this Lung family scion emerge? Lung Tianao had not prioritized Lung Mayo, and the news of her return had not been disseminated within their social circles. Consequently, their unfamiliarity with her was understandable. However, Lung Mayo mused, a subtle curve gracing her lips, her gaze intensifying, "The purpose of today is to familiarize you with my presence." "Oh? How profound is your concern for me?" Her raven hair, gathered high, exuded an ethereal aura, while her countenance resonated with extraordinary fortitude and an icy, piercing brilliance. "Elder sister. What are you implying?" "Mother and I are, of course, concerned for you. Father shares our sentiments. What parents would not be concerned for a daughter who has been absent for several days?" Every utterance from Ling Xinlu conveys a singular message. Lung Mayo often roams the night, seldom returning home. With a smile, Lung Mayo rose and tossed her backpack into Liu Wenxuan's hands, striding towards Lung Xinlu with an air of nonchalance. The sound of her marten boots striking the ground growing increasingly pronounced, her steps light and alluring. "Oh? That is your mother, not mine." Lung Mayo's voice was far from subtle, perhaps deliberately so. Lung Xinlu's expression darkened. This wretched girl dared to undermine her, and she would see how to deal with her. Feigning distress, the corners of Lung Xinlu's eyes reddened, a tear threatening to spill. "Sister, how can you say such a thing? Although she is not your biological mother, she loves you dearly." She portrayed an image of a round white lotus, subtly redirecting the audience's ire towards Lung Mayo. It seemed this young lady from the Lung family did not harbor affection for her stepmother. Lung Xinlu's scheme had borne fruit. A glint of cunning flashing in her downcast eyes. "Are you worried for me in the way that one would strike me with a whip?" Her frigid gaze resembled an abyss, ready to engulf Lung Xinlu, reducing her to mere fragments. Goodness, how can Tang Rong, who usually appears so gentle, resort to domestic violence? The surrounding murmurs escalated with Lung Mayo's words, causing Tang Rong and Ling Xinlu's complexions to fluctuate in a vivid display of hues. "Sister, it was clearly your own fault. You deserve punishment," Lung Xinlu frantically explained. I was mistaken. Are you implying that the servants in my household can trample over me, the legitimate daughter of the Lung family, without consequence? Lung Mayo pressed forward relentlessly, offering her no respite. She certainly did not wish to be treated as a mere spectacle. You claim she is my mother? You are merely 3 months younger than I. Less than 3 days after my mother's passing, Tang Rong entered the gates of Lung Tianao's residence. You dare to call her my mother, while you are my sister? Are you truly worthy of such a title? Lung Mayo lowered her gaze, articulating each word with unwavering candor. If you wish to attract attention, you must possess the requisite ability. The whispers around them swelled and ebbed, a continuous murmur. Goodness! Could Tang Rong be a mistress? Look at her attire, it is utterly revealing. Indeed, perhaps what this Lung family heiress claims holds some truth. Just observe Tang Rong's seductive demeanor. Her daughter is likely no better. It would be prudent for your son to keep his distance from her at school. Listening to these remarks, Lung Mayo felt a modicum of comfort. Lung Xinlua, relish the bitter fruits of your own sowing, for this is of your own making. Sister. Lung Xinlua could no longer endure the spectators' comments and turned away, weeping as she fled from the crowd, her face hidden in her hands. Lulu. Tang Rong was exceedingly anxious for her daughter. Lung Mayo, should Lulu suffer any harm today, I shall not let this matter rest. Tang Rong's venomous glare seemed intent on subjecting Lung Mayo to a slow and torturous demise, filled with malice. Oh, I am ready for whatever comes. Lung Mayo's expression remained impassive, yet she exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation. The gauntlet is cast, Tang Rong. Our conflict commences forthwith. I implore you, do not falter mid-course, lest the consequences be dire. I forewarned you of my ferocity. To provoke me is to invite calamity. This drama, which you so ardently sought to enact, I shall partake in with fervor. However, the ramifications shall be of your own devising, a self-inflicted wound of your own making. What is all this clamor? Form ranks immediately and present your admission letters. The security guard at the entrance deigned to intervene and restore order. As Lu Wenchuan prepared to accompany Lung Myu to register, a refined instructor, adorned with spectacles, approached them. Miss Lung, welcome to Finching High School. Please, accompany me. Lu Wenchuan and Lung Myu exchanged glances, perplexed. Who was this emissary? The instructor led them directly to the principal's office, where a woman veiled behind a flamingo mask sat regally in the principal's chair. A sense of familiarity washed over Lung Myu as she clutched the straps of her satchel, lost in contemplation. This sentiment resonated not only with her but also with the usually oblivious Lu Wenchuan, who sensed an unsettling aura. He was uncertain if the woman occupying the principal's seat was indeed their principal, as their leader was notoriously reclusive. Lu Wenchuan's countenance grew grave as he meticulously observed their surroundings, poised to shield Lung Myu from any potential threat. Just as their minds raced with speculation, the masked woman broke the silence. Long time no see, Yuling, Aurora. You are, Nuantong? As soon as the woman spoke, Lung Myu had nearly confirmed her identity. However, why was Nuantong wearing a mask that resembled a flamingo? What was going on? Lu Wenchuan's exquisite face was filled with astonishment. Who could explain this situation to him? Why had Nuantong suddenly appeared at Fengqing No. 1 Middle School? Did she not fear being discovered? The woman seated approached them and removed her mask. Clearly, Yu Lang was more astute. Aurora, you simply cannot compare. Even I failed to recognize her. Beneath the mask lay an utterly ordinary face, so commonplace that one could easily overlook it in a crowd. Nuantong. How could she present herself with such a visage? Lung Myu understood that Nuantong's disguise skills were unparalleled. Yet why had she suddenly chosen to confront him with a false face? Indeed, Nuantong, this mask is incomparable to your true beauty, it is utterly unappealing. I could hardly recognize you. Upon realizing that the visitor was Nuantong, Lu Wenchuan relaxed his guard, carelessly collapsing onto the desk and tossing grapes into his mouth. Hey, Nuantong, what are you doing? A sharp pain pierced his ear, and upon closer inspection, Lu Wenchuan discovered that Nuantong was pinching his ear. You little rascal, it's one thing not to recognize me, but how dare you eat the grapes I had airlifted all the way from America? At this moment, Nuantong had already torn off the unsightly mask, revealing a mature and enchanting face, exuding a captivating femininity. Her thick, chestnut waves cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, each strand radiating an alluring heat that was simply irresistible. With her lush eyelashes, captivating gaze, and sensually full lips, she epitomized the rare beauty of the East. The innate charm she possessed was something even the exquisite Ling Mayo could not hope to attain. Regardless of the passage of time, their beauty was distinctively different. This was the true essence of Nuantong, aged 25, who, alongside Jiu Yan, managed the Mingxue mercenary corps and was among the few privy to her identity as the Ghost Wolf. Alright, Nuantong, cease your teasing. By the way, what brings you to Fengqing? If it weren't for a mission, Ling Mayo would hardly fathom Nuantong's sudden arrival in Fengqing. However, she hadn't heard from Jiu Yan about any recent assignments for the mercenary group. This individual was rather audacious, seemingly oblivious to the several factions that had been searching for her. Oh dear, Ghost Wolf, it has been far too long since our last meeting, Nuantong exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Ling Mayo, rubbing against her like a beautiful long-haired dog. Ugh. Lu Wenchuan feigned a gag. Sister Nuantong, your sudden display of femininity is a bit overwhelming. In Lu Wenchuan's memory, Nuantong was the most tomboyish among the 7 absolute spirits of the underworld. Even Jiu Yan would struggle to contain her. This was precisely why Nuantong maintained an equal standing with Jiu Yan within the Mingxue. Everything was dictated by strength. Aurora, have you truly become detached from this world? With that, Nuantong produced a dagger from her sleeve, brandishing it before Lu Wenchuan, the blade's glint piercing his eyes. I hastily sought refuge beside Cold Amoyu. Alright, warm eyes, Wen Xian exclaimed, evidently startled. Cold Amoyu intervened, disarming Warm Eyes by seizing the dagger. It appears you haven't been idle these past years, he remarked. Such keenness in this blade is only achieved through constant use. Pray tell, what brings you to Feng City? Warm Eyes smoothed her hair, her tone turning serious. Dire Wolf, my acceptance of this mission was rather sudden. I doubt Jiu Yan had time to inform you. I returned from the border only to learn from Jiu Yan that the Crimson Flame Mercenary Corps is conducting a biological experiment using live subjects. The specifics of the experiment are unclear, save that the laboratory is located in Feng City. Warm Eyes' words evoked a sudden sense of foreboding in Cold Amoyu. A biological experiment? Could it be connected to the events of the previous life? Warm Eyes, do you know the whereabouts of their laboratory? Cold Amoyu inquired urgently. If it were indeed the case, the laboratory had to be destroyed swiftly to avert dire consequences. Warm Eyes' exquisite eyes welled with a hint of moisture, indicating the elusive nature of the matter. For the moment, we only know that Crimson Flame operates an underground arena in Feng City. They recruit victors through gladiatorial contests, ostensibly to join their ranks, but I suspect they are merely test subjects. Furthermore, Lucifer has also set his sights on Crimson Flame, presumably due to the human experimentation. Warm Eyes gnashed her teeth, her gaze hardening. Lucifer, a distinguished unit directly under the command of the President of Huagua. Lucifer's captain has been honored with the esteemed title of Guardian General due to his numerous remarkable achievements. The primary responsibility of Lucifer is to eradicate any organizations or events that pose a threat to the nation. In the past, they had set their sights on the Underworld Blood, but since the actions of Underworld Blood did not constitute a threat to their country, the matter was left unresolved. Sister Nuantong, how can one harbor such feelings? Upon hearing the term human experimentation, Lu Wenchuan instinctively felt that the group known as Red Flame would not engage in benevolent endeavors. Those who were taken away have since vanished without a trace, never to reappear, and such occurrences have transpired more than once. Many affluent families have lost their sons and daughters and have resorted to hiring Underworld Blood to assist in their search. Nuantong, you must refrain from investigating this matter personally. I will have you go when the time is right. I have other plans in place. Your emergence would inevitably alert the enemy, as your techniques could easily be recognized as belonging to Underworld Blood. If captured by Red Flame, the consequences could be dire, so this course of action seems necessary. Nuantong, please call Jiuyan and instruct him to send the purple crocodile over. Lung Mayu's gaze was cold and resolute. You mean to suggest sending the purple crocodile to the underground fighting arena to participate in Red Flame's selection of test subjects? Wouldn't that be excessively perilous? Warm Tong felt a twinge of unease. It was only after returning that she learned about the new addition to the ranks of the Underworld Blood, a rather sunny boy. Although she had observed his rapid progress in training, the arena of combat still seemed premature for him. Cold Amoyu discerned her concerns, yet she possessed her justifications. Warm Tong, I wish for him to mature swiftly. The combat arena is indeed more perilous than the training base, however. It presents an exceptional opportunity for the purple crocodile's enhancement. Please keep a watchful eye on him during his matches and ensure his safety. Cold Mou's words were resolute, leaving no room for debate. Warm Tong understood that, despite his youth, Yu Lang demonstrated a foresight that surpassed both her and Jiao Yan's. You didn't come to Feng City solely for this matter, did you? Otherwise, what brings you to the principal's office? Hehe, nothing escapes your notice. I merely wanted to see you and Aurora since you were both here. Warm Tong often played the role of a nurturing older sister, radiating kindness towards her loved ones. At this moment, Lu Wenchuan finally seized the opportunity to speak. Come on, Warm Tong, you're just here to see Xiaoyu, don't drag me into this. Please don't involve me, I'm afraid, and I lack the fortune for such matters. This insufferable brat remained as infuriating as ever. How she longed to give him a good thrashing. Alas, for now, all she could do was shoot him a fierce glare, feeling utterly frustrated. Chapter 95, Farewell to a Friend. Are you two not weary? Kindly silence yourselves. The two incessantly bickered upon meeting. And it was no wonder Jiao Yan remarked that the 7 absolutes of the underworld dreaded their gatherings. Humph. Each averted their heads, refusing to yield to the other. Warm Eyes, what is your affiliation with the principal of Fengqing No. 1 High School? Could it be that your golden sealing wax has something to do with her? Otherwise the admission notice would not have been delivered to Mabe Village so promptly? Warm Eyes did not seem particularly concerned about this. As if it were a perfectly ordinary matter. Oh, that? Jiao Yan couldn't withstand my pestering and divulged your information to me. I simply wanted to do something for you. So I went ahead and affixed the golden sealing wax directly. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Warm Eyes' voice was gentle and melodious. And with her bright eyes and radiant teeth, she was the epitome of a tender beauty. However, her words detonated like a magnificent firework in Lu Wenchuan's mind, shocking him so much that he rushed over to fawn over her. Warm Eyes, you wouldn't happen to be the principal of Fengqing No. 1 High School, would you? Please. Give me your protection, and don't bother me if I skip class in the future. Cold Mou and Warm Eyes exchanged glances. A series of black lines running across their foreheads. This fellow was indeed not quite right in the head. Warm Eyes had thought he was going to say something important. But now she couldn't resist the urge to kick this imbecile out. It was simply preposterous. How did you become the principal of Fengqing No. 1 High School? Cold Mou inquired abruptly. In her previous life, she did not seem to be aware that Warm Eyes held such a position, and at that time, her own identity as Cold Mou had not been revealed to them. Looking at it now, having these friends was quite wonderful. The feeling they gave her was far warmer than that of the Cold family. Warm Eyes had not anticipated Cold Mou's question. Oh, a few years ago. The school's principal was attacked. I rescued him, but he was severely injured. I happened to have some funds, so I purchased the school from him. Fengqing No. 1 High School is a quintessential private institution, with explicitly defined objectives, amenable to private transfer. However, Leng Mayo surmised that the matter was more intricate than it appeared. Nuantong was not one to settle in a particular locale, suggesting that Fengqing held someone she yearned to see. Heavens! The formidable gaze of Yu Lang caused Nuantong to divert her attention, betraying a hint of disquietude. In Leng Mayo's estimation, this was merely a futile attempt at self-deception. Confirming her conjecture. What manner of person could captivate the heart of the haughty Mingxue Nuantong, compelling her to invest a considerable sum in establishing a school in this place? Leng Mayo refrained from exposing her, instead offering a faint smile. Having located I herself, it was time for them to pursue their own felicity. Wenchuan. Let us depart and explore. Now that the matter of the underground arena had come to light, they could not linger here, lest those with ulterior motives seize upon it. Very well, Lu Wenchuan responded, surreptitiously pilfering all the foreign grapes from Nuantong's desk while she was unawares, much to her chagrin. Leng Mayo shook her head in amusement at this gesture. Could a rustic such as yourself afford such an exorbitant satchel? It must be pilfered, surely? A vitriolic voice reached Leng Mayo's ears as she exited the door. Initially intending to proceed, as such matters were of no concern to her, Leng Mayo, being inherently cold and indifferent, had no desire to intervene. However, she then discerned a voice of unmistakable familiarity. What are you talking about? This was given to me by my dear sister, not something I stole. The girl anxiously defended herself, her expression fraught with distress. Why are you so flustered? You can't possibly be a thief, another remarked. Indeed, just look at her demeanor, echoed a girl from the room, her voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears. I truly did not steal it. This girl was Li Xiaodai, who had come alone to Fengqing No. 1 middle school. Leng Moyo nearly forgot about this incident. That was a gift from me, is there a problem? Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Moyo snatched the bag from the hands of the scornful girl and pulled Li Xiaodai to her side for protection. A few sharp-tongued girls exchanged glances, contemplating further resistance. Just because you say it's a gift, does that make it so? What proof do you have? One girl intended to claim ownership of the bag. Are you implying that I, the eldest daughter of the Ling family, cannot afford such a trivial bag? When did my family ever fall to such depths? Leng Moyo retorted. And do you think the Lu family is any less capable? Lu Wenchuan derisively observed the group. Although she held no desire to mention the Ling family, the name did occasionally prove advantageous. The girls hastily retreated. Xiaoyu. Li Xiaodai finally spotted the Leng Moyo she had been searching for, her unsettled heart gradually finding solace. Leng Moyo understood her feelings. After all, having never left Baimu town, it was natural for her to struggle with social interactions. She would improve with time and practice. Patting Li Xiaodai's back, Leng Moyo softly consoled her. Xiaodai, I'm here for you. Li Xiaodai finally raised her head, noticing Lu Wenchuan next to Leng Moyo. Greetings, I am a friend of Xiaoyu, my name is Lu Wenchuan. Since you are Xiaoyu's friend, you are also my friend from now on. Lu Wenchuan wore a genial smile, striving to appear less intimidating, although he was usually just a bit silly. Hello. You are truly handsome. Li Xiaodai gazed at Lu Wenchuan's face, offering a sincere compliment. Pfft. Leng Moyo was caught off guard by Li Xiaodai's endearing words and chuckled uncontrollably. Lu Wenchuan, however, grew indignant. Xiaoyu, please don't jest with me. It's not as if I chose to look this way. He was already doing his utmost to accept his appearance. Li Xiaodai appeared somewhat flustered. I am Li Xiaodai, Xiaoyu's close friend since childhood. Did I inadvertently offend you? Lu Wenchuan quickly waved his hand at her. If I were to frighten a young lady, Xiaoyu would surely be cross with me. No, I was merely jesting with Xiaoyu. There's no need to take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaodai, why are you alone? Where are Uncle Li and the others? Uncle Li adored her. So why would he allow her to come by herself? Oh, the village's fruit trees need grafting, so my dad and the others are busy these days. I can manage on my own. It then dawned on Leng Moyo that since the Shi Dazhuang couple had moved to the city to oversee their child's education, their orchard had been entrusted to Uncle Li and his family. Xiaodai, I am truly sorry. Had it not been for my ill-conceived orchard initiative, you wouldn't have been left without a ride, nor would you have been subjected to such mistreatment. What if I hadn't happened upon you? Oh, Xiaoyu. Were you not acting in the best interests of our village? There's no need for such remorse. It's nothing, truly. Don't blame yourself. Li Xiaodai, unable to bear Leng Moyo's distress, reassured her. Dear friends aren't so easily broken. Why dwell on such trifles? Very well, shall I treat you to a meal? Xiaodai must be famished after her registration. Hooray! I wish to dine at the Jasmine Pavilion. Lu Wenchuan was already eager, determined not to miss out this time. After having been denied the last Jasmine Pavilion. Xiaoyu, the fare here must be quite dear, Li Xiaodai remarked, her unease palpable, as she had never before set foot in such an upscale establishment. It was at that juncture that Lu Wenchuan perceived an opportunity to prove his worth. Xiaodai, have no worries. Xiaoyu is well-to-do. Let us indulge to our heart's content. The ever-oblivious Lu Wenchuan promptly pulled up a chair beside Li Xiaodai, draping his arm over her shoulder in a display of camaraderie. Leng Moyo couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the fellow possessed a certain sensitivity after all. Wenchuan is correct. My treat. Eat whatever your heart desires. Before long, the Jasmine Pavilion's waitstaff began delivering the dishes they had ordered. Xiaodai, you must sample this. It is the Jasmine Pavilion's signature dish, and I adore it. Lu Wenchuan solicitously served Li Xiaodai, aiming to alleviate the unease she felt in the unfamiliar surroundings. Leng Moyo observed all this, and though he remained silent, his actions of adding food to her plate did not cease. Li Xiaodai was aware of their thoughtfulness and silently acknowledged their gestures, heartily consuming the food in her bowl. Mayo, Wenchuan, thank you, she expressed. Lu Wenchuan and Ling Mayo exchanged smiles, realizing she had come to terms with the situation. Mayo, let's head back, the school is assigning classes this afternoon, Li Xiaodai said. Having finished her meal and noting the time. Alright, let's go. Ling Mayo summoned a waiter, settled the bill, and the trio made their way back to school. Good heavens. Mayo, that meal cost 30,000. That's exorbitant. Li Xiaodai exclaimed, still troubled by the expense some time after leaving the Jasmine Pavilion. She knew the restaurant was pricey, but she hadn't anticipated such a high cost. Noticing the young girl's remorse, Ling Mayo chuckled and gently stroked her head. Xiaodai, don't fret, I can afford it. He reassured her, his expression exceptionally gentle. Indeed, Xiaodai, don't dwell on it, Lu Wenchuan chimed in, offering his support. Li Xiaodai felt somewhat relieved. Esteemed students, respected parents. Welcome to Fengchun High School, where you will embark on a new chapter in your lives. In the auditorium of the high school, the teacher who had escorted Ling Mayo to the Nuantong office began the welcoming address for the new students. As you are aware, matriculation into Fengchun High School signifies a significant stride towards university admission. It is hoped that the students will remain steadfast in their academic pursuits. Those holding crimson wax-sealed acceptance letters, please accompany Ms. Jiang. Xiaoyu, I must depart now. Li Xiaodia's acceptance letter bore a red wax seal. Very well, proceed. A wave of farewell was offered. A sudden, malevolent gaze was perceived by Ling Mou. Following its trajectory, she discerned Ling Xi and Lu, amidst the throng. Fixated upon her with unwavering eyes. Ling Mou, do not presume that today's events will be so easily dismissed. Students bearing black wax-sealed acceptance letters, please follow Mr. Qin. The head of the academic affairs continued to preside over the commencement ceremony. As the instructors led away increasing numbers, the assembly within the auditorium gradually diminished. Esteemed individuals. Paragons from various cities, welcome to Fengchun High School. Tailored training methodologies are in place for you, and it is hoped that you will persevere, attain accomplishments, and better serve the nation. The head of academic affairs descended from the platform, his countenance grave. At present, a mere 30 students remained within the auditorium. Each of you has arrived at this institution for disparate reasons. However, you are united by the fact that you have all gained entry through your own merits. Now, if you would, please follow me. Ling Mou, along with the remaining 30 students, closely trailed behind the head of academic affairs, uncertain as to their destination. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to face the first hurdle of your academic journey. At this moment, the esteemed instructor will guide you through this initial assessment. The instructor? A flicker of brilliance danced in Ling Mayo's eyes. In the distance, on the playground, a towering figure stood prominently. Why does that silhouette seem so familiar? Ling Mayo pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Hello, instructor. The chorus of greetings from the students jolted her back to reality. The instructor slowly turned around, revealing a face that Ling Mayo knew all too well. Wenjialan? The instructor? Is this how they select candidates? Why hadn't Lu Wenchuan informed her about this development? In her previous life, she had been admitted to Fengchun No. 1 High School through monetary means, receiving a crimson wax-sealed notification, and had never particularly paid attention to the golden students. She only knew that they were generally invisible within the school. Could this somehow relate to the so-called assessment? Which organization were they selecting for? The national military? Not only did Ling Mayo find the situation perplexing, but Wenjialan also felt a surge of unease the moment he turned around. Why hadn't his elder brother mentioned that his sister-in-law would be here? If he were to be too harsh, it would be difficult to explain. What a predicament. Greetings everyone. I am your instructor for the first stage of the new student assessment. I trust that, upon seeing my attire, you have already discerned the nature of this assessment. What does the instructor mean? What exactly are we being evaluated on? Many students had already begun to murmur in hushed tones. With the keen, hawk-like eyes of a seasoned observer, Wenjialan scrutinized each individual present, his mind already made up. The assessment commences now. Do you see that track over there? 3 laps within 10 minutes. Failure to meet this criterion will result in immediate reassignment to the Black Fire Lacquer class. As Wenjialan's words resonated, every gaze converged upon the aforementioned track. Ling Mayo scoffed inwardly, recognizing it as a standard military 400-meter obstacle course. This fellow is undoubtedly connected to the national military. In that case, he should pose no threat to a Yi. But to which unit does he belong, and why has he appeared by a yes side? Instructor. Are you certain that is the designated track? A voice of dissent arose from the crowd. When Jolin, with an impassive countenance, responded, "Is there a problem? Anyone with reservations may withdraw now." A palpable sense of unease permeated the air as the crowd exchanged glances. Since there are no withdrawals, we shall proceed with groups of 10. The assessment begins now. With Wen Jolin's command, the first group's assessment commenced, and the second group was called to prepare. As the first group concluded their trials, Wen Jolin made annotations on the roster with a crimson pen. Third group, prepare yourselves. Wen Jolin was acutely aware of Leng Mao's intense scrutiny, and he feigned ignorance, lamenting the awkward situation caused by his fifth brother. As he passed by, Leng Mao cast a significant glance in his direction. A profound sense of trepidation gripped Wen Jolin's heart. You have a mere 10 minutes to complete 3 laps of the obstacle course. Mind the time. Begin. A gunshot reverberated, marking the commencement of Leng Myu's inaugural assessment. Chapter 97, Matriculation Assessment, 2, As I find myself with time to spare. I might as well indulge you in a brief dalliance. The instant the signal resounded, Leng Myu had already surged forward, leaving her teammates trailing far behind. When Jolin was taken aback, Leng Myu's reaction time surpassed that of her peers, and her explosive power was formidable, yet he sensed a certain degree of reservation. As he stood in momentary bewilderment, he beheld Leng Myu already at the obstacle wall, taking a mighty stride, leaping atop, and then descending without pause. The obstacle wall, being the final impediment in the entire 400-meter course, was reached by Leng Myu in less than 90 seconds. Good heavens! Why did fifth brother neglect to inform me that my little sister-in-law possessed this particular aptitude? This record has eclipsed that of the majority within the organization. Could it be that she has undergone specialized training? When Jolin was on edge, to the point that he was barely able to maintain his grip on the roster. Nevertheless, he was more eager to witness Leng Myu's subsequent performance, anticipating even greater surprises. Having navigated the obstacle wall, the next challenge was the balance beam. A point where even those with exceptional equilibrium would find their pace diminished, arms outstretched for stability. However, this presented no impediment to Leng Myu. What might be a formidable obstacle for others, due to the beam's smooth, cylindrical surface requiring a reduction in speed to maintain balance, was mere child's play to her. Since childhood, Leng Myu had secretly subjected herself to rigorous training in the mountains behind her home, honing her mastery over her physical form to its zenith. To her, the balance beam was as level ground. Dismounting the beam, she proceeded without hesitation, dragging the tire as if its weight were negligible. The spectators were dumbfounded. Could a girl truly possess such strength? By the time Leng Myu had reached the finish line, completing the 3-lap obstacle course, the others had yet to finish their second. The entire assessment had taken her less than 5 minutes. WNGLN was at a loss for words. The young mistress's performance surpassing his own by a considerable margin. Instructor WN, mission accomplished, Leng Myu announced, a radiant smile on her lips, showing no signs of exertion. Affirmative, assessment passed. 10 minutes later, the entire group had completed the assessment and reached the finish line. The entire assembly, weary and fatigued, trudged step by step towards Wen Jolin. In the first round of assessments, it is regrettable that 5 students did not meet the requirements. They will proceed directly to the guidance office, where they will be assigned to other classes. Alas, they can no longer remain in this class. The remaining students expressed their disappointment. Congratulations to the 25 students who have advanced to the next round of evaluations. When Jolin escorted the remaining individuals to the next assessment location, Leng Myu had anticipated that the subsequent evaluations would be challenging. Yet they turned out to be merely a series of simple tests, which everyone navigated with ease. Nonetheless, 5 individuals were still eliminated, reducing the class size to 2/3 of its original number. Congratulations to all for successfully overcoming these formidable obstacles and securing your place in the institution. I am your team leader, Qi Xingtian, as well as your combat training instructor. The forthcoming training will be tailored to each of your individual strengths, with specialized instructors from various fields engaged to guide you. I hope each of you will achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. At this moment, Lung Moyo realized that the curriculum of this class appeared to diverge from that of others. Perhaps Nguyen would be aware of this. As she pondered, Team Leader Chi Xingtian's voice resonated once more. I understand that the school's arrangement may seem peculiar to you all, but I assure you that after the instruction concludes, there will be evaluations, and upon passing, you will serve the nation directly. Certainly, those who are deemed unqualified need not worry. The mere fact that you have entered this class signifies that you possess sufficient qualifications to pursue your studies at the university. Should you fail the examination, the school will promptly refer you to Kyoto University. Upon concluding this statement, the students began to murmur among themselves. It became evident that the top class at Fengqing No. 1 middle school was indeed as such, explaining the circulating rumors. The institution allows you a year to develop. After this period, the outcome will depend on your willingness to exert effort. You now have 1 day to attend to trivial matters. Tomorrow morning at 7, assemble on the playground. After the dismissal, Lung Mayo found herself somewhat distracted, ignoring the jubilant celebrations of the excited student crowd around her. Before she realized it, she had arrived at the principal's office. Mayo, why have you returned? Warm Tong asked, noticing Lung Mayo's presence, as she discreetly set aside the magazine she had been reading. Lung Mayo smiled faintly, a subtle hint of amusement in her eyes as she glanced at Warm Tong's face, leisurely inquiring, Warm Tong, for which organization has your golden wax-sealed class been selected? How intriguing that they had not disclosed this to her earlier. Warm Tong, brushing her silky hair, hesitated slightly. Oh. It's nothing particularly special. We have meticulously chosen you all, each of you showing considerable achievement in your respective fields. I previously reached an agreement with the current leaders in various domains to facilitate the selection of talent. The expression seems somewhat off. Little one. Could it be that you've done something to wrong someone and have fallen into a trap? Surely, you haven't been deceived by anyone, have you? Otherwise, given the nature of Warm Tong, it seems unlikely she would assist anyone without compensation. Observing this, Warm Tong hurriedly plopped down beside her, her ample bosom swaying enticingly. Keep your distance from me. I'm feeling dizzy. Alas, it was merely that rascal Luo Chenyang who had led her astray. She had lost to him in a fight, gained nothing, and now had to serve him. Warm Tong pouted, clearly distressed and discontented by the situation. Luo Chenyang? The president's son, the direct appointer of the Special Forces T. New York? How did you end up entangled with him? Aren't they worlds apart? Don't even mention it. During my last mission at the border, I happened to run into him while he was capturing the Crimson Flame. It was purely by chance that we crossed paths. So, what was the rationale behind the organization's selection? Oh, it's just the National Racing Team, the National Computer Association, and some key military units. Warm Tong tossed her thick hair, her demeanor considerably more relaxed. Cold Mou propped her chin, having grasped the underlying reason. So that was it. No wonder the remaining members of this class were all formidable individuals. She had noticed during the assessment that Meng Li from the Fengqing Racing Team and Xiaomu from next door were present as well. Alright, I must be off. Inform me when the purple crocodile arrives. She still needed to return home and inform her parents about this matter, otherwise, having vanished for so long, she could only imagine how worried they must be. Indeed, and also, i.e. Chapter 98, on the eve of departure, i.e., this evening. Could you gather Wen Jialan and the others at the Yue residence for a meal? I purchased the provisions. Very well. Upon exiting Fengqing High School, Lung Moi dispatched this message to Qi Yuya, who was still at MY. The training regimen at Fengqing High School was both extraneous and intrinsic to her designs. Originally, she had intended to resolve the affairs of the Lung family, ascertain the cause of her mother's demise, and ensure the stability of Shi Dazhuang and his family before contemplating the training. However, it seems there is no harm in advancing the schedule. Expedited growth would enable her to contribute, in some small measure, to the nation's endeavors. In recent years, certain international syndicates have become increasingly audacious. The forces of the Netherblood alone are insufficient to subdue them. Only in concert with the national army might they be eradicated entirely. Moreover, as Lin Xinlu and Shin Jiwei's machinations have yet to surface, and as they are unacquainted during these years, let them frolic for a while. Composing her slightly displeased thoughts, Lung Moi quickened her pace homeward. Mother, father, I have returned. The distance from Fengqing High School to Shi Dazhuang's apartment is not far, merely a few minutes' journey. Ah, mother, father, elder sister has returned. Shiryujin and Shiryushi, not yet bound by the commencement of school, greeted Lung Moi's return with exuberant enthusiasm. Lung Moi clasped their hands and proceeded towards Shi Dazhuang and his wife. Dearest, come hither. We are engrossed in a television program of immense comedic value, quoth Li Huanqin, gleefully retrieving Lung Moyo from the children, eager to impart the amusing anecdotes of daily existence. Moyo, pray tell, how did the reporting transpire today? Lung Moyo, in her sagacity, declined the accompaniment of her elders during the reporting, deeming their respite sacrosanct. An attempt to bring Li Xiaodai for a repast was unfortunately thwarted by the rascality of Lu Wenchuan. Exceedingly well, father, she responded. The academy intends to embark upon a year-long training regimen. I have come to bid you adieu. Despite the pangs of reluctance, Lung Moyo was compelled to depart. Prolonged proximity to them might precipitate an encounter with a formidable adversary, leaving her powerless to safeguard them. The succulence of the fruit diminished in Shi Dazhuang's grasp, the abruptness of the news unsettling him. The child, hitherto unseparated from their embrace, aroused concerns about her self-sufficiency. Moyo, I am unaware of any such year-long intensive training at the esteemed first high school, he remarked. Shi Dazhuang's purview, regrettably, did not extend to the auric lacquered echelons of the first high school, his acquaintance limited to the sable and crimson classes. Lung Moyo sighed, a tinge of resignation in her countenance. Father, my circumstances are somewhat idiosyncratic, she elucidated. After a pregnant pause, Lung Moyo resolved to confide in them, divulging that successful completion of the year-long assessment would pave the way for national service, while failure would grant early admission to university. What? Exclaimed Shi Dazhuang and Li Huanqin, their composure momentarily disrupted. Moyo, given such an auspicious opportunity, your parents wholeheartedly endorse your endeavor. My sole trepidation lies in your well-being and the potential hardships you may encounter. With palpable reluctance, Shi Dazhuang and Li Huanqin clasped his hand, their countenances etched with concern. Father, mother, I cannot perpetually evade growth for fear of hardship. I aspire to safeguard you, to elevate your lives, do I not? Nestled between his parents, Lung Moi sensed the warmth of familial bonds, the solace of kinship, surmising that nothing could surpass such felicity. When do you embark? I shall prepare your belongings. Li Huanqin sought to extricate herself from the prevailing sentiment, dreading that a moment's delay would amplify her reluctance to part with Moi. Lung Moi promptly restrained her. Mother, there is no need for preparation. The academy imposes restrictions on personal effects. Typically, such training regimens furnish provisions for the participants. Sister, will your absence be prolonged? Shiryushi, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed into Lung Moi's embrace. Her heart ached in response, yet she remained resolute, acknowledging their youth and her own pursuit of a meaningful existence. Now, you little scamps. You both must heed the counsel of your parents and Nightgage, dedicate yourselves to your studies, and achieve distinction, agreed? Shiryujin, mindful of his status as a boy, resisted the urge to weep openly, pledging to her with reddened eyes, Sister, I shall oversee Xiaoxi, set your mind at ease. Those children possess a commendable understanding of matters of consequence. Father, mother, I must also visit I shall not tarry longer. Lung Moi bid farewell to his parents. Very well, it is fitting to inform young Knight, as he too will undoubtedly be concerned. Li Huanqin and Shi Dazhuang escorted Lung Meiyo down the stairs. Do you think Meiyo and Xiaoya are getting too close? Li Huanqin expressed her concerns. Even if the two children shared mutual affection, it was prudent to maintain some boundaries. Shi Dazhuang understood his wife's worries, he had harbored similar concerns before, but had since dismissed them. Rest assured, Xiaoya is quite aware of the situation and knows how to conduct himself. Yet, Li Huanqin could not shake off her apprehension for her daughter. Where are you, Meiyo? I'm coming to pick you up. Just as she left home, Chi Yuya's call came through. With a cheerful smile, Lung Meiyo answered. I'm at the largest supermarket near my house, you should come over. In a mere few minutes, Chi Yuya had quietly approached her from behind, while Lung Meiyo pondered over which ingredients to purchase. Which kind of beef would be most suitable? She tapped her head, furrowing her brow, prompting Chi Yuya to exclaim how adorable she appeared. What would you like to eat tonight, Meiyo? Chi Yuya gently grasped her hand that was incessantly tapping her head, smiling affectionately. A hot pot sounds delightful, what do you think? The young girl nestled into his embrace, her waist encircled by him, a charming beauty indeed. Then let us have hot pot. Chi Yuya assisted her in selecting a basket filled with prime cuts of beef. With most of the ingredients already acquired, Lung Mayo tossed 2 types of broth into the shopping cart, and together they pushed the cart towards the checkout. Ah, what a delightful couple. The girl is exceptionally beautiful. And the boy is incredibly handsome. Shoppers in the supermarket gazed longingly at the checkout counter where Lung Mou and Chi Yuyi stood, their expressions reflecting envy. A deep smile filled Lung Mou's eyes as she remarked, "Ayi, someone just complimented your looks." Chi Yuyi, holding her hand, leaned closer and whispered sweetly in her ear, "They are also saying that my Yuer is beautiful, which makes me very happy. Since you are with such a stunning girlfriend, shouldn't you be treating her?" The little lady in his arms pouted cutely, striking a chord in the man's heart. After settling the bill, they carried their bags to the car. "Ayi, there is something I need to tell you." Lung Mou, seated in the passenger seat, tilted her head affectionately to gaze at Chi Yuyi, who was driving. Chi Yuye's eyes deepened with joy. He was pleased that Yuer would confide in him first, indicating that she held him dearly in her heart, even though he was already aware. "What is it that Yuer wishes to share with me?" Chapter 99, The Eve of Departure, Part 2, I will be leaving Feng City for a while. Is it a requirement from school? Chi Yuyi inquired, his tone neutral yet understanding. How would you know? Oh, right, Wen Jiaolin, he is in your circle. So naturally, he would inform you about this. So, you already knew? Lung Mou playfully stuck out her tongue. Chi Yuyi, observing her adorable demeanor, felt an unexplainable lump in his throat and instinctively averted his gaze. Yuer was simply too enchanting. Indeed. I am delighted by your affirmation. Words resonated with the most tender chords of her heart. Ah Yi, you hold immense significance in my life. Why would I keep secrets from you? Lung Mou clasps unoccupied hand, her countenance radiating an unbidden tenderness. Thank you, Yuer. They shared a silent communion. Their affections mutually understood, their interlocked hands gradually tightening. Young master, Mou, you've returned. Zhang Ma approached with a beaming smile, relieving Lung Mou of the groceries, which she carried into the kitchen. Oh, Mou, you could have simply called, and I would have acquired these items. There was no need for you to exert yourself so. Had the young master not telephoned to announce his intention to fetch Mou and purchase groceries, she would likely have already departed to procure them herself. It's quite all right, Zhang Ma, Ah Yi and I were already en route. It was no trouble at all. Lung Mou was content with the respite. Zhang Ma was overjoyed, finding Mou's temperament exceptionally agreeable. Yuer, why don't you watch television for a while? I shall manage everything. Deposited his belongings and gently kissed her fair, rosy cheek, causing Lung Mou's face to flush crimson. She hastily retreated to the sofa, concealing herself with a cushion. That Ah Yi is becoming increasingly improper. Can he not see that Zhang Ma is present? How am I to bear this? Had observed these small gestures, noting that her complexion remained so delicate and easily embarrassed. He shook his head with affection and proceeded into the kitchen to assist. Young master. Allow me to take care of the rest. You should accompany Miss Mou to watch some television. If it weren't for the young master's insistence on cooking for Miss Mou, he would never have allowed him to linger in the kitchen for so long amidst the thick smoke and grease. As it stands, Zhang Ma has already begun to usher people away. Chi Yuye glanced at the dishes before him, realizing that there was little of significance left to attend to, and thus acquiesced to Zhang Ma's suggestion. The melodious sound of laughter, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, echoed in his ears. What are you watching? Chi Yuya, seated beside the aloof Mou, wrapped his arms around the girl he had cherished for half a lifetime. Mou nestled comfortably against him and exclaimed, Ah Yi. This Peppa Pig is simply too amusing. Look at her, how silly. Chi Yuya embraced her, relishing the warmth of their shared intimacy, thinking to himself. As long as Yuer is happy. Zhang Ma stood at the kitchen doorway, observing the affectionate pair with a smile that stretched from ear to ear. Clearly a match made in heaven. Ding dong. That must be our friends arriving, let me take a look. With that, Mou gracefully leaped off the sofa and strolled leisurely towards the door. Suddenly, Lu Wenchuan's infuriating visage appeared before her. Xiao Yu, this is our addition to the meal. What do you think? Do you like it? Lu Wenchuan presented a rather unappetizing lump towards her with a sense of pride. Oh dear, Wenchuan, please don't tease Xiao Yu. Li Xiaodai interjected, halting Lu Wenxuan's foolish antics. Xiao Yu, this is your favorite dish, since we're having hot pot, I don't have anything particularly special to offer you. Li Xiaodai felt a twinge of guilt as she grasped Leng Mao's hand. Leng Mao pinched her cheek and said, Oh, Xiaodai, what are we to each other? This is more than enough. The two entered the house, and as Lu Wenxuan strolled toward the kitchen, he remarked, I never would have guessed, Xiao Yu, that you had a taste for this. Is it truly enjoyable when tripe is such a hassle to clean? At that moment, Li Xiaodai was locked in a staring contest with Qi Yan in the living room. Xiao Yu, who is he? Li Xiaodai asked, her face a picture of confusion. The fact that Xiao Yu resided in such a grand and beautiful home had already astonished her. Who was this extraordinarily handsome man who seemed to provoke divine envy? Only then did Leng Mao remember to introduce him. Oh, Xiaodai, this is my boyfriend, Qi Yan. This is my childhood best friend, Xiaodai. Qi Yan maintained a stoic expression, showing little interest in anything except Leng Mao, yet he still adhered to the necessary social niceties. He rose and nodded at Li Xiaodai, saying, Hello. Xiao Yu, how old are you? Li Xiaodai found it hard to believe. Leng Mao chuckled at her adorable expression. Xiaodai, your reaction is exactly like Wenxuan's back then. Is it really that strange to have a boyfriend? Li Xiaodai looked bewildered. Was this really normal? Who is calling me? Lu Wenxuan, having been chased out of the kitchen by Zhang Ma for causing a ruckus, caught wind of his name being mentioned. It's nothing, Li Xiaodai replied dismissively, uninterested in his antics. This guy was so oblivious to the world around him, how could he possibly understand her feelings? Ding dong. I'll get it. Lu Wenxuan volunteered to open the door. Leng Mao shook her head, this child was truly spirited. Is it you? Although she anticipated their arrival, Lu Wenxuan still expressed his reluctance to see them. Wenxuan, you're being mischievous again, Lu Wenyao sighed, feeling exasperated with his younger brother. Only Leng Mao, his sister-in-law, seemed capable of keeping him in check. Standing outside were Lu Wenyao and Wen Jialin. What are you still doing there? Don't you want to eat? Leng Mao could no longer tolerate these individuals, they began bickering incessantly upon their arrival. It would be better if they found a place to argue it all out before joining them. Oh, they're here, Lu Wenxuan remarked, resembling a chastised little rabbit. Wen Jialin nudged Lu Wenyao with his elbow. Is your brother perhaps too obedient to his sister-in-law? Even the little demon king has someone he fears? How utterly surprising. Unbeknownst to Wen Jialin, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Wenxuan. Wow, Xiao Yu, such thoughtfulness with a dual-flavor hot pot. Lu Wenxuan teased as he gazed at the feast laid out before them. Leng Mao felt her cheeks flush. She had intentionally selected 2 types of broth at the supermarket since I could not tolerate spicy food. Enough chatter, let's eat. Beside her, Qi Yuya, aware of the young lady's shyness, chose not to embarrass her and silently served her some dishes.